System rich guy all-rounder daily life, finance relaxed. Every day, the rich guy system sends a big gift package. Ding. Obtain an entire community in Ushuaia Bay Villa area. Ding. Obtain a nearby worth 100 million. Ding. The taste of sister. From then on, beautiful women became bodyguards, and the king of special forces provided protection, killing from one end of the earth to the other. Chapter 1. We are young people, not superheroes. At 10 in the morning, the sun was blazing beside a camp on the outskirts of Wuching. More than 300 people stood in neatly arranged formations under the scorching sun. Everyone's cheeks were burning, and their sweat had evaporated before it could even flow down. Someone from the marketing department fainted. Someone from the HR department fainted again. Employees were constantly fainting in the formation. Damn, are we starting or not? How much longer do we have to stand here? Complaints echoed among the employees. This was a team-building activity for employees of Jiaqing Group. It was supposed to start 2 hours ago, but the general manager who was supposed to give a speech had yet to arrive. Since the company's general manager personally came to inspect, the leaders of each department took it very seriously and arranged a grand event that do not speak. Anyone who makes a sound will have their name and employee number recorded and will lose this month's bonus. The department heads rushed out from the shade of the trees, using the threat of canceling bonuses to quell the unrest. Really treating a feather as a command. Jiang, he thought to himself. He then looked up at the shaded podium, where the leaders were comfortably fanning themselves and playing on their phones, completely indifferent to the lives of the employees. Below. Chapter 2. I wish you would fire me. This stupid company thinks it can fire me. Damn, if I'm leaving, I must get my compensation. I haven't violated any employee regulations, nor broken the labor contract. You dare to fire me. Even if you dare to fire me, you have to compensate me for 12 months' salary. If I've worked for several years, you also need to give me a few extra months' salary. If you dare not to, I'll win even if I go to labor inspection. That I actually wish you would fire me. So Jiang, he boldly retorted, Manager, oh, what did you just say about not being at ease handing over the company's important responsibilities to us? The company can entrust such an important position as manager to someone like you, who is greasy, ignorant, shameless, and leers at the etiquette ladies with your lewd gaze. Then it's even more reassuring to hand that responsibility to us. This statement flowed out like a stream, without any pauses, vividly describing Manager O's true nature. The employees, who were already suffering from the heat, cast admiring glances at Jiang He. Manager O's face could no longer maintain its composure, and he directly threw away the speech he was holding. Chapter 3. The entire community belongs to him. Jiang, he looked at the grand entrance of Ushuaia Bay, which was directly a towering archway. Standing beneath this archway made him feel somewhat unreal. Through the gate, he could clearly see a large fountain inside the community. The entire area was lush and green, with extensive landscaping. The security guards at the entrance were all dressed in tailcoats and shining shoes, standing straight with an imposing demeanor, as if arriving at the entrance of a five-star hotel. Various luxury cars and sports cars entered and exited. One might mistakenly think they had walked into a car exhibition, with the least expensive ones being BMWs and Land Rovers. This was class, this was sophistication. Jiang, he adjusted his clothes, preparing to enter and take possession of his community. As Jiang, he approached the front door, the two security guards had already received a facial recognition prompt in their earpieces. Hello, Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The two guards suddenly stood at attention and bowed deeply to Jiang He, then gestured for him to enter. Although Jiang He was currently worth less than $200 in total, these two guards have been working there long enough to know the quirks of wealthy people. Some like to pretend to be poor, prefer affordable yet quality clothing, and some even like to wear their money. Chapter 4. Begging with a golden bowl. Jiang, he glanced at the table full of property certificates, a total of 49 books, meaning that his villa was in the middle, with 24 villas on each side. The cheapest villas were number 49 and 48, located at the edges, with a minimum price of 200 million. The total value of all the property certificates on the table was over 20 billion. Jiang, he couldn't help but gasp. After calming down a bit, Jiang, he suddenly realized that he no longer needed to work hard. Casually selling a villa could earn him more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Unfortunately, the system stated that these villas could not be sold, only rented. However, even if he didn't sell them and just collected rent, he could still earn tens of millions a year. Jiang, he couldn't help but be amazed. He then thought of something. Even though he now had hundreds of billions, It seemed he was broke. No, he needed to collect today's meal money first. Jiang He quickly found the 3 properties with soon-to-expire leases among the many property certificates and casually stuffed the property certificates and lease contracts into his bag before heading out. As Jiang He held the bag containing the property certificates, he flipped through the lease contracts to find the tenant's contact information. Chapter 5. This is already very cheap. After leaving Pang Hai's home, Jiang He began to review the next tenant's information. Villa 47, tenant, Mu Qing. Upon seeing this name, Jiang He immediately remembered that she was a popular young actress last year who had starred in a hit youth urban workplace drama. The theme was quite relatable, and Jiang He liked that show, so he had some impression of Mu Qing. He just didn't know why she seemed to have disappeared this year, as if she hadn't had any new works. After carefully reviewing the information on the agreement, Jiang He confirmed that this Mu Qing was indeed the same person. He then picked up his phone and dialed her number, but the voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged woman. Jiang He. Hello, is this Mu Qing? I am the landlord of Villa 47 at Yushui Bay. Your lease is about to expire. Would you like to renew it? Middle-aged woman. Hello, I am Mu Qing's agent. Currently, we are filming out of town and won't be back for a few days. How about this? I'll have Mu Qing contact you in a few days. Jiang He. All right, just remember to contact me in a few days. He hung up the phone without thinking too much. It was normal for someone to be busy filming, and it was just a matter of a few days' delay in receiving money. There was no rush. Chapter 6. People rely on their appearance. All right. You don't need to teach me. I know what to do. Mu Qing said irritably. At this moment, Jiang He looked at the time. It was still early for dinner. He remembered he still needed to collect rent from Villa 46. However, when he called the number on the contract, no one answered. Jiang He decided to stop by before dinner to see if anyone was home. Villa 46 was near the community entrance, making it convenient. As dinner time approached, Jiang He took his backpack containing the property certificates and rental contracts to the door of Villa 46 and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. After waiting for a while, he found no one responded or opened the door. He continued to ring the bell a few more times. Ding dong, ding dong. But after a full minute, still no one opened the door. This was odd. Normally, there should be someone home during dinner time. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiang He decided to ring a few more times. And finally, under his persistent spirit, the door opened. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline appeared in front of Jiang He, looking very angry. Chapter 7. A supercar worth 100 million. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang He went to the underground garage. He saw a black sports car, resembling a wild beast, crouching on the ground. Its seamless design looked like an arrow ready to take flight. Jiang He took out the key, pressed it, and with a beep, the black sports car lit up. Its doors opened upward with a swoosh, and a dazzling red light burst forth. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Hiss! Jiang He couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Such a domineering luxury car was now his. The system was impressive. Excited, Jiang He got into the car, familiarized himself with the controls. This supercar operated differently from ordinary cars. Vroom! Pressing the start button, the roar of the engine instantly sounded, a deep growl emanating from it, like a giant beast awakening from slumber. Jiang He opened the garage door with the remote, grasped the steering wheel with both hands, and pressed the gas pedal, creating a roar as he sped away. After taking a lap and satisfying his thrill, he headed to Jiaqing Group to complete his resignation procedures today. Chapter 8. No matter what. It must be done today. Jiang He had already realized that Liang Jiansheng was purely trying to make things difficult for him, insisting that the resignation letter be 2 pages long. Wasn't this just a hassle? 2 pages it is. Watch me write it for you right now, Jiang He said, suppressing his anger. Get up. I will write to you now, and bring me all those forms. I will fill them out for you right now. Hey, impressive, huh? You actually dare to give orders to me. Is your brain really fried from the heat? Liang Jiansheng was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang He to speak to him like this. This is my workstation. Can you even sit here? Jiang He looked at him calmly. But beneath that calm surface was an energy that seemed ready to explode at any moment. What? I can sit wherever I want? You, a person who has resigned, have an opinion? After saying this, Liang Jiansheng patted Jiang He's stomach and continued in a sinister tone, Kid, you'd better be smart. As long as you don't obediently do as I say, not only will I deduct your salary, but I will also leave a mark on your personnel file. And let's see which company will dare to hire you in the future. Get lost, Jiang He said as he kicked the chair directly. Chapter 9. Clearly an old law blind spot. That's right. It's this amount. Jiaming originally wanted 500 yuan, but unexpectedly Jiang he directly said 50,000. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. However, Jiang he looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, but would I dare to give it to you? Fines are a form of depriving citizens of property rights, and in nature, they belong to administrative penalties. According to the administrative penalty law and other relevant administrative laws and regulations, only administrative agencies with corresponding powers have the right to impose administrative penalties. The existing laws and regulations do not give employers the right to impose fines on employees. That's right. Many employee management regulations in companies are actually their own assumptions, and many of them violate labor laws. Basically, every lawsuit is a sure win. Even if I give you money now, the Labor Arbitration Committee and the court would generally believe that employers do not have a right to impose fines directly on employees. So I have a right to demand it back. Moreover, I have already submitted my resignation application, according to the labor contract provisions. As long as I give 1 month's notice, I can terminate the labor relationship without any reason, and the company certainly cannot deduct money. If they do, I could get it back through labor arbitration. Chapter 10. He actually has a whole villa area. Chairman Pang strode towards Jiang He. Seeing this scene, Jiaming smiled even more smugly, thinking, you're in trouble now. You're not ready to challenge me. The looks of the employees at this moment were filled with sympathy, pity, but mostly mockery, waiting to see the joke. Their current thoughts were very unified. Jiang He was finished. However, the next scene shocked everyone. An Jiaming's smile froze on his face. Chairman Pang quickly walked up to Jiang He and shook his hand, his smile particularly warm. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here today? Are you here for an inspection? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Jiang He looked at Pang Dehai with a strange expression. No wonder he looked so familiar yesterday. It suddenly dawned on him that Pang Dehai was the chairman of the company, but he rarely appeared, only showing up once a year at the annual meeting. Jiang had only seen him once, so remembering him was already quite good. Pang Dehai looked at Jiang He, a bit puzzled. Yesterday, he had invited him to visit the company, but he had directly refused. Why was he here today? Chapter 11. The dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you a single cent, but I will have someone investigate your kickback situation thoroughly and then send you in. At the same time, I will let you experience what it's like to be on the employee blacklist. I can guarantee that in our country, in this industry, there will be no place for you. It's practically impossible to completely eliminate kickbacks, so as long as it's not too excessive, Pang Dehai would turn a blind eye. After all, you can't just let the horse run without letting it eat grass. But now, unexpectedly, Jiaming didn't appreciate his kindness and wanted to deal with him. Pang Dehai couldn't tolerate that. Only then did Jiaming realize and hurriedly plead, Chairman Pang, I was just momentarily out of my mind, speaking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. You're a magnanimous person. Just treat me like a fart and let me off. Give me another chance. Pang Dehai, however, sternly rebuked. You have 5 minutes to pack your things and get out. Don't make me call security. After finishing his stern words, Pang Dehai turned to Jiang He with a flattering tone and said, Mr. Jiang, let me take you to deal with your injury. Chapter 12. Didn't expect to be a wait. Hui Yunxin watched as Jiang He entered her domain. This was the first time in her life that someone dared to intrude into her space in this building. However, she directly thought that Jiang He had intentions towards her or wanted to attract her attention. In her eyes, any man was just a worthless dog. Even though she had never had a proper or improper relationship, with her extraordinary intellect, she had already seen through the purpose behind all behaviors. It was simply to get close to her, strike up a conversation, and then ask for contact information. Therefore, she felt quite disgusted. She had already guessed that Jiang He entering her domain was the first step, and according to Hui Yunxin's thoughts, Jiang He would next try to strike up a conversation with her in a self-smart and humorous way. Hui Yunxin had seen this kind of routine countless times before. She had already figured out how to respond the moment Jiang He entered. She was ready to take the initiative to strike and thwart Jiang He's intentions. But when she just opened her mouth, she found Jiang He turned around and faced away from her. Everything she had anticipated did not happen. Chapter 13. Go to Yushui Bay. Thank you. Look at this sleek car body. Its seamless design. How is this strange? It clearly looks like an arrow ready to be shot. And this car costs millions? If you sell it, I would even take out a loan to buy it from you. Although it was initially said that the price was over 50 million, the current market price has already exceeded 100 million. And even if it's worth over 100 million, there are only 5 in the world, one of which is collected by the Silby Company, leaving only 4 in the world. And let me tell you, even with money, you might not be able to buy it, which limited edition is easy to buy. I thought there was none in our country. I didn't expect there was actually one in our country. It's really astonishing. This car is worth 100 million? Wow, it really is the Silby Black Arrow. It's really the Silby Black Arrow. A person heard the brand, specifically took out his phone to search for the price, and then couldn't help but shake his entire hand. Soon everyone realized that this was indeed a car worth 100 million. Although the brand Silby started relatively late, it specializes in the supercar business, with a minimum price of 50 million. Chapter 14. Second young lady of the Hua family, Jiang. He looked at the front passenger seat in surprise upon hearing the voice. Just now, the scissor doors had opened on both sides, and Jiang, he was focused on the crowd beside him, afraid of bumping into someone. So he was too concentrated and overlooked the situation around him. Unexpectedly, a little girl mixed in. This voice startled Jiang He, who quickly slowed down. Little sister. I'm not called little sister. I'm already an adult. My name is Hui Yunji. Take me to Yushui Bay. Hui Yunji said commandingly. What are you doing in my car? Jiang He asked directly, his patience wearing thin. I'm getting in your car to give you face. I didn't drive today, and I want to experience what it's like to drive this $100 million supercar. So just take me back. Hui Yunji said nonchalantly as she took out her phone. Hui Yunji is the second daughter in her family, and as the youngest, she is spoiled at home. Outside, apart from not killing and setting fires, she is quite unruly. Moreover, in Wuching, who doesn't know the name of the Hua family? Countless people want to curry favor with her family, but have no way to do so. This is also the basis for Hui Yunji's audacity. Otherwise, she wouldn't be foolish enough to get into Jiang He's car without permission. Chapter 15. Watch how I deal with you. The experience just now felt like a dream to Hui Yunji, but the cash scattered on the ground served as a reminder that what had just happened was indeed real. Hui Yunji directly opened the rear door of the Cullinan and sat down. Miss, what should we do about the money on the ground? The old man with white hair asked tentatively. Burn it, Hui Yunji said angrily. Huh, burn it. The old man couldn't believe it. But miss, burning money is illegal. The butler couldn't forget what Hui Yunji's father had instructed. She could be unruly, but she must not cause public outrage. Hui Yunji realized she couldn't let the butler do that. Otherwise, she would really be disciplined when she got home. She could only say, forget it. You go pick it up, then find a place to donate it. I'm going back first. You can take a taxi back later. When Hui Yunji talked about this, she felt furious. How infuriating. No, I must find out this person's information. How dare they throw money at me? Just wait. Miss, are we going to Yushui Bay? Going home. Going home? Yes, going home. But you are not. Chapter 16. Can't wait for you to go what? They don't want to return the deposit and want to scam me again? Jiang He immediately retorted. Where did I damage anything? This is just beep, beep, beep. Before Jiang He could say much, the busy signal sounded, and the other party hung up. If you don't give it back, I'll just go to the company and make a scene. This is simply blatant extortion. This must be premeditated. First, they let people relax their guard. The day before, they had assured me through WeChat that as long as the handover went smoothly, the deposit would be fully refunded. But now they directly said they had something and couldn't come, then let another person handle the handover. It's not the landlord's own promise, but someone else's. Once the keys are handed over and the person is gone, they say the deposit won't be refunded and also want to extort more. Jiang He also knew that even if the landlord personally came, they would definitely find a bunch of other reasons to deduct money. In short, this landlord just wants to swallow the deposit. They can find any excuse. Jiang He had encountered similar situations before, but never so unscrupulous. Those were just deducting 100 or 200 for some furniture damage, which could be understood and let go. But this kind of behavior is simply going too far. Not only do they want to keep the entire deposit, but they also want to extort more, which is just unbelievable. Chapter 17. No cliché plot. The next morning, Jiang, he sat on the sofa, looking at the notification text for the court date 3 days later. This is quite normal. After all, it's impossible to submit a lawsuit just before the end of work and have a court session immediately. It would be better to let the landlord remove the partitions and pay the taxes first, which would be quite satisfying. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang He's mind. Daily gift package issued. 1 bottle of physique enhancement potion. The physique enhancement potion, when consumed, will permanently enhance the dringer's physique, including but not limited to the dringer's strength and intelligence. Does the host want to receive it? Jiang He directly willed it to receive it. Then he found a bottle of liquid resembling an oral solution in his hand, complete with a straw. Without thinking much, Jiang He drank it through the straw. It was sour and sweet, and the taste was quite good. However, just after finishing, a sharp pain surged through his entire body, and he fainted. He didn't know how long it had been before Jiang He slowly opened his eyes. However, he felt sticky all over and emitted a terrible odor. Following the smell, he discovered that the clothes he was wearing had turned black. It was simply too smelly. Jiang He instinctively tugged at his clothes. Chapter 18. Being rich is impressive. Two men had been following Jiang He for an entire floor after coming out of the Versace store. Brother Bao, why is this guy walking so fast? We can't keep up. Stop talking nonsense. This is a big fish. Didn't you see him just swiping 500,000 at the Versace store? If we succeed this time, we can rest for at least half a year. But what if he doesn't have cash in his wallet? Are you stupid? When we applied for the credit card, we were given a POS machine. We could just swipe his card and get the money out. Nowadays, small payments don't require a password. We can swipe little by little. Brother Bao, you're really smart. Outside the Xylankan store, a dense crowd of people was sitting, and Jiang He was squeezed in, unable to move forward. At this moment, a hand slipped into Jiang He's pants pocket. The thief had targeted this crowded place, where people were bumping into each other. At this time, although Jiang He felt something was off, he thought it was just the crowd, and that some contact was normal, so he didn't think much of it. Chapter 19. Have you heard of Brother Long from Kunshan? Scared? Jiang He slowly loosened his belt and rolled up his shirt sleeves. I just bought this shirt. I'm afraid you'll dirty it. All right, come on. Jiang He waved his hand and said, Huh? The four of them looked at each other in confusion. Could this kid really be scared, silly? What are you standing there for? Go for it. Ding Bao was so enraged that his whole body trembled. What are you all looking at? Get in there. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. The heavily tattooed men shouted as they swung their fists and charged at Jiang He. Ning Shu immediately closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch the next scene. Already imagining Jiang He being beaten to a pulp and begging for mercy on the ground. However, when she opened her eyes and looked up, she was completely stunned. But for Jiang He, dealing with these people was a piece of cake, especially since he had already enhanced his physique with the system. The three tattooed men wielding steel pipes looked like children in front of him and were easily defeated. Jiang He caught one of the steel pipes that was swung at him with his bare hands, then yanked it hard, and the pipe was in his hands. Chapter 20. The War Among Women. Hey. Before Ning Shu could react, she was pulled away by a female store clerk. While Ning Shu was being led away, Jiang He found a nearby bench to sit on and started playing with his phone. The female clerks remembered how Jiang He had just spent extravagantly, so they gathered around Ning Shu, continually introducing the store's more expensive clothing. Looking at one piece after another with price tags of 50 to 60,000, Ning Shu hesitated. Although Jiang He was paying, and she guessed he might not be short on money, it wasn't her own money after all, so she felt a bit hesitant. Let me try on this dress. Ning Shu saw a long dress priced at $18,888, which might be the cheapest long dress in the store. After trying it on, she felt it suited her very well. Ning Shu said. The clerk awkwardly replied, you like this dress too? Ning Shu responded, is there a problem with that? The clerk explained, well, this is a limited edition new style for this summer, and we only have this one in the store, but someone just reserved it. Chapter 21. Hesitation leads to defeat. Ning Shu thought for a moment and responded with a double entendre. Forget it. I don't want to take what others love. After all, it's first come, first served. Of course, if you really paid a deposit. Huang Weining could easily detect the underlying meaning in Ning Shu's words, hinting that if Huang Weining and Jiang He were truly a couple, she wouldn't involve herself. At the same time, it was a subtle mockery, saying that since they weren't a couple, what right did she have to target her? Huang Weining replied, although I haven't paid a deposit, I'm a member of this store, so I can reserve it in advance without a deposit. Jiang He couldn't help but wonder why the tension between these two was escalating. At that moment, a store clerk suddenly approached Ning Shu and said, Ma'am, I'm the store manager. We have many new arrivals. Why don't you take a look at something else? I can give you a discount. The luxury store's markup is already high, and the manager didn't want to lose any customers. Huang Weining added, it's fine. It's just a dress. If it were something else, I probably couldn't afford it. Even Jiang He, a pure straight man, could sense the sarcasm in her words. Chapter 22. The housekeeper with a monthly salary of 100,000, a voice came from outside, and Ning Shu turned to see. Wuya? Wuya was Ning Shu's roommate, and also her close friend. You're fine. You've only missed 2 months of rent. Don't worry, we can still support you. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. We had thought Ning Shu was being supported. No, that's not it. Ning Shu quickly explained what had happened today. Oh, is he handsome? Quite handsome, Ning Shu replied, feeling a bit guilty. Wu continued to ask, do you have his contact information? We added each other on WeChat. At that moment, Ning Shu felt like a criminal being interrogated. Does he have a girlfriend? Not sure, but he seemed to be alone shopping for clothes. Then I think you should make an effort to go for it. He's young, accomplished, handsome, and wealthy. Plus, he doesn't have a girlfriend. You absolutely can't miss out on this. You know, it's really hard to find someone wealthy and handsome like this. If you don't want him, introduce him to me. Before Wu Ye could finish, Ning Shu's face had already turned bright red, and she raised a shopping bag in her hand to throw it at Wu Ye. Chapter 23. Friends out of thin air. Jiang. He stood up to open the door and saw Ning Shu standing outside. Didn't you say your friend was looking for a housekeeper? Ning Shu asked in confusion. Upon seeing Jiang, he opened the door. Jiang, he smiled and said, yes. I'm that friend. Come in for the interview. This guy is really bad. He clearly owns the villa but pretends it's someone else's. However, this seems to work better. Jiang, he lazily leaned on the sofa, looked at the resume in his hand, and asked, so you're a graduate from Yinjing University and used to be the secretary of the board of a listed company? My place is small. I might not be able to keep you. The key is, you want too much money. Ning Shu didn't hide her feelings and said, I've been out of work for over half a year, and my savings are almost gone. All right. Jiang, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Okay, you're hired. Let me tell you about the salary. It's 100,000 a month, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. And you'll have no days off throughout the year except for special circumstances. Can you accept that? Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Good. Jiang, he then directly took out his phone and transferred 200,000 to Ning Shu, which was 2 months' salary. For the rest, give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you. Chapter 24. The most deadly form of pretentiousness. Meanwhile, it was already past 11 o'clock. Some students who arrived early had started to show up one after another. Huang Weining also arrived early. She originally thought Jiang, he would contact her in advance and invite her to come together, but after waiting for a long time without receiving a call, she didn't want to contact Jiang, he to avoid misunderstandings. So she arrived early and saw some classmates gathering at the entrance, so she started to chat. Have you seen Jiang he? Is he not coming today? Yeah, it's almost time for the banquet, and Jiang he hasn't arrived, so he probably isn't coming. Should we go in without waiting for him? Okay. The group then entered the hotel and passed through the lobby. Hey, isn't that Jiang he? Zhang Hongquan spotted Jiang he and exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned towards the pillar. Jiang he, what are you doing here? Huang Weining walked over and asked. I'm just talking to someone. Why don't you all go up first? I'll join you in a bit. Jiang he smiled and replied. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan took a careful look at the woman sitting across from Jiang he and whispered, do you guys find the woman sitting across from Jiang he familiar? Chapter 25. Emil Casa House. Here he comes. Here he comes. Brother Jiang is here. Brother Jiang, come sit here. In the eyes of the male classmates, there was nothing but envy and jealousy, while the female classmates couldn't hide their love-filled gazes. Jiang, he was young, wealthy, handsome, and a big shot in the entertainment industry who could collaborate with top actresses, making them feel irresistible. They wished they could skip the meal and go straight to the next step. Everyone had never been so eager to see Jiang he. They particularly wanted to hear him share his legendary experiences, especially how he became a big shot in the entertainment industry. Everyone wished they could sit right next to Jiang he, but fortunately, there was a super large table at Songhe Tower that could seat 30 people. So, with a little squeeze, everyone present could be accommodated. After greeting each other and taking their seats, they began to compliment Jiang he continuously, showering him with flattery. But Jiang, he didn't let the praise get to his head. Among these classmates, some had a good relationship with him, so it didn't matter, while some had always been at odds with him. Now, they were fawning over him. Chapter 26. Such people deserve a lesson. The meal was filled with joy. And old classmates who hadn't seen each other for years expressed their reluctance to part and agreed on the next gathering time. Li Chang, the owner of Songhe Tower, came out personally to see Jiang he and the others off as they were about to leave, showing great enthusiasm. After all, Jiang had spent nearly $1 million in their restaurant, and with such a spending level, they had to treat him well, even if he wasn't dining. He directly instructed every employee to remember Jiang he's appearance, so that in the future, whenever he came to eat, he would receive VIP treatment. Mr. Jiang, I hope today's meal was to your liking. If there was anything lacking in service, please don't take offense. Li Chong was overly polite. I was very satisfied with the food. Truly a top-notch restaurant with top-notch chefs. I'll come back with friends next time if I have the chance. Jiang He smiled and thanked him. It's our honor, our honor. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Please take care. After bidding farewell to these classmates, Jiang He went to the parking lot to drive his car back. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jiang He was dumbfounded. A BMW X7 was parked in front of his car. He had parked perfectly in the parking space, but the BMW X7 must have come in later and, with no parking space available, parked haphazardly, blocking Jiang He's car with its door directly facing the front of Jiang He's silvery black arrow. Chapter 27. Everything must have evidence. Meanwhile, Zhong Wui was bragging to his friends. I parked in front of sports car. Look, the other party is rich, but they still have to let me control the situation. I won't move. What can they do to me? Let's keep eating. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, your car seems to be parked carelessly. It's fine. There are cameras in the parking lot. What can they do? Let's eat first. That was true. If there were cameras, they really couldn't do much. Everyone continued eating. After they were full, Zhong Wui checked the time and realized an hour had passed. What does it matter if they are rich? They still have to be blocked by my BMW. Zhong Wui said happily as he walked into the parking lot towards his beloved BMW. Upon arrival, he was instantly stunned to see that all four doors had deep dents, with one even punctured. He immediately recalled the call Jiang He had made to him earlier and realized it must have been Jiang He who did this. Noticing that Jiang He's sports car was still there. No way. I have to show you my power too. But this sports car must be expensive. What if it gets caught on camera? Chapter 28. I must get my money back from this foreigner. What about my car door? Zhong Wui muttered softly. If we find the suspect and have enough evidence, we will handle it according to the law, and we will not tolerate it. But the camera is broken. Stop making excuses. Anyway, you can either settle it privately now, or we can take you in, and you can pay for the damages once the judgment is made. Your case is clear, and the evidence is solid. There's no escape. Although Jiang He was at the door, he heard everything clearly. Such reckless parkers deserved it. They wouldn't even move for a polite request, and now they were facing the iron fist of justice. Not long after, Zhong Wui walked out dejectedly, glanced at the officer, then at Jiang He, and said softly, "I'm sorry." The officer interrupted him, scolding, "Speak louder." "I'm sorry. I let the air out of your tires and punctured one of them. I'm willing to compensate for all your losses." "All right." Jiang He agreed seriously without much thought. In fact, he was secretly laughing inside, just not showing it. The officer looked at Jiang He and asked, "We have already had someone assess the damages, including one tire. Towing fees, repair costs, and lost wages, a total of 2 million. Do you agree?" Chapter 29. Buy the most expensive for your convenience when you and your wife go out. Ning Shu heard the salesperson directly refer to her as Jiang He's wife and felt her face flush for some reason. She quickly grabbed Jiang He's hand and headed outside. "Hey, madam, don't be in such a hurry." The salesperson was dumbfounded, but the more she spoke, the faster Ning Shu walked, almost breaking into a jog by the end. Jiang He, confused, was pulled out by Ning Shu. Perhaps she didn't like the car they just saw, so if she didn't like it, they should switch to another brand. At this moment, a sign caught Jiang He's eye. Luxury Cars One-Stop Shopping, all at Luxury Car City. Jiang He thought the name was quite tacky, but understood that Luxury Car City must have all luxury cars. He walked in and indeed found all luxury cars, with various brands like Bentley and Ferrari, almost like a car station. Soon, a saleswoman named Wu Mingting approached to greet Jiang He and Ning Shu. "Hello, do you want to buy a car? Are you looking for a sports car, an SUV, or a regular sedan?" Wu Mingting was very enthusiastic, always wearing a professional smile. "An SUV, please." Jiang He thought for a moment and said, "I already have a sports car, so an SUV would be good. It's comfortable to drive, and there's plenty of space inside." Chapter 30. Buy one, get one free. All right. Then let us add this one too. Jiang He said casually. "Does that mean you paid in full, sir?" Wu Mingting was simply overjoyed. Originally, the commission for one Cullinan was already quite high, and now that it was paid in full, it was even higher. The 4S dealership usually preferred customers who paid in installments, but for luxury cars in the $1 million range, they actually preferred full payments, as it could quickly replenish their funds. "Can both cars be driven away directly?" Jiang He asked. "Yes, both cars are in stock. However, we only have the red version of the Maserati Quattroporte left. It's the last one. If you want other colors, you'll need to place an order." "Then let's swipe the card," Wu Mingting said, incredibly happy. Even if Jiang He made some excessive demands, she would readily agree. "You like red, right? Jiang he looked at Ning Shu and asked, if you don't like it, just order another one. Ning Shu hesitated. She realized that despite her high education, she couldn't figure out Jiang He's thoughts. This car is just for you to use for grocery shopping. After all, it's inconvenient to be without a car when going out. Chapter 31. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? What a big bad guy. Ning Shu muttered quietly after Jiang he walked away. Who are you calling a big bad guy? Just as she finished speaking, Jiang he poked his head out from the kitchen and asked, I said this egg is bad. That night, Jiang he couldn't sleep as he was waiting for the big gift pack to refresh the next day. He couldn't fall asleep without it. After waiting for a while, it finally hit midnight. Beep. Daily Rich Man's Gift Pack is refreshing. Beep. Today's Rich Man's Gift Pack. Zhang San's legal knowledge. Zhang San has been wandering in the legal world for many years and has gained extensive legal knowledge through years of experience. There is also a small note below. Note. Zhang San's legal knowledge will be directly instilled into the host's mind, including comprehensive legal knowledge such as criminal law and civil code. Wow, this is powerful. Tomorrow is just in time for the court hearing. It's like a pillow being sent when you're sleepy. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang he went to the court. Outside the court, he saw his landlord, Wu Ji, who was accompanied by a formally dressed middle-aged man, presumably his lawyer. Chapter 32. Justice will never be absent. The presiding judge then presented a photo and looked at Jiang he, asking, Do you acknowledge this evidence? I don't acknowledge it. It doesn't prove that I caused the damage. At that moment, Jiang he noticed a crucial detail. The timestamp on the photo was 2 days after he had moved out. He immediately added, This photo was taken after I handed over the property and cannot prove that I caused the damage. Moreover, the person who was present during the handover said there were no issues. The presiding judge could only turn to Wu Ji and ask, Does the defendant have any other evidence to prove that the plaintiff caused the damage? Wu Ji, looking deflated like a wilted cucumber, said no. The judge continued, Why wasn't the defendant present during the handover? If there were issues, why not raise them during the handover? Wu Ji could only stammer, like a defeated rooster. I had something urgent that day, so I couldn't be there. I only found out later that there was a problem. The judge was starting to get impatient. Although Wu Ji had brought a lawyer, the evidence presented was hardly convincing. The law requires valid evidence. So, the judge said, Chapter 33. Property management gives gift Jiang. He came out of the court, and it was almost noon. When he got home, it was already 11 o'clock. Just as he sat down, someone rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Ning Shu went to open the door and saw a formally dressed young man standing at the entrance. Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang's home? I am Lu Jia, the general manager of the property management company. Oh, are you here to collect the property fee? Ning Shu asked, looking puzzled at the man in front of her. Lu Jia quickly waved his hands and said, No, we wouldn't dare to collect money from Mr. Jiang. Ning Su, unsure that the entire villa area belonged to Jiang he, looked at Lu Jia, confused. What's going on? Actually, I wanted to ask if Mr. Jiang is home. We have a small gift we want to give him. Lu Jia said flatteringly. Yes, my husband is home. Please come in. Please come in. Sir, Mr. Lu from the property management company is looking for you. Let him in. Jiang he said from the living room, also confused about what Lu Jia wanted from him. When Lu Jia entered, several strong men followed behind him, bringing in things. Mr. Jiang, these are just a little token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Chapter 34. It's just playing Ludo, yes, sir. Brother Jiang, you're such a straightforward person and so considerate of us. Originally, Lu Jia didn't expect Jiang he to give him any promises. Since it was a signed agreement, it was like a reassurance for him. Since Jiang he was so generous, he couldn't let the opportunity go to waste. He continued to chat with Jiang he, inquiring about his background, and learned that Jiang he was also from out of town and was new to Wuching. Brother Jiang, there's something I... Suddenly, Lu Jia hesitated, constantly glancing in Ning Shu's direction. Jiang he noticed his demeanor and began to feel suspicious. Just say it, it's okay. Hearing Jiang he's words, Lu Jia leaned closer to him, lowered his head, and whispered, Brother Jiang, we have a private gathering. What do you think? As he spoke, his gaze kept darting toward Ning Shu, and he seemed quite hesitant. Jiang he immediately understood what he meant. Ning Shu, go prepare lunch, mister. Lu will be having lunch with us. Oh, okay. Ning Shu agreed and headed toward the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Jia felt relieved and let out a long sigh. Chapter 35. Quick, called Daddy Jiang. He was completely bewildered by the voice he heard. What was going on? It seemed like he hadn't done anything. What is this about? Jiang He asked. I'm telling you, I have a camera, so don't come over. Hui Yunji didn't even lift her head, directly glaring at the floor and shouting. Jiang He was a bit confused. Was this a drama? I'm telling you, I'm not done with this today. If you don't lower the rent a bit, I'll release these photos. Hui Yunji continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang He instantly understood. He was being scammed. This girl was indeed very cunning. Hui Yunji was secretly pleased. Last year, she had tricked the landlord out of more than 2 million. And upon hearing that the owner had changed this year, she immediately thought of using the same trick again, just with a different person. She was sure it would succeed. Generally, people were very afraid of the Hua family. Given her current situation, she would basically be seen as someone who had been kidnapped or violated. Moreover, since the Hua family was a significant power in Wuching, they wouldn't dare provoke her, definitely wary of causing trouble and would end up suffering this hidden loss. As the second young lady of the Hua family, although she didn't lack money to spend, she felt particularly happy when she could trick others. Chapter 36. Evil people have their own ways to deal with evil. Jiang He looked at Hui Yunji with a wicked smile. Hurry up and untie me. No. Call me daddy first. Untie me first and I'll call you. No, if you don't call me, I won't untie you. Hurry up, my hands really hurt. As she spoke, Jiang He took out his phone, opened Tomato Novel, and began reading City, a rich man's daily gift package. He nodded while reading and said, this novel is really good. After finishing, he gave a 5-star rating, clicked to urge the author for updates, and commented, the author writes really well, it's very interesting. At this moment, Jiang He heard Hui Yunji mumble, Daddy. He turned around and saw Hui Yunji's face completely flushed, all the way to her neck. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Louder. Daddy. Hey, say it again, good daughter. Daddy will come to untie you. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and untie me. Jiang He flipped Hui Yunji over and began to untie the rope he had used to bind her. I have to ask, daughter, how did you end up tying yourself up? If you hadn't met me, you would have been in danger today. Chapter 37. It turns out Hui Yunji has a brother complex today. The tenant's lease was up, and they asked me to renew it. I opened the door only to find this situation. What do you think I should do? Come on, show your face so everyone can see. Hui Yunji instantly froze. Hadn't she just deleted that? How did it play again? I forgot to mention, my phone has cloud backup, and it directly uploaded the backup to the server. Since you pay the rent now, I'll be leaving. See you next year. After saying that, Jiang He walked out the door. Never see you again. Hui Yunji mumbled softly. Jiang He checked his income and saw that he had earned another 3 million. Next, he went to see if Mu Qing was home. Collecting her rent every month was really a hassle. Jiang He made another trip, signed a new contract with Mu Qing, collected this month's rent, and returned to the villa just in time for dinner. After eating, Jiang He checked his phone and saw a message from Lu Jia. Fenghua Mountain Villa? Jiang He opened the map and saw that Fenghua Mountain Villa was in a large wooded area, at least an acre in size. He recalled hearing news reports about it having a small zoo with tigers. Chapter 38. Queen Hui Yunji, Young Master Wu. Please tell us more so we can broaden our knowledge. All right, let me tell you about the terrifying story of the Queen of Wuching. Queen of Wuching? Yes, the Queen of Wuching. We privately call Hui Yunji the Queen of Wuching. How powerful is she? Let's put it this way. 2 years ago, she brought down the Tang family without spending a penny or relying on any family power, and ended up making tens of billions, which she then used to establish her own foundation. Now she is basically the actual decision-maker of the Hua family, controlling its economic lifeline, while also managing the funds of various families. She is truly the Queen of Wuching, single-handedly keeping all the major families in check. Is she really that powerful? How did she do it? Tens of billions? Yes, tens of billions, all by Hui Yunji alone. Therefore, I must say, Hui Yunji is truly a genius. I've heard a bit about her methods, and I have to say they're simply stunning. Young Master Wu, stop teasing us and just tell us already. Chapter 39. Truly remarkable. Hui Yunji looked at her sister Hui Yunji, who was enjoying her service, unsure of how to start. Although she knew her sister would definitely protect her, if she spoke up, she would inevitably get scolded by Hui Yunji, and might even lose her pocket money for the next 2 months. Hui Yunji began to hesitate, but if she didn't say anything, it would mean she had been bullied by that jerk for nothing. This absolutely could not stand. Sister? Hui Yunji turned to look at her voice. This sister, although sometimes annoying and willful, was still better than the other spoiled brats from different families. Not to mention, She had managed to get into the prestigious Wuching University solely through her own efforts, unlike other rich kids who only bought degrees abroad. She had already outperformed most of them. Just like in ordinary families, good grades brought privileges so often. Having a sister with good grades would make the family turn a blind eye. Seeing that Hui Yunji had gone silent again, Hui Yunji had to continue asking, "What's wrong?" Chapter 40. This way of playing is quite advanced. After Hui Yunji finished speaking, she closed her eyes and continued to enjoy herself. "I must say, the spa that my sister recommended is really nice. I feel completely relaxed. Also, sister, can you give me 6 million? Seeing the atmosphere so good." Hui Yunji quickly brought up another purpose. "What? 6 million? Why do you suddenly need so much? You're not really going to find those young, fresh meat to play with, are you?" "No, sister, didn't I just tell you? The entire Yushui Bay has been taken over by someone named Jiang He. This person is really ruthless. The rent has increased by 2 million a year. It went from the original 4 million to 6 million. I just paid a year's rent yesterday, and now I'm a bit broke." Jiang He thought to himself, "I only charged an extra million. How did it turn into an extra 2 million for you? And the original rent was only 2 million. How did it become 4 million? Why doesn't he just rob someone? Does he think his Yushui Bay villa is a royal palace? Annual rent is so frightening. Sister, that is why I said you need to keep an eye on this person. No, this person is very bad." Chapter 41. Here it's fun. Not thinking of returning Jiang, he let the two of them lead him away. After all, it was his first time in such a place, and he was not familiar with anything. Two people pulled Jiang He to a booth, and after he sat down, they eagerly started to massage him. I have to say, the massage was really comfortable. While enjoying it, Jiang He glanced at the others. Apart from the more upscale, exam-taking activities, the rest were just drinking and chatting, which seemed no different from any other gathering. This made Jiang He a bit eager to go back. But then Liao Peng said that rooms had already been arranged for everyone in the castle. Nuo Yi and Meng Qi pulled Jiang He upstairs to tour the rooms. The following process was quite arduous and complex, only manageable with a tip. Meanwhile, Jiang He's mother was trying to reach him, but after several attempts, she found his phone was off. There was no way around it. To prevent photos from circulating, all phones were physically isolated at this private gathering, and there were no cameras present to avoid any incidents. At that moment, she remembered Jiang He had told her he bought a house and gave her a home phone number, so she dialed that number. Chapter 42. Crossing mountains and seas. Jiang He sat in the back of the Cullinan, while Wu Jija drove. It was his first time feeling like he had a driver. There were only the two of them in the car, while the others drove themselves to the dock. "Brother Jiang, driving this Cullinan is really comfortable. It's my first time driving a Rolls-Royce and feeling this good. It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as the Silberry." Jiang He rummaged through his bag for his phone, preparing to turn it on, replying without looking up. "Brother, you have a Silberry? The world's most expensive one worth 100 million. Yeah, I have one." Jiang He frowned at the numerous missed calls and messages, all from home. Was there an emergency? He couldn't afford a delay. Seeing Jiang He about to make a call, Wu Jijia swallowed his words. Just as Jiang He connected the call to his mother. He hadn't even prepared to speak when he heard her voice inside. "What's wrong with you, kid? Why has your phone been off all night?" "Thankfully, your housekeeper told me you went to gathering." Jiang He was about to give Ning Shu a thumbs up when he heard Luo Yu Jiao continue speaking. Chapter 43. I am Jiang He. Jiang He drove back home, parked the car, and went upstairs to the living room. Ning Shu hurriedly told Jiang He about his mother's phone call from last night. Jiang He said he already knew and handed Ning Shu his parents' identification information to buy 2 plane tickets for them. After all, his parents had never flown in their lives, and he wanted them to experience it. After sitting for a while, Jiang He got a bit bored and picked up his phone to play Honor of Kings. He had played for years and reached the star level, with his favorite character being Sun Wukong. He had accumulated a set of runes for him over the years, with a crit rate of 12. At that moment, Ning Shu went out, leaving him alone in the villa. Feeling bored, he opened Honor of Kings and queued for a ranked match. In the drafting phase, as the opponent didn't ban Sun Wukong, Jiang He quickly selected him. First floor. "Give me the monkey, I'll carry you." After Jiang He selected the monkey, the second floor wanted to trade with him. "I'm good with the monkey. Let me carry you." Jiang He replied, "I'm a national server main with the monkey. This is my smuff. Give it to me, I'll carry you." Jiang He then put down his phone to get some water, ignoring the request, planning to return once the match started. Chapter 44. It must be a bug, I'm sorry. General Manager, but Mr. Jiang is on the line, and he sounds quite anxious. Lu Jie said urgently. What? Mr. Jiang is calling. Upon hearing this, Wu Huannan's angry expression vanished instantly, replaced by a flattering smile. Sycophant, a senior executive murmured, noticing Wu Huannan's demeanor. However, at that moment, Wu Huannan clearly didn't hear the comment and anxiously said, What are we waiting for? Transfer the call here immediately. But General Manager, didn't you say that we can't transfer calls during meetings? This is different. He's our major shareholder. How can it be the same? It's decided, transfer it now. Just say I said so. Wu Huannan said decisively. Lu Jie immediately followed his instructions and transferred the call. Wu Huannan cautiously picked up the receiver. As if he were standing right in front of him. He then spoke in a very gentle, flattering tone. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 45. Money can make the other party call you daddy at this moment. He felt that the responsiveness had indeed improved significantly, with noticeably reduced after and before action times. It was also easier to score critical hits. He saw that Liu Ban had started attacking the tower and charged out from the jungle. Originally, he wouldn't have been able to get out from the angle between the upper lane and the river, but for some reason, even though the cursor didn't show it, he still charged out. Liu Ban, seeing the monkey rushing in close, was surprised despite the unusual occurrence and quickly used his second skill, Invincible Shark Cannon, to push the monkey away. However, he rolled over with his first skill and then activated his ultimate. Liu Ban 7 was left dazed, and then he struck him with a stick. 3 hits, 3 criticals, and he was taken down. Monkey, are you hacking? How are you getting so many crits? Lan Ling Wang, who was watching from the sidelines, noticed something was off. I'm good looking and have good character, of course, I get more crits. He replied, lightly, before continuing to roam. Liu Ban felt very aggrieved, dying, and let out an angry roar. That monkey on the other side, just wait for me. Chapter 46. If you can't beat them, join them. He finished equipping his 6 divine items, choosing the most expensive 6 divine items for the monkey. After equipping, he prepared to go on a killing spree, hiding in the bush in the river mid-lane, waiting for the opponents to come by. At this moment, the mini-map showed that his side's 3 lanes had already started pushing towards the opponent's second tower, while the opponent was clearing the 3 lanes. However, Li Bai had disappeared, and he couldn't find him, so he didn't dare to rashly initiate a team fight. He could only slightly move to the bush by the river near the Baron, waiting to see if Li Bai would come. Even if Li Bai didn't come, he could still timely go and take out Liu Ban 7 when the opponents initiated a fight mid-lane. As for his ally, Lan Ling Wang was with Yu Ji and Zhang Fei taking down the dragon, while Angelo was hiding in the river bush, ready to ambush. At that moment, he saw that Li Bai didn't use his ultimate on the big dragon, but instead finished off the small pig and flew out directly, flying over the grass on the riverbank. He wasn't there just now. Otherwise, Li Bai would have used his ultimate there. He watched as Li Bai emerged from the grass, and only then did he catch up from behind. Angela, seeing Li Bai flying out from the middle lane's grass, quickly threw a small fireball. This skill not only failed to trap Li Bai, but also exposed her own position. Chapter 47. It's all a trick. Li Bai's streamer responded to the messages, and his screen was flooded with comments. Monkey, so powerful. This monkey is simply amazing. Managing to make our Li Bai play as a support for him. I can't stop laughing. The streamer's expression changed too quickly. Streamer, you successfully illustrated what it means to join when you can't win. Ha ha. 666. The streamer shed tears of sadness. Ha ha ha. 666. The opposing monkey is really impressive. He replied to Li Bai, no. After this, let's go for treasure, and then I'm logging off. Just as he sent the message. The crystal was pushed by Yuji. Victory. The screen flashed, entering the settlement interface, and a hellfire picture appeared. Undoubtedly, he must have gotten the MVP. He scored 143 in this match, and his teammates frantically praised him. However, a group of fans in Li Bai's livestream noticed a problem. How can this monkey, who died 3 or 4 times, still have over 14 points? I also find it strange. This monkey seems like he is hacking. He just suddenly soared up. Chapter 48. This is simply a battlefield. Ning Shu was delayed while buying a plane ticket because she considered that He's parents might find it inconvenient to travel. So when selecting the ticket, she avoided afternoon or evening times and chose a suitable time around 9 a.m. This way, they would arrive just in time for lunch. And it would also be convenient to leave. However, since Jiang He's home is in a third or fourth tier city and flights are relatively scarce. It became troublesome to book a ticket for the next day. Often, such tickets would be sold out. Ning Shu could only contact her university classmate, Zhou Yunma, who is now the scheduling director at Wuching International Airport. They agreed to meet at a Starbucks near the airport. Just give me your ID info. One ticket is 800 yuan. Two tickets are 1,600 yuan. As soon as Zhou Yunma finished speaking, Ning Shu directly transferred 2,000 yuan to her via bank transfer. Ning Shu didn't use WeChat Pay because it had a withdrawal fee of over a yuan, which she felt was a bit of a loss. Wow, the butler of a wealthy family is different. How about I become your personal maid? Zhou Yunma looked at the transfer information on her phone, noticing an extra 400 yuan. However, she didn't say anything because discussing such matters in public wasn't appropriate, and it seemed that Ning Shu didn't appear to be short on money. After a while, Zhou Yunma continued, I've sent you the ticket purchase information. Just show the relevant documents to collect the tickets at major airports across the country. So, how about it, my Ning butler? Come on, praise me for helping you out with this. Do you have a bonus for me? Our director Zhou is truly amazing. Then came a round of mutual flattery. Finally, Ning Shu's phone alarm rang. Cooking time. Ning Shu then realized that she had been out for too long and quickly said, I need to hurry back to cook. We can chat later. After saying that, Ning Shu stood up and walked out, leaving Zhou Yunma there in a daze. Is she leaving just like that? Not planning to treat me to a meal? What is this about going back to cook? However, she didn't probe further because she realized she had also been out for quite a while, and it was almost time to clock out from work. At this moment, Jiang He put the rice in, but realized he might have added too much water. There was no way around it. He usually worked overtime and relied on takeout for his meals, so he had time to cook. As for the little cooking knowledge he had from childhood, that had long been handed back to his parents. So, Jiang He hurriedly took out the rice cooker, poured out some water, put it back, and started looking in the fridge to see if there were any supplies, then contemplated what dish to make for lunch. Ning Shu hurried back, and as she parked her car in the underground garage, she already smelled a burnt odor. Jiang He, looking at the chaotic battlefield, felt ashamed. He had long since exited the battlefield. Since Ning Shu was coming back, he might as well go out to eat. Actually, thinking about it, he should have just gone out to eat earlier. Why make things so complicated? With that in mind, Jiang He walked toward the underground garage, feeling nervous and running upstairs without considering that he was still wearing high heels. After parking, she almost sprinted up the stairs. Crack! A sharp, muffled sound rang out, and she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot. She was about to fall and had already closed her eyes. But then she felt warmth on her shoulder. Chapter 49. It looks just like love. Hearing that crack and feeling the sharp pain in her foot, Ning Shu realized that her high heel had broken. However, it was too late to react while going up the stairs. She could only prepare for the fall, adopting a protective measure with her hands over her face to avoid injuring herself. She was too anxious, according to Ning Shu's usual character. She wouldn't be so flustered. At least in the past, when she got out of the car, she would have taken off her high heels first. But today, as soon as she got out of the car, she smelled the burnt odor and thought of Jiang He still at home. For some reason, she even forgot her habit of taking off her high heels. However, she had always imagined that if she fell, she would feel a bit of pain. But for some reason, it never came. Moreover, the process of falling felt unusually long. It seemed like she hadn't fallen at all. Instead, her hands felt the softness and steadiness of something. Are you okay? Ning Shu heard Jiang He's voice in her ear. At that moment, she slowly moved her hands away, cautiously opened her eyes, and saw that she was being supported by Jiang He. Chapter 50. It's not what you think. Ning Shu felt a sensation in her ankle and didn't expect Jiang He's grip to be quite comfortable. Actually, how could Jiang He do this? From childhood to adulthood, Jiang He has never dislocated anything. He has never even injured his bones. He was just applying ice around Ning Shu's ankle. The coolness of the ice directly reached Ning Shu's ankle, helping to alleviate her pain. It must be said that Ning Shu was just in so much pain earlier. Jiang He watched as Ning Shu closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. Jiang He also had some thoughts. He had always thought Ning Shu's legs looked quite long and had been curious about just how long they were. So, taking advantage of this moment, while applying ice to Ning Shu, he quietly measured her legs with his hands. Jiang He was just satisfying his curiosity. Although Ning Shu's pain had lessened significantly, there was still a faint ache lingering. At this moment, Jiang He didn't pay any attention to the ticklish feeling from his hand on her leg, or if he did notice, He thought it might just be a side effect of her ankle injury. Finally, Jiang He finished measuring. Chapter 51, Son, amazing. That night, Ning Shu tossed and turned in bed, constantly replaying the events of the day in her mind. At times, she would wildly tug at her hair, and at other times, she would hug a pillow, burying her face in it. At this moment, Jiang He was waiting for the system rewards to refresh. Every day felt like a lottery, which was really exciting, with surprises happening daily. Jiang He finally waited until midnight when the system began to refresh. Ding! Daily Rich Man's Gift Pack is refreshing. Daily Rich Man's Gift Pack refresh completed. Today's Rich Man's Gift Pack, top-level racing driver skill. Today's Rich Man's Gift Pack has been distributed. At this moment, Jiang He felt countless memories flooding into his mind, and then he felt himself driving a car on a racetrack at high speed, continuously undergoing various special racing driver training. Then, he suddenly fainted. There was just too much system knowledge pouring into his mind. The next morning, Jiang He was sprinting toward the championship of the F1 World Challenge, and he could already see the finish line. As long as he crossed the finish line, the championship would be his. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. Chapter 52. Using actions to reassure parents. After Jiang He's mother finished speaking, she looked around. Until she had put her luggage down and sat in the car, she didn't stop. At this moment, she finally asked, Son, what about that girl who called us yesterday to help buy plane tickets? You mean Ningshu? Jiang He continued driving without turning his head. She sprained her ankle yesterday afternoon and couldn't come. Hearing Jiang He's words, his mother just wanted to know more about the people around Jiang He, just like how she used to ask about who he played with while growing up. Jiang He, how much did you buy this car for? It's quite comfortable. Jiang He's father, Jiang Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, kept adjusting his position, discovering that no matter how he sat, it was very comfortable. Jiang He replied, This car? Over 9 million. Buy one get one free. Jiang Lu couldn't believe it and repeated, Over 9 million? Yeah, over 9 million. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the most expensive SUV in the world. 9 million for buy one get one free is already quite cheap. Jiang He said seriously, without glancing away. There was nothing to hide from his parents. He just spoke honestly. Chapter 53. Son, I can only help you up to here following Jiang He's directions, his father. Jiang Lu parked the car in front of the villa, placing it on the lawn. At this moment, he got out of the car and examined the villa closely. Jiang Lu, hands on his hips, looked on him. This is really nice. Although he felt it was still a waste of money, he was happier than anything that his son was doing well. Jiang He opened the door and invited his parents inside. However, his parents seemed a bit hesitant and were not very willing to step in. Come on, it's your home. What are you afraid of? No need to change shoes. I don't usually change shoes. Jiang He said directly. Yes, Uncle and Annie, no need to change shoes, just come in. Someone comes to clean every day, so you don't need to worry. At that moment, Ning Shu, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, walked out of the kitchen and said, Jiang He's mother, Luo Yujiao, was taken aback when she saw Ning Shu, then reacted and said, You must be Ning Shu. You're really stunning. Then she turned to Jiang He and whispered, What exactly is your relationship with her? I think she's great. Jiang He responded, It's the kind of relationship you know about. Chapter 54. Chickens pecking at each other after lunch. Jiang He took his parents around and also bought them several outfits at the mall. During dinner that night, his parents said they planned to go back the next day because they felt reassured seeing Jiang He living so well, and they didn't want to disturb the couple's relationship. So they decided to stay for one night and then leave. After all, they were unfamiliar with the area and weren't comfortable staying there. Jiang He couldn't convince them otherwise and had to agree. He bought them train tickets as per their wishes and had Ning Shu prepare a bunch of local specialties. But there weren't many specialties here, just a few packs of tea. However, the 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes and mitai had to be checked in, and they could pick them up after getting off the train since they weren't allowed on board. That night, his parents went to bed early and slept very comfortably. Ning Shu was in her room playing with the bracelet that Jiang He's mother, Luo Yujiao, had given her, feeling very sweet and liking it more the more she played with it. Jiang He, on the other hand, was waiting for the system to refresh, eagerly anticipating what it would bring the next day. Chapter 55. The trap begins. Please come in the news that Jiang He acquired 45 of Tang family real estate shares spread overnight throughout Wu City. As soon as the results of the Tang family real estate stock auction came out, she almost immediately received the news. Sister Yanxin, what do you think about this matter? Gaolan asked while handing over a report on Jiang He's identity and a summary of the auction process. What do I think? to sit back and watch. Ho Yunshin replied happily, then continued, "It's just chickens pecking at each other." Seeing Ho Yunshin's reaction, Gaolan was a bit confused and said, "Sister Yunshin, why do you look so happy?" "Of course I'm happy. Jiang, he has really done me a great favor. I was originally thinking of having someone raise the bid for the Tang family at the auction to make them bleed money. But I didn't expect Jiang he to directly step in and buy all those stocks for 20 billion. The Tang family's calculations have completely fallen through." Gaolan looked at Ho Yunshin with confusion, not quite understanding, but after thinking carefully, she immediately realized. The starting bid was originally 10 billion, which is lower than the loan amount the Tang family obtained from the mortgage, only about a quarter. There's no way. The stocks of Tang real estate were hit too hard by Ho Yunshin. Chapter 56. Accepting gifts is also an art. Jiang, he looked at the very sincere Tang Gaoming in front of him and almost believed his words. However, at this moment, Jiang he had other plans in mind. He decided to remain still and observe Tang Gaoming's reaction. Sure enough, when Tang Gaoming saw that Jiang he was unmoved, he wondered if his proposal was not attractive enough to Jiang he. He couldn't quite gauge what Jiang he intended to do, whether he was planning to take action directly. So he decided to continue probing, saying, "Mr. Jiang, you have obtained 45 of the shares in this auction. According to the cumulative voting system implemented by the company's board of directors, you will have 4 real board seats out of 10, without the need for voting. Among the remaining 6 directors, our Tang family will obtain 2, and due to company law requirements, there will also be 1 employee representative as a director. This leaves 3 director positions available, and these funds will collaborate to propose a director position for themselves. This leaves 2 seats, and Ho Yunshin has already nominated 1, while the institution has nominated 2 candidates. Our Tang family will also nominate 1. Chapter 57. A queen is a queen after Tang Gaoming left. Jiang he carefully studied the information provided by Ho Yunshin, but the more he looked, the more shocking it became. If the Tang family succeeded, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets will be transferred abroad, containing so much of the hard work of the people of the country. It's simply unimaginable. He initially thought the Tang family was just robbing him of his money, but now he realized they were plundering the wealth of all the citizens. This also included a large number of domestic bank loans and overseas bank mortgages, essentially selling domestic assets directly to foreign banks. Based on the scale of the Tang family's asset transfer, it would mean that every citizen would have to pay the Tang family 300 yuan. Jiang he was incredibly furious. However, during these 3 days, the system did not produce anything good. He only received a large gift package worth 30 million. It seems this matter can only rely on himself. What needs to be done now is to control the Tang family and suspend all personnel activities and transactions between the Tang real estate's bank accounts. Jiang he thought carefully and realized he currently did not have that capability. The only way to gain such power is to attract the attention of the big shots. Chapter 58. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiang he watched as Tang Gaoming was taken away, reassured the remaining people, and then left. At this moment, he thought they should go ahead and make a fuss. Jiang he thought this as he walked to the parking lot, ready to drive away. At this moment, Tang Bo was in the United States. It was already 10 o'clock at night local time. He saw that the shareholders' meeting of Tang Real Estate had already begun. And with Tang Gaoming stabilizing the situation, he could start carrying out his next plan. He was preparing to transfer a sum of money from domestic banks. Using some methods, he forged signs of being logged in from within the country, filled in the transfer amount, and was ready to transfer funds to his overseas account. At this moment, the entire screen suddenly dimmed, and a message box popped up. This account's trading is suspended. Tang Bo glanced at it, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He quickly took out his phone, browsed domestic news, and thought to himself that something bad was happening. He immediately took out his phone to contact Tang Gaoming and Tang Mingda. Jiang, he drove his Cullinan, humming a tune on his way home, feeling that today's matter had temporarily come to an end, all without any effort. Chapter 59. Angry at their failure. Pitying their misfortune, Jiang, he saw that the window of the car on the opposite side had been crushed and couldn't be opened. In a moment of desperation, he pressed all the buttons on the center console, but found them ineffective. Only the sunroof moved slightly. Jiang he decided to pry open the sunroof. Fortunately, it could still be pushed open and wasn't completely stuck. After pushing it open, he poked his head out of the sunroof and saw the dump truck was about to crash into him. He had to jump out quickly, leaping to the outside of the car, into the flowers. Bang! With a loud noise, he watched as his beloved car, which he bought for 10 million, was smashed beyond recognition. This was outright murder, and he absolutely could not tolerate it. After the collision, he saw that although the dump truck had some damage, it was not completely wrecked and was nearly intact. As for the driver, he was slumped over the steering wheel from the violent impact. Whether it was a feigned act, Jiang he couldn't determine. However, Jiang he remembered there should have been another car, but at this moment, that other car was nowhere to be seen. Jiang he saw the chaotic scene of the car accident around him, and taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly surveyed the surroundings, memorizing the layout of the cameras. Chapter 60. Going all out. As for where he was right now, I really don't know. Hung Yufei said dejectedly. It's okay. Just contact him directly and say you're very scared, asking him what to do next, then wait by the roadside to turn yourself in. Jiang he coldly arranged everything for Peng Yufei. Peng Yufei took out his phone and, after getting Jiang he's consent, dialed Tang Biao's number. Brother Biao, I'm so scared. What should I do? The person in the car I hit looks covered in blood. Is he dead? What should I do, Brother Biao? I think I killed someone. Ah Fei, what do you mean you killed someone? Tang Biao's panicked voice came from the phone. However, at this moment, Tang Biao was overjoyed inside. This was simply fantastic. But he couldn't show it, only responding with feigned panic. Ah Fei, you killed someone. What are we going to do? I told you to be careful. But it's not your fault. It's that car's fault. Here's the thing. You mustn't panic. First, call for an ambulance to save the person, and you mustn't run away. If you run, it will be trouble. If you don't run, you'll just have to pay for it. Right now, you need to think about your family. Chapter 61. You are very important to me. At the entrance of Moon Bay, Jiang he looked at the brilliantly decorated gate in front of him and walked directly inside. However, before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by security. We're not open during the day. You should hurry back. I'm here to find Brother Biao. I represent Brother Fei. Jiang he said the words he had already prepared. The security guard looked at Jiang he suspiciously and said, Okay, wait a moment, I'll ask. After a while, the security guard seemed to have received an accurate response and walked up to Jiang he, saying, Brother Biao is in room 8888. You can go straight there. Thank you, Brother Security. Jiang he calmly said and walked inside. As he walked, Jiang he memorized the emergency exits, routes, and layout. The security here is so strict during the day, and it's still open for business. It must be complicated inside. While Jiang he was thinking this, he suddenly arrived at the door of room 8888. However, before Jiang he could enter, he already heard seductive music coming from inside. At this moment, Jiang he was about to knock on the door when suddenly, the door opened and a disheveled woman rushed out, crying and shouting as she ran. Chapter 62. Capture the thief. First capture the king. Jiang he looked at the burly men surrounding him in a fan shape and cursed, Tang Biao. I didn't expect you to be not only a scumbag, but also a beast. Jiang he glanced at the women trembling in the corner and said, You all hurry and run. I don't want to hurt innocent people. And take that girl out too. Quickly send her to the hospital. Upon hearing Jiang he's words, the women suddenly reacted, thanking him repeatedly as they helped the girl lying on the ground and were about to leave. However, before they could move, one of the women was grabbed by Tang Biao by her hair and pulled back. He then pushed her onto the table and coldly said, How do you think you can leave? We haven't had enough fun yet. After saying this, Tang Biao directly picked up a beer bottle from the table, glaring fiercely as he said, Did you see that girl? Do you dare to leave? Once I'm done with this guy, you will have the same treatment. After hearing about the girl's experience, the women shivered all over and froze in place, not daring to move. They could only endure Tang Biao's wanton behavior, letting out continuous sounds of pain. Chapter 63. The value of a two-faced traitor. Do you know where the Tang family is now? Jiang he asked the man who was trembling like garlic. The man shook his head. Well then, I'm giving you a task. You go and extract information about Tang Bo and the others from this Tang Biao, and I'll let you go. After saying this, Jiang he sat on the sofa with a knife in hand, looking at the women who were still trembling beside him, and said, Aren't you all leaving? Hurry and take your companion to the hospital. After Jiang he's words, the women were in tears, continuously thanking him as they helped the girl lying on the ground and walked towards the exit. Jiang he then asked the only man still standing, What's your name? Just call me Ergo. Why aren't you making a move? Do you want me to teach you? Jiang he looked at the confused Ergo and said. Ergo realized that Jiang he was getting a bit impatient. Now was the time to be wise. At least Jiang he was not someone he could provoke. He took the ice bucket and poured it over the already unconscious Tang Biao's head. With the shock of the ice water, Tang Biao jolted awake. Although he had already woken up in a daze, upon hearing Jiang He's words and realizing he was trying to find out about the Tang family's whereabouts. He continued to play dead, ignoring everything. Chapter 64. The Calm Before the Storm. At this moment, seeing that Tang Biao had already cowered, Jiang He suddenly had an idea. Jiang He thought to himself, I will let this Tang Biao witness the downfall of the Tang family after I finish with him. Although Jiang He had already made up his mind to eradicate the root of the problem, he still needed to plan carefully first. Thinking of this, Jiang He decided to go back and strategize. He took Tang Biao's phone and called his own phone, so he could know Tang Biao's phone number. Then said to Tang Biao, I will let you go for now. You know where Tang Mingda's businesses are in Jinmu, right? Tang Biao quickly nodded and said, I've been there with Tang Mingda. The Tang family has a big building there. He definitely didn't want to die. Jiang He, with an undeniable command, said, very good. I'll go back to prepare, and then you will take me there, understood? I don't want to. Please let me go. The Tang family won't spare me there. Tang Biao seemed to hear some bad news. Do you have a choice? After saying this, Jiang He turned around and prepared to leave. After Jiang He left, Tang Biao slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chapter 65. Bleeding and Sweating. Jiang He looked at Ning Shu Jing quietly lying on his shoulder, just watching silently. Jiang He leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. At that moment, he saw a post on his social media. A soldier with a gun slung over his back. Jiang He remembered that this was his childhood playmate, Wang Yi. Brother Jiang, can I borrow some money? Jiang He felt a bit strange, but continued to ask. Sure. How much do you need? At that moment, Wang Yi directly called Jiang He, and Jiang He answered. Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry for asking to borrow money right away. It's fine. How much do you need? 500,000. Wang Yi started crying. My mother has a tumor. Jiang He listened quietly as Wang Yi recounted his story. It turned out that over the past few years, Wang Yi had joined the army and became a special forces soldier. Due to confidentiality reasons, he rarely contacted his family, let alone his old classmates like Jiang He. He had just retired last month, but when he returned home for a checkup, he found out that his mother had a tumor, and now he needed a huge amount of medical expenses, which far exceeded his retirement pay. Chapter 66. Someone is carrying the burden forward. Jiang He did not hear Ning Shu leaving, so he turned back to look and saw Ning Shu smiling foolishly, saying, What are you doing there with a silly smile? Hurry and clean the table. We can eat soon. Ning Shu replied with a happy face. After Ning Shu tidied up the table, Jiang He brought out a large pot. Come, try this red date black bone chicken porridge. You were bleeding and sweating earlier. You need to replenish your strength. I specifically went out to buy black bone chicken and made it according to a recipe I found online. Originally, I bought a whole chicken, but the first one failed, so there's only this 1/3 left. As he spoke, Jiang He served Ning Shu a bowl and placed it in front of her. He also served himself a bowl and then sat down. However, at this moment, Jiang He noticed tears streaming down Ning Shu's eyes and asked in confusion, Is it not good? I just tasted it, and I think it's all right. As Jiang He spoke, he picked up the spoon to taste a bit more and said, The flavor is okay, right? No, you idiot. Ning Shu replied with a smile. Jiang He quietly watched Ning Shu eat, and the two of them had a good understanding. Not breaking the atmosphere. Chapter 67. Recruiting a special security team. Jiang He took Wang Yi back and introduced him to Ning Shu. He decided to arrange for Wang Yi to stay in the adjacent Villa No. 2, so he could protect himself in case of any problems. If Jiang He needed to go out, Wang Yi could come over to drive him quickly. After this incident, Jiang He had become very attentive to his safety. Wang Yi, you can stay here from now on. Just consider yourself my personal bodyguard and assistant driver. Sure, Brother Jiang, but this villa is huge. Am I living here alone? Well, sort of. For now, you're the only one. However, I plan to form a security team, and they will all live in this villa. Do you have any recommendations? Of course. Brother Jiang, how about I bring my whole team over that definitely have top-notch combat capabilities? As he spoke, he became very interested in Wang Ye's team. If he could recruit the entire Special Forces team, it would mean he could build a powerful fighting force. All right, if you can bring them all over, I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000, and each of them will get 50,000, letting you be their leader, while the original captain continues as captain. How's that sound? Chapter 68. The Tang family sends someone for talks that night. Jiang He quietly waited for the system to refresh, hoping for some unusual system rewards today. Ding, daily rich gift package, refreshing. Ding, today's rich gift package, a bottle of cold-resistant mosquitoes. Note, To help the host store this bottle of cold-resistant mosquitoes, it has been temporarily auto-stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time if needed. Jiang He looked inside and saw a small blue bottle filled with dense black specks, which was simply a blessing for those with a phobia of clusters. Jiang He took a quick glance and quickly withdrew, then looked at the description of the cold-resistant mosquitoes. Cold-resistant mosquitoes. After decades of hard research by scientists, cold-resistant mosquitoes have been successfully cultivated. These mosquitoes can bite people even in 0-degree weather, successfully filling the gap of no mosquitoes in cold weather. Note, to avoid ecological damage caused by these mosquitoes, they are all sterilized. Also, due to a slight error during cultivation, these mosquitoes will release a neurotoxin after biting, causing hallucinations and other neurotoxic symptoms. The human body will return to normal after a few days of expelling the toxin. Chapter 69. We must oppose everything supported by the enemy. A burly man behind Tang Gaota stepped forward to pull out a chair for him, then took out a white cloth to wipe the chair before Tang Gaota sat down. Sorry for the wait. I thought you weren't coming, so we started eating. Jiang He said politely. It's fine. I just wanted Tang family real estate. After all, it used to be our Tang family's company. However, little brother, your speed is really impressive. You took over Tang family real estate so quickly and even planned to rename it. Tang Gaota said casually. What can I do? You Tang family are emptying the company. If I don't act quickly, my investment will go down the drain. As he spoke, a sense of tension developed between the two. Tang Gaota clapped his hands and said, very good, very good. You really are a person of character. How about we make a deal? You go first. Then I can decide. Jiang He glanced at Tang Gaota and continued. In that glance, Jiang He noticed that the several strong men behind Tang Gaota seemed to be glaring at Wang Yi, as if ready to explode at any moment. Tang Gaota shrugged and continued. Chapter 70. The Tang family beneath the ice mountain. All right, Brother Jiang, I've said everything I needed to say. Today's dish is really delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, Tang Gaota said as he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and continued. Don't worry. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. You just need to issue a company announcement to drop the investigation into Tang Gaoming's responsibility. As for the stock issue, you don't need to worry. Tang Gaota, always keep my word. I've already found a domestic brokerage for custody, and I can give you their contact information for you to verify. After speaking, Tang Gaota stood up and continued. Once your company issues the announcement, my uncle's people will leave. You have 72 hours to think about it. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Tang Gaota's attitude made Jiang He extremely angry. If it weren't for the uncertainty regarding his parents' situation, Jiang He would have wanted to explode and beat him up long ago. Jiang He watched as Tang Gaota opened the door to the side room, and then he saw a familiar figure walk by. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Yunxin girl. Chapter 71. Because you are a sister-controlled Jiang, he did not expect that Tang Gaota could see through him, which surprised him. His physical fitness was very strong, but he had never mentioned it to anyone. Hearing Tang Gaota's words, the bodyguards behind him looked at Jiang He in disbelief. Just him? He could take us on alone? Isn't that a joke? Of course. Wang Yi also looked at Jiang He in surprise. He knew Jiang He's physical fitness was much better than average, but compared to their specially trained abilities, it was still too far off. The main thing was that they practiced military combat techniques, which were lethal, whereas general martial arts taught were just for fitness. So he didn't believe Jiang He's strength could surpass theirs. As Jiang He walked, he said, You and Tang Gaoming are brothers, but you are very different from him. I didn't expect you to see through me. Are you not planning a fight with him? No. I believe my people can subdue you, Tang Gaota said, then signaled to the 4 strong men behind him. One went out to block Wang Yi, while the other 3 prepared to confront Jiang He. Chapter 72. The praying mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is behind. Very good. Hui Yunxin clapped in praise and said, Very good. You are indeed a smart person. It seems you guessed correctly. I will help you, but not because of the videos you have. Jiang He smiled and said, I know. These videos in your eyes are nothing. I am very clear that as long as you move a finger, find someone, and spend some money, these videos will quickly disappear from the internet. Hui Yunxin looked at Jiang He with admiration after listening to him and said, It seems you are quite clear about this. Naturally, I assume you secretly installed some surveillance in Hui Yun's villa, right? You were fully aware of what I did in Hui Yun's villa that day. Talking to a smart person is indeed comfortable. That's right. I was indeed watching that day. If you had moved a bit more, I would have called for help immediately. I just wanted to teach that girl a lesson, Otherwise, what would happen when she goes out without my meticulous care as her sister? After finishing her words, Hui Yunxin continued to Jiang He. That's right. I will help you with this matter. Why don't you guess why I want to help you? Chapter 73. Let the enemy pay a hefty price. To remember Jiang, he browsed through the materials sent by Hui Yunxin and gradually fell into deep thought. The Tang family's assets overseas were indeed extensive. They even had water supply companies and natural gas companies. However, these companies were located in developed areas, making it difficult to target the Tang family, and they would likely have little impact on them. Since the Tang family dared to threaten him with his parents, he needed to strike hard and make them pay a heavy price. This way, if someone else dared to treat him this way in the future, they would have to think twice. Jiang He gradually flipped to the last few pages, which contained information about a Tang family oil field, the one Hui Yunxin had just mentioned. This oil field was located in Africa and was situated in a war-torn area. Jiang He became interested in the information about this oil field and thought, why not seize this oil field? Upon this thought, he immediately decided that it was a good idea and he would act on it. At this point, Hui Yunxin had already left. In Jiang, he turned to Wang Yi and asked, Wang Yi, did you know any informants when you were a Special Forces soldier? Chapter 74. It's time to eliminate the Tang family. Then who is your enemy? It wouldn't be someone from the Tang family, would it? Jiang He asked curiously. The Tang family, what do they count for? If they have that kind of strength, it will be good enough for me to find trouble with them. Just hurry up and tell me if you are willing. Otherwise, I will find someone else. It's just that I am short on money right now, that I am giving you this opportunity. Jiang He's words were not just a polite remark. They were meant to show Wang Yi that he respected them. Okay, you hurry up and call me back. Jiang He hung up the phone and asked Wang Yi, are your teammates willing to take on a mission? There might be life-threatening risks, but I will give each of them $1 million in task fees, plus a $10 million personal insurance. This can't be a bad thing, right? No. Jiang He then explained in detail his plan to seize the Tang family oil field to Wang Yi. According to the information from M, this Tang family oil field was in Nigeria, but the Tang family mainly cooperated with local officials on this oil field. This led to a problem. The tribe where the oil field was located received no benefits from its exploitation. Chapter 75. You only have yourself to blame for offending me at midnight local time in the Karo tribe, which was approximately 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning in domestic time. Jiang He was still dreaming. All the people of the Karo tribe, regardless of age or gender, were armed and gathered, heading towards the Tang family's oil field. The faces of the Karo tribesmen were serious and resolute. They were determined to reclaim their property. Yanqi had already brought people to scout near the Tang family oil field, looking for suitable command positions to provide intelligence support and necessary fire support for the arriving Karo tribe. After their group secretly eliminated key sentries, a flashbang lit up the night sky, and the battle near the Tang family oil field was finally ignited. Yanqi, at this moment, was in a corner on the front line, using binoculars to observe the developing situation while issuing commands to the Karo tribesmen. Fortunately, the orders were simple advance and retreat commands. Complex orders were not something this group could understand. Continue to jam the enemy's radio signals. Team B has already planted the Claymore mines, and Team A is preparing to retreat to draw the enemy out. Chapter 76. Let's see who is more crazy. Tang Bo was now completely restless. He just wanted to find the Karo tribe's chief Rima immediately. The local officials expressed their disinterest in dealing with the matter because Chief Rima assured them that they could receive 10% of the profit shares. Compared to what the Tang family could only receive in taxes, this condition was simply night and day. They were even secretly promoting the success of this matter. However, for the Tang family, it felt like their lifeline had been cut off. After all, the Tang family's industries relied on the oil field's output for sustenance. Soon, Chief Rima received a phone call from Tang Mingda. He coldly expressed his regret to Tang Mingda, saying, "Don't think I don't know what your Tang family did during the bidding for the oil field. You despicable people use connections and bribe key figures, leaving our tribe with not a single cent, forcing my people to live in poverty. This oil field belongs to our Karo tribe. We will not compromise. Let me tell you, we also have big figures backing us this time. You can only blame yourself for offending our big man." Chapter 77. The feeling of making money is unmatched. Tang Mingda ended his call with Jiang He. He realized he had lost. The Tang family had lost. This time, not only he but the entire Tang family was scared into submission, fully convinced. They had not anticipated such trouble and were somewhat regretful. Had they known, They would rather provoke the heavens than mess with a madman like Jiang He. Indeed, they now considered Jiang He a lunatic, and they decided to beg for mercy, hoping that if they could be spared, they would be given some compensation. At this moment, on the other side of the earth in the Karo tribe, they were holding a grand celebration, rejoicing over reclaiming the oil field. Even with the officials' push, they signed a new agreement, but regarding compensation for the Tang family. They only symbolically offered a little since the previous agreement with the officials included a clause for force majeure. If faced with irresistible factors, such as typhoons, earthquakes, floods, fires, wars, etc., this contract would automatically terminate. In short, the Karo tribe has regained control of the oil field, and the Tang family naturally wants to send their armed forces to take it back. However, they are in a difficult position if they deploy their armed forces. Wouldn't that make them terrorists? This would lead to international sanctions against their other businesses. After weighing the pros and cons, the Tang family had no choice but to abandon this idea. Chapter 78. Miss. Please have some self-respect, Jiang. He was a bit puzzled when he received a call from Tang Gouda. What does this mean? Is he actually going to celebrate for me? In a hotel? Jiang he couldn't understand, but that didn't prevent him from keeping the appointment. Besides firearms, Jiang He's physical fitness was now such that he wouldn't fear anyone. At 7:50, Jiang He arrived punctually at the Venice Hotel, inquired at the front desk, and took the private elevator to the entrance of the Imperial Suite. This suite was on the top floor, occupying an entire floor, with a private elevator leading directly to the door. As Jiang He stepped out of the elevator, he saw Tang Gouda sitting at a rectangular dining table in the hall. The white rectangular table was already set with a variety of delicacies, and Tang Gouda was busy polishing the cutlery, as if he was ready to start eating. It was just like their first meeting, only their roles had reversed. And this time the bodyguard around Tang Gouda were nowhere to be seen. Hey, John boy, come sit. I thought you would be late. I was almost about to start eating. Jiang he was used to Tang Gouda's way of speaking, always mixing in a few English words to show his uniqueness. Chapter 79. The emergence of new things and the extinction of old ones today. I can feel the sincerity of the Tang family. Rest assured, I won't take action against you any further. Ahem. Before that, you can continue living your single noble life. Tang Shi and Tang Shirhan stood frozen in place, doubting their own appearances for the first time, with the corners of their mouths twitching as if they had been greatly insulted. We've gone this far. Are you really not going to taste it? They almost wanted to reverse the situation with Jiang He, but they felt relieved inside. Initially, they thought Jiang He would torment the two of them, but he simply let them leave, and they were thankful to have escaped disaster. Tang Shirhan even thought to herself, I didn't expect Jiang He to be not as bad as my family said, but she still said proudly, as you wish, we have no objections. From now on, the grievances between our two families are settled, but don't regret it. I want regret it. After saying that, Jiang He left directly. Watching Jiang He turn and leave, the two beauties felt a bit unwilling. Is he just leaving like that? Chapter 80. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. Jiang He looked at the big gift pack refreshed by the system today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super American Cockroach Extract. Ding! It has been automatically stored in the system space. Jiang He looked at the system space and found that it was just a bottle containing white powder. He estimated that the powder inside was the so-called American Cockroach Extract. At the same time, he noticed a line of small text under this item. Note: this item is Super American Cockroach Extract, which has a more powerful effect than ordinary American Cockroach Extract, recovery new liquid, and works faster. When using it, just mix it with clean water and apply. Or apply it directly to the wound to gain super recovery ability, just like the American Cockroach. Jiang He was confused. What is this American Cockroach? Does it really have such strong recovery abilities? It feels like a scam. Jiang He took out his phone to search and looked at the encyclopedia's introduction and instantly thought, well, it does indeed have such strong recovery abilities. This can be considered one of a kind. To test it out, Jiang He saw a wound on himself that had already scabbed over, but he could still give it a try. Chapter 81. Life is one's own. After listening to Wang Tiansong, Jiang He looked at him in disbelief. Jiang He, who was sitting very formally, suddenly stood up. Since the other party treated him like a fool, he felt no need to be polite and turned to leave. Jiang brother, don't go. If you don't agree, I can add another billion. Jiang He stopped, and Wang Tiansong thought Jiang He was agreeing, feeling happy inside. But Jiang He turned back with a gloomy face and said, I have no grievances with you. Why do you treat me like a fool? Wang Tiansong was stunned. He didn't understand what Jiang he meant. Jiang, brother. What do you mean? What do I mean? Get the hell out. Wang Tiansong was also getting anxious, his face darkening. I was speaking nicely to you. Why are you cursing at me? He was extremely displeased. Jiang he looked at him with a gaze of disbelief and said, Are you brain dead? You think 2 billion is enough to brush me off? Do you think I'm an idiot? I know the value of an oil field. Treating me like a fool. I can't even curse you? Chapter 82. No gift without a return. After Jiang he left for a long time, the 2 bodyguards, De Long and Erlong, who had been defeated by Jiang he, helped each other to stand up. Wang Tiansong directly vented his anger on these 2, scolding them as he walked out. He would definitely not let this matter rest. He had to show Jiang he his power and make him come to seek cooperation himself. When Jiang he returned to the villa, Wang Yi had also come back. Brother Jiang, how do you think I did on this mission? Quite good. For this mission, I'll give you a reward of 100,000. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Wang Yi was very happy, not expecting a reward for what was originally his duty. After being happy, he continued, Brother Jiang, if it weren't for the method you taught me, I really wouldn't have been able to handle those mercenaries alone. Just then, Jiang He's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Ning Shu. Jiang He answered without hesitation. Inside, Ning Shu's anxious voice came through, Sir. Someone is here to check our company, saying that our building doesn't meet fire safety regulations and wants to temporarily stop operations, remodel. And only after passing the inspection can we resume operations. Chapter 83. Biochemical crisis. Moment. Night fell, and Wang Tiansong's bodyguard returned with a young model, Chinsi, as per his instructions. After sending Chinsi inside, the 2 of them went back to the door to stand guard, fulfilling the responsibilities expected of a bodyguard. With the cool breeze blowing and delicious food to enjoy, accompanied by a beautiful woman who was very skilled in serving, Wang Tiansong felt quite happy. This happiness quickly alleviated the conflict and displeasure he had experienced with Jiang he earlier that day. He just wanted to quietly enjoy this moment. He had come to Wuching partly to escape the constraints of his family and live a free life. However, just as he was at his happiest, the sweat on his body attracted mosquitoes. At this time, with the air conditioning running at full blast, the indoor temperature was only 20 degrees Celsius, a temperature at which mosquitoes would usually be dormant. Yet, the cold-resistant mosquitoes were still buzzing about. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cold-resistant mosquitoes flew out from the corner. And in the large room, the 2 people were like large signal transmitters, quickly attracting the mosquitoes with their sensitive sense of smell. Chapter 84. Singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Wang Tiansong felt like a long time had passed when he looked up to see several little boys standing in front of him, their appearances somewhat terrifying. One of the boys squatted down and said to Wang Tiansong, Big brother, will you play basketball and sing and dance with us? Wang Tiansong noticed that the boy had somehow produced a basketball from thin air. Remembering the earlier scene in the room, he felt it was not quite normal and wanted to refuse. At that moment, the boy opened his mouth wide, his mouth resembling a basketball in size. Wang Tiansong could see the teeth and blood vessels inside, and it was as terrifying as it sounded. Then, the boy closed his mouth and said fiercely, If you don't play with us, we'll eat you. Okay. I'll play with you. After several rounds of fright, Wang Tiansong was already feeling a bit dazed. He took the basketball from the boy's hands and started dribbling. Big brother, you're really amazing, but you have to keep singing too. Not just singing, you have to dance. Wang Tiansong began to sing intermittently to himself. Chapter 85. Min Wang Tiansong was eventually sent to the hospital. After all the doctor's examinations, they could not find a specific reason for his condition. By the time he was sent to the hospital, Wang Tiansong had started to regain some consciousness. And because the surveillance cameras did not capture any abnormal situations, the matter ultimately ended without resolution. Wang Tiansong was taken back by Wang Renjian, and the chaotic events caused by him in Jiang He's vicinity came to an end, with everything returning to normal. In the past few days, Yan Shi and the others had successfully completed their mission in Africa, and the entire oil field was integrated into Zhang's assets. The Tang family real estate was officially renamed Zhang's Assets. Jiang He decided to hold a grand celebration for Yan Shi and the others upon their return. So he instructed Ning Shu to prepare the venue in advance at Zhang's building. While Ning Shu arranged for the staff to set up the event, Jiang He personally went to the airport to welcome the special forces. However, they did not wait at the airport's arrival area, but went directly to the end of the runway at the shipping outlet. because this entire plane was not only carrying these special forces, but also many gifts from the Carlo tribe. Chapter 86. Magnificent. Marvelous with Jiang He's attitude of spending lavishly. Wang Yi, Yin Shi, and others held bundles of cash in their hands and were naturally very grateful, immediately expressing their absolute loyalty. Thank you, boss. We will definitely protect your safety with our lives. Thank you for your trust, boss. In the future, if you ask us to go through fire and water, we will not hesitate. These special forces were originally impressive and had their own background music. And with the bundles of cash worth tens of thousands in hand, they looked even more imposing. The young women in the management team, watching Yin Shi and the others, felt a little moved. They had already had thoughts when they first saw Jiang, who was handsome and wealthy, but after seeing Ning Shu, they dared not hope for more. However, now they settled for second best. This security team was filled with the boss's trusted subordinates. Although they didn't have as much money as Jiang He, they were still wealthy, which was already very satisfying for them. So, during the banquet, some of the management's women took the initiative to approach Yin Shi and the others to ask for contact information. At this moment, Jiang He received a call from Wu Jijia. Chapter 87. A show with two women under the guidance of the staff. Wu Jijia and Jiang He quickly arrived at a hall. The entire hall had only a long white table for food, and there were no other tables. As for chairs, there were only those in front of the bar. It was clear that this was a Western-style banquet, albeit with many Chinese elements mixed in. The entire hall featured a buffet with food and drinks available for anyone to take. If other food was needed, like ramen, attendees could directly inform the staff, who would help arrange it. However, very few people were there just to eat. Most were there to network. Wu Jijia took 2 glasses of wine from a staff tray and handed one to Jiang He. Brother Jiang, this banquet officially starts at 8 o'clock before it begins. You can wander around freely, Wu Jijia said with a smile. Jiang He responded with a smile. Yes, I know. Jiang He actually came with a mindset of gaining experience. Meeting new people was secondary. However, many attendees were also there to expand their social circles, so even if Jiang He was not very proactive, many people still approach him to chat and exchange contact information. Chapter 88. Why should I explain my actions? I can't believe I forgot about our host, Lu Kai said with a smile as he apologized to Hui Yinxin. Yinxin, you won't blame me, will you? How could I? Just your presence today is already a great honor for me, Hui Yinxin politely replied. Lu Kai nodded and did not continue the conversation. The banquet was about to officially start, and Hui Yinxin picked up a fork and tapped her glass, ding ding ding, signaling everyone to quiet down. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here today. It is truly an honor for me, Yinxin. The main reason for gathering everyone today is simply to reconnect, as it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I miss you all. Additionally, I hope to provide an opportunity for everyone to get to know each other and explore potential collaborations. Lastly, I want to share the achievements of our Hua family asset management over the past year. Having said that, I would also like to introduce a special guest we have today, Mr. Liu. Let's welcome Mr. Liu to share a few words with us. Applause. The applause erupted immediately. Although Mr. Liu was not originally invited by me, since he is here, we must give him the respect he deserves. Chapter 89. Bitten Jiang He looked at Hui Yunji's fierce expression and knew he couldn't go along with her anymore. What is the matter? Do you want to eat? As he spoke, he pulled his plate closer to himself. He was being extra cautious around Hui Yunji, as in his eyes, she had a history. I'm telling you, don't mess around here. It's not like we're the only two in this villa. If you act up, I will call for help. You, why are you so despicable? Hui Yunji had cursed Jiang He in her heart countless times, and this despicable person was the only one who made her feel embarrassed, and she always felt particularly annoyed when encountering him. However, Jiang He was not angry. Instead, he mocked her, saying, "Who are you calling despicable? I think you're talking about yourself. Just look at this table full of snacks. Why do you specifically want the one in my hand? Aren't you being despicable?" After saying this, Jiang He used his other hand to take a snack from the plate and put it directly in his mouth. Hui Yunji looked at Jiang He's hand, then at his plate, realizing that the snacks were diminishing quickly, leaving only 2 pieces. Chapter 90. Did these two just argue? After being bitten by Hui Yunji, Jiang He instinctively let go of his fingers due to the pain, and naturally, the snack in his hand fell into Hui Yunji's mouth. Feeling the snack fall in her mouth, Hui Yunji immediately released her hold, and Jiang He quickly pulled back his hand. He was now looking at Hui Yunji, feeling a surge of anger. This woman was truly infuriating. He examined his fingers, which bore 2 clear bite marks from her. Hui Yunji, on the other hand, was very happy to taste the delicious snack, her face filled with joy. Seeing Hui Yunji's blissful expression and then looking at the bite marks on his fingers, Jiang he was ready to explode and teach this crazy woman a lesson. Yunji, my dear. At this moment, Hui Yunji heard someone calling her and ignored Jiang He, turning around to see Guo Bao Ou and his group. Shen Song then asked, Yunji, who is this person standing next to you? Why don't you introduce us? Hui Yunji, not paying too much attention, continued savoring her food. But those people showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, they patiently waited for her to finish. Chapter 91. Hi and homebody, welcome to Wuching. Shen Song came over and added, however, it seems we haven't really heard of Brother Jiang's name before. May I ask what industry Brother Jiang is in? Jiang he casually replied, me? I'm a homebody. Garrison? What kind of company is that? We've never heard of it. Is it a foreign enterprise? Guo Bao Ou asked in confusion. While Shen Song couldn't help but ask, Brother Jiang, what does Garrison do? Jiang he looked at the two, puzzled. What else could a homebody do? ISNT is just those things? Why are they pretending to be confused? A homebody just does that. What else can they do? Usually playing games, collecting rent on specific days each month, and at the end of the month, settling the financials of various companies, making arrangements and plans at home, and then letting the management of those companies execute them. Jiang he spoke honestly, as this was pretty much his life. So high-end? Shen Song and his group were surprised to look at Jiang He. They initially thought that Garrison sounded quite sophisticated, but it turned out to be this high-end. Chapter 92. A battlefield. Shen Anling, upon hearing Jiang He's words, was not angry but continued, you might not have heard of CMT Capital, but I have long heard of your great name, your Tang family real estate. Oh no, it has been renamed Zhang's Assets, is now quite famous, especially that oil field overseas, which makes us all envious. Jiang he smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm just managing it on behalf of others. That oil field still belongs to the Carlo tribe. Overseas oil field? Jiang he managing? At that moment, everyone collectively froze, unable to comprehend. Didn't he just say he was a homebody? How did he suddenly have an oil field? Moreover, Shen Anling was on the same level as Hui Yunji, yet she was being so polite to Jiang He. Shen Anling continued, actually, we both know the truth. What you call managing on behalf of others is really you calling the shots. Mr. Jiang, I believe we can collaborate, especially since you are generating millions in overseas cash profits each month. I think you definitely need the help of international capital like us at CMT to manage your funds. What do you think? We at CMT can offer you the best deals and conveniences. You should consider it. Chapter 93. The wheels of history roll forward, I'm sure. Hui Yunji answered without hesitation. Jiang He shrugged and said, all right then, I have nothing to lose. After saying that, he turned to Shen Anling and said, I'm sorry, Miss Shen, but I owe someone a favor, so I can only agree. It's okay, I understand. However, if there's a chance in the future, I hope our companies can collaborate. Shen Anling was a smart woman. She knew this was a society of favors and didn't need to take it too seriously. So she rephrased her words, saying that if he didn't agree to her request, it was fine. They could collaborate as companies. Perfectly avoiding Hui Yunji's words and not worrying about Jiang, he being labeled as someone who burns bridges. Of course, Hui Yunji also picked up on the hidden meaning in Shen Anling's words, but she didn't care. She had no high hopes for Jiang He's favor. Meanwhile, in another corner of the banquet hall, Luo Neng looked at Lu Kai and said, Fourth Master, it's obvious that Shen Anling is using you as a pawn, yet you still give her face. Luo Neng had been following Lu Kai for over a decade, so he dared to speak like this in front of him. Chapter 94. This is absolutely impossible after listening to Guo Bao Yu's words. Shen Song suddenly realized that if it weren't for the many people present at that moment, he would have slapped his thigh in excitement. Indeed, the whole family values social status above all else. Not just the whole family, but all families manage their children's partners this way. It's fine to have casual relationships outside, but the marriage partner must be of equal status. Hope instantly appeared in Shen Song's eyes, and a glimmer shone in them. He continued to ask, so what does Guo mean? Guo Bao Yu replied, we may not have as much money as him, but it's not just about wealth. Therefore, we need to avoid competing with him in financial strength. We must steer clear of his strengths. So what can we compare with Jiang He if not wealth? It's simple. Besides wealth, there's social status and family influence. Guo Bao Yu said confidently. However, if Jiang He heard their grandiose talk, he would probably spit out a mouthful of soda. These people were really overthinking. It was impossible for him and Hui Yunji to be together. Absolutely impossible. Even if the mountains were to crumble and the heavens to merge, it wouldn't happen. That sorceress was simply his nightmare. And he couldn't understand why Guo Baoyu and Chun Song thought he had a good relationship with Hui Yunji. Chapter 95. The more you can't have, the more tempting it becomes. Guo Baoyu watched as Lu Neng approached Jiang He, feeling like a mute eating bitter gourd, suffering without a way to express it. Jiang He looked at Lu Neng and said, "It's okay by seniority. I should indeed call you fourth master." Lu Neng seemed pleased with Jiang He's words and nodded happily. Moreover, with Lu Neng's sudden involvement, the previously arguing Hui Yunji and Shun Anling immediately fell silent. At the same time, Lu Neng directly ignored both of them and said to Jiang He, "Mr. Jiang, would you like to step aside for a drink?" Hearing this, Luo Kai, who followed Lu Neng, looked at Lu Neng and Jiang He in shock. How could fourth master Lu invite Jiang He for a drink right off the bat? Usually, even local officials inviting fourth master Lu for a drink would be directly refused. Yet today, he took the initiative to invite Jiang He. Although Jiang He was indeed impressive, was it to this extent? Jiang He didn't think much of it and replied, "I think I'll pass on the drink. Is there any tea nearby? I'm feeling a bit thirsty." Luo Kai was even more astonished at Jiang He's response. Everyone usually hoped to share a drink with fourth master Lu, yet Jiang He actually turned it down. Chapter 96. This is a sunlit scheme after hearing Shun Anling's words. Hui Yunji's eyes involuntarily twitched a few times, and her hands clenched into fists. She began to hesitate, wondering if using the favor she owed Jiang He was a wise decision. For the first time in her life, she felt insecure about herself. She regretted that Jiang He had shown up at this banquet when she had not invited him. Yet this woman in front of her had plotted against her, and it was an obvious scheme deliberately provoking her. Unless she disregarded the whole family, but that would fall into Shun Anling's trap. If she did nothing, she could only watch Shun Anling succeed. After Shun Anling finished speaking, she ignored Hui Yunji and stood up, not lingering, swaying her hips as she walked towards the door in her high heels, each step echoing like a wooden stick, striking Hui Yunji's heart with each step, making her inexplicably irritable. She didn't understand why she was losing her composure at that moment. Initially, she had thought up countless countermeasures, but then she rejected them one by one. Shun Anling was not an ordinary woman, since she had taken the initiative to declare war. She must have already devised a foolproof plan. Now, these ordinary methods couldn't possibly have any impact on Shun Anling. Chapter 97. Fourth Master Lu's Shock. Shun Anling's tactics. Chun Song and Guo Baoyu heard Jiang He's words and realized he wasn't making things difficult for them, and a weight finally lifted from their hearts. They quickly introduced Jiang He, explaining that the villa provided designated drivers and cars to take guests home after drinking. After Jiang, he made a call to Wu Jijia. He took the designated car found by Guo Baoyu and Chun Song back home. After wandering outside all day, he was finally back home. There's south no place like home. As soon as he arrived, Ning Shu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang He, she excitedly said, "Sir, I prepared a hot bath for you. You can relax in it." Jiang He nodded. He had been busy all day, and although it strengthened his body, it also needed relaxation. After handing over his belongings to Ning Shu, he quietly entered the bathroom to soak in the tub. Shortly after, Ning Shu entered the bathroom as well. She looked at Jiang He and smiled, saying, "Sir, you look quite tired today. Let me give you a massage." Jiang He was surprised and replied. Chapter 98. Come a little closer. Shun Anling appeared before Jiang He without any reservations. She looked at him and said, "Mr. Jiang, you are really hard to find. You didn't leave me any contact information last night." Jiang He frowned slightly. He had no connection with Shun Anling, having only met her once last night. And now she suddenly appeared in his home, which felt a bit off-putting. She then awkwardly and uncertainly asked, "Oh dear, I must be too forward, interrupting your couple's activities today." Jiang He watched as this woman walked towards him, looking like a moving scenery. Her figure was simply stunning. She had curves in all the right places and was slim where it counted, a perfect silhouette. He couldn't help but wonder how she maintained such a figure. Coupled with her stunning beauty, Jiang He was completely captivated. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and said, "Indeed, you have disturbed us." While saying this, Jiang He pulled Ning Shu into his arms from the sofa. "Then I apologize in advance. and offer my apologies to both of you here. Chapter 99. It's just a matter of lowering standards. Come on, who is afraid? After hearing Shun Anling's words, Jiang he could only lean closer to her. Initially, his hand had merely brushed against her waist, but now it was almost resting on her lower abdomen. There are many places on the body that have almost made intimate contact, breaking the so-called intimate distance. If passersby were to see this, they would undoubtedly think that these two people are in a passionate relationship. However, Shun Anling glanced at the selfie on her phone and was still somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "Come a little closer." Jiang he was stunned. Getting any closer meant he hesitated for a moment. But then he roared internally, "Damn it, I'm a big man. Am I afraid of being taken advantage of by a woman?" Then, the hand that was blocking Shun Anling suddenly exerted force, and she was instantly pressed tightly against Jiang he, her face nearly completely pressed against his front. Following that, Jiang he used his other hand to sweep around Shun Anling's long thigh and effortlessly lifted her, placing her on his lap. He then asked, "How about now? Is this close enough?" Chapter 100. Who is more arrogant? Wu Jija steadied himself, looking at the man who had been knocked to the ground, and coldly said, "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's our Lu fourth young master. No wonder he's so arrogant, crashing into others and then cursing them. Such high quality. I see your mother raised you well." Jiang he felt a bit embarrassed listening from the side. They weren't much better themselves. But this was normal. Both were young masters who didn't want to lose face. However, Lu fourth young master was indeed a bit too arrogant, clearly bursting out of the door himself and crashing into someone without apologizing, but instead starting to curse. Upon hearing the voice, Lu fourth quickly got up from the ground and shouted at Wu Jijia. "Wu Jijia, who the hell are you talking about? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart?" Wu Jijia was not intimidated and directly walked up, snorting coldly, "Come on, if you have the guts, then come. Who's afraid of who? With that body of yours, I don't even know who would win." At that moment, people inside the compartment heard the commotion outside and hurriedly came out. Seeing that Wu Jijia and Lu fourth young master were in conflict, they quickly separated the two. Chapter 101. You offend me. I'll find your father. Although Wu Jijia had his doubts, since Jiang he said so, he still let Luda go. Jiang he smiled at Luda, knowing that he wanted to find Lu Ren for support, but that wouldn't hold up, and Lu Ren would definitely not back him up. Luda got up from the ground, snorting, "Just wait. You will regret this." After saying that, Luda quickly took out his phone and called Lu Ren, while Jiang he and Wu Jijia returned to the table to continue eating seafood, not wanting to pay any attention to Luda. They only heard Luda on the phone say, "Hey brother, it's me Luda. I got beaten up, come quick." "What? You got beaten up? Tell me who did it." "It was Wu Jijia and a kid. I don't know who came with him." "Okay, where are you now?" "On the 4th floor. In the Lotus Room." "Okay, I got it. Just wait for me there. I'm coming right now." "Okay, brother." Luda listened to the voice on speakerphone, feeling quite satisfied. After hanging up, he arrogantly looked at the two and said, "You better eat your fill for this last meal when my brother comes. You won't know how many days you won't be able to eat." Chapter 102. Remember to call Uncle Lu Ning. Hearing Jiang He's words, quickly said, Okay, that's good. "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. I will definitely make these two little rascals apologize properly to you." Jiang he directly threw the phone on the table and looked at Lu Ren, saying, "Here, your dad wants to talk to you." As soon as Lu Ren heard it was his father Lu Ning's call, he instantly became trembling and fearful. He didn't expect it to really be his father. Not daring to delay, he quickly picked up the phone and put it to his ear, saying, "Dad, it's me." Lu Ning, upon hearing Lu Ren's voice, immediately started scolding without waiting for him to say much. "I don't even want to talk about your brother. Have you been kicked by a donkey today? Why are you still protecting him every day? Ask that little rascal Lu Ren if he wants to die. It's one thing to mess around and cause trouble everywhere, but today he dares to provoke Mr. Jiang. Is he going to come and shit on my head tomorrow?" Lu Ning scolded for a full 5 minutes before feeling a bit calmer. Lu Ren stood there, not daring to breathe, as it was the first time he had seen his father so angry. Chapter 103. Proud and stubborn, after walking a bit away from the room, Lu Ren suddenly turned around and punched Luda, using all his strength and directly knocking Luda back. Blood spilled from Luda's mouth. Then Lu Ren walked over, pointing at Luda with a murderous glare, and said fiercely, "Have you lost your mind today? Do you know who that person is? You blind fool. From now on, if you get into trouble outside, don't come looking for me. I don't want to be dragged down with you. As for our father, you better pray for yourself." After saying that, Lu Ren left without looking back. In the private room, Wu Jijia looked at Jiang He with curiosity and asked, "Brother Jiang, You're too amazing. Even Lu Neng has to lower his head to you. Come on, tell me what kind of identity you have that I don't know. Jiang He laughed and said, come, eat, eat. You'll slowly find out in the future. After the two brothers of the Lu family left, the two of them finally started to eat. The seafood here was quite good. When they had eaten enough, Jiang He's phone rang. Chapter 104. Indeed, a crazy woman. One of the women even leaned over to Jiang He's shoulder, directly bringing the wine glass to his lips. Sitting across from him, Hui Yunxin smiled and watched. Jiang He knew that these people were brought by Hui Yunxin, but he couldn't understand what she was trying to do. Handsome. It's too noisy here, and the environment isn't good. Why don't we go to the private room upstairs? It's quieter there. The group of women, seeing that Jiang He remained indifferent, actually started to unbutton his shirt, saying, handsome, we're here for fun, right? Come on, don't be shy. Jiang He couldn't hold back any longer, directly raising the cup in his hand and splashing it at the woman who was unbuttoning him, shouting, get lost. The group of women saw Jiang He was angry and cursed as they walked away, but Jiang He was quite interested in watching Hui Yunxin, wanting to know why she was putting on this act. However, Hui Yunxin just looked at him and slowly said, say it. What conditions did Shun Anling offer you to make you agree to play this role? Upon hearing this, Jiang He merely shrugged, not wanting to answer at all. Since he had been discovered, what could he say? Naturally, he would neither deny nor confirm it. Chapter 105. It's all unconventional, however. The catastrophic scenario that Hui Yunxin imagined did not happen. Instead, she watched as the car smoothly navigated the 90-degree turn. Although the car was going fast, there were no signs of losing control. But then came another sharp turn. This time, Hui Yunxin chose not to close her eyes, but watched as Jiang He skillfully maneuvered the car. It looked dangerous, but was actually quite safe. This feeling of putting herself in danger, yet being able to turn peril into safety, thrilled her. So this is the reason for sports cars. Jiang He gradually slowed down and asked for her address, directly taking her home. After more than 10 minutes, at a villa in the suburbs, Jiang He slowly stopped the car and turned on the lights, only to find that Hui Yunxin's face had turned pale to the extreme. Unable to hold it in anymore, Hui Yunxin leaned out of the car and began to vomit uncontrollably. Jiang He felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected the stimulation to have such a big effect on Hui Yunxin, causing her to lose her composure like this. Jiang He quietly watched, knowing that this was the best for Hui Yunxin. After a while, once she felt better, Yunxin managed to force a smile and said to Jiang He, Chapter 106. A feigned road while secretly crossing. Wait for me outside. I'll go in for a moment. Remember, if anyone comes, don't let them in. Jiang He instructed Wang Yi before stepping into Hui Yunxin's office alone. As soon as he pushed the door open, he felt a beast-like aura pressuring him. Hui Yunxin was sitting in a custom boss's chair, sitting upright, her cold eyes scanning Jiang He. If looks could kill, Jiang He would probably be bleeding rivers by now. However, Jiang He walked straight toward Hui Yunxin as if nothing was wrong. What are you doing here? Hui Yunxin asked. Nothing. I just came to see if you have any after effect from last night. Jiang He replied as he sat down opposite Hui Yunxin, crossing his legs. Jiang He looked like he was watching a balloon about to explode. Hui Yunxin was so furious that she trembled all over. Jiang He had indeed come to provoke her on purpose today. He was acting nonchalantly and didn't care about her feelings at all, coupled with what happened last night. For some reason, an unnamed anger surged in her heart. She stood up abruptly, walked to Jiang He's side, and pushed his chair hard, wanting to shove it away. Normally, with wheels underneath, it should have been easy to push, but for some reason, despite using all her strength, the chair didn't budge an inch. Chapter 107. Brother-in-law. I want Tu Yun, upon hearing Shun Yaoling's words, felt as if he had just eaten 10 pounds of rice, his entire face turning the color of pig liver. Everything he had prepared felt like it was slapping him in the face. The better he had prepared, the harder the slap. However, with so many prominent figures from Wuching present, he couldn't lose his temper. He could only coldly say, Can you introduce him to me? Some of Yi Yun's sycophants echoed. Yeah, you're not dreaming, are you? Who could have better conditions than our young master Yi? Why don't you check it out? So, little sister, where is this person you mentioned? You. Shun Yaoling's face flushed with anger at their comments. Just as she was about to explode, Shun Anling pulled her arm. Shun Anling calmly said to Shun Yaoling, Let us go. Hui Yunxin hasn't come yet, so it doesn't make sense for us to stay here. After saying that, Shun Anling took Shun Yaoling out. Her original intention was to compete for a man against Hui Yunxin in front of so many people. And this place couldn't be deliberately arranged, which is why she chose to come here. Chapter 108. In the midst of a battlefield. She's still just a child. Hui Yunxin appeared at the venue. As she walked forward, she saw Jiang. He's sitting by the piano in a tank top. A strange expression on his face. She originally didn't want to come, but for some reason, she ended up here. However, when she saw the suits and shirts on Shun Amling and Shun Miaoling, her eyes instantly turned murderous. Jiang He immediately felt a wave of hostility building up. When he turned to look back, who else could it be but Hui Yunxin? Their eyes met, and Jiang He smiled and nodded. Although Jiang He appeared calm, many people in the hall had strange expressions. They all noticed the change in Hui Yunxin's aura, that hostility emanating from her after seeing the Shin sisters. Then, connecting it with the glance exchanged between her and Jiang He, a flood of gossip surged in their hearts. Gasp! They couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The two great witches of Wuqing actually liked the same man, and were competing for his affection. Their gazes toward Jiang He instantly became strange, filled with admiration, surprise, and jealousy. Jiang He took a slight breath, opened the piano cover, and first checked the tuning. Chapter 109. Three women feeding listening to Jiang He's words. Shin Miaoling was almost about to explode, her brain completely crashing. After a long time, her blank mind barely regained a shred of thinking ability. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Is that okay? What's wrong with that?" "It's decided. I'll have someone book a restaurant right now." Jiang He said as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon hearing Jiang He making the call, both Hui Yunxin and Shun Amling halted their steps, their expressions changing in a bizarre manner. They both thought simultaneously, is this really happening? After Jiang He arranged everything, he directly picked up the feverish Shun Miaoling and a Princess Carrie and, under the watchful eyes of Hui Yunxin and Shun Amling, walked to the Silby, opened the car door, and placed Shun Miaoling inside. Then, he quickly disappeared without a trace. Shun Amling was so angry that she stomped her feet when she saw the disappearing car shadow. That bastard really just left when he said he would. She turned to look at Hui Yunxin. Her eyes seemed to say, "I didn't eat anything just now. How about you?" "I didn't eat anything for dinner." Chapter 110. No grudges overnight. Jiang He was stunned when he saw Shun Amling blocking the knife for him, but he reacted quickly, forcing himself to endure the discomfort and swiftly kicked the attacker away to prevent the knife from going deeper. When the assailants saw they couldn't win, they immediately ran away. Jiang He didn't pursue them, but instead directly held Shun Amling, who was about to collapse. Sweat like yellow beans dripped from Shun Amling's forehead onto the ground. Hui Yunxin was stunned, but she quickly reacted and called for emergency help. Jiang He held Shun Amling, not daring to move, and only released her when the ambulance arrived. Shun Amling was sent to the hospital after a simple bandaging, while Jiang He immediately contacted Wang Ye's team. 30 minutes later, in front of a villa on the outskirts of Wuqing, "Brother, can I borrow a lighter?" Jiang He said to a man walking back and forth outside the villa. The man looked at Jiang He and said, hurry up. "Hey, brother, can I borrow a lighter? My lighter is out of fuel. It's so annoying." "You're really troublesome. Here is a light. Now hurry up and leave." "Okay." Jiang He walked over, and as the man lit the fire, he knocked him out with a hand chop. Chapter 111. Strike first. Hui Yunxin explained slowly to Jiang He in the office, "You don't need to rush. 3 days later, Wang Tiansong will go to the UK for a business event. You can resolve it abroad, and there will be fewer restrictions overseas. Also, Wang Rinjian will go to the US for the AMC shareholders meeting and will stay there for 3 days." After finishing, Hui Yunxin looked at Jiang He anxiously. She knew very well that Jiang He was desperately suppressing his anger at that moment. Jiang He sighed and said, "I'll listen to you." This was the best option. He didn't want to get caught in the country due to revenge. He wanted to be a good law-abiding citizen. Since this decision was made, Jiang He decided to temporarily disband the team and regroup in 2 days. Jiang He returned to Yushui Bay. Today, Ningshu had gone home to visit her parents, and the entire villa was still dark outside. Usually, the lights would be on by now. Jiang He parked the car and walked upstairs. He turned on the lights, but felt something was off. Some items had been moved, and Ningshu was somewhat of a perfectionist, arranging everything in a specific order. Chapter 112. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. Jiang He believed that the best deal was to collaborate with them to seize the oil fields, gaining the cooperation of a global underground intelligence chief at the same time. The price for each collaboration was a bit high, but it was always worth it. Unfortunately, M's intelligence operations didn't really involve the domestic market. Half an hour later, Jiang He said to the flight attendants, "You can go down now." Yes. Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were just ordinary staff members, doing it for the money. Of course, if Jiang He took a liking to them, that would be even better, but they had no thoughts of sacrificing themselves for Jiang He. This explains why Jiang He was so furious this time, although he didn't mind being hurt. The fact that Shun Amling was willing to sacrifice her life for him touched him deeply and filled him with an unending rage against the Wang family. At that moment, on a road outside the airport, several trucks were parked there, also a move by the Wang family. The Wang family had failed twice already, and since they knew Jiang He's schedule, they must have realized that Jiang He was coming for Wang Tiansong this time. Chapter 113. To cut grass is to remove roots. Number 3 smiled at Jiang He and said, "Sorry, we're used to being free." Jiang He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "All right." After saying this, the 4 of them left the estate. Wang Yi said next to Jiang He, "Brother Jiang, they are indeed top-notch mercenaries. These elite mercenaries love this kind of life on the edge." Jiang He replied, "Yeah, I know. I just think if these people join us, we would be more confident in dealing with problems in the future. We wouldn't be completely lost when we go abroad." Jiang He continued, "Let's go and see that Chinese man." "Okay, Brother Jiang." Before long, Wang Yi brought a middle-aged man bound with ropes in front of Jiang He. Jiang He assessed the middle-aged man and asked, "So, what's your name?" "Ha, I." The middle-aged man said disdainfully, but he was interrupted by Jiang He. "You don't need to rush. Let me see if you really have such guts first," Jiang He said with a smirk, looking at the middle-aged man with a gaze as if he were looking at a dead person. Chapter 114. In the end, I alone bear it all before taking out Tang Gaoming. Jiang had already instructed Wang Yi to take the initiative to find out Wang Tiansong's location and let Long Qi and others act simultaneously in the U.S. to eliminate the father and son directly. Now that these matters were completed, it was time to return. After Jiang He's plane landed, he put his things away at home and went to the hospital to visit Shun Amling. Although the Shun family always hoped that Shun Amling could go home to recuperate, she thought that if she were discharged, Jiang He wouldn't know where to find her. Therefore, even though the doctor said she could be discharged, she chose to stay in the hospital for a few more days. As soon as Jiang He walked into the special care ward, he saw Shun Amling getting ready to walk around with Shun Yaoling's company. Before he could speak, he heard Shun Amling exclaim in surprise, her face beaming with undeniable happiness. She then threw herself into Jiang He's arms and said joyfully, "You finally came? Where have you been these past 2 days?" However, Jiang He spoke with a hint of reproach. "How can you move around so vigorously? What if your wound gets torn open?" Hearing this, Shun Amling pouted but felt very happy inside. She knew Jiang He was caring for her. Chapter 115. I'm also a man with resources. Shun Amling didn't expect Jiang He to be so frank and without any excuses, which touched her a bit. However, saying that she doesn't mind is definitely a lie. Although she has mentally prepared herself, she knows very well that someone as outstanding as Jiang He cannot possibly have only one woman by his side. In fact, if he only had one, she would feel that Jiang He is not outstanding enough. Shun Amling paused for a moment and smiled, saying, "If nothing happened, I would wonder if you were lacking in that aspect." Jiang He was taken aback. He thought Shun Amling would be upset or something, but he didn't expect her to respond this way. He asked with some confusion, "Aren't you angry?" Shun Amling shook her head and said, "Not angry at all. Someone as excellent as you must attract many women. If there were no woman by your side, I would think you are not outstanding enough. But I have one request. You must promise me." "You say." Jiang He felt that he would agree to any request from Shun Amling, who was willing to shield him. "I want every woman you have in the future to be more beautiful and more capable than me." Chapter 116. A real person doesn't show their true colors. A false person shows their true colors. Jiang He stopped in his tracks, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This Sun Xinglong was probably looking for trouble, but he didn't mind teaching the other party a lesson, since it was during working hours and the 3 of them were prominent figures in Wuqing. A crowd quickly gathered around, and seeing this tense standoff was exactly what the onlookers loved. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. While everyone was watching, Jiang He walked directly in front of Shun Amling, blocking Sun Xinglong's view of her. Jiang He said unhappily, "Mr. Sun, if you have something to say, just say it. Also, Amling is my girlfriend now, and I don't appreciate you staring at her like that." Jiang He's tone was somewhat fiery, but he didn't mind at all. "Wow, is that the recently popular Jiang He from Wuqing? He's so tough." His protective demeanor towards Shun Anling was incredibly handsome. Love at first sight. Wow, this is really exciting. He's going straight to it. Upon hearing Jiang He's bold declaration, Shun Anling felt as if her heart was filled with honey, her face beaming with sweetness. Sun Xinglong's expression darkened immediately. He didn't expect Jiang He to strike first and give him a show of strength. Chapter 117. Asking for help, Jiang He drove away, tuning into Wuqing traffic radio, listening to the news while driving. Tragedy. Last night, the U.S. stock market experienced its fourth circuit breaker in 2 weeks. The Dow Jones has fallen below the 20,000 mark. Jiang He listened to the news without any emotional response, even feeling a bit pleased. As the saying goes, when it doesn't concern you, you can stay aloof. But not long after, Jiang He's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Hui Yunxin. What does my little sister want from her brother? Jiang He teased. Let me $500 million. Hui Yunxin hesitated for a moment before saying. Jiang He was dumbfounded. Did she really just ask for $500 million right off the bat? But that's Hui Yunxin for you, asking for money so boldly. I don't even know if I have that much money. After a pause, Jiang He asked, what's going on? Just say yes or no. Hui Yunxin's tone was a bit harsh. Jiang He realized she was in trouble. He had never heard Hui Yunxin sound so anxious before. Wait for me, I'm driving. And I'm heading to your company right now. After saying that, Jiang He hung up and headed towards Hui Yunxin's Yitzai investment company. Chapter 118. Even when the sky falls. Someone taller will hold it up. I'll find CMT capital to mortgage my oil field and an overseas mine. That should help you raise such a large sum. Jiang He said to Hui Yunxin. When did you get a mine? Hey, your focus shouldn't be on that, okay? After saying this, Jiang He called Shun Anling, asking her to help solve the issue. Previously, these two would have had nothing to do with each other. But now with Jiang He in the middle and the incident of Shun Anling being attacked, their relationship had eased, and they began to appreciate each other. After hanging up, Jiang He looked at Hui Yunxin and said, later, we will sign an agreement with Shun Anling and just go through the legal procedures. Not long after, Shun Anling arrived at Hui Yunxin's office, and the two women met with smiles and laughter. Following the information Jiang He provided, the three quickly signed the contract. With this funding, Shun Anling had enough to get through this period. All right, since everything is settled, I'll be leaving. I'll go back and arrange the funds for you. Shun Anling put away the documents, gave Jiang He a quick kiss as a little show of defiance, and then left. Chapter 119. There are always those who don't believe in evil. Jiang He's actions at the banquet undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Gong Sunming. If it weren't for the yacht going out to sea, he would have left long ago. After disembarking, the butler and driver who had been waiting on the shore immediately approached. Young master, I found out that the mine in Brazil you were interested in has been acquired by someone named Jiang He. Gong Sunming looked at the butler with disbelief and asked, what did you say? Then he immediately pressed, is this Jiang He the one from Wuqing? Yes. Young master, did you know? The butler cautiously asked. Gong Sunming, however, calmly said, useless. Didn't you say that the underground forces around that mine were eyeing it covetously? How could Jiang He acquire it? The butler stiffened at this remark. He had followed Gong Sunming for many years and knew that such calm word from him meant he was very angry and would definitely teach a lesson to those responsible for this matter. The butler hurriedly replied, I'm not too sure about that. We were just about to make a bid when we got intercepted. Chapter 120. Bottom Fishing Wuqing, Xinghui Grand Hotel. Gong Sunming sat at the head of the table, looking at the people below. This time he came to Wuqing with a very important task, to take advantage of Hui Yunxin's losses in the U.S. stock market and take control of Yitzai investment. Gong Sunming had initially made all the necessary preparations, even mobilizing overseas forces, trying every means to prevent overseas financial sharks from providing loans to Hui Yunxin. However, all of this was ultimately disrupted by Jiang He. Moreover, Jiang He had now intercepted his plan to acquire the mine overseas, which infuriated him. His original plan was to advance. He could no longer wait. He began to instruct his subordinates. Tonight, we will become the last straw that breaks Hui Yunxin's back. Understood? Understood. Seeing his subordinates full of confidence, Gong Sunming nodded. He didn't think much of Hui Yunxin's manipulation of U.S. stock market. What he truly valued were the companies Hui Yunxin invested in as an angel investor. Hui Yunxin had been funding an overseas pharmaceutical laboratory, which normally wouldn't be a big deal, but this laboratory had surprisingly developed an anti-aging substance, and which actually proved effective. Blind test data indicated that those who took this substance reported feeling significantly more energetic. Chapter 121. Stock God Jiang. Hui Yunxin relaxed for the first time in a long while after seeing the battle situation tonight, and quickly shared the good news with Jiang He. However, while Jiang He and others were in high spirits, in Wuqing, inside the Xinghui Grand Hotel's makeshift trading room, Gong Sun Ming accidentally knocked over a cup of coffee in his anxiety, spilling it directly onto the keyboard. Yet, he paid no attention to that, and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Something's wrong. Quickly close positions and dump all the short orders. Losses don't matter. After selling, quickly go long. Take as much as you can." Gong Sun Ming's urgent voice echoed throughout the trading room, instantly tightening the nerves of the traders who had been relaxed, like soldiers suddenly receiving a combat order. He had originally invested heavily to target Hui Yunxin, and for the first 30 minutes after the market opened, everything had gone according to the script he had prepared. Seeing the situation, he relaxed, thinking that as long as he waited for another 2 or 3 minutes, he could enjoy the fruits of today's labor. Chapter 122. Invitation from the upper class. Nothing much. Just feel like I'm really amazing. Jiang He replied. Hui Yunxin felt speechless upon hearing this, but still said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. We're family." Jiang He joked. Who is family with you? Just knows how to take advantage of others." Now that the risk of a margin call was lifted and the U.S. stock market had surged 5% tonight, Hui Yunxin relaxed and bantered with Jiang He. However, she was no match for Jiang He's banter, who continued, "You're so heartless, putting on pants and not recognizing anyone." Seeing she couldn't win against Jiang He, Hui Yunxin decisively said, "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going back to watch the market." "So heartless," Jiang He said, hanging up the phone. Then, based on the data Hui Yunxin provided, he estimated that he had made $50 million U.S. dollars from investment of $500 million, and after deducting various fees, about $40 million remained, meaning he earned 8% in one night. Jiang He couldn't help but think, no wonder people say the stock market is a cash machine. Earning $40 million in one night, compared to the industries he owned, was more than he could earn in a month. It's crazy profit. No wonder no one wants to do real business anymore. Chapter 123. New money. I heard Mr. Jiang recently acquired a mine in Brazil. I wonder if you have found clients? Zhao Jiran suddenly asked. This was also one of his purposes today, wanting to make connections. As our country needs a large amount of mined raw materials, but has weak bargaining power, often resulting in us paying high prices for what we buy, which is a headache for the nation. Now, seeing Jiang, he has a mine overseas. As long as he can supply at market prices, it would be very cost-effective. And the country also wants to support companies that can go overseas, but they can only hint at it. Jiang He shook his head and said, "I haven't found any clients yet. It will take at least a year to produce the first batch of ore, and I haven't even started purchasing the equipment." Jiang He was speaking honestly. Zhao Jiran thought for a moment and said, "Our domestic Shugong group is very strong in this area, and they are actively planning to go overseas." Zhao Jiran felt his hint was quite obvious, and now it depended on whether Jiang He could pick it up. "I think if there are domestic companies that can connect, it will be very appropriate, as foreign products are generally more expensive." Chapter 124. Always one step ahead. Dong Yuanhua felt a sense of disbelief upon hearing Zhao Jiran's words. But why had he never heard of this person? Looking at Zhao Jiran, he wanted to say something, but Zhao Jiran interrupted. "Let's leave it at that." Dong Yuanhua, hearing Zhao Jiran's tone, sighed and said awkwardly, "Grandpa Zhao, I understand. Please don't be angry." After saying this, he hesitated and walked back towards Jiang He. Standing in front of Jiang He, Dong Yuanhua looked at him with an apologetic expression and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Hearing his words, Jiang He couldn't help but smile. This person was a bit interesting. At the same time, he put away his contempt. Such adaptable people are usually tough characters. And being from a wealthy family makes it even more terrifying. "It's nothing. It's a small matter. I won't hold a grudge." Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly. He continued, "Next time, remember not to be so arrogant. Otherwise, you'll easily suffer losses." From a distance, Zhao Jiran found this scene a bit amusing. This Jiang, he was indeed an interesting person. Chapter 125. A tough character. Although Gong Sun Ming realized what was happening, by the time he came to his senses, it was too late. Bang! Bang! One burning bottle after another was thrown onto Gong Sun Ming's cars, and in an instant, several cars were engulfed in flames. Boom! 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 Not long after, Jiang He heard several loud explosion sound behind him. Jiang He shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued driving as if he hadn't heard anything, quickly leaving. However, Jiang He did not stay in the capital tonight. Instead, he quickly bought the nearest high-speed train ticket to leave. As for how tomorrow's news would report and discuss this matter, it was no longer his concern. As Jiang He expected, the next day's news caused a nationwide sensation. In the suburbs of the capital, 4 cars exploded, and all 15 people inside perished in the fire. With a large amount of weapons and ammunition found in the cars. This was a shocking discovery of so many weapons and ammunition in the capital, which directly reached the higher-ups. But in the end, it was suppressed because discovering such a large amount of ammunition in the capital was too sensitive. Even though the Gongsun family knew it might be Jiang He, they had no evidence and no bullet traces were found in the cars, proving that the other party had not fired a shot. Since the other party had no firearms or ammunition, the authorities naturally turned a blind eye to it. Chapter 126. Why didn't you say you were from Jianghe earlier? All right. Although Qing Tian was a bit disappointed, he still respected Jiang He's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, Qing Tian looked at Jiang He, wanting to say something, but stopping short. Seeing Qing Tian like this, Jiang He smiled and said, "Go ahead." Qing Tian took a deep breath and said, "Can I borrow your African team?" Qing Tian knew that the official team also existed, but such matters couldn't involve the official team. This was also the prototype of the American Suicide Squad movie. Sometimes sensitive issues had to be handled by private mercenaries. No. Jiang He shook his head directly without thinking much. How could he lend out his subordinates? Moreover, he was responsible for their lives. After saying this, Jiang He continued, "However, I can help you in another way." Qing Tian was taken aback, looking at Jiang He with confusion. "What do you mean?" Jiang He smiled and said, "That place is very poor. Based on my experience dealing with them, they're the type who are easily swayed by money. Whoever offers more will have their loyalty. So, you can just buy off those factions. And if you can't find connections, I can help." Chapter 127. Truly establishing a foothold after dealing with this matter, Jiang He felt that he should find an office. Otherwise, he was treating his home like an office every day, which wasn't good. Moreover, some influential families were gradually starting to recognize him. The fact that Zhao Jiran sought him out was the best proof, and some young heirs had begun to approach him. It would be best to have a suitable place to entertain them and discuss business matters. In the middle of the night, Jiang He, still half asleep, received a phone call. Initially annoyed at being woken up, he immediately felt his anger dissipate when he heard the excited voice on the other end. "Mr. Jiang, thank you so much," Qing Tian said excitedly over the phone. Jiang He, still dazed, asked what happened. Qing Tian's voice trembled with excitement as he said, "Our people are already on the flight back home." Hearing this, Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite natural since they didn't know the power of the security team he had developed under the guise of oil field security. Qing Tian continued, "Thank you. I want to thank you in person when we have the chance." Jiang He smiled and replied, "No need to be polite." Chapter 128. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds at the invitation of old Master Cheng. Jiang He sat down next to him. Many people's eyes widened at this scene. On the contrary, those around old Master Cheng were all smiles, looking as if it was only natural. Wang Yi directly stood behind Jiang He. At that moment, a young man with a stern expression approached old Master Cheng, presented gifts and congratulations, and then looked directly at Jiang He. He coldly said to Jiang He, "Kid, what makes you think you can sit in this position?" This statement received agreement from many present, but no one spoke up to support him. Everyone just watched the drama unfold. Old Master Cheng frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure, watching the scene with interest. Jiang He caught a glimpse of old Master Cheng's reaction from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but scoff internally. Was this what the big shots called a twisted sense of humor? Watching the younger generation fight amongst themselves without touching the fundamentals? However, Jiang He merely glanced at the young man and lazily said, "None of your business." Jiang He felt he had been quite polite. If it weren't for the occasion, he would definitely have Wang Yi give this guy a wake-up call. Chapter 129. The richer you are, the more low-key you become. No. Jiang He shook his head and looked into old Master Cheng's eyes, responding that he felt there was no need to deceive him. Old Master Cheng nodded at Jiang He's words, his face filled with regret as he said, "Truly impressive for the younger generation. It's a pity." Jiang He lightly smiled at this. He understood what old Master Cheng meant. He probably wanted him to join the army for some training, but knowing that he had a big family business now, that was impossible. Those around them had a strange expression on their faces upon hearing that old master Cheng actually believed Jiang He's words. However, they trusted what old master Cheng said, as he had extensive experience, and his personal strength was evident. But was Jiang He really that strong? Other high-ranking individuals also looked incredulous, according to the information. Jiang He had never served in the military. Where had he trained? How is that possible? However, regardless of whether these people believed it or not, Jiang He wouldn't care or try to prove himself. It wasn't until late at night when the banquet ended that Jiang He left. As the guests departed, old master Cheng slowly began to unwrap the gifts. Chapter 130. No middleman to make a profit. Many people were intrigued that Jiang He did not make it onto the Forbes billionaire list. First, the three major exchanges in the country began to have ideas. The next day, while Jiang He was in his office, Wang Yi knocked on the door and walked in. Brother Jiang, representatives from the three major domestic exchanges have come today. I've arranged for them in the conference room. Jiang He casually asked. They're here to invite me to go public, right? Hearing Jiang He's words, Wang Yi nodded. Jiang He then said, you can go back and tell them that we refuse. Wang Yi nodded heavily and said, understood. After Wang Yi left the office and returned to the conference room, representatives from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and Hong Kong Stock Exchange were seated there. Their sole purpose was to hope that Jiang He could package his assets and IPO on their exchanges. Usually, these exchanges had companies begging them to get listed, but now they vaguely knew that Jiang He's asset scale was enormous. Moreover, the stock market had not been performing well recently, and they needed a good enterprise to restore confidence in the stock market. Jiang He's assets were a very good choice, so they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 131. Sold off to mine. Jiang He couldn't help but laugh at Lu Ming's words. So, do you hate Jiang's assets? Jiang He asked curiously. However, Lu Ming didn't show the dejected expression Jiang He expected. Instead, he proudly smiled and said, hate them? Why would I hate them? It's their ability to make so much money. And to be honest, don't look at me just doing import and export trade, starting from scratch. I now have over 5 billion in assets. I'm quite satisfied. Jiang He nodded lightly in response. He admired Lu Ming very much in his heart. Starting from scratch and earning 5 billion was quite impressive. Then, the auction officially began. The long list of auction items was truly bizarre. Porcelain calligraphy and paintings were to be expected, but there were also many non-mainstream items, such as signed CDs from celebrities and limited edition video game cartridges. What was even more interesting to Jiang He was that Lu Ming beside him actually spent 1 million to buy a signed CD from a celebrity. Seeing Jiang He's skeptical gaze, Lu Ming confidently said, what? Can't I be a fan? Besides, this is a good deed. Chapter 132. A man should not be retained. This guy was actually interesting and causing trouble. Teach him a good lesson for me. Don't hold back. My uncle's family won't say anything. After hearing Jiang He's words, gritted his teeth and said. However, Jiang He was even more curious about what his cousin George was doing in Wu City. But since that was the case, he could only go to the police station himself. However, the time was already the next day. Not to mention, the genes of the M family were indeed very strong. Even though George was beaten to a pulp, he still looked decent. Jiang He took a look and asked in English, do you need to go to the hospital? No need, George replied, looking very aggrieved and frustrated. Jiang He couldn't help but want to laugh at George's expression, but he first asked, what are you doing in Wu City? Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Do you know? You're already quite famous in our family. You actually managed to win my sister over, so I came specifically to investigate you, George said matter-of-factly. Hearing George's words, Jiang He was stunned. It seemed like he had no idea about this. But seeing George looking at him with a suspicious expression, he quickly added. Chapter 133. Negative oil prices. Starting to plan, the main purpose of George's visit was to act as a scout. After all, the Adams family was an underground arms family, and some security measures were necessary. 3 days after George arrived, in a cafe in Wu City, Jiang He met a blonde, blue-eyed, tall and fit white girl who matched the aesthetic taste of Chinese people. She was the legendary M, whose real name was Ronia. Currently, she was the overseas manager of Jiang's assets and a top student from Wharton School, an absolute genius. Under her management, Jiang's assets were developing steadily overseas. Ronia looked Jiang He up and down and said seriously, boss, you're even more handsome than in the photos. Jiang He smiled and replied, you're also more beautiful than in the photos. After a bit of polite conversation, they got down to business. Ronia glanced at Jiang He and began, The oil fields and mines have already entered normal production, but recently oil prices have started to decline, while iron, ore, and other minerals are on the rise. The profits add up to $10 million every month. Chapter 134. Wealth comes from risk. After listening to his son, Ouyang Tian's words, Ouyang shook his head and said with a bit of amusement, I had someone investigate this kid's overseas assets, but they couldn't find anything. Everything was hidden behind a bunch of offshore companies with cross-holdings. Moreover, according to intelligence analysis, those overseas assets are actually from the daughter of an American arms dealer. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Ouyang Tian was dumbfounded. Dad, I know what to do now, Ouyang Tian said, and Ouyang Ming, the third generation of the Ouyang family, nodded seriously and said, Grandpa, I understand. In the crude oil futures market, there are those who short and those who go long. Especially now that oil prices have reached single digits per barrel, many funds want to buy at the bottom. As for Jiang He had been shorting from the beginning, investing $1 billion and using 5 times leverage. On the day of delivery, Jiang He walked into the New York Stock Exchange, where he had booked a VIP room. Watching the constantly changing numbers on the screen, he had already made more than $4 billion. He just needed to close these short positions. This was already a huge number. At that moment, when the time was up, Jiang He deliberately walked up to the exchange representative sent by his broker, Carey, and said, Chapter 135. American arms dealer the car kept moving forward and drove directly into a helicopter. When the helicopter landed on a helipad on a small island, Jiang He's face showed disbelief. This was a private island built like a super fortress. Seeing Jiang He's puzzled expression, Ronia explained, This island is private property belonging to my family and has a history of over 100 years. After hearing this, Jiang He nodded slightly, his face full of amazement. This was truly impressive. He understood that the money spent on the renovation of this island would definitely be an astronomical figure. Hearing Jiang He's praise, Ronia's face revealed a happy expression. But then, Jiang He was stunned again. He saw 2 rows of white bodyguards lined up outside the helipad, welcoming 2 people. These bodyguards were holding AK-47s in their hands, and Jiang He also noticed that several snipers were hidden around. Seeing Jiang He's reaction, Ronia sighed and said helplessly, This is unavoidable. Doing arms business and managing underground forces is like dancing on a tightrope. There are quite a few enemies, which is why my father lives on such a small island and has arranged for such a large group of bodyguards. Chapter 136. Establishing a global security company. Walking on the beach, Ronia glanced at Jiang He and asked, Jiang, are you really planning to set up a security company? Ronia couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang He nodded slightly in response, not denying it. I will help you with this, Ronia said as she ran ahead. During this time, Jiang He mostly stayed on this private island. He either discussed the Jiang family assets with Ronia or indulged in romance with her, feeling completely at ease. He also talked with Adams about his forces. Deep down, Adams particularly hoped that Jiang He could take over his forces and business. After all, Ronia was firmly attached to this guy. In his view, Jiang He was essentially a hero and a genius, the best candidate to take over his forces. He even looked forward to Jiang He further developing and expanding his powers. However, what made him feel a bit depressed was that Jiang He had never shown much interest. What left Adams speechless was Jiang He's willingness to step in. During this time, Jiang He had been bored and naturally accepted some training, even sparring with some of his bodyguards. Chapter 137. Bye. Jiang He had been away from the country for a long time, and both Hui Yunxin and Shun Anling were very anxious as they hadn't seen him for quite a while. Normally, these two would never get along peacefully, but now it was different. After Jiang He returned to the country, he looked at the two and said, You should change your clothes. We're going out. Hui Yunxin asked in confusion, Where to? Shen Anling also looked at Jiang He curiously. Jiang He waved his hand, Hurry up and change. Why are you asking so many questions? All right, Hui Yunxin replied, and Shun Anling nodded as she walked towards an upstairs bedroom. Jiang He watched them go into the bedroom. Knowing that many things might have happened while he was away, the 3 women had even arranged things for him. A moment later, Shun Anling and Hui Yunxin had changed their clothes, both coincidentally wearing Chanel tweed jackets, looking elegant and graceful. After leaving, Shun Anling and Hui Yunxin linked arms with Jiang He, one on each side, not caring how others looked at them. The 3 of them arrived at the underground parking garage, and Hui Yunxin continued to ask, How is it? Does it suit you? Jiang He nodded affirmatively, Feeling the same way about Hua Yunxin's outfit, Shen Anling quickly asked, "By the way, how much are these two necklaces and bracelets?" Manny replied, "This ruby necklace is 2.62 million, the bracelet is 1.36 million, the diamond necklace is 2.56 million, and the bracelet is 1.25 million. Shen Anling felt speechless. Hua Yunxin felt the same way. They thought the Cartier high-end jewelry watches they wore were already very expensive, but now this seemed a bit too costly. Feeling not worth it. Shen Anling sighed. "It really is a bit." Hua Yunxin agreed. However, Manny didn't listen to their complaints. She looked at Jiang He, knowing he was the real payer. If Jiang He was satisfied, then there would be no problem. Jiang He was assessing Shen Anling and Hua Yunxin. He held their hands and commented, "I think you both look great with these necklaces and bracelets." Chapter 139. Envy, Jealousy, Hate. Did you just buy these? Shen Miaoling couldn't help but ask. Shen Anling nodded. MHM. Shen Miaoling said enviously, "You're too good to them." Each of them has a set of Limelight series high-end jewelry. Together, it must be close to 8 million, really enviable. Saying this, Shen Miaoling pulled Shen Anling and Hua Yunxin on either side, occupying Jiang He's earlier spot to admire their bracelets. Shen Anling had no resistance toward her sister and proactively said, "Miaoling, do you want to try it on?" Although Shen Miaoling was tempted, she refused. No. This is what my brother-in-law bought for you. I'll wait for my Prince Charming to buy me one. Or brother-in-law, could you buy me a set too? However, as soon as Shen Miaoling finished speaking, Shen Anling gave her a light smack on the head, remembering how Jiang He had taken Shen Miaoling away that night. The three sisters chatted for a moment, and Jiang He reminded, "Miaoling, we have some things to do. I need to take in a pick gown." Jiang He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Chapter 140. Don't you see who I am? These people occupied a table, and now both the first and second floors were almost entirely filled by them. There were no customers left in the restaurant. New guests were chased away as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they declared they would come every day to eat until we closed. Shirley grew increasingly furious as he spoke. This was clearly targeted at them. It was just too much, and their methods were disgusting. Shirley continued, "Recently, a group of people has been coming to collect kitchen waste disposal fees. We directly refused them, calling them Jinming Environmental." Jiang He nodded and asked, "Did you report to the police?" Shirley nodded, "Yes, but they were indeed dining, and they ordered a dish and some shredded potatoes, and they were eating slowly." Jiang He's smile grew colder. "This is impressive. They have some tactics. However, they should inquire about who the boss behind this is." Jiang He told Shirley, "You take the chef, waitstaff, and all our people away from here." Okay. Shirley didn't ask what Jiang He was planning, but quickly left. Chapter 141. Thought for 10 days and nights, but couldn't figure out at this moment. They had finished handling everything. In front of the restaurant's main entrance, the female officer looked at Jiang He and said, "Mr. Jiang, if we find the murderer, we will make them compensate. We hope you can send someone to make a statement, and please cooperate if needed." Jiang He nodded and looked at Shirley. "You go with them to make a statement." The female officer nodded and was about to turn away when Jiang He called her back. "Why don't you leave a contact number for me? That way, if I have news, I can contact you immediately." Saying that, Jiang He handed her his phone. She thought it made sense and entered her number. Jiang He looked at the contact on the screen. Jian Zhulan. "Nice name." "Thank you," Jian Zhulan said calmly. Jiang He extended his hand and said, "Then I'll trouble you. This is what I should do," she said lightly. Shirley followed them to make the statement, while Lu Ren watched Jiang He and said, "Uncle Jiang, don't call me uncle. It makes me feel old. Just call me brother from now on." Jiang He felt a bit helpless. This was Lu Kai's instruction that his son should call him uncle in the future. Chapter 142. That man Jean Daoquan didn't stay inside for long before coming out cursing. Today is just so damn unlucky. Although their suspicion is great, a business card doesn't prove anything. Moreover, those people insist it was a personal act and are unwilling to testify against the two. So even though Jian Zhulan is reluctant, she can only release them. Jean Daoming, who is following behind him, asked with a worried expression, "Brother, what do we do now?" Jean Daoquan's face darkens as he says, "I didn't expect this kid to be so capable, leaving no trace at all. Clearly, it was our people who were beaten, but the assailants ended up being the victims. And he was invited inside. It's really infuriating." Jean Daoquan then thinks for a moment and says, "Let us first go to the hospital and see which brothers are there. Then ask if they have any specific discoveries." Okay. The two arrive at the hospital. As soon as they walk into the emergency center, They are shocked by the scene before them. The corridor is filled with patients wrapped in bandages, all looking extremely disheveled. Jean Daquin recognizes these people. They are all employees of their company. At this moment, when these employees see the two brothers, they hurriedly stagger to their feet and gather around. Chapter 143. However, times have changed. Excessive? You dare say, I'm excessive when you 1T even let me do business. Jiang He coldly stares at Jean Daquin, who retorts sharply. But the current situation is that you've sent all my brothers to the hospital. Jiang He interrupts him, saying, let me correct you. Your people are not the ones I beat. Jean Daquin sneers. Playing word games at this point is ridiculous. Wait until you're crying. But they were just supporting your store? Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Oh, really? Jiang He looks at him with a contemptuous smile and says, saying that is like trying to fool a 3-year-old. No one would believe you. You. Jean Daquin grits his teeth and says, so you mean that my 100 or so brothers were hurt for nothing? Jiang He, however, appears completely unbothered, calmly looking at Jean Daquin and casually saying, so, I came today to hear how you, Boss Jean, plan to resolve this matter. Hearing this, Jean Daquin's mood calms slightly as he sits back down on the couch, steadying his emotions and saying, Chapter 144. You are very important to me. Jean Daquin is now completely slumped on the sofa, his face pale. He speaks in a low voice. Just tell me how much you want. Jiang He turns back to Lu Run behind him and asks, how much did he just ask for me? Brother Jiang, he said he wants 40 million. Jiang He nods and says, that price is still reasonable. Jean Daquin feels a sense of relief upon hearing this. Although it's a lot of money, he can still come up with it. If he can settle things with 40 million, he is very willing. So he says, you want 40 million, right? Jiang He leisurely replies, that's a bit low. How about adding a zero? For 100 million? Are you kidding me? Jean Daquin stands up abruptly. Jiang He looks at him with disdain and says, then let us add another zero. Jean Daquin grinds his teeth and says, what do you want? How can I make you let me go? He realizes that Jiang He clearly isn't after money, but since the police haven't arrived, it means there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Suddenly, his brother Jean Daoming staggers in front of Jiang He and kneels down with a thud. Chapter 145. I am just an ordinary person. Jiang He looks at Li Da, who seems suddenly very familiar, and says, oh, that was just old Master Cheng S. whim. Hearing this, Li Da realizes he is correct. This Jiang He is indeed the one from old Master Cheng S. banquet, a prominent figure in the capital S intelligence community. Jian Zhuan looks at Jiang He in disbelief, wondering how Li Da suddenly became so familiar with him. Jiang He continues, I really owe it to Jian Zhuan this time. Without her, I wouldn't have been unharmed. After hearing this, Li Da thoughtfully nods and pats Jian Zhuan on the shoulder, saying, Zhuan, you did very well this time. Sometimes we can't let procedures bind us and delay our actions. Jian Zhuan looks at Li Da in disbelief. Realizing this means he 1T pursue her responsibility and even praised her. Who exactly is Jiang He that can make Li Da change his attitude so quickly? She feels Jiang He has become mysterious and looks at him with curiosity, initially thinking she was the hero coming to save the day, only to realize that Jiang He is the real hero. Li Da then continues speaking to Jiang He. Chapter 146. A gift to take home. Jiang He thinks. With so many reporters around, who made him announce a 10 billion plan so high profile just moments ago. But it's okay. Jiang He thinks for a moment and says to Jian Zhuan, well, those reporters will leave soon. After saying this, Jiang He hangs up the phone and makes another call. Yunxin, I need your help with this matter. It's like this. After hanging up, Jiang He feels a lot more relaxed. Indeed, Jiang He used money and influence to make the media overlook him. That's all. It turns out this was just a matter of one phone call. All the reporters received calls from their superiors, and even some articles that were already written were sent to the recycling bin. Soon, those reporters began calling Jian Zhuan, saying the interview plans had changed. Not long after, Jiang He received a return call from Jian Zhuan, who curiously said, Mr. Jiang, those reporters suddenly all ran away. How'd you do it? Jiang He casually replies, actually, it's nothing. I just made a phone call. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhuan is momentarily stunned, then comes back to her senses and says, Chapter 147. Just right, one for each parent. I'm sorry. The Starry Sky series is currently out of stock for the entire series. If Mr. Jiang likes the Starry Sky series, we can help you make a reservation. Zhou Kong shakes his head and responds. Jiang He curiously asks, How long would it take for a reservation? Jiang He asks in frustration. Zhou Kong responded, saying that it depends on the specific model. For example, for the blue starry sky, it might take more than 2 years. Jiang He was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the Starry Sky series is the most popular and well-known watch from Patek Philippe. Zhou Kong continued, saying that if it's the dark starry sky, it might only take about a year. The dark starry sky is less famous than the blue starry sky, so the waiting time is naturally shorter. If it's the small starry sky or the dreamy starry sky, then it's basically impossible. Hearing this, Jiang He could only say, "So what watches do you have in the store that are over $1 million? I want to take a look." Zhou Kong suppressed his inner excitement. He noticed that Jiang He was wearing a perpetual calendar chronograph, and as the VIP manager of Patek Philippe, he naturally knew the specific price of this watch. Now that Jiang He was directly inquiring about watches over $1 million, he felt that today should yield some results. Chapter 148. Letting go of oneself, it's been too long. Jiang He felt it was unacceptable. If they said there was stock available now, he might have impulsively made a purchase, but now having to wait 2 years extinguished his enthusiasm. The other 2 people in the VIP room also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling particularly pressured being with Jiang He. Zhou Kong, however, took out some gifts and said, "By the way, Mr. Jiang, thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. We'd like to give you a Patek Philippe silk scarf, 2 Patek Philippe keychains, and 4 Patek Philippe cufflinks." Jiang He nodded slightly and quickly made up his mind, saying he bought the Palame for a lottery that included 2 watches, so he wouldn't have to worry about his parents thinking it was too expensive and refusing to accept it. Jiang He then said, "Now we've added each other on WeChat. If you have any limited edition goods in the store, remember to let me know first. Rest assured, if there are good items, I will definitely contact you as soon as possible." Zhou Kong assured him. Jiang He then directly picked up 2 Patek Philippe tote bags and said, "All right, I'm leaving now. Take care." Chapter 149. Passing the buck between father and son. Although Jiang Lu was filled with doubts, he still followed Zhang Xiaofeng over. Zhang Xiaofeng brought Jiang Lu to the vehicle covered with red cloth, where several employees from the Porsche Center were ready with colorful spray tubes aimed at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu felt a bit dazed at this scene. Zhang Xiaofeng reminded him, saying, "Mr. Jiang Lu, please unveil it." After Zhang Xiaofeng's reminder, Jiang Lu finally uncovered the red cloth, revealing the true form of the Panamera Sport Turismo. At this moment, Jiang He spoke up, saying, "Dad, happy birthday in advance." The usually calm and composed Jiang Lu suddenly lifted his head and took a deep breath. He was already teary-eyed, trying to avoid shedding comforting tears. To avoid awkwardness, he purposely blamed Jiang He, saying, "Look, you're spending money recklessly again." Jiang He, however, smiled and replied, "Hee, mainly because I've earned more money. And it just happens to be your birthday, right?" But before Jiang He could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Lu, who said, "I know it's the high-end version of the Panamera 40T, comparable to a supercar station wagon." Jiang He gestured, saying, "Then let us give it a try." Chapter 150. Silent contest. Although Jiang Lu had only handled license plates once or twice, he had a general idea of the process. According to the normal procedure, after randomly selecting a license plate, the Vehicle Management Center would arrange for the production of the plate. Simply put, it's not just a matter of picking and having it. You have to wait at least 3 working days to get the plate. However, now, they had just selected the plate, and it was already delivered. Wasn't this just a case of there is no silver here? The license plate had been prepared beforehand. Moreover, they knew they would definitely be able to select it. This operation was simply too impressive. Impressive to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, aboard Jiang He had gone to a gym. At this time, during working hours, there were hardly any people in the gym. Jiang He found a treadmill and started sweating profusely, completely immersed in the atmosphere with his headphones on. After running 3 kilometers, the treadmill slowed down, allowing his body to enter an aerobic recovery state. Jiang He turned his head and saw a girl with a ponytail next to him also sweating. This girl was quite tall, probably over 1.7 meters, and had particularly long legs. Just as Jiang He entered recovery mode, a name climbed up the treadmill leaderboard. Lin Miao Miao. Chapter 151. A direct break. Jiang He was somewhat speechless. Such an old car had actually been put into the company as a business vehicle. However, when Jiang Lu returned home, Jiang He still brought up the matter, expressing his interest, but Jiang Lu directly refused. "If you don't have a car at home for commuting, you could buy another one. If not, I could buy you an Audi. I think it suits young people." Jiang He directly refused, saying, forget it. I'll figure this out myself. Jiang Lu then said, by the way, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you and your mom. Our community is already quite old, and parking spaces are very limited. I parked my car in the underground parking lot of the mall across the street. Your mom and I are considering buying another house, and this house will serve as your marriage home in the future. Although you've already bought a villa in Wuching as parents, we still hope to prepare one for you personally. So now we want to ask for your opinion. Do you prefer a villa or a Western-style house? However, if you want a villa, the house purchase plan will have to be delayed for a month or so. We'll have to wait until I finish this current business deal, and then we can basically buy a villa with cash. Chapter 152. Jian Nan paired with Chicken Jiang. He walked out of the gym, deciding to find a place for lunch, strolling leisurely down the street. After several years away, many familiar restaurants in the area were gone, so Jiang he had to rely on the map to find something good to eat. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. Is that you, old Jiang? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang he instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, and then he saw a figure getting out of an Audi nearby, excitedly walking towards him. How good! You've got an Audi now. Seeing this figure, Jiang he showed a delighted expression. This was his friend from high school, Yi Wenhao, with whom he often went to internet cafes. After returning home, it was quite easy to encounter old classmates living nearby, as most of them were from the same school. Yi Wenhao chuckled foolishly for a while, then said, You're not bad either, all dressed up in high fashion. Let's go, we must have a feast for lunch today. All right. The two big men, after exchanging a few pleasantries, seemed to have returned to their previously close relationship. As they ate, they chatted and inquired about each other's recent situations. After 3 cups of wine. Chapter 153. Has the young man gotten married? At this moment, Jiang he rejoined the group and immediately sent a 2,000 yuan red envelope, which was a voice message. It's gone early in the morning. A large group of people quickly claimed the voice red envelope, all of them knowing that this was really mocking Wu Hao. But they cooperated with Jiang he, blaming Wu Hao for being such an annoying authority, as everyone was worried about becoming the next one to take a flight. Also, the red envelope was really tempting. Jiang he was surprised that Wu Hao hadn't left the group. Was he trying to be like King Gojian? However, Jiang he had no intention of kicking someone when they're down, especially since the class monitor was present, so he had to give them face. Nevertheless, Jiang he had no intention of stopping there. Instead, he asked Lu Run to look into Wu Hao's detailed information for further plans. The next day, Jiang he went to the gym as soon as he got up. He discovered that the gym was actually open so early. He had only intended to check it out. If it was closed, he would have gone for breakfast first. To his surprise, Lin Miao Miao was also there so early, as usually the trainers weren't around in the morning. You don't come here every day for food and accommodation, do you? Jiang he curiously asked while exercising. Chapter 154. This is the bus to kindergarten facing Wu Hao's questioning. Gu Xing fell silent. Wu Hao continued to press. So, is Yi Wenhao's social media real? Gu Xing remained silent. Wu Hao became furious and demanded, What the hell are you playing mute for? It's true. Gu Xing responded. At that moment, Wu Hao felt as if his head had exploded. Why are you so anxious? Gu Xing said confidently, It's just the plum blossom virus. It can be cured. It's not like AIDS with no cure. Wu Hao was completely enraged. Then why didn't you say anything when I was eating abalone? I told you to eat seafood. Gu Xing retorted. You were the one who had your mind in the gutter. So anxious. Before Wu Hao could start cursing, the call was abruptly hung up. Wu Hao felt as if he had eaten shit. How did this happen? Wu Hao felt truly helpless and was at a loss for words. When he tried calling Gu Xing again, he was directly rejected, and, on his next attempt, he found himself blocked. You bastard. Chapter 155. I was going to get some soy sauce. Jiang he agreed to have lunch at Aunt Liang's house and made an excuse to buy a gift, thinking it would be better to give a small gift on their first meeting. Only then did Aunt Liang release Jiang he's hand. Otherwise, she would have dragged him straight home. He quickly ran to the nearby mall and bought 2 sets of SK2 before heading over. As noon approached, he arrived at the door of 7708 and gently knocked. The door opened quickly, but he was stunned to see who answered. It was Lin Miao Miao. At that moment, he had a face full of confusion. Lin Miao Miao was also surprised to see Jiang he. Jiang he tentatively squeezed out a sentence. You live here? Lin Miao Miao looked him over and said, Yeah, this Aunt Liang? She is my mom. Lin Miao Miao instantly understood. This was definitely a blind date arranged for her. Jiang he also realized, saying, I heard from Aunt Liang that today is your birthday. So here you go. Jiang He handed one set of SK2 to Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao looked at it, reluctantly accepted the gift from Jiang He, and gestured for him to come in. Chapter 156. If you want it, treat me to hot pot. Lin Miao Miao and Jiang He walked out of the community towards a nearby CBD, a 10-minute walk where they usually park their cars. They sat in the mall's resting area, sipping drinks and chatting casually. However, it was mostly Jiang He asking questions and Lin Miao Miao answering. Gradually, Jiang He ran out of topics to discuss, and they both silently sipped their drinks. Jiang He looked up and saw the arcade, saying, "These past few days you haven't beaten me. Do you want a chance to win against me?" Hearing Jiang He's words, Lin Miao Miao became interested, asking, "Where?" "Follow me." Jiang He didn't tell her, but led her to the entrance of the arcade. Here, Lin Miao Miao glanced around and then looked at Jiang He, as if questioning why he was here. Jiang He pointed at the basketball machine inside and said, "See that? The basketball machine. Let us compete and see who can score more." After finishing, he looked at Lin Miao Miao with a challenging gaze. It must be said that this tactic worked very well on Lin Miao Miao. From their running competition at the gym, it was clear that she was very competitive. Chapter 157. The temptation of food as the dishes arrived. Jiang He said, "I want to hold back." He then placed his food into the spicy hot pot, while Lin Miao Miao poured her vegetables into the clear soup. Jiang He checked the time, and when it seemed ready, he picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and began to eat. "This tastes really good," Jiang He said, showing an expression of enjoyment. Lin Miao Miao, on the other hand, was eating her clear soup vegetables and remarked upon seeing Jiang He's expression, "You're really boring." "No, it's really delicious. Want to try?" Jiang He responded to Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao shook her head, saying, "No thanks, too greasy. You eat slowly." Jiang He laughed, saying, "Actually, there's not much oil. It's all in the pot." Then he continued, "Why not give it a try? It's your birthday today. You can treat yourself a little. It's just one meal at one tea hurt." Lin Miao Miao felt a little tempted, especially seeing Jiang He's satisfied expression, hesitating as she looked at him. Jiang He picked up a slotted spoon and scooped some meat directly into Lin Miao Miao's bowl. Lin Miao Miao didn't refuse, but instead picked up a piece of meat. Chapter 158. This is a simple story. Old Dog is probably the person among this group who knows the most about watches. Old Dog said uncertainly, "I remember this watch seems to cost hundreds of thousands, right?" Jiang Lu felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled. "This was a gift from my son for winning a lottery for a car. Is it really that good?" The others were somewhat incredulous, but upon thinking about it, it seemed possible. However, Old Dog still had a hint of suspicion on his face. He felt that something was off. As it got late, everyone returned to their homes. The next day, as per tradition, they invited a group of relatives over for dinner. Jiang He didn't have time to check his phone until noon. When he finally looked at it, he saw that Lin Miao Miao had posted a moment on her social media at noon. It was quite a sight. Jiang He was puzzled. Why was this girl working out alone during lunchtime and taking pictures to post online? However, Jiang He didn't think too much about it. Jiang Lu handed Jiang He 2 packs of cigarettes and then pulled out a box of mooncakes, saying, "Your grandpa Lon has relatives over today, so he didn't come. Take these over to him. If he invites you to stay for dinner, then you can eat there tonight and come back later." This was why Jiang He disliked returning to his hometown. There were always various family visits. Although they lived in the same village, they were all from the same ancestor, and he had to address them according to their generation. For instance, Grandpa Lon was actually a bit younger than Jiang Lu, but his status was higher. So Jiang Lu called him uncle, while Jiang He called him grandpa. Chapter 159. Too exciting after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Lu's family and Jiang He left their hometown and returned to the city. In the morning, Jiang He changed into his sportswear and went to the gym, where Lin Miao Miao was already exercising. He hurried over. However, he found that Lin Miao Miao was ignoring him, even after he called out to her several times without getting a response. Seeing this, Jiang He was puzzled. What was going on? He tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" But Lin Miao Miao's face turned cold, as if she hadn't heard him at all, even showing a look of disdain, as if she didn't want to be around Jiang He. "What's going on? Has it only been a few days, and she has changed like this?" After practicing for a while and feeling a bit thirsty, Jiang He stepped outside. And at that moment, the receptionist arrived. Jiang He asked, "What's up with your boss today?" The receptionist looked inside and waved Jiang He over to a corner to talk. "You haven't been here the last few days, but our boss has been sitting here watching, making me anxious for days, afraid of doing something wrong." "Oh." Jiang He dragged out the sound and said, I'm gonna buy some water. Do you want anything? No, I've been on edge these past few days. Today I can finally relax. This is just for myself. Chapter 160. Status Matters. Jiang, he handed Lin Miao Miao a cup of milk tea and asked, "What else do you want to play?" Lin Miao Miao replied, "That one." So the two spent the day at the amusement park. On the way home, in the parking lot, Lin Miao Miao seemed to remember something and said to Jiang He, "Send me that video from today." Okay. Jiang He sent the video to Lin Miao Miao. When she got home and received the video, she looked at the beautiful scenes, took screenshots, and printed them out. She carefully placed each photo into a beautiful album, considering these her most treasured possessions. As Jiang He entered the house, he heard his mother Luo Yujiao say, "Jiang He, look who came today." Curious, Jiang He looked over and saw a very attractive woman sitting on the living room sofa, crossing her long legs wrapped in black stockings, wearing a black uniform and glasses. Looking very charming. "Jiang Jinghan, what brings you here?" With no outsiders present, the usual old customs from their hometown didn't apply. Jiang He was even more surprised as to why Jiang Jinghan would come to his house. Chapter 161. She's just my aunt. Upon hearing Jiang He call her that, Dong Bufan was taken aback. What was going on between these two? Jiang Jinghan could come to tease Jiang He, but it didn't mean Jiang He couldn't turn the tables. Jiang Jinghan was frantically signaling Jiang He with her eyes, but he seemed oblivious and walked away on his own. Trying to use me as a shield without telling me? There's no discussion about that. This scene left Dong Bufan dumbfounded. For Jiang Jinghan, he was willing to give up a lavish lifestyle to be a sycophant, always asking after her. But how could Jiang He treat Jiang Jinghan with such indifference? Jiang Jinghan awkwardly smiled and said, "He-s joking. We're not related by blood. He just doesn't like dancing." Saying that, she hurriedly ran to Jiang He's side and linked her arm with his from behind. Dong Bufan felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. The fiery passion in his heart was completely extinguished. My goddess is actually someone else's sycophant? Ding, ding, ding. Just as Jiang He and Jiang Jinghan settled into their seats, the host of the charity gala took the stage with a glass of wine to give a speech. Then the curtain opened, and elegant music played as couples stepped onto the dance floor. Chapter 162. Affectionate, a gentle breeze blew, slightly cool, and Jiang He felt quite comfortable. Jiang Jinghan flicked her hair and said nothing more, instead standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang He on the bridge, leaning against the railing. "Jiang He, you know, I met many men, but none like you." Jiang He looked at the cars coming and going below the bridge and smiled. "Don't flatter me. I'm not good with compliments." Suddenly, Jiang Jinghan stood on her tiptoes, leaned over, and gently kissed Jiang He on the right cheek. This sudden action left Jiang He stunned. What is going on with Jiang Jinghan? What was that? Jiang He looked at Jiang Jinghan with a strange expression, as she seemed frozen, not understanding why she had just kissed him. Jiang Jinghan struggled to think of a reason to make herself seem less embarrassed. Well, you know, an aunt kisses her nephew's cheek to show affection, not a kiss on the lips. Listening to Jiang Jingyan's explanation, Jiang He's expression became even more peculiar, while Jiang Jinghan's face turned redder. She cleared her throat and quickly said, "Let us go down. Look, the traffic is easing up, and the car is waiting for us." Chapter 163. Choice. Hearing Lin Miao Miao's words, Mr. and Mrs. Lin both laughed. Then, Aunt Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Mr. Lin, who understood and went back to the room. Only Lin Miao Miao and Aunt Liang remained in the living room. Aunt Liang sat down next to Lin Miao Miao, held her hand, and said, "You rely on him a lot. Without him, you would feel very sad, right?" Lin Miao Miao nodded, acknowledging it. Aunt Liang then asked, "Do you like him?" Lin Miao Miao shook her head, and Aunt Liang was a bit surprised, quickly asking, "You don't like him?" Lin Miao Miao shook her head again and said, "I don't know. It's not that I don't like him. I just don't know if this counts as liking." Aunt Liang understood and said, "You see, he is not married now, which is why he can be with you without any worries. But what if he gets married? Can he still be like this with you? Even if he wants to? Will his wife agree? Will you agree?" After living a lifetime, Aunt Liang could see clearly that no woman wants her husband to be with other women. Lin Miao Miao listened in silence, clearly understanding this reasoning. Aunt Liang felt she needed to clarify her words and continued, "So, whether you like him now or not, as long as you think you can't live without him, you should either be his wife or leave him and remove him from your heart." Chapter 164. Forcing pretentiousness and getting struck by lightning. Jiang He, hearing the middle-aged man's words, responded teasingly, "I was thinking that I can't parachute to Peace City in the middle of that." "Huh? The middle-aged man was taken aback, while the young woman next to him, wearing sunglasses, laughed out loud. Watching the dazed middle-aged man, Jiang he continued to tease, "You see, you just can't understand our young people's matters. So now you get it, right?" Jiang he meant not to join the commotion. This is a generation gap. Understand? However, the middle-aged man, clearly thick-skinned and awkwardly trying to chat, completely skipped over this topic. "Young man, are you going to work in Wuching?" The greasy middle-aged man continued to ask. Jiang he felt powerless to complain. He had already hinted to him not to awkwardly chat, and yet he still came. "I've given you so much face and subtly hinted it, but this middle-aged man must be toxic. Besides, does he think someone dressed like this looks like they're going to work? Dressed in the latest summer Louis Vuitton with such a big logo there. You should at least recognize it." However, the middle-aged man did recognize it, but in his mind he directly defined it as a fake. Chapter 165. A good man finally. Someone came to rescue Jiang he from the awkward situation. He sighed and said, "Actually, I think living in a suite is pretty good. If there's a negotiated price. It's really affordable. After all, for a salary worker, one suite can take all their 6 wallets. A discount might just be their salary for several years." Ha 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 ha. The young woman in sunglasses couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, the greasy middle-aged man's expression changed unpredictably. After all this, it turned out he was the monkey being played with. The greasy middle-aged man took a deep breath, gritting his teeth, and said, "Young man, you are going too far." Jiang he, however, retorted with confusion, "I went too far?" Before the greasy middle-aged man could respond, Jiang he continued, "Uncle, I can understand if you want to show off. After all, it's normal to be unable to help yourself in front of beautiful women. But I've already told you I'm living in Yushui Bay. And I've hinted it to you, yet you keep babbling on. You pride yourself on knowing Wuching, but don't know Yushui Bay. Who can you blame?" The greasy middle-aged man was left speechless, feeling like he had already gone mute. Chapter 166. A man's mouth after sending in Xiaoma off. Jiang he headed straight back to Yushui Bay, but he didn't inform Hui Yunxin. He even told her he would come over tomorrow, wanting to give her a surprise. Around 9 in the evening, Jiang he returned home. He entered Yushui Bay, unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and carefully opened it. As soon as he opened the door, he heard loud explosive sounds from the living room and saw colorful lights reflecting, indicating they were watching TV. At that moment, Shun Amling, who was standing up to pour water, saw Jiang he. She wanted to speak, but Jiang he made a shushing gesture, and Shun Amling cooperatively pretended she saw nothing. Jiang he quietly approached Hui Yunxin from behind and covered her eyes with his hands. Hui Yunxin initially thought it was Shun Amling, but feeling the hands, she immediately realized it was Jiang he. "Jiang he?" Hui Yunxin inquired. Guessing immediately, all of Jiang he's previous plans fell through. However, Jiang he still had a plan. He directly let go and picked Hui Yunxin up. He lifted her and then placed her beside Shun Amling, before directly kissing her, even though she was flailing her arms in protest. Chapter 167. Sense of proportion. Shun Amling was sitting sideways on Jiang he's lap, leaning against him, occasionally glancing at what he was chatting about. However, Jiang he wasn't worried about Shun Amling seeing him chat, because the beauty in his arms was quite sensible. She only looked while in his embrace, and had never mentioned wanting to check his phone. "Jiang he, I am already in Wuching. Lu Run, brother Jiang. We are on the back street. Do you want to join the fun?" After saying that, he sent a photo of the booth, where groups of girls could be seen. "Wu Jijia, brother Jiang, your timing to come over is just right. A few have already drunk quite a bit." This group chat consisted of Jiang he's connections in Wuching, mostly second-generation individuals attached to Jiang he. Unlike when Jiang he first arrived in Wuching, now the second-generation people in the entire Wuching basically knew Jiang he's name. "Jiang he, I must refuse this matter. Do you see me as that kind of person?" "Guo Baoyu, sister-in-law, hello." "Lu Ren, sister-in-law, good evening." "Wu Jijia, sister-in-law, don't say brother Jiang, we're just joking. Brother Jiang only comes to the bar to drink." "Jiang he, are these 3 hinting at a strict wife management?" "Jiang he, Hui Yunxin has already gone to sleep. What are you all thinking?" Chapter 168. Beauty Swipe Card. Bought hearing Jiang he's bet, Lu Ren agreed, no problem. Wu Jijia then made a gesture inviting him, saying, "Come on, brother Jiang, I believe in you. This stage is yours." Jiang he nodded slightly, squeezing through the crowd to the Ferrari exhibition area, but someone stepped ahead to approach in Xiaoma. "Hello. I would like to know about this F8 Spider." A business elite man in a white shirt, looking about 30, inquired with Xiaomo. "Hello, sir. What aspects would you like to know about?" And Xiaomo responded, "By the way, my name is Yuan Sha. I am the general manager of Wuching Wajiyu Company." Yuan Sha continued to introduce himself proudly. Jiang he was momentarily taken aback by the question about the car situation and the introduction of himself. Yuan Sha continued to inquire, "I want to ask, are there any restrictions on purchasing the Spider now? Ferrari often imposes various restrictions to control its prices, such as requiring Ferrari membership or ownership of specific models of other Ferraris, which is known as cultivating loyalty, raising the threshold, and showcasing brand status." Chapter 169. Purchase. When Jiang he handed over the card, and Xiaomo was stunned. He was really buying it. She had never thought that Jiang he would actually buy a car. She purely thought he was just trying to annoy Yuan Sha. As a result, Jiang he really bought a car? What about what she said about giving it to the salesperson? Wouldn't he regret it? Jiang he teased. "We agreed on buying a car and giving it to the salesperson, and it's your model. You can't go back on your word." And Xiaomo couldn't help but blush and glared at Jiang he, saying, "You really bought it." Jiang he smiled and said, "I have some extra money. It's better to spend on a car." "Is this what people say? What does it mean to have extra money and buy a car?" And Xiaomo asked again, "Are you really going to buy it?" Jiang he replied very seriously, "Of course, I'm really buying it." This dispelled Xiaomo's doubts. "Wait a minute. How much is this car? I didn't ask earlier." And Xiaomo felt speechless, and Yuan Sha was also speechless. They really didn't know the price. And the card still had so much balance. He was indeed a big spender. And Xiaomo could only helplessly say, "This car costs $5 million after tax. And we'll give you." Chapter 170. A set of black gold dragon. Lu Ren was a bit confused about what Jiang he was saying. To be precise, he wanted to know if Jiang he was complaining about the lack of people or the lack of girls. Wu Jijia, however, directly said, "Brother Jiang, don't worry. As long as you have enough money at the bar, there will definitely be enough beautiful girls, and with our level, we will definitely be the best-looking guys in the place." Jiang he felt they misunderstood his meaning and quickly said, "Don't be so flashy. I just want to have a drink." "Wait a minute. Let me ask if that Ferrari salesperson is coming." Wu Jijia laughed and said, "Brother Jiang, your trick is really brilliant. I, Wu Jijia, respect no one but you." Jiang he ignored him and directly sent a message to Xiaomo, asking if she was going to Walnut Bar, and stated that it was just to have fun, and she didn't have to drink if she didn't want to. And Xiaomo quickly replied, "The rich man summons. How dare I not go? No problem." Jiang he then curiously asked, "Aren't you a student? How did you become a Ferrari salesperson?" And Xiaomo responded, "This is just a part-time job. I earn 1,000 a day, and the rest also a commission. Besides, it's not like I'm a car model. Why not earn the money if I can? All right, I'll send you my phone number later, and I'll contact you after work." Chapter 171. The brightest guy in the room, hearing Jiang he's words, Xiao Zhang's smile became even more obvious. "Okay, Brother Jiang, I'll arrange everything for you right away, and I'll also send you various fruit platters, snacks, and beer." Jiang he said lightly, "Just arrange it as you see fit." Wu Jijia looked at Xiao Zhang leaving and whispered in amazement, "Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is really too awesome. The Dragon God, just one move is 100,000. Lu Ren was also surprised. Brother Jiang's move is earth-shattering. As for Gu Jian, just try to get free drinks. He was hiding in a corner with no intention of speaking, and there was even a hint of displeasure on his face. Jiang, he noticed this and knew it was a bronze player trying to mix in with the top players, which was understandable. However, why pay too much attention to such people? Meanwhile, and Xiaomo sitting next to Jiang, he joked, "No wonder you bought the Spider outright. You're such a big spender." Jiang, he was already used to such flattery and casually asked, "So, are you going to the auto show tomorrow?" And Xiaomo nodded affirmatively. "Of course, it's 2,000 a day. You don't have to be a car model, and if I meet a big spender like you buying a car, there's also a commission. Why not go?" Chapter 172. Expert-level companion Jiang, he had just returned home when Hui Yunxin pushed him upstairs, while she once again sold out her teammates. However, Jiang, he called out to Shun Anling, "Anling, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight?" "What is up?" Shun Anling replied. Jiang, he explained to her, "I have a great way to lose weight." Shun Anling looked at Jiang he with suspicion. She had been with Jiang he long enough to understand the tricks in his words, and if she wasn't careful, she would fall for his schemes. Shun Anling cautiously asked, "You tell me first. You say, besides controlling your diet, isn't the best way to lose weight exercise?" "That's right. Isn't it?" Jiang he retorted. That's indeed not wrong. Exercise is the healthiest way to lose weight, while dieting only has short-term effects and is not good for the body. Jiang he continued seriously. Exercise can be quite tiring and test your willpower, but I have a method that will make your weight loss journey not too difficult. After Jiang he finished speaking, Shun Anling became even more interested. Really? That sounds great. Chapter 173. Cars from the racetrack Wu Jijia looked over the configuration list, and after much painful deliberation, the price had directly exceeded 1 million. After all, the options for Porsche are so tempting yet so costly. Wu Jijia hesitated. This is a bit over budget. Jiang he suggested, why not consider a second-hand one? After all, it's just for fun. Except for limited edition supercars, second-hand cars depreciate significantly, even for Porsches, which are said to hold their value. This value usually refers to buying second-hand cars and playing with them for a while, not new cars retaining their value. Lu Ren also chimed in, I think buying second-hand is appropriate. After that, he continued, today I've arranged for all versions of the 718. You can try them out in the afternoon and then make a decision. Around 4 o'clock, Jiang he received a text from Xiaomo, and he went to the Ferrari booth to pick her up, while Lu Ren and Wu Jijia went to the racetrack to prepare. After picking up Xiaomo, they headed straight to the racetrack, where they found Lu Ren and Wu Jijia greeting others. Chapter 174. Check for drunk driving. Jiang he proactively registered in Xiaomo for the race, and he sat in the passenger seat to ensure that no extreme accidents would happen. And Xiaomo was naturally driving the BMW M8 Thunder Edition. As long as extreme accidents are avoided, even with general accidents, according to BMW's safety performance and track protection, it shouldn't be too serious. And Xiaomo directly drew the number 1 parking spot, which was akin to an easy win. Jiang he sat in the passenger seat, guiding in Xiaomo on how to perform a launch start, first pressing the brake hard, then starting to press the gas pedal, bringing the engine's RPM to just below the red line. And Xiaomo followed Jiang he's instructions. When the countdown to the start ended, and Xiaomo instantly lifted her foot off the brake, and a powerful thrust pushed her back as the BMW M8 shot forward, the strong power causing the front of the car to lift slightly. After all, it was a fun race among girls, and having a lead at the start was a huge advantage. And Xiaomo was the first to enter the turn. Jiang he, seeing her focused expression, naturally wouldn't distract her unless her actions might lead to a catastrophic accident. Otherwise, he wouldn't say a word. Chapter 175. The driver's bold moves after dinner. There were many checkpoints for drunk driving on the way back to the city, and they were particularly elusive, with some even live streaming on Douyin. Once caught, there was basically no way out. Now, the Silby, which was only going at 2 or 3 dozen kilometers per hour, became a key target. They saw it almost stopping by the roadside, which was definitely a sign of drunk driving. Jiang he heard in Xiaomo's voice and hazily opened his eyes, looking at her in confusion. Did you drink? And Xiaomo replied, I didn't drink. Jiang he was puzzled. If you didn't drink, why are you afraid of the police checking the car? He countered, then why are you afraid if you didn't drink? And Xiaomo immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, that makes sense. Jiang he was somewhat speechless. Is this what they call being big-breasted but brainless? At the checkpoint, knock, 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 the traffic police knocked on the driver's window of the Silby. When Xiaomo rolled down the window, the police immediately smelled alcohol. He made a gesture, and 3 other police officers subtly approached. Pull over, turn off the engine. After the police spoke, once in Xiaomo turned off the engine, he took the breathalyzer and said, please blow into here. Chapter 176. Narcissism. After finishing breakfast, Jiang he picked up his phone, preparing to go pay the boss, and Xiaomo reminded him, I already paid for you. Jiang he didn't hesitate and said, is it still too late to go to the International Auto Show? And Xiaomo nodded and said, yes. It starts at 9:30. We have plenty of time. Then you drive. Jiang he said as he handed the keys to Xiaomo and continued, just be careful not to speed. And Xiaomo's eyes lit up. She hadn't had enough fun last night, and now it was just right to try. Jian Shui also chimed in, I need to head back too. I had too much for breakfast and need to practice more. And Xiaomo teased, I tried to stop you, but you didn't listen. Jian Shui said with a heavy expression, the friendship boat can capsize at any time. And Xiaomo couldn't help but laugh and said, you need to remember you're from the dance academy. Your acting skills still need improvement. Jian Shui had no comeback. I'll leave first. Let's catch up another day. As in Xiaomo watched Jian Shui's back, she suddenly said, Jian Shui looks really good, right? Jiang he answered without hesitation, yeah, she really does. Chapter 177. Exceptional youth a few minutes later, and Xiaoma led Jiang He to point at an old residential house and said, "Look, it's right ahead." Jiang He looked over and saw an old wooden door, several yellowed folding tables and stools outside, and a very quaint sign for Tongji. And Xiaoma said, "This shop existed before I was born. Their white-cut chicken is really delicious, and the chicken porridge is especially fresh." The two entered Tongji, which was essentially the first floor of the building, directly converted into a shop, already packed with people. When Xiaoma walked in, she actively greeted Uncle Tong. "One serving of porridge." "Shout and Mo, sure, you sit down first." Uncle Tong looked to be in his 50s. When he responded to Xiaoma, he glanced at Jiang He and proactively said, "Xiao and Mo, you haven't been here for a while. Didn't expect you to bring your boyfriend this time." And Xiaoma neither confirmed nor denied, responding, "Uncle Tong, the usual, I want it softer. Also, no green onions." "Okay," Uncle Tong remembers. "You never wanted green onions since you were little." These old shops have a particular warmth. Sometimes it feels like coming home for a meal. Chapter 178. Exceptional Youth. Not insecure as an exceptional young man, not feeling insecure, Jiang He remained calm, even under the gaze of many. He stepped onto the stage, took the microphone from Xiaoma's hand, and said into the mic, "To you from the same table, your singing was really good just now." And Xiaoma blushed slightly and gently punched Jiang He in the chest before stepping down. Jiang He spoke to the staff and then selected a song. When the prelude started, and Xiaoma recognized it as the one I love. Jiang He had professional-level singing ability, but had never had the chance to showcase it. Now, his gentle and emotive voice filled the entire live house, and the audience applauded. After finishing, Jiang He looked in Xiaoma's direction and said, "Thank you to my tablemate. I'm very happy to meet you in this vast sea of people." And Xiaoma's face was already flushed. A boy with even a bit of talent can easily flirt. When Jiang He returned to the table, he smiled in Xiaoma and asked, "Did you like it?" And Xiaoma rolled her eyes at Jiang He and replied, "It was good, but I always feel like you're hinting at something." Chapter 179. Everything is voluntary. Jiang He looked at Shun Anling and Hui Yunxin and asked, "Have you two showered?" Shun Anling pouted, "What are you thinking?" Hui Yunxin's face was flushed. Jiang He grinned, I don't know." Shun Anling huffed, "You can sleep in another room tonight, or else we will." Jiang He realized he had misunderstood. "All right then. Fine, I'll go sleep in another room later." After Jiang He agreed, he walked to the bedside, casually lay down, and rested his head on Shun Anling's lap. As Jiang He lay on Shun Anling's lap, she looked at him like he was a large stuffed toy, always wanting to find something to play with him. She leaned over, picked up an ear-cleaning tool, and said to Jiang He, "Let me help you clean your ears." Shun Anling helped Jiang He clean his ears, and he found it really comfortable. A ticklish and pleasant sensation. A little lower. Yeah, that's the spot. So comfortable. Jiang He couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. After this ear cleaning, he felt like the sounds he could hear became much clearer. Then he switched to the other ear. It was truly a royal experience. He never expected Shun Anling's skills to be this good. Chapter 180. Eating meat and drinking soup. Chapter 180. Eating meat and drinking soup before they finished their meal. The three of them immediately transferred the funds to Jiang's assets without any doubt about Jiang He. After Jiang He received the confirmation from the company, he began to explain the situation to the three. "First, let me state the rules. If you can accept them, we will start tonight. If not, I will have the company return the funds in the same way." "You speak," Lu Ren responded. The other two looked at Jiang He, waiting for him to state the rules. "For the next 4 days, we will live together. I have booked a presidential suite upstairs, and no one is allowed to leave. Second, you will all contact your family shortly and tell them you will be out for 4 days. During this period, you cannot contact your family. If you need to contact them midway, it must be supervised by the other three. Otherwise, you are prohibited from passing information to outsiders." After considering it for a moment, the three nodded and said, "Okay." The more cautious they were, the more confident they felt. There's one last rule. Since it concerns your own interests, even if there is an opportunity to disclose information, whether to show off or to bring others on board, I do not recommend it. After all, investment carries risks, and a slight disturbance can cause a huge butterfly effect. Therefore, for the safety of our funds, I truly hope you do not pass on any information. Chapter 181. The Trouble of Earning Too Much. Chapter 181. The Trouble of Earning Too Much. Jiang He looked at the three excited and added, "I also need to mention that due to the exchange rate and some special handling fees, there will be a 12 fee. The exact amount will be known after the specific operation." "No problem." Dong Yuanhua was the first to respond. Lu Ren then added, "So, Brother Jiang, does your Jiang's asset operator need a bonus? You don't need to worry about that. The company has specific regulations, and I can't decide this. Everything follows the rules, and even I have to comply." Jiang, he added. About half an hour later, Jiang, he clapped his hands to attract the attention of the three and said, "The final handling fee is 175. The other party saw that our funding amount is relatively large and gave us a discount. Now, do you want the funds to return the same way? Or do you want to provide a new account?" Lu Ren responded, "Returning the same way is fine, Brother Jiang. This time, I want to arrange a god dragon for you in Walnut. He made over 10 million in profit this time, and a set of god dragon costs less than 100,000. So even 10 sets would just be a drop in the bucket." Chapter 182. I'm not fat. Chapter 182. I'm not fat. Seeing Wu Jija wanted to take photos, Dong Yuanhua joined in and said, "Brother Jia, wait for me. Let us post together on WeChat. You take my car, and I'll take yours." Wu Jija saw through Dong Yuanhua's little scheme and said warily, "Are you trying to mess with the girls on my WeChat?" Dong Yuanhua responded, "How can that be called messing? This is called resource sharing. You see, the girls on my WeChat also let you have your way. What if there really is a girl who only likes Porsches? You old rascal, I trust you like a ghost." Wu Jija said, then continued, "But since we are all brothers, you should still bring yours." After Dong Yuanhua finished speaking, he looked eagerly at Manager Hu beside him and said, "Manager Hu, hurry up and take me to see the car." Manager Hu is the sales manager of the secondhand market, and he has a particularly good relationship with these rich kids. They are his bread and butter. "Dong Xiao, this way please. I have prepared the Ferrari 812 Super and the Mercedes GTR for you." Dong Yuanhua exclaimed, "I originally thought this was just a belief, but I didn't expect it to finally come true." Chapter 183. This girl is a born racer. Chapter 183. This girl is a born racer. Jiang, he responded. "What I meant is not that you are fat. I mean, I have booked the racetrack. After we finish eating, we'll go for a run. If we eat too much, we might get sleepy while driving and 1T be able to run." "All right." And Xiaoma happily agreed. Jiang, he already knew this girl loved to race. But who would have thought? After saying this, the three continued eating fish offal. After finishing, and Xiaoma took the initiative to pay the bill. And Jiang, he didn't stop her, expressing his satisfaction within Xiaoma's character. The three returned to Wuqing Music Academy together. In the parking lot, Jiang, he handed the car keys to Xiaoma and then guided her on how to start the Ferrari 812. Each supercar has a slightly different starting method, but they are generally button-controlled. Jiang, he looked at Xiaoma's roommate, Xiaomo, and said, "Sorry, this car can only fit 2 people. I can't take you along." Xiaomo responded, "Forget it. I don't have such a wealthy boyfriend." After saying this, she continued, "By the way, our academy's dormitory is open 24 hours, so if she tells you the dormitory is closed, you know what I mean." Chapter 184. I am not Wang Zai. Chapter 184. I am not Wang Zai. After Jiang, he finished his call with Wu Jijia. He sat on the sofa and contacted in Xiaoma via WeChat. When Xiaoma answered, Jiang, he first joked, "So, can you get out of bed?" "Oomph." And Xiaoma snorted lightly, and the answer was naturally self-evident. Continuous high-intensity braking, accelerating, and clutching, along with quickly turning the steering wheel for 2 hours. It was completely normal to feel sore in her hands and feet. Jiang, he then asked about the main matter. "Tonight, Lu Ren and the others are arranging for Walnut. Are you going?" Before Xiaoma could answer, Jiang, he added, "Don't worry, I will bring you Wang Zai." And Xiaoma responded, "I'm not Wang Zai." "Huh?" Jiang, he raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Is there a difference between Wang Zai and Wang Zai? However, pure-hearted Jiang, he naturally did not know what the difference was. He grinned and said, "I mean Wang Zai milk." And Xiaomo retorted, "When? We should first have dinner together tonight, so I'll pick you up in advance." "Do you have anything to do in the afternoon?" Jiang, he inquired, and Xiaomo replied, "I have class in the afternoon." Jiang, he said, "All right then. I'll confirm the time and send it to you. Then I'll pick you up when the time comes." Chapter 185. This lemon is very big and sour. Chapter 185. This lemon is very big and sour. Jiang, he touched his nose and said, "When I have free time, I touched the piano a few times and learned it. How about it? Isn't my talent pretty good?" Indeed, you could say there is some talent. But in our piano department, who doesn't have such talent?" And Xiaomo replied somewhat exaggeratedly. The two chatted for a while, and as it approached 5 o'clock, Jiang, he received a WeChat message from Wu Jijia, reminding him that it was time to get ready to leave. Otherwise, if they waited any longer, they would hit the rush hour and face heavy traffic. Jiang He called out, Xiaomo, let us get ready to go. First emoji, then to walnut. Xiaomo, who was beside them, said with a smirk, are you guys coming back tonight? After hearing this, and Xiaomo's face turned crimson. She huffed, I should be asking you if you're coming back tonight. Aren't you going out on a date too? I just found someone to have dinner with. Xiaomo replied. After 40 minutes, at Moji French restaurant, Jiang He and Xiaomo were the last pair to arrive. The other 3 pairs had already arrived ahead of time. The 3 of them had all met in Xiaomo and greeted her enthusiastically. Dong Yuanbo was the first to speak, saying hello, sister-in-law. Half an hour later, Jiang He arrived at the fish miscellaneous store. Although he said he would be there in 15 minutes, he was stuck in traffic along the way. So there was nothing he could do. When he walked into the fish miscellaneous store, he saw Xiaomo, as well as Xia Mo and Jian Shui. Were these 2 here to crash the meal? Sorry, I'm late. Jiang He sat down next to Xiaomo and complained, the traffic is just too bad. And Xiaomo smiled and replied, you just said you'd be here in 15 minutes, and I didn't believe you. This time of day, there's definitely going to be traffic near our school. Xia Mo chimed in, we just ordered the dishes, so at the time, you arrived just in time. The fish was bubbling in the clay pot, making gurgling sounds. And Xiaomo proactively picked up a piece of fish roe for Jiang He. Try the fish roe with this flavor today. And Xiaomo said. Xia Mo sourly remarked, eating here and throwing dog food? Are we here to eat or to eat dog food? Jian Shui, on the other hand, didn't respond. She had already started eating by herself. After Jiang He finished eating, and Xiaomo said again, you should try this fish belly. However, she didn't directly give Jiang He any food, but reminded him instead. After hearing a long explanation from Jiang He, and Xiaomo said with some skepticism, is what you said true? It couldn't be more true. Jiang He nodded. Xia Mo interjected. I believe it's true. I just checked, and that car should be worth over 2 million. For a big spender like you, it's really not a big deal, right? Yeah. Jiang He nodded. It's really not a big deal. At this moment, and Xiaomo finally nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll help you drive it if I have time. Jiang He handed over the car keys and said, you need to drive at least a few dozen kilometers a week. Here, that's the gas card too. It was given by you and what anyway. Okay. And Xiaomo agreed and didn't hesitate anymore. She directly took the gas card. Hey, Xiaomo, take me for a race later. Xia Mo cheered from the side. Jiang He reminded, you can't race on the highway, and drifting is also not allowed, understand? And Xiaomo obediently replied, got it. Jiang He nodded in satisfaction and said, if you want to race, just tell me, and I'll take you to the racetrack. Jiang He continued to mention some precautions, and then they all parted ways. Jian Shui returned to the dance academy. Xiaomo wisely went back to the dorm, leaving only in Xiaomo and Jiang He at the parking lot. Dong Yuanbo immediately responded, thank you, brother Jiang. I will definitely transfer the funds to Jiang's assets by tomorrow at the latest. By the way, brother Jiang, should we gather like last time? Jiang He shook his head and said, this time, there's no need. Besides, it's not like last time. There shouldn't be any difficulties this time. Wow, brother Jiang is amazing. Dong Yuanbo gave a thumbs up and said, I believe brother Jiang will lead us to success. Lu Ren echoed, me too. Thank you, brother Jiang. Jiang He smiled and said, well, money can be earned by one person or by everyone together. Besides, we're just taking advantage of other countries. The implication of this statement was that if there were any legal risks, these 3 would need to help bear the responsibility. Jiang He continued, Jijia, take a look at how to arrange things. It's best to finalize it today, so we can make plans and implement them quickly. Okay. Wu Jijia agreed. After Jiang He hung up the call, he began to instruct the operators of Jiang's assets to prepare for the upcoming actions. After some small talk, Lu Ren finally appeared. Lu Ren said, bro, you got me in trouble. Dong Yuanbo asked, what? Did you expose my visit to the luxurious spa? Lu Ren replied, it was Yongtai's spa. Dong Yuanbo said, well, since you can still show up now, it seems like everything is fine. By the way, I heard you push for the Western Development Project. Didn't your family give you a hard time? Lu Ren replied, that has already been resolved. Jiang He watched their conversation, knowing that getting a share of the Western Development Plan wouldn't be easy. After all, it was a national plan involving 2 trillion yuan. Any company would be tempted. But it wouldn't be easy to get a piece of the pie. However, these guys were interesting. Jiang He helped them make money, and they even played along with him, then sent him a big gift. It was indeed a case of mutual benefit. He felt he hadn't misjudged them. In fact, only such relationships could last long. Otherwise, it would be like a dog chasing after a goddess, which would ultimately lead to separation. Brothers, thanks again. Jiang He said, Although it was noisy in the fish miscellaneous store, Jiang He felt the atmosphere was a bit quiet at that moment. Xia Mo slightly tilted her head, looking at Jian Shui with a strange expression, and Xiaoma also looked at Jian Shui. But Jian Shui seemed completely unaware of the unusual atmosphere and was instead picking up fish roe to pass to Jiang He. Jiang He, anxious, quickly picked up a bowl and stood up while calling, "Waiter, please help me fill a bowl of rice." A waiter happened to walk by, and Jiang He handed the bowl over. Then Jiang He looked at the fish roe Jian Shui handed over and called out to Xiaoma, "Xiaoma, can you help catch this?" At that moment, and Xiaoma smiled and cheerfully picked up a small bowl and handed it over, saying, "Shui, give it to me." Jian Shui placed the fish roe into Xiaoma's bowl, and Xiaoma then directly placed her bowl in front of Jiang He, asking, "Do you really like eating fish roe that much?" Jiang He responded, "Mainly because this fish roe is rarely sold elsewhere, and I hardly get to eat it." As Jiang He picked it up and put it in his mouth, he couldn't help but think that Jian Shui was quite charming. Although Jiang He acknowledged that she was indeed good-looking, she had always seemed aloof before. Why was her attitude so different this time? Something must be off. 4 sport cars drove out without causing any commotion. Jiang He followed behind Lu Run, and soon, the 4 sports cars pulled into a parking lot, where security immediately came over, not to chase them away, but politely directing them on where to park. After parking the car, Jiang He surveyed the surroundings. This should be a very high-end property. Lu Ren walked to Jiang He's side and explained, "This is the highest-end apartment in Wuqing, called Shuya Fame. The 3 of us decided to buy you a small apartment as a gift." Wu Jija added, "It really is a small apartment. Just over 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms. Dong Yuanbo continued, "The main reason for choosing this place is that it's only 20 minutes from the Wuqing Music Academy. If there is no traffic, it can be reached in just over 10 minutes. Wu Jija added, "With this, you won't have to go back to Yushui Bay, so you won't be discovered." Jiang He felt that as an exceptional man, he would eventually be dragged down by these 3 brothers. However, it was evident that these 3 had put in a lot of effort, and the current arrangement was very thoughtful. Not only had they pulled him into the Western Development Initiative, but they had also gifted him a top-notch apartment near the Wuqing Music Academy, allowing Jiang He to keep a beautiful woman hidden. Chapter 192. Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand. Jiang He drove the Ferrari 812 directly to the Wuqing Music Academy. He had been there twice before and was already familiar with the layout, so he just needed to find the rooms one by one. Wasn't he that troublesome? No, Jiang didn't think so at all. This was a great opportunity for him to openly inspect the practice rooms and see if there were any other beauties around. However, after the inspection, Jiang He realized he was wrong. After circling around, he found that the girls playing the piano all seemed to be pregnant. Well, considering the long hours of practice, having a little belly was normal. No wonder Xiaoma was so at ease. Forget it, he wouldn't check the piano rooms anymore. The more he looked, the sadder he became. He thought it would be better to check the dance rooms later, which might still be worth considering. After searching for 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang He finally found Xiaoma. In this piano room, only Xiaoma was present, so Jiang He didn't hold back and directly complained. Jiang He lamented, "Xiaoma, my beautiful dream has been shattered." And Xiaoma giggled and said, "How about it? Our school has many piano goddesses, right?" Hearing this, Jiang He walked towards Xiaoma, then poked her forehead with his index finger and said, "Are you hinting at yourself?" Chapter 193. Sheep entering a tiger's mouth. You're still laughing. And Xiaoma looked at Jiang He laughing and immediately pounced on him to express her dissatisfaction. But the outcome was naturally that Jiang He's dragon claw hand subdued her completely. After the 2 played around for a while, Jiang He thought it would be more convenient for him to come to this piano room next time. So he asked, "How many people are there in your piano department? Is 20 normal practice rooms enough?" "Definitely not enough." And Xiaoma replied without thinking, "Our academy has over 300 new students every year, and the piano department has the largest number, with over 80 every year." After finishing, and Xiaoma continued, "Currently, there are over 350 students in the piano department, including graduate students. How could that possibly be enough?" Jiang He, curious, asked, "Does your school not handle this?" And Xiaoma explained, "Of course it's being handled. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single practice room available right now. After all, the pianos are in constant use every day, and the failure rate becomes very high. Basically, as soon as one is repaired, another breaks down. Maintaining a damage rate of 1/3 is already quite good. Couldn't they just replace them?" Jiang He suggested his solution. Chapter 194. No, Jiang He don't. And Xiaoma softly hummed. Only then did Jiang he slowly raise his head, stopping all actions, with the panda not tasting like sweet dew. However, since Xiaoma called for a stop, adhering to the principle of not taking the initiative, Jiang he chose to let her go. And Xiaoma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when the panda was caught, she suddenly realized that following Jiang he and Shuyafeng was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Originally, and Xiaoma had prepared for the worst. But now Jiang he had listened to her and stopped, making her heart feel sweet. Just like when she previously said she wanted to rely on her own efforts for fair competition, it made Jiang he like her even more. Now that Jiang he took the initiative to restrain himself, it also made Xiaoma more satisfied with him. The two sat on the sofa, with Xiaoma cuddling in Jiang he's arms, saying, "Can we wait a bit longer?" Jiang he ruffled her hair and replied, "And Xiaoma smiled and said, "This time, I will definitely win. Once I win, you can come over, okay?" Jiang he responded, "Okay." The two snuggled together, playing the $2 million Steinway four-handed. Chapter 195. Drunk on the beauty's lap, Dong Yuanbo couldn't help but curiously ask, "Manager Zhao, what exactly happened?" Manager Zhao sighed and then spoke. "This is the young master of the Li family bringing friends over to play, but didn't you, young Master Dong, book the entire place?" We explained. "But he is currently throwing a tantrum at the door." Dong Yuanbo asked Li Ergu. Manager Zhao didn't he respond. Wu Jijia chimed in. "It seems this Ergu has been getting a bit carried away lately. Let us go talk to him." "Sure." Dong Yuanbo nodded confidently. Lu Ren said, "You guys go ahead. I'll stay with Jianggu. I haven't seen Ergu in over a year. By the way, didn't this guy go to Shanxi for school? Why is he back?" Dong Yuanbo replied, "All right then, let us go ask." Dong Yuanbo and Wu Jijia walked towards the door, while Lu Ren explained to Jiang He. "This Li Xiang is from the Li family, but has hardly been in Wuqing recently. He went to study in Shanxi. Last year, he offended another family in Wuqing, so his family didn't allow him to come back. He probably hasn't even heard of your fame, Jianggu." Chapter 196. The debauchee gets set up. Jiang he looked at Xiaoma, who wanted to drift but was satisfied, and said, "Let us try the BMW M8 next." And Xiaoma looked at Jiang he in confusion and asked, "What is so special about this car?" Jiang he explained, "This car's all-wheel drive system is very interesting. It attracts new users and is more useful in daily life. So they added an all-wheel drive system to a performance car like the M8. Jiang he continued, "But BMW knows that experienced drivers definitely prefer rear-wheel drive, especially on the track. If you can't drift, isn't that disappointing?" And Xiaoma nodded in agreement. "That's absolutely right." So BMW adjusted the all-wheel drive system so that it could be switched between all-wheel and rear-wheel drive. Jiang he, sitting in the passenger seat, adjusted the M8 Thunder Edition's drive system, switching it to rear-wheel drive to satisfy Xiaoma's desire to drift. This time, Xiaoma easily performed a drift. How long had she been learning? Jiang started to doubt whether she was in the wrong profession. Why play the piano when she could be a race car driver? In the audience stand at the racetrack, a man dressed in Versace stands next to Li Xiang, and he curiously asks, "Li Ge, what's the situation with your friend's VIP?" Chapter 197. Jiang he am just an ordinary person. Come on, I believe in you, no problem." Jiang he immediately expressed his support. After all, the two had made an agreement, and Jiang he had to support Xiaoma in getting the spot. Otherwise, the goal of hitting a home run would be impossible. When Jiang he and his group were leaving, Gao Hongbo urged Li Xiang, saying, "Li Ge, let's hurry up and catch up." Li Xiang calmly replied, "Don't worry. We have their license plate. Why would we worry about not being able to find them?" "That makes sense," Gao Hongbo said. He was already eager to have Xiaoma owe him a favor. When Jiang he and his group were at the porridge shop, Gao Hongbo wanted to go over and strike up a conversation, but was stopped by Li Xiang. "Don't rush. They're drinking porridge now. They will definitely be at Walnut Bar later. Let's go reserve a spot there first." Li Xiang explained. "You're right. Let's go for a big dragon when we get there and see if they follow," Gao Hongbo said excitedly. Li Xiang pretended to care and said, "Gao Xiao, don't be impulsive. We still need to outsmart them. After all, there are 4 of them and only 2 of us. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses." Li Xiang seemed to be concerned, but was actually fanning the flames. Chapter 198. Being implied as a quick draw. Jiang he received a call from Xiaoma and naturally knew something was up. Otherwise, why would she call from the restroom? After all, this is a bar, even a very high-end bar, but some people, once they drink, really lose their humanity. Jiang he stood up and said, "I need to go to the restroom." Then he headed directly to the bathroom. When he reached the bathroom door, he noticed something was wrong. Jiang He looked at Gao Hongbo and said, "Is it you?" Gao Hongbo glared at Jiang He and sneered, "Fraud." Jiang He was confused. How did he suddenly become a fraud? What was going on? The key was that he didn't even know this guy. If it had been a girl, Jiang He might have started to recall whether he had drunk fake alcohol and blacked out. But for a big man to call Jiang He a fraud, that was absolutely toxic. When Gao Hongbo saw Xiaoma coming out of the restroom, he excitedly walked towards her, prompting a reaction from Jiang He. Without hesitation, Jiang He rushed over and blocked Gao Hongbo, delivering an uppercut right to Gao Hongbo's nose, knocking him to the ground and causing him to bleed. Chapter 199. Good-looking people really have privileges. Originally, when marketing manager Xiao Zhang encountered such a situation, he would usually back down, because Walnut Bar is notoriously unhelpful. Conflicts between customers are to be resolved among themselves. However, Jiang He and his group were big spenders. Not to mention, Jiang He and the others ordered the big dragon directly, while Gao Hongbo initially wanted to order something to show off, only to find that Jiang He had ordered first. No matter where you are, big spenders always get priority. At this moment, Xiao Zhang anxiously said, "Brother, let's talk it out. If there's a problem, we can discuss it first." Bang! Before Xiao Zhang could finish his sentence, he was hit on the head with a beer bottle by Gao Hongbo. In Gao Hongbo's eyes, a mere marketing manager dared to block him. This was just a way to establish dominance. The beer bottle hit Xiao Zhang hard, leaving him dazed. The friends Gao Hongbo brought along had also had enough to drink, and, seeing Gao Hongbo's power, they cheered and praised him, making Gao Hongbo feel very pleased. Holding the broken beer bottle, Gao Hongbo looked at Jiang He with an imposing demeanor and said, "You're Jiang He, right?" Chapter 200. Little brother, get with the program. Gao Hongbo approached fiercely, but now he was nearly struck into silence, quietly putting down the broken beer bottle and preparing to leave. Lu Ren immediately said, "How can you hit someone and just walk away? Don't you understand the rules? I told you to scram, which means you need to understand the rules." Gao Hongbo looked at the marketing manager, Xiao Zhang, who was holding his head, and then looked at Lu Ren and asked, "How do you want to solve this?" Lu Ren turned to Jiang He and asked, "Brother Jiang, how do you think we should resolve this?" Jiang He silently gave Xiao Zhang a thumbs up and said, "Xiao Zhang usually doesn't show his true colors, but I didn't expect him to be so clever today." "Xiao Zhang, are you hurt badly?" Xiao Zhang quickly replied, "It's okay, Brother Jiang, just a small cut. It's a minor issue. I'll go bandage it up later." Jiang He looked at him with a frown and said, "How can you be so modest? I'll ask you again. Are you hurt badly?" After hearing this, Xiao Zhang instantly understood Jiang He's meaning, laid down on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. "Little brother, get with the program. Just a moment ago, he was saying it was a minor issue, and now he was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. This was too much." Chapter 201. We made a deal. Li Xiang received a call from Gao Hongbo and replied casually, "I'm outside grilling skewers. Wait a bit. I'll be right back. I was thinking of bringing you lamb skewers to celebrate." Gao Hongbo was speechless at this. "Celebrate?" Gao Hongbo cautiously asked. "Li Ge, we have encountered a small accident here, and I need 200,000 cash. Can you help me bring it over?" Li Xiang immediately responded, "No problem. I'll bring it over right away. Wait a moment, at most 15 minutes. Gao Hongbo breathed a sigh of relief. 15 minutes later, Li Xiang arrived at Card 1, carrying an eco-friendly bag. He glanced at Xiao Zhang lying on the ground and asked, "What happened here?" Lu Ren stared at Li Xiang and said, Guzi, you are really insincere." Wu Jijia also echoed, "That's right. How could you not know what happened here?" Dong Yuanbo lamented, Guzi, you really haven't changed at all. You've always been like this since childhood, like a scheming little strategist, never able to stand up straight." After saying that, he continued, "If you have a problem with me in Jiegu, just come at us directly. Why go through such a big circle and find a fool to deal with Brother Jiang, and then embarrass us?" Chapter 202. It's all fate. The last time there was an accidental discharge, and Xiaoma and Jiang, he made an agreement that when Xiaoma got the spot, she would stay over at the apartment. Jiang, he replied, "I know. I will keep my promise. But it's not safe for you to go back alone so late. I'll sleep in the living room tonight." And Xiaoma shyly looked at Jiang He, "Brother Jiang." Jiang He responded, "Okay, I promise I will keep my promise. You just behave." And Xiaoma hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right then, I will send a message to Xia Mo first." "Sure. I'll translate the content you provided into English." "Well, I'm going to take a shower first." Jiang He replied, while Jiang, he was in the shower. And Xiao Mo was sending a message to Xia Mo, I won't be going back tonight. Xia Mo replied immediately. At first, you said it would be 11:30. Then you said 12. And now you're just saying you won't come back at all. You really are done for. And Xiao Mo replied, it's him who won't let me go. TSK. If he won't let you go, you won't go. Isn't it that you yourself don't want to go? Xia Mo pointed out the essence sharply. So what should I do now, Mo? And Xiao Mo ignored Xia Mo's insight into the situation. Xia Mo replied, just chill. Chapter 203. All of us have taken health education classes. Half an hour later, and Xiao Mo hummed lightly, twisted Jiang He's thigh, and went straight to the bathroom. As college students in 2022, who hasn't taken a health education class? Anyway, and Xiao Mo had just taken one when she entered university, where she even saw the teacher demonstrating with a banana. Ahem, this is all normal course content. And Xiao Mo knew staying behind would definitely lead to trouble. As for the man's guarantee, how to tell if a man is lecherous? It's simple. Just check his breath with your hand. If there's breathing, then he's lecherous. If there's no breathing, then he probably isn't. As for Jiang he definitely breathes. Moments later, and Xiao Mo came out of the bathroom, shot an eye at Jiang who was grinning and waving at her. And Xiao Mo huffed, you bad guy. Were you plotting this all along? Jiang really wasn't plotting. Really, this is all Gao Hongbao's doing. If it weren't for Gao Hongbao potentially threatening his own safety, Jiang wouldn't have kept in Xiao Mo here, and none of this would have happened. In short, just keep a low profile. This mess is Gao Hongbao's fault, and there's no denying it. Chapter 204. Could it really not be him? After Jiang, he told Wu Zhijie that his car had been stolen. Wu Zhijie responded, I'll come over right away, wait for me. Jiang agreed, okay. About half an hour later, Wu Zhijie arrived at Shui Yifang driving a BMW X5. He quickly walked over to Jiang brother Jiang. Brother Jie. Jiang replied. When Zhou Jie saw Wu Zhijie, she was already coming over with a tablet in her arms. Manager Wu, Mr. Jiang, we've retrieved the surveillance footage. Do you want to take a look? Wu Zhijie frowned and said, let's take a look first. Zhou Jie played the surveillance video on the tablet and said, last night at 10:09, Mr. Zhang's girlfriend drove back, and the surveillance caught Mr. Zhang's car. After saying that, she dragged the progress bar and continued. Finally, we discovered that at 7:27 in the morning, a man dressed in gray sportswear, wearing a helmet and a mask, entered the parking lot and drove away Mr. Zhang's car. The surveillance footage indeed showed this. The man walked up to the Ferrari and tried to open the door, and it was certain that this man was definitely not the car owner because he took a full minute to open the door. Chapter 205. This is true love. Dong Yuanbo saw that he had been added to Li Xiang's blacklist and complained. This guy, I'm about to lose my temper because of him. Lu Ren sighed and said, all right, let's just do this. Let's activate our friend's circle and see. At this point, Lu Ren looked at Jiang with deep apologies and said, Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. This matter has caused you more trouble. Li Xiang is really getting out of hand. Jiang calmly replied, actually, it's fine. I was going out today to buy a new car anyway. Mainly because Xiao Mo spent the whole afternoon racing yesterday, and she doesn't like the Ferrari anymore. I was just going out to buy her a new car, but who would have thought the car would disappear just as I was about to drive out? Dong Yuanbo quickly said, Brother Jiang, what car are you planning to buy for sister-in-law? I'll send one too. Jiang waved his hand at Dong Yuanbo and said, get lost, Bo Ge. When did you become like Xiao Zhang? This matter has to be handled by myself. By the way, Jie Ge, can you help me with something? After saying that, Jiang looked at Wu Zhijie. No problem, what do you need? Wu Zhijie responded. Chapter 206. Driving a Ferrari to sell water at the Foreign Language Institute. Jiang held in Xiao Mo's hand as they walked out of the lobby. And Xiao Mo immediately saw the Barcelona blue BMW M8 Thunder Edition. Jiang continued to lead her to the front of the car. And Xiao Mo saw the license plate number, Wu EXM 520. Such a straightforward license plate number. How could it not have any meaning? Wow. And Xiao Mo exclaimed, and then fell into Jiang's arms. Originally, because of yesterday's events, her heart felt empty. Jiang hadn't given her any guarantees, and she had given herself to him, which made her feel particularly insecure. But now seeing Jiang's thoughtfulness, and Xiao Mo suddenly felt at ease. And Xiao Mo, buried in Jiang's arms, whispered, I love you too, Sanwei Wu. And Xiao Mo skillfully parked the Barcelona blue BMW M8 Thunder Edition in the open-air parking lot. After getting out of the car, she directly linked arms with Jiang He, and Xiao Mo sighed. Indeed, the M8 is much easier to drive than the previous 812. Jiang He teased from the side. By the way, speaking of the 812, do you believe it was stolen? Chapter 207. To eradicate the roots. Dong Yuanbo took a deep breath and said, the owner of the second car is Gao Hongbo, the one who had a conflict with us at the Walnut last night. After finishing, Dong Yuanbo quickly said that the traffic police had confirmed through the surveillance footage that the driver was indeed Gao Hongbo, and the police on the scene confirmed that Gao Hongbo did not escape the accident. After finishing, Dong Yuanbo looked at Jiang He and asked, Brother Jiang, you still say you can't fight? Jiang He understood in his heart that all this must be the work of the security department. Although he already knew the answer, Jiang He still maintained his composure and said, this really is heaven's eye-opening. Dong Yuanbo, Wu Jia, and Lu Ren all looked at Jiang He with strange expressions. Heaven's eye-opening? Ha! There are so many things in this terrible world that need heaven's eye to open. But for such a small matter, heaven actually opened its eyes? Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. Wu Jia sighed. I'm convinced. Lu Ren just gave thumbs up. Dong Yuanbo complained. This morning at Shui Yifang, Jiang Ji's performance was truly impeccable. Looking back now, I still think it's real. Chapter 208. Wuqing is very hot. Chapter 208. Wuqing is very hot. Jiang He heard that Dong Yuanbo could handle the insurance matter and said, since that's the case, after you settle the compensation, you have to treat us to a meal. Sure. Dong Yuanbo agreed. Then Jiang He looked at D-Run and said, by the way, Officer D, can we leave now? D-Run nodded and said, of course, Mr. Jiang. Please ensure your phone is reachable at all times. If we find any issues during our investigation, we will contact you. All right, I hope Officer D can find results soon. Jiang He secretly smiled. If you can find results, then I won't have to waste money supporting this group of people. Brothers, I'm leaving now. Contact me anytime if needed. Jiang He called out. Okay, Jiang Go. You go ahead. I still need to get the relevant documents from the police department and then seek compensation from the insurance company. Dong Yuanbo responded. Wu Jia echoed. I'll be with Bo Gu this afternoon, first making sure everything is arranged clearly, and then waiting for the compensation to come in. I think Bo Gu will take me flying. Dong Yuanbo couldn't help but complain. As expected of you, so stingy. Chapter 209. The water is very deep. Chapter 209. The water is very deep originally. This car accident involved many parties, and a specific situation had been sealed off. Only core personnel could view it, and these three yellow-haired explosive heads definitely couldn't know the specifics of the case. Wang and then explained, we called him over 10 times before, but he didn't answer. We also found someone following and monitoring us. So we thought Gao Hongbo was in trouble. However, this statement immediately alerted Wang in. First, they said they had contact with Jiang He, but in fact, they were connected to Gao Hongbo. Clearly, Gao Hongbo must be instructing them to do something. Second, who was monitoring them, and why go to such lengths? After all, 2 of these 3 yellow-hair explosive heads are unemployed. What value do they have for tracking and monitoring? Something unusual must be up. The enemy then asked, do you know Gao Hongbo? Wang immediately fell silent. Wu Dong, feeling anxious, said, Ngo, just say it. Wu Xiao also spoke up. Ngo, hurry up and say it. You saw what just happened. We were being followed and monitored, and the other side looks formidable. Chapter 210. Rarely confused. Chapter 210. Rarely confused. This discovery instantly made D. Ren's scalp tingle. But even so, he still found a situation in a non-network camera. However, this camera only captured a side view, and it was a masked figure. How the hell can this be identified? If it weren't for the fact that the other party was taking pictures of the 3 yellow-haired explosive heads with a long-focus DSLR camera, D-Ren wouldn't have been able to confirm that this person was observing them. So, the question arises, what kind of person has the capability to do this? They even deleted all relevant surveillance records. Just thinking about it is terrifying. But as D-Run delved deeper, he discovered something even more horrifying. Although deleting surveillance records is terrifying, the truly terrifying thing is still to come. D-Ren had long suspected Jiang He. After confirming that the 3 yellow-haired explosive heads were hired by Gao Hongbo to commit murder, and that the target was Jiang He, he could be 100% sure that Jiang He was the mastermind. But this was merely speculation. Without evidence, it was useless. Jiang He's alibi was flawless. It was impossible to implicate him in such a matter. Chapter 211. The mastermind becomes the victim. Chapter 211. The mastermind becomes the victim. Lu Ren quickly received the information and smiled slightly. He was the most composed among the three brothers, had the best overall perspective, and also the strongest background. Although he initially couldn't analyze why Jiang He wanted to deal with Gao Hongbo, he knew there must be a reason. Otherwise, Jiang He wouldn't target Gao Hongbo. Lu Ren quietly sighed. Indeed, every action has a cause. But still, as the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Why must one seek their own demise? If Gao Hongbo had just let it go, wouldn't the grievances between them be over? Instead, Gao Hongbo had to pull a stunt. Truly, the most terrifying thing is a pig teammate. On Dong Yuanhua's side, after realizing this, he called Li Xiang again. Although this time it was still in the blacklist status, the blocked call still showed up. However, because of this, Li Xiang immediately called back. Li Xiang spoke first on the phone. Bo Gu, if I say I have nothing to do with this matter, would you believe me? Dong Yuanhua pretended to be confused and said, What are you talking about? Chapter 212. Bad luck card. A few days later, when Jiang He returned to his hometown, Jiangcheng, to celebrate his mother's birthday, he received a call from Dong Yuanhua. Dong Yuanhua, excited on the phone, said, Jiang Gu, good news, good news. Jiang He asked back, what good news? Dong Yuanhua didn't keep him in suspense and directly said, That bastard Li Xiang got poisoned. That bastard was messing around at the Shursan invitation bar and directly pulled a hero without a raincoat stunt and then tragically got poisoned. Jiang He knowingly asked, What kind of poison? It must be the bad luck card that activated. But this bad luck card is indeed a bit powerful. One time without a raincoat, and he got hit. This is really interesting. Dong Yuanhua continued to explain. It's still unclear what poison he specifically got, but we know his little brother is basically ruined. Friends say his brother can't get hard anymore. By the way, this person's head has sores, and his hands and feet have pus-filled bumps. It seems the poisoning is quite serious. He doesn't dare to see people and runs to the hospital every day. They still haven't figured out the specific cause. They just know it's caused by the poisoning of his little brother. Dong Yuanhua said happily. Chapter 213. Water comes naturally after Aunt Liang left. Jiang He also released Lin Miao Miao. Although his expression was quite calm, he still felt a bit awkward inside. Next time, Jiang He smiled. Such things require the right atmosphere. Since the atmosphere was already broken, he lost the mood. Later, we'll go buy outdoor camping gear together. Thinking about the upcoming outdoor camping, Jiang He said to Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao obediently nodded. Beside Jiang He, Lin Miao Miao was a little woman, but when Jiang He wasn't around, she was a cool goddess. The two went to a store in Jiangcheng that specialized in outdoor equipment. Windproof lighter, tent, water bottle, GPS, and iron pot. After arriving at the store, they bought double the amount of outdoor gear, because you never know what might happen in the wild. It's always better to be well prepared. The tent they chose was even a double-layer tent that could withstand heavy rain, and the quality was excellent. After buying everything, they loaded it all into the trunk of the BMW X5. Jiang He looked at the full trunk and back seat and smiled, saying, It seems I made the right choice bringing this car out. Chapter 214. What a treasure of a girl. Chapter 214. What a treasure of a girl. Jiang He quickly lit a fire with the lighter. After placing the pot, he poured in some clean water, and once it boiled, he filled 2 cups with water. Jiang He handed 1 cup to Lin Miao Miao and said, Here, drink some hot water to warm up. At this point, the temperature in the mountains had dropped, and even Jiang He felt a bit chilly. Lin Miao Miao took the small cup and hugged it with both hands to warm herself. He poured in some more clean water, and after it boiled, he took out the instant noodles he had prepared earlier and started cooking them in the pot. Jiang He asked with a smile, Have you ever had instant noodles? If it were someone else, they would definitely look at Jiang He with a strange expression and think, Are you kidding? I've never had a tea egg. But Lin Miao Miao was different. She thought for a moment and realized she had never eaten instant noodles. Sure enough, Lin Miao Miao shook her head, indicating she had never had them, saying that instant noodles aren't healthy. Jiang He helplessly shook his head, feeling that Lin Miao Miao was going to be spoiled by him. Then you should try them today. They're really delicious, Jiang He said as he poured the seasoning packet into the pot. Chapter 215. Just kill him directly. Chapter 215. Just kill him directly. The next day, Jiang He drove Lin Miao Miao home. By the time they returned, it was almost afternoon. Jiang He planned to take Lin Miao Miao out for dinner, but she said she wanted to cook at home. Lin Miao Miao blinked at Jiang He and said, Last time before you went back to Wuching, I asked you what dishes you liked, and now I've learned how to make them. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang He became interested. There were still vegetables in the fridge at home. So Lin Miao Miao immediately transformed into a beautiful chef, busy in the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist, cooking for Jiang He. Before long, Lin Miao Miao had prepared several dishes. Jiang He took a look. Although he didn't know how they tasted, they looked and smelled great. Give it a try. Lin Miao Miao handed Jiang He chopsticks, eagerly watching him. Jiang He took a few bites of each dish, nodding with each taste. Miao Miao, your cooking skills are really good. It's delicious. Jiang He sincerely praised her. The taste was indeed excellent. Lin Miao Miao smiled charmingly upon hearing this. I'm glad you like it. After dinner, Jiang He relaxed on the sofa watching TV while Lin Miao Miao cleaned the table. Chapter 2:16. Sudden dunk. Jiang He realized that buying this husky was truly a good decision. This trick really worked, and the clumsy yet aloof dog was indeed not a mistake. In the following days, Lin Miao Miao seemed to be cycling between wanting to eat dog meat and getting angry every day. One day, as the temperature gradually dropped, Jiang He remembered that he hadn't eaten crayfish this year, and if he didn't hurry, he'd probably have to wait until next year. However, before eating, he first called Lin Miao Miao. Miao Miao, have you had dinner yet? Jiang He asked. Lin Miao Miao had just returned from the gym. Although she was the boss and had flexible working hours, she still had to commute according to regular hours when her boss wasn't around. She replied, not yet. Upon hearing that Lin Miao Miao hadn't had dinner, Jiang He snapped his fingers and said, I'll send you an address. Drive over, and we'll eat together. Okay. Lin Miao Miao agreed and hung up. After sending Lin Miao Miao the location, Jiang He arrived at the crayfish restaurant first and ordered a spicy crayfish and a garlic crayfish. Before long, the two dishes were ready and served, just as Lin Miao Miao arrived. Chapter 2:17. You'll sleep on the sofa from now on. Chapter 2:17. You'll sleep on the sofa from now on. It was the last ball, and Lin Miao Miao had to take revenge on Jiang He for dunking on her 10 times. Jiang He just smiled and watched Lin Miao Miao. He stayed under the basket, not planning to defend. Lin Miao Miao thought he was going to let her score this one, so she dribbled without pressure, entered the three-point line, and prepared for a three-step layup. But just as she was about to shoot, Jiang He suddenly jumped up and blocked her shot. Thud! The ball bounced high off the ground, and Lin Miao Miao, caught off guard, crashed into Jiang He. After they landed, she pushed Jiang He away and said, Tonight you can sleep on the sofa. Jiang He, seemingly not hearing her, was still savoring the feeling from earlier, saying, How about we come here to play more often? Jiang He's survival instinct seemed to have vanished, instead suggesting Lin Miao Miao come to the basketball court more. You could go play by yourself from now on, Lin Miao Miao said, and turned to leave the basketball court. Hearing this, Jiang He smiled to himself, realizing he had done it on purpose and found it amusing. Seeing Lin Miao Miao leave, he went to retrieve the ball and return it to a little boy, thanking him, Thank you, we're going home now. Next time, the husky will borrow it to play with you. Chapter 2:18. I can't believe it, Miao Miao. I'm going back to Wuching tomorrow. There are things I need to take care of. Jiang He explained. Okay. Lin Miao Miao was very understanding and didn't mention anything about going to Wuching with Jiang He. Instead, she proactively said, Next time you come back, I'll dunk on you. Jiang He was speechless. This holy girl really held grudges. Still remembering how he dunked on her a few days ago. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Miao Miao nudged Jiang He, who was still lazy, saying, Didn't you say you were going back to Wuching? Jiang He gently stroked the smooth back of the holy girl and replied, That doesn't conflict, no conflict. My flight is at 1, and I have a while. It was only at noon that Jiang He left. Fortunately, he had bought a first-class ticket, which allowed him to use the VIP channel without waiting in line. Jiang He sat in first class and requested a blanket to prepare for sleep. After just having subdued the holy girl, he would be heading to Wuching in the afternoon to sneak into the spider cave. Luckily, his body had been enhanced by the system, so it was no problem, but if he didn't rest soon, even he would be worn out. Before sleeping, Jiang He sent a message in the WeChat group of his brothers, asking if anyone had time to pick him up from the airport, as he didn't want to disturb Xiaoma and wanted her to practice her piano well. Chapter 2:19. Woman, you've exposed yourself? Jian Shui replied. That license plate might cost tens of thousands, and it's not something you could just buy with money. He probably has a lot of influence in Wuching. Xiaoma asked. I'm really curious. How much is that car? About 3 million. And Xiaoma didn't hide it. Ahem. Xiaoma coughed twice and continued. Xiaoma, let's discuss this. Does your fairy boyfriend mind having another girlfriend? Don't worry, you act as the big one, and I'll be the small one. I'll listen to you. I won't make a fuss or compete. And Xiaoma glanced at Xiaoma and shook her head, saying, Mo. If it's you, it probably won't work. Xiaomo looked puzzled. Jian Shui couldn't help but laugh. The three of them had a very good relationship, so jokes were casual. She added, she means your boyfriend standards are very high. Although you're also good-looking, it's just not good enough. Xiaomo looked speechless at Xiaomo and Jian Shui, and said defiantly, then Shui should be fine, right? And Xiaomo looked at Jian Shui again and said, Shui should be fine? Chapter 220. The stimulating best friend test. Jiang, he saw the news that Dong Yuanbo hoped he wouldn't share and replied, but I've already said it. Dong Yuanbo, Jiang he. I said brother Jie got into a car accident again. Wu Jijia. Dong Yuanbo. Brother Jiang is really loyal. Lu Run, brothers. How about we stop selling water today? The customer quality is not good. Dong Yuanbo. All right. Let's pack up. This is disgusting. It seems I need to find a girlfriend too. Always coming out to sell water isn't a solution. Wu Jijia. As if he can find one. Originally, Jiang he thought waiting for Xiaomo to get her nails done was a tough situation, but now it seemed selling water wasn't any better. If Jiang he hadn't asked a question, Dong Yuanbo might have gone down a path many had explored before tonight. And Xiaomo responded, you mean brother Jie got into a car accident again? Jiang he casually replied, that's his daily routine. Just get used to it. Jiang he arrived around 5, but ended up waiting until 7 when Xiaomo and the others finally finished their nails. And Xiaomo bounced over to Jiang he, proudly showing off her 10 fingers. Ta-da! Aren't they pretty? Chapter 221. This matter can't be denied Jiang. He felt he had passed the best friend test. He made an excuse to go to the restroom and switch places with him. If that didn't pass, it would be too unfair. Then, when Jiang he picked up the bowl to eat fish roe again, he felt a cold toe touching his calf. Jiang he wanted to ask on Bihu what to do if, in the presence of his girlfriend, he was having dinner with her best friend, and her best friend kept rubbing his calf with her foot. One could imagine the answers would be, if it were me, I could handle it. But Jiang he was a good man, and after casually eating the fish roe, he stood up again. I need to go to the restroom. Xiaomo looked at Jiang he's situation and whispered, Xiaomo, are you sure his waist is okay? Jian Shui calmly responded, I think in this situation, he should see a doctor. And Xiaomo didn't answer, but suspicion appeared in her eyes. At the restroom door, the landlady met Jiang he as he came out and gave him a thumbs up, saying, student, impressive. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Chapter 222. A friend in need in Xiaomo took her 2 sisters to tour the apartment. After finishing, they whispered in the bedroom. Xiaomo joked, wow, Xiaomo. I'm so envious of you. The lucky 88th floor, plus such an auspicious room, number 8808, and such a great location by the water. If you don't mind, you should tell him I'll be your younger sister, and you'll be my big sister. If you tell me to go east, I absolutely want to go west. And Xiaomo casually replied, go away. Your family is rich too. That watch on your wrist looks like a Patek Philippe, which must cost hundreds of thousands. Oh, that's not the same. Let's not talk about this. Instead, tell me which flight you met on. The holiday is coming soon. I'll also take a flight to see if I can meet such a fairy boyfriend. Xiaomo said enviously. Jian Shui also expressed her envy. This really is a fairy boyfriend. And Xiaomo suddenly replied, I think Mo doesn't have much of a chance. But I think Shui can. Why don't you give it another try? Jian Shui denied. It's pointless. He is too cautious. Chapter 223. Where's the supposed sage cool down? Hearing Wu Jijia's concerns about borrowing money, Dong Yuanbo immediately replied, Brother Jiang, I'll transfer all my funds to the company soon. Lu Run 1. I also have no money. Wu Jijia, you guys are too real. Lu Run, you caused this mess yourself. You can't expect us brothers to help you bear it. Dong Yuanbo. Mainly, I feel there's going to be action next, so I can't lend a penny. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Jiang He. No more talking. The late night snack is here. Brothers, see you tomorrow. Jiang He's phone showed that the delivery had arrived upstairs. So he put his phone on the coffee table and picked up Xiaomo. And Xiaomo wrapped her arms around Jiang He's neck. Jiang He ordered 4 French blue lobsters, high in protein to replenish energy, and both Jiang He and Xiaomo liked eating shrimp. Half an hour later, the late-night snack ended, with Jiang He eating 3 and Xiaomo only 1. After finishing, Jiang He patted Xiaomo and said, come on, my combat power is back. Are you ready? And Xiaomo was taken aback. Huh? No way. How long has it been? Didn't Tiwi just do it again? Why do you need to be ready now? Chapter 224. Wu Jijie got entangled Jiang. He had agreed to meet with the 3 brothers at noon, and as noon approached, Lu Ren and the others had already booked a place and called Jiang He to ask. Lu Ren said, Brother Bo arranged lunch just now. I'll send you a location. You can navigate over. Sure, Jiang He replied. After hanging up, Jiang He received the location information from Lu Ren. If he left now, it would take less than 8 kilometers by car. Jiang He asked in Xiaomo, do you want to drive, or should I? You drive, and Xiaomo pouted. You've battled with me 4 times from yesterday to today. How can I have the energy to drive now? Jiang He laughed. I don't feel anything. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang He and Xiaomo arrived at their destination, where they spotted Lu Ren and his group. Jiang He noticed a young lady standing with Lu Ren and the 3 brothers. Lu Ren took the initiative to introduce, Brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Chun Xiaoyu, a friend we grew up with, and Jie Ji's childhood sweetheart. Chun Xiaoyu complained, come on, you guys, which one of us isn't a childhood friend? Wu Jijie quickly agreed, right? We've known Chun Xiaoyu since we were little. Chapter 225. This person must be a devil. Wu Jijie was somewhat speechless when he heard Chun Xiaoyu say they were childhood friends. He had just said he was childhood friend with everyone, and now he was changing his tune. This is really unbearable. Sorry for interrupting. I won't say anything. By the way, Brother Jiang, hand me the car keys. We'll go back and change into something more comfortable for shopping. And Xiaomo responded. Jiang He handed the car keys to Xiaomo and added, make sure to take care of Sister Xiaoyu. You can swipe the bank card as much as you want and buy whatever you like. Chun Xiaoyu immediately thanked him. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang He replied, hey, you thanked the wrong person. I'm just using flowers to present to the Buddha. We're discussing a business collaboration later. And I plan to get back 10 times what you spend from Brother Jie. Wu Jijie looked at Jiang He speechlessly, thinking, this person must be a devil. Ha ha ha. Dong Yuanbo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ren also couldn't help but laugh, saying, I think it's fine. Actually, Jie, you might as well splurge a bit. Let Xiaoyu buy whatever she wants and settle the grudges from middle school. You guys have been at odds for over a decade, why bother? Chapter 226. There's a reasonable cause behind all unreasonable things after Jiang He's guidance. Lu Ren replied with a serious expression. It's very likely that the Gao family has discovered a gold mine in the Gaoqiu area of Shaanxi. Jiang He affirmed, this is very possible. In fact, my informants have already confirmed this news. Dong Yuanbo suddenly realized, Old Li's family isn't showing weakness to the Gao family this time. They actually want to completely kick the Gao family out and monopolize it themselves. Wu Jijie asked if the gold mine is in the Gao family's control. We probably can't seize it, right? That was a very good question. Jiang He gave Wu Jijie a thumbs up. Normally, we definitely wouldn't be able to operate in that way. Even if your 3 families have great influence, it's impossible to forcibly seize anything in this era. Jiang He explained. Lu Ren and the others nodded in agreement. This is an era of progress. Jiang He continued, initially when I investigated the Gao family, I discovered problems in the Gaoqiu area, then guessed that there might be a gold mine there. Further investigations revealed a high possibility of a gold mine existing in the Gaoqiu area. Chapter 227. This is a turtle bastard, Jiang, he said very seriously. I hope our 4 families can split this evenly. Although I know this benefits me, I'll only mention 2 points. Jiang He raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers up. If we split it evenly, each family would get a quarter, which indeed benefits Jiang He significantly. But Jiang He could also do it alone. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem. However, one cannot go far alone when things grow larger. You need a group of people around you, and these people are the best protective circle. Jiang He continued, first, the interests in my hands may very likely be shared with a 5th family. As for whether or not to share and how much to share, that will be decided by me specifically. You can all guess who this 5th family is. It's Zhang. I will be responsible for negotiating with the Zhang family and convincing them to take back the Gao family's authorization and hand it over to us. The second point is that I can make Zhang willingly invest the mining rights of the Gaoqiu gold mine into the joint interest body we establish, allowing us to fully acquire the mining rights, rather than just the authorization like the Gao family. Jiang He explained his role. Chapter 228. Please let the whole village listen to the Suona. This restriction on consumption is just too crafty. Chun Xiaoyu called Wu Jijie and directly complained. Wu Jijie, you did this on purpose, right? Your bank card has a spending verification. How can you say it wasn't intentional? Normally, when using a bank card in large shopping malls, there is no spending verification. However, if a single transaction limit is set, then verification is required. That's right, Wu Jijie set the spending verification himself. However, Wu Jijie would definitely not admit it, thinking, is there really such a thing? You're still not admitting it? Chen Xiaoyu was furious. Just wait for me. I'm coming to your house right now. Wu Jijie retorted. Are you crazy? How is coming to my place going to solve the problem? Solving the problem isn't important. What's important is that I want to tell your dad that you bullied me today. You can deal with it yourself. After saying that, Chen Xiaoyu directly hung up the phone. Sister Xiaomao, I'm leaving. I need to go settle accounts with that turtle bastard Wu Jijie. Chen Xiaoyu explained. In case Brother Jiang comes, and you two are all lovey-dovey, I'll feel like a third wheel. Chapter 229. A unique flavor half an hour later. Jiang He arrived at Starbucks, and Xiaomao happily stood up and walked to Jiang He, then took the initiative to link her arm with his. I have something interesting to tell you. And Xiaomao said. Jiang He replied, did you get hit on again? And Xiaomao recalled. It was Jie's bank card that set a spending limit. Anything over $1,000 needs a text verification. Just now, Sister Xiaoyu was so mad that she went back to settle accounts with Jie. Jiang He nodded. I knew I hadn't seen her. It turns out there was such a crafty operation. Ha ha ha. And Xiaomao laughed happily, attracting the attention of surrounding men, their eyes filled with envy. After all, with her fair skin, beauty, long legs, and charm, and actively linking arms with Jiang He, it was clear they had a good relationship, not just a mere financial arrangement. A financial arrangement is like a forced melon. If it's not sweet, it's not worth it, and there are multiple people involved, not even knowing how many hands it has passed through. But Jiang He is different. He has long been an advanced player, a master well-versed in various martial arts secrets. Chapter 230. 111 3 and Xiaomao changed into the first navy blue solid long skirt, which immediately highlighted her fair skin. And Xiaomao asked, how does this one look? Jiang He nodded and replied, turn around and let me see. And Xiaomao obediently spun around, the skirt fluttering slightly, and Jiang He grinned. You can try on some others too. After Xiaomao tried on 3 more dresses, Jiang He asked, which one do you like the most? And Xiaomao replied, I think the second one looks the best. The tropical floral print is nice. Jiang He responded, all right, we'll take all 5 skirts. Swipe the card. And he was a bit stunned, thinking, didn't they choose the second white one and the tropical floral print? Why suddenly splurging like this? Does this person know the total price of 5 skirts? It's already 200,000. What kind of family condition is this? Could it be that they have a mine at home? Jiang He then asked, by the way, Xiaomao, why don't you take a look at a few Dior bags? They seem to be quite popular lately, especially the canvas shopping bag. And Xiaomao shook her head and said, I don't really like their bags. Chapter 231. The money spent is indeed worth it, Lu Kai explained in detail, saying that this gold mine is not just about providing gold. It can also serve as the foundation for the family and drive the surrounding industrial chain, providing a large number of job opportunities. These are our capital, and they will greatly enhance our bargaining power. Do you understand now? As for profit sharing, that's just the basis of cooperation. With only the 3 families, we can't obtain ownership of the gold mine. Only Jiang He has goodwill, but he cannot handle the complex local jurisdiction. Therefore, the 4 families will benefit together in unity, but will all lose if divided. Lu Kai analyzed. And one last point, it's not as simple as it seems. Lu Kai sighed and said, regarding Gao Hongbao's matter, not only did the police find no clues, but even the security department didn't. Do you still think it's simple? Lu Ren couldn't help but be surprised. He always knew Jiang He was powerful, but was he this powerful? Dong family Dong Yuanbo had just finished explaining the whole matter and finally asked, Dad, let's join. Brother Zhang's methods are diverse and wild. We definitely won't lose by joining. Chapter 232. The harm is low, but the insult is extremely strong at 10 o'clock at night. And Xiao Mo was already fast asleep, while Jiang He was quietly contemplating. Tonight, and Xiao Mo was somewhat proactive. He directly came 3 times, feeling that in Xiao Mo's mindset had changed a bit. However, even so, with the boost from the system, Jiang He was still very energetic. He then sent a message in the WeChat group. Jiang, night snack, anyone want to grab some skewers? Let's go for lamb testicles. Dong Yuanbo, Brother Jiang. Lamb testicles? They must be all used up. Wu Jijie, I know this. I've already seen how Brother Jiang looks when he's grown up. Lu Ren, no problem, let's go. Jiang He, send a location, I'll head over right away. Dong Yuanbo, location information, Dong Yuanbo, let's go. Wu Jijie, Brother Jiang is so fierce he even needs lamb testicles. I think I need some too. Jiang He left a message on Xiao Mo's WeChat, so she wouldn't misunderstand when she woke up and then drove to the destination. Jiang He was the last to arrive. Wu Jijia saw Jiang He and called out, "Brother Jiang, come quickly. We've ordered a dozen lamb testicles. It's all the stock left in the store." Jiang He felt a bit powerless. He just said he wanted some, and there were so many. Chapter 233. 1 million to dismiss a beggar. Jiang He then asked, "So why did you come to find us today?" Li Xiang replied, "I just like talking to smart people. You can name your price. Do you think you would give up?" Jiang He retorted. Before Li Xiang could respond, Jiang He pointed at Lu Ren and the others and said, "Are there 3 families worse than yours? Or do we not have corresponding intelligence? Or have you already prepared everything? Their 3 families are indeed not worse than us. You are quite well informed, and we are not fully prepared yet, but we have our advantages, and I believe you have already investigated, right?" Li Xiang was still speaking in riddles. "What advantages? I really don't know." Jiang He countered. Li Xiang fell silent. Jiang He continued, "That's why I said you made a mistake before. If you hadn't fallen out, you should have already been fully prepared. Now that Gao Hongba is gone, your Li family still bears a great responsibility. Although there is no evidence, such matters do not require evidence at all. Your previously winning situation no longer exists. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to pay attention to this matter." Jiang He sighed. Chapter 234. A special piece of music. Jiang He saw that Li Xiang thought their group only needed 10 million. So he slowly said, "I'm talking about 1 billion. Li Xiang was immediately shocked and looked at Jiang He. "Are you crazy?" Lu Ren and the others also looked at Jiang He in surprise. They originally thought Jiang He only wanted a small target of 1 billion. It turned out to be 10 billion. Jiang He calmly looked at Li Xiang and said, "What do you think?" Li Xiang fell silent. Jiang He continued, "I suggest you go back and ask your parents for their opinion. If they agree, we can withdraw. If they don't, then we will definitely compete to the end." Li Xiang took a deep breath, grabbed a large skewer of lamb testicles, viciously ate it in a few bites, and then forcefully threw the bamboo skewer on the ground. "You are ruthless." Li Xiang stood up and left. Jiang He looked at Li Xiang's back and said, "You know how to contact me." After Li Xiang left, Lu Ren immediately asked, "Brother Jiang, were you serious just now? Do I look like I'm joking?" Jiang He retorted. Lu Ren and the others' eyes moved. They weren't fools. Since Jiang He dared to ask for 10 billion, it meant the gold mine must be worth a lot. Chapter 235. An old hand. Jiang He really doesn't understand why domestic products like to compare themselves with foreign brands. No matter what it is, as long as it's a domestic product, they will say how powerful we are in the foreign market, how we compare to a certain brand. And in the end, if that brand wants this much, we only want this much, as if that's the only way to gain the recognition of the Chinese people. Can't we have a little confidence? The owner of the specialty store smiled and replied, "I see you understand the piano too. How about I drop a 0 for you? 60,000? Jiang He countered, directly removing 8880 from the total. Ahem. The refined middle-aged owner couldn't help but cough and said, "Young man, that's too harsh. I meant to drop 80 yuan. Is that what you call dropping a 0? Jiang He couldn't help but question. The refined middle-aged owner smiled wryly. "Then how about we buy a few more?" Jiang He continued to ask. The middle-aged refined owner looked at Jiang He in surprise. "This piano isn't cabbage. Were you going to wholesale it? Are you joking? Young man, how many pianos are you planning to buy? Are you opening a piano store or a practice room?" The middle-aged owner reminded, "If you're opening a piano store or a practice room, you actually don't need something so expensive. We have cheaper ones." Chapter 236. Not lacking money, but lacking friends. Zheng Lingxiang watched the video again and again, and after the third playback, he took a deep breath. He looked at Jiang He in disbelief and said, "Is all this real?" Jiang He replied, "There are 3 more videos here, all from the surveillance footage at that intersection. Take a look yourself." Zheng Lingxiang continued to watch on his phone, just as Jiang He had said, all from 3 different surveillance records, one of which even captured Gao Hongba's license plate. After watching the video, Zheng Lingxiang silently put down the price. Jiang He said, "Whether this is Gao Hongba's car and license plate, I think you know better than I do." Zheng Lingxiang remained silent, just as Jiang He mentioned. He had been friends with Gao Hongba since childhood. How could he not know that this car belonged to Gao Hongba? Jiang He continued. He had previously planned to bribe 3 motorcycle gangs to run me over. Of course, you might not know about this, but I can provide detailed records. Some are official, and some are unofficial. Zheng Lingxiang finally spoke. "I want to see." Jiang He snapped his fingers and said, "Bring over the relevant information." Chapter 237. The final test. About an hour later, Lu Ren was the last to arrive, and as soon as he came in, he apologized. Sorry. There was a traffic jam. Lu Ren explained. Jiang He responded, let me introduce you. This is Zheng Linxiang. After Jiang He finished the introduction, Lu Ren introduced himself. And while shaking hands, Jiang He continued to explain the cooperation matter from earlier. Finally, Jiang He said, by the way, I want to join you for lunch today. And Xiaoma is still waiting for me at home. Dong Yuan teased. Then let sister-in-law join us for lunch. Jiang He replied, I have things to handle with her in the afternoon, so the rest is up to you. Is that okay? Jiang He secretly threw out the final test. Now he had settled everything, and his trump card was used up. If the three families wanted to bypass Jiang He, as long as they could convince Zheng Linxiang to help him take revenge, they could truly bypass Jiang He. But this was also Jiang He's test. As Jiang He said, he didn't lack money, but friends. This gold mine, calculated out, only yields $1 billion a year for himself. But does he lack it? No. What can be used to test a person? If they pass, then everyone will be on the same boat in the future, sharing benefits and burdens together. Chapter 238. Doing good. Jiang He watched Xiaoma perform on stage, and he received a WeChat message from her. Jiang He, I want the milk tea from behind the school. I want red bean slush. And Xiaoma was preparing to go to the conference room to sign a series of donation agreements. Jiang He replied, got it. I'll arrange it for you. Jiang He was very familiar with Wuching Music College now. Even the school security recognized him. Jiang He walked to the back door of the school with ease, and even nodded to the security guard as he left the school gate. The milk tea that Xiaoma wanted was diagonally across from the fish mix shop, and Jiang He knew where it was since he had passed by a few times. In the milk tea shop, Jiang He called out, 2 red bean slushes. Okay, that LLB 28 in total, the staff said. And Jiang He was about to take out his phone to scan the payment when a slightly cold voice came from behind. Add another red bean slush. The staff didn't hesitate. Okay, adding another red bean slush, a total of 42. Jiang He scanned to pay, and the voice came from Jian Shui. Jiang He looked at Jian Shui and said, what are you doing here? Jiang He felt that being alone with her at such a close distance was really hard to bear. She was truly beautiful, probably the prettiest he knew, standing about 7 meters tall with skin as delicate as jade. Chapter 239. Warm hospitality among friends. Xia Mo continued. But most of the male classmates are jealous, saying it's all because he has money, relying on his family and all that. I think these people are just lemon essence, not capable themselves. Yet they don't allow others to be capable. I'm really powerless to complain. And Xiaomo replied with a smile. Jiang He anticipated this long ago, so he arranged for this donation of pianos to avoid these lemon essences saying worse things. After Xiaomo finished speaking, she cheerfully said, let them say whatever they want. Besides this, they have no other skills. As she spent time with Jiang He, her mindset gradually changed. Some things she used to care about suddenly didn't matter anymore. The most obvious being the remarks of those lemon essences in school. This is the difference in perspective. Xiaomo hummed and said, Xiaomo, no way. You must treat today, and, just to be clear, no dining hall and no back alley places. And Xiaomo replied, no problem. Let us go to Zai Shui Yifang. Their Chinese food is quite good. How about we invite Shui? Xiaomo asked. Chapter 240. The secret to not gaining weight at Zai Shui Yifang. And Xiaomo first ordered some dishes for herself, then handed her phone to Jian Shui. Shui, see what you like to eat? And Xiaomo asked. Jian Shui took the phone and looked at the dishes offered in the app, noticing that Xiaomo had already chosen stir-fried lobster, cheese-baked Australian lobster, and steamed E-Star grouper, averaging about 1,000 yuan per person. Why did this suddenly give a lemon-eating feeling? Jian Shui replied, these should be enough, right? And Xiaomo added, should we add some desserts? Their desserts are very good. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight eating like this? Jian Shui countered, and Xiaomo's face turned red at once. Gaining weight? Now she was just worried about not having enough energy. She had to battle Jiang He several times a day, and if her stamina wasn't enough, she would really be at his mercy. This question was hard to answer, so Xiaomo quickly changed the subject. Hey Xiaomo, stop playing and come over to see what you like to eat. Xiaomo pressed the last note and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's a 2 million yuan Steinway. It's just amazing. I'm really envious. Chapter 241. A promise not to break the rules. First Jiang He began to instruct Xiaozhong. You first drink 3 glasses with Linxiang. See how he holds up? Zheng Linxiang laughed and said, Brother Jiang, this champagne is hard to get me drunk. Oh, impressive. In that case, Xiaozhong, I'll reward you with this Shenlong. Drink as much as you want. If you can finish it, we'll order more. Anyway, today we must get this new brother drunk. After saying that, Jiang He teased, Xiao Zhang, come on, send our brother off. Xiao Zhang responded, no problem. Everything is according to Brother Jiang's arrangement. Brother Lin Xiang, sorry today. Shall we start? Zheng Lin Xiang confidently said, let us do it. Who is afraid of whom? The two began to drink back and forth. And after Xiao Zhang finished one glass, he looked at Zheng Lin Xiang. Zheng Lin Xiang boldly said, good, just like that, cheers. Saying this, he also raised his glass and downed it in one go. After 3 glasses, Xiao Zhang looked awkwardly at Jiang He. Zheng Lin Xiang was already drunk. This script shouldn't have been written this way. Xiao Zhang originally thought that Zheng Lin Xiang said that champagne wouldn't get you drunk. He thought he had encountered a tough person and was ready to battle it out, hoping to drink 2 legendary dragons. Chapter 242. This is too arrogant. Must use the Wolf Fong Club method. Chapter 242. This is too arrogant. Must use the Wolf Fong Club method. Jiang He saw that the 3 brothers said so and responded, since that's the case, I also think Brother Jia should shed some blood. I mean, giving Chun Xiaoyu a bank card limit of 1,000 yuan. Is that what a man should do? Dong Yuanbo also complained, Brother Jia, you probably don't know, but this matter, Xiaoyu has already spread it around, and now everyone knows about your stinginess. Lu Ren nodded and said, I also heard about this. Wu Jijia was immediately speechless and didn't want to argue anymore. He defended, no, how could Qin Xiaoyu have the face to say it? She spends my money, and I don't let her use my bank card. Isn't that normal? How does it become me being stingy? Lu Ren looked at Dong Yuanbo and said, Brother Bo, you explain. No. This glorious task should still be left to you, Ringu. Dong Yuanbo immediately passed the buck back. Lu Ren looked at Wu Jijia and said, Brother Jia, what we say, you have to hold on to it. Wu Jijia looked at everyone in confusion and said, what's going on with you all? Hurry up and say it. Lu Ren paused and hesitated for a while before finally figuring out how to say it. Chun Xiaoyu said you were dating. She wants to buy things. But you don't agree and even set a bank card limit. And she said you're worried about being called a scumbag, deliberately not admitting your relationship with her. Chapter 243. The pot comes from the sky. After a long time, Dong Yuanbo and Wu Jijia finally got up. Dong Yuanbo, this person is sleeping in bed, and the pot comes from the sky. Wu Jijia, I was still thinking about asking my sister-in-law to introduce me. I want to ask if there's still a chance. Lu Ren and Jiang He, I don't think there's a chance anymore. After all, 3 dog scumbags have already been nailed. Wu Jijia, Ringu, you are really putting me in a tough spot. Dong Yuanbo, Ringu, you handle it. Lu Ren, shouldn't this be Jiang Ji's fault? Why will my sister-in-law look at his phone? Jiang He, a good man's phone has no secrets at all, and there's no fear of Xiaoma looking at it. Just look. All right, good man's phone management master. Lu Ren, I actually believe what you said. Wu Jijia, I also feel there's a problem. Dong Yuanbo, I also think there's a problem, but I can't find evidence. Jiang He, you guys even suspect me, a good man. You really have a poison. Wu Jijia, I don't believe it. Dong Yuanbo, I don't believe it. Lu Ren, by the way, Jianggu, what are you looking for us for so early? Jiang He, I sent you a piece of information. You take a look. Dafu Golden Group, founded in 2000. After Jiang He released the information, in less than 2 minutes, the 3 brothers instantly revived. Chapter 244. Fortresses are always breached from within. Chapter 244. Fortresses are always breached from within. Shui Yifeng is originally a hotel-style apartment. And since it is Wu Jijia's family property, this meal is naturally arranged by him. In short, there was laughter and conversation in the private room. After dinner, Wu Jijia called out, ladies, I have arranged a full set of care for you at the spa center. Manager Zhou will take you over. And the 4 of us big men will just drink some tea here. And Xiaoma knows the so-called inside story. After all, Jiang He had reminded her not to speak. And she smiled and said, thank you, Brother Jia. Wu Jijia chuckled. Thank you, sister-in-law. Obviously, and Xiaoma is thinking of him, keeping secrets. But why does he feel so bitter? In the tea room, Wu Jijia was the last to enter and said, I have arranged everything. No one will disturb us next. Jianggu, let's first talk about the recent situation of Dafu Golden Group, then decide whether to take action. Lu Ren said. Jiang He responded, okay. Lu Ren began. This is a private company that is not publicly listed, with a scale of about 22 billion and a net profit of about 1 billion each year. Jiang He knew all this. Chapter 245, Meaty Bun Hitting a Dog. Chapter 245, Meaty Bun Hitting a Dog. Jiang He continued to explain. Now we just need to spread the news that the gold pledged by Dafu Golden Group is fake. Those financial institutions will naturally come to trouble them. Dong Yuanbo curiously asked, would those institutions believe such a baseless rumor? Jiang He responded, if you lent Dafu Golden Group 10 billion and you saw this news, would you inquire about it? Dong Yuanbo replied, that I say must. Lu Ren added, although this kind of thing is based on speculation, as long as we spread enough messages, those institutions cannot remain indifferent. This is what is called 3 people make a tiger. When enough people say it, it can make people take rumors as facts. Lu Ren praised. Jiang Ge, I admire you. Dong Yuanbo asked. Jiang Ge, so for this matter, we just need to post messages wildly online? Jiang He nodded affirmatively, yes. But to avoid being targeted by the Laoli family, we still need to handle it well, to do it without anyone knowing, to prevent them from becoming desperate and burning everything. Dong Yuanbo responded, that makes sense. Chapter 246, Take care of your kidneys. Chapter 246, Take care of your kidneys. Dong Yuanbo was not wrong. He was telling Jiang He to take care of his kidneys. Jiang He understood. Lu Ren, I have deer antler wine at home. I will send Jiang Ge 2 pounds another day. Wu Jijia, same request. Dong Yuanbo, I want it too. Jiang He originally thought about refusing, but after considering the effects of deer antler wine, since it's the goodwill of his brothers, he decided to accept it. When Jiang He put down his phone, the takeaway arrived, and he set the dinner on the table. Jiang He called out, Xiao Mo, it's time to eat. And Xiao Ma went to wash her hands in the bathroom first, while Jiang He opened the crab. Come on, open your mouth. Jiang He took out the crab leg meat and directly fed it to Xiao Ma. And Xiao Ma obediently opened her mouth, allowing Jiang He to feed her crab leg meat. Is it delicious? Jiang He asked after seeing and Xiao Ma swallow. And Xiao Ma nodded affirmatively. Delicious. After she responded, she picked up a piece of crab meat and fed it to Jiang He. Jiang He also enjoyed in Xiao Ma's feeding service. He continued to peel the shell. After a warm dinner, Jiang He sat on the sofa and Xiao Ma snuggled in his arms. Jiang He checked the information in the WeChat group. He didn't mind Xiao Ma looking at it, and even held her in his arms so she could see. Chapter 247, Mommy told me not to play with fools. And Xiao Ma appeared in front of Jiang He after dressing up. Can you see if this outfit is okay? And Xiao Ma twirled in front of Jiang He, wearing a Louis Vuitton A-line dress, looking full of youthful vitality. Just like Xiao Qiao's lilac skin, the difference is that Xiao Qiao is a little lowly, while Xiao Ma is a tall girl. Jiang He said with a mischievous smile, looks good. As he spoke, he pulled in Xiao Ma into his arms. It's already 11:30, and we still need to go to Nanhai Fishing Village. And Xiao Ma reminded him. Jiang He replied with a light hum. All right then, I'll let you off for now. And Xiao Ma took the initiative to kiss Jiang He on the cheek and said, let's hurry, or we'll get stuck in traffic. At noon, Jiang He and Xiao Ma arrived at Nanhai Fishing Village. The fish at Nanhai Fishing Village is all about freshness. Many are caught and prepared immediately, from being pulled from the water to being served in under 10 minutes, maximizing the fish's fresh flavor, which makes it feel like the fish is still jumping around when you eat it. Dong Yuanbo said with a grin, come on, brother Jiang, sister-in-law, please take a seat. Jiang He complained, this is a round table. Chapter 248, Hungry Wolf sharing. Jiang He was right. Right now, the Dafu Gold Group was like a piece of meat being fought over by a pack of hungry wolves. To step onto the field was practically seeking death. And it wasn't necessary either. The gold mine, this big piece of fat meat, had already been consumed. What was left was just soup and water, wasting time and effort without any reward. Whoever wants it can have it. Li Xiang continued. Aren't you afraid that I will take you down with me? You know, once I have nothing left, won't you be afraid of my revenge? After Li Xiang finished speaking, he pretended to look fierce at Jiang He. Jiang He retorted, why should I be afraid? Does a lion fear the revenge of a sheep? Jiang He then sighed. Actually, I really admire you. Even at this point, you're still thinking about dragging me down with you as a bargaining chip. That's right. Li Xiang was provoking Jiang He, hoping to make Jiang He act first, thereby drawing the attention of others to this seemingly harmless Jiang He. Li Xiang was shocked as he looked at Jiang He, feeling like he had become invisible in front of him, completely seen through by Jiang He. No matter what thoughts he had, Jiang He could see through them. Jiang He asked, you want to ask how I saw through you, right? Chapter 249, A million from the big shot feels like 100 in Xiao Ma brought up serious business. By the way, it seems that Xiang Mo's dad has heard about the Dafu Gold Group, and now wants Xiang Mo to marry you. But he doesn't know that Xiang Mo knows you. Huh? Jiang He was puzzled. And Xiaomo responded, so, now Xiang Mo wants you to treat her to a meal, along with Jian Shui. Let's pick a nicer place. What do you think? And Xiaomo looked at Jiang He, who remained silent, thinking he might not agree. She rubbed against Jiang He's chest and said, please? All right. Jiang He responded while getting up and picking Xiaomo up. Ah, and Xiaomo exclaimed. Little Jiang dominated the middle lane, weaving back and forth, and finally, just before 6 o'clock, sent over 10 billion to Xiaomo's crystal. And Xiaomo lay on the bed and sent a WeChat message to Xiang Mo. And Xiaomo, Mo, we're about to pick you up from school. Can you check if Shui is ready? Chapter 250. Yes, sir. About 5 minutes later, a female server opened the door, kneeling to present a bottle of sake, saying, hello, sir. This is a complimentary bottle of pure rice sake, 2 parts to 3 parts. Hope you enjoy. Jiang He nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. The female server bowed and left. Then, she entered the private room with a wooden tray, placing down 4 very small ceramic cups. This was the first dish, steamed egg with sea urchin. The portion was very small, but the taste was exceptionally fresh. It couldn't be called stunning, but it was certainly worthy of its name. Then came dish after dish. Jiang He tried them all. Although Japanese cuisine is very healthy, Jiang He still preferred street skewers. There was no other meaning to it. They were truly delightful in color, aroma, and taste. As for health, if you're eating barbecue, don't think about that. A meal of Japanese cuisine lasted a full 2 hours, costing 16,000. Jiang He could only say that this price was acceptable when dining with a lady. You can't skimp on money, lest you end up with a reputation for being stingy, like Wu Jijia. Jiang He called a designated driver to go back. No drinking and driving, regardless of how much you drink. Chapter 251, Report. There's a lemon essence here. Jiang He and Xiaomo walked over upon seeing Jian Shui and Xiang Mo. During this time, Jiang He noticed a boy trying to flirt with Jian Shui, but was directly ignored, leaving in a dejected manner. Jiang He held in Xiaomo's hand as they approached, and Xiang Mo complained first. No way, big brother, it's fish and mixed hot pot again. Jiang He replied, actually, fish mixed hot pot is also fine. How about this? Wait a moment, I'll order a fish head tofu soup for you. You look like you need it. But Xiang Mo saw right through it and said, go away, I don't need to boost my brain. The 4 of them waited outside for less than 3 minutes when the boss's wife came out to greet them. Students, you're back. We have a table ready for you. Please come in. Jiang He called out, boss's wife, fish mix hot pot, and bring some tofu over. No problem, students. The boss's wife replied while giving Jiang He a thumbs up, clearly praising him for handling 2 girlfriends. After all, last time, she had clearly seen Jian Shui teasing Jiang He with her foot. This time, Jiang He sat on one side with Xiaomo, and Xiang Mo and Jian Shui sat on the other. Chapter 252. You're the boss. You decide, and Xiaomo and the others arrived at the Louis Vuitton store, and the staff immediately came over. Miss and welcome. After several shopping trips, these luxury stores were quite familiar with Xiaomo and Jiang He. After all, if this big customer wasn't remembered, someone else would help remember, and naturally, the performance would become someone else's. Jian Shui observed everything quietly, and Xiaomo said, hello, Daisy. We'd like to see the women's clothing. Daisy replied, sure, our autumn and winter women's wear has just come in. Seeing Jiang He following behind, Daisy immediately called over a colleague to attend to Jiang He, who sat in the lounge area looking at his phone, while the staff promptly brought Jiang He freshly squeezed juice. Shui, Mo, what do you think of this coat? And Xiaomo asked while touching the fabric. Xiang Mo replied, I think it's good. Why not try it on? And Xiaomo responded, I'll try it. Jian Shui quietly assessed the Louis Vuitton women's wear from the side. Her family conditions were just a bit better than the average working class, but still far from high-end brands. Moments later, and Xiaomo tried on the coat in the fitting room and felt it was very comfortable. Chapter 253. The way he ran to the bathroom to eat duck heads was really cool. Regarding Jian Shui's teasing actions, Jiang He felt that if he responded, he might end up in trouble. Xiao Mo was mindless, but when Jian Shui and Xiaomo teamed up, it was truly full of tricks, and it was hard to defend against. Jiang He had no choice but to quickly change the topic and approached Xiaomo, saying, why don't you choose another one? And Xiaomo refused while winking at Jiang He, and he understood her meaning, which was to buy next time, as there were 2 girlfriends around this time to avoid any feelings of disparity. However, this allowed Jiang He to escape a crisis. In the end, the 3 bags cost over 90,000, just under 100,000. and Xiaomao, Jian Shui, and Xiaomo stood together in front of a full-length mirror, each carrying a bucket bag and taking photos together. Jiang He instructed Daisy to send all the clothes they just bought to room 8808 at Shui Yifang. After Xiaomo finished taking the photos, she said to Xiaomao, "Xiaomao, I'm going to post on Moments, thanking your divine family. Is that okay?" And Xiaomao nodded and said, "It's up to you anyway. Everyone at our school knows him." Chapter 254, The Joy of a Good Man. Dong Yuanbua. I'm used to it, already accustomed. Anyway, our image is gone. I'm not pretending anymore. This is fine, really too fine, already self-abandoned. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, WeChat received a message. Luren, Brother Bo, you really have a poison. How did you directly sell us out? Dong Yuanbua. Calm down. Calm down. What kind of people are we? Doesn't T sister-in-law know? Look, now sister-in-law 1T let Brother Jiang go to the bar with us. Wu Jijia. Brother Jiang is really miserable. Lu Run, condolences. Condolences my ass. Jiang He was too exhausted to complain. The joys of being a good man cannot be understood by these scumbags. After all, being a good man allows you to give gifts to your girlfriend as friends. And who knows, you might even get to taste your girlfriend as friends. Such happiness. How could these scumbags ever comprehend? Dong Yuanbua. Why don't we continue the night out tonight? The spicy duck heads from yesterday were really delicious. Today, I also want to learn Brother Rene's operation. Eat 2 on site, and then take 2 home. Luren, is sister-in-law watching WeChat? Jiang He. She is practicing piano. Luren, that is great. Jiang He silently put down his phone. He could no longer participate in the bar activities organized by Lu Run and the others. Mainly because these 3 scumbags had exposed themselves, and now if he were to join, he would definitely have to bring in Xiaomao along. Chapter 255, Please Be a Gentleman. Jiang He listened to Xiaomao, saying she would send him a welfare photo, and suspiciously took the phone. Jiang He recognized Jian Shui in the phone immediately. Jian Shui in training clothes clearly had a good figure, and with the high difficulty move of stretching her straight legs were really eye-catching. No wonder she studied dance. Her body's flexibility is truly extraordinary. Just as Jiang He began to think wildly, and Xiaomao asked, "Is it pretty?" Jiang He nodded and said, "It's okay, quite beautiful. But you know," and Xiaomao huffed, "What do I know?" Jiang He directly enlarged the photo and handed the phone back to Xiaomao, saying, "You can look for yourself. You can even land a helicopter, Princess Taiping." And Xiaomao rolled her eyes at Jiang He. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Shui?" Jiang He saw a news push on his phone about a Cullinan being sprayed red paint by a woman saying, "Qin Xiao, I love you." At this time, he quickly changed the topic and said, "Look at this Cullinan confession." And Xiaomao also showed some interest and took Jiang He's phone to check it out. Chapter 256, Chang'e second. Since he was arranged to carry Jian Shui, Jiang He naturally couldn't act too eager, responding, "Okay, you know, I don't like playing cards." Jian Shui listened to their conversation and couldn't he understand how it got to playing cards? And Xiaomao rolled her eyes at Jiang He. Jiang He squatted down obediently, slipping his left hand through Jian Shui's knee and his right hand under her armpit, while Jian Shui very cooperatively wrapped her arms around Jiang He's neck. Jiang He directly lifted Jian Shui off the ground, and so far, his hands were very proper. And Xiaomao glanced over and said with temporary relief, "Shui, your things are all in the cabinet, right?" Jian Shui replied, And Xiaomao said, "Do you want to take them? Are you guys driving here?" Jian Shui retorted, Isn't the open parking lot? It'll take a few minutes to walk over." And Xiaomao replied, "Then no need, just a coat and shoes. I'm not afraid of the cold. No need to take them." Jian Shui responded. At that moment, Jiang He had already transformed into a merciless mover, and Xiaomao reminded, "Old man, walk a bit faster later." Chapter 257, A Sinful Thought. Professor Wang continued to talk about precautions, and after finishing, he reminded Jiang He, "Young man, remember to bring her back for a follow-up check in 2 months." Jiang He nodded. "Oh, okay." At this moment, apart from agreeing, there was nothing else he could do. Jiang He just wanted to say, thankfully and Xiaomao didn't come in now, otherwise he would have been roasted on a furnace. In the end, Professor Wang wrote out a prescription and explained the usage, and then Jiang He picked up Jian Shui again, walking out of the consultation room. And Xiaomao was anxiously waiting outside, and when she saw Jiang He coming out, she hurriedly approached to ask, "How is it?" Jiang He placed Jian Shui on the resting chair. "You guys talk first. I'll go downstairs to pay and pick up the medicine." And Xiaomao replied. After Jiang He left, She continued to ask, Shui, how do you feel? Jian Shui sighed and handed her phone to Xiaoma, which contained the information Professor Wang had just mentioned. And Xiaoma quickly finished watching the video and said, Is it really that serious? Jian Shui nodded. I didn't expect it to be this serious. Chapter 258, Challenge the Ocean Horse for the Glory of the Country. Jiang He walked into the master bedroom with Jian Shui's crutch and greeted her. Jian Shui first turned over, then opened her arms, clearly waiting for Jiang He to hug her. Jiang He first glanced at Xiaoma, and Xiaoma was also looking at Jiang He, urging, What are you looking at me for? I can't lift her. Jiang He teased. Are you implying she is heavy? And Xiong Amu lightly hummed. My relationship with Shu Yi is very good. Your attempts to sow discord are useless. Jiang He silently took notes in his mind, and Xiaoma and Jian Shui's relationship seemed better than hers with Xia Mo. Jiang He quickly wrote it down, just in case it would be useful later. He leaned the crutch against the wall, then picked up Jian Shui and said, Stand on your right foot, be careful, don't put pressure on your left foot. And Xiaoma picked up the crutch, ready to hand it to Jian Shui once Jiang He helped her stabilize on one foot. Jian Shui tried using the crutch. Although she couldn't put pressure on her left foot, she was still able to move smoothly with the crutch using her right foot. Chapter 259, Sir, what are you doing? Jiang He enjoyed Xiaoma's feeding, and in the end, he deliberately licked her finger. And Xiaoma playfully scolded, Sir, what are you doing? The two completely ignored Jian Shui beside them, who was feeling very conflicted. On one hand, and Xiaoma had helped her during her toughest times, but on the other hand, she realized she was developing unrealistic fantasies about Jiang He. It wasn't just because Jiang He was particularly wealthy, though she admitted that was part of it. Jiang He was also willing to spend money. But more importantly, it was Jiang He's pampering of Xiaoma. Initially, she and Xiaomo only envied them, but later on, there were a series of extravagant gifts. A $3 million BMW, and various high-end brands. It was no longer just envy, it was downright jealousy. Even for making money, it was hard to find someone willing to spend like that. In their dance academy, there were many girls focused on making money, but the best they could achieve was a few $100,000 a month. And wanting more was out of the question. Rich people aren't fools. In short, she had never heard of a situation like in Xiaoma's. Chapter 260. The most tempting in the haze Jiang He was quite bored alone in the guest room, so he took out his phone to look at today's news. While Jiang He was reading the news, and Xiaoma quietly entered the guest room and softly called out, Sir, I'm here, are you asleep? Jiang He waved his phone, indicating he wasn't asleep, and then beckoned to Xiaoma. And Xiaoma obediently jumped into Jiang He's arms. Jiang He asked, Is she asleep? And Xiaoma nodded affirmatively and said, hum. She finally fell asleep. But was Jian Shui really asleep? Of course not. She was just pretending to be asleep. When Xiaoma got up to leave, she opened her eyes. Jiang He smirked and said, I just took a shower. And Xiaoma gave him a flirtatious look, and at that moment, Jiang He could hardly contain himself. If it weren't for Jian Shui being there, and Xiaoma would have been taken care of already. Just as Xiaoma was about to speak, Jiang He cast a silencing spell on her. And Xiaoma made soft sounds. It was hard to tell if it was because Jian Shui was next door, but Jiang He felt particularly stimulated today, experiencing a sense of secretive pleasure. Chapter 261. This is the world of the big shots, Jiang He continued. Let's go, let's take the Cullinan. Thank you, sir. And Xiaoma cheered. She didn't care about the Cullinan itself, but about Jiang He's affection for her. Jian Shui interjected, The Cullinan must be quite expensive, right? If it's customized, it should be even more expensive. Jiang Daxian, how much do you actually earn? Probably around 100 million. Jiang He said conservatively. Wow. Jian Shui cheered. Is this the world of the big shots? Jiang He replied, Opportunities like this don't come by often. Still so envious. Jian Shui responded. And Xiaoma huffed. You can't even drive? What are you envious about? Sigh. Jian Shui sighed lightly. And Xiaoma was right. She hadn't learned to drive or gotten a license yet. At 6 in the evening, at Shui Yifeng, and Xiaoma was ordering dinner while Jiang He carried Jian Shui out of the bedroom. Now, Jian Shui was becoming quite adept. Every time Jiang He picked her up, she would wrap her arms around his neck, sometimes even sneakily scratching his ear or neck. Chapter 262. Share blessings and endure hardships. Wu Zhijia. Good brother, I don't ask to be born on the same day, but I hope to die on the same day. Jiang He. I think this life and death together is acceptable. Jiang He. No more talking, I'm going to have lunch. After lunch, I'll set off, you all hurry up. This afternoon, I'll take a Xiaomao for a couple of laps, arrange the cars and venue. Dong Yuanbua. I can provide a Lamborghini. Wu Zhijia. I have a Porsche 911. Lu Ren. Why don't you all leave it to me? Jianghe. No need. Having the Lamborghini and the 911 is enough. And Xiaomao also has a BMW M8. She just wants a race. There's no need for such a big show. Besides, I've already experienced all the cars I wanted to drive. Lu Ren. All right, I'll just drive a Mercedes over. Jianghe. Your Mercedes is back? Lu Ren, no. It's Chun Xiaoyu's Mercedes C200L. I'm just borrowing her car. Wu Zhijia. That's too ruthless. Dong Yuanbua. You guys are just too funny. I'll bring my camera later. Jia Gu. You know what to do. In the evening, you better arrange a good night scene for us. Otherwise, this afternoon, I'll just shoot your world with Chun Xiaoyu. Wu Zhijia. No, Boga, didn't Tiwi agree to share blessings and endure hardships together? Chapter 263. Dare you say you don't have it? And Xiaomao saw Dong Yuanbua come out to greet her and called out, Boga, long time no see. Dong Yuanbua awkwardly responded, Sister-in-law, hello. Their true faces have been exposed by Jianghe in a WeChat message to Xiaomao, and now, facing Xiaomao in person. He felt genuinely shy. However, in the next moment, Dong Yuanbua was left dumbfounded watching Jianghe. Because Jianghe picked up Jian Shui from the passenger seat of the BMW M8 in a princess carry, and then walked over to Xiaomao. This left Dong Yuanbua stunned, and Xiaomao was right there. How could Jianghe be holding another woman next to Xiaomao? What did this mean? The princess carry made it even harder to accept. It felt like Xiaomao was completely unconcerned. Dong Yuanbua shook his head vigorously, even pinching himself. He suspected he had played too late last night, eaten too many spicy snacks, or maybe taken that little blue pill, and the damage was too great, leaving him still not awake. Otherwise, how could such a scene possibly happen now? But he really felt a bit of pain. This wasn't a dream. However, he still saw Jianghe holding Jian Shui in a princess carry, while Xiaomao stood beside Jianghe. Chapter 264. I was still young back then. Chun Xiaoyu continued to ask, as a man, can't you admit it? I didn't understand anything back then. Wu Zhijia was indirectly admitting it. Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Jianghe finally understood why Chun Xiaoyu kept bothering Wu Zhijia. It turned out they were really childhood sweethearts. Jianghe replied, Jia Gu. I think you should be more generous. A Qian is just a Qian. Even if fully equipped, it's only 3 million. Lu Ren also echoed, that's right. It was understandable when you didn't have money before, but now you're still so stingy. Dong Yuanbua also complained, Jia Gu, you're really something. You've already sent the love letter. Why aren't you owning up to it now? Saying this, Dong Yuanbua almost laughed. But he held it back and continued seriously. Actually, I think Xiaoyu is pretty good. Your families have a good relationship, and you grew up together. You know each other so well. Besides, look at Jianghe. Dating is great. Dong Yuanbua didn't forget to use Jianghe as an example. Previously, they had been mocking Jianghe for being so miserable, but now it turned out he really was miserable, just not in the way they had said. This was a blatant hint. Chapter 265. The soul test between best friends. Facing Wu Zhijia's plea for help, Jianghe could only express his inability to assist. He not only ignored Wu Zhijia's request, but also Lu Ren's, as he was now busy holding Jian Shui, already a mud bodhisattva, crossing the river. The three of them walked out of the 4S store, and Xiaomao proactively said, Wait, Jian Shui sits on your side, I'll go straight to the track. Jianghe asked, You don't plan to take me along? And Xiaomao giggled. You and Shui just cheer for me from the stands and watch my performance. Jianghe reminded. Then be careful and pay attention to safety. Jianghe nodded slightly. This racetrack is a professional circuit, and there are professional rescue personnel on site. Otherwise, the fees wouldn't be so high. When Jianghe and the others arrived, everything had already been arranged by Dong Yuanbua. They could just go in. At the starting point, and Xiaomao was adjusting the car, while Jianghe held Jian Shui, watching her adjust and confirming once again. Xiaomao, you remember those precautions, right? I remember, don't worry. And Xiaomao replied. Chapter 266, Reluctance. Dong Yuanbua could only continue suggesting to Jianghe, How about you take some time to show us around the dance academy? Jianghe refused. Do you think I can go? Dong Yuanbua slapped his forehead. All right then. I'll organize a group myself another day and find a way to sneak in, but I feel like I might be a prophet. I really am going to become the only free warrior. Jianghe replied with a laugh. There is indeed that possibility. While they were chatting, Lu Ren and Wu Zhijia also drove over, and the four of them agreed to race, betting that the loser would treat dinner that night. In the evening, at Yu Bao Xian, a Michelin 2-star restaurant, and Xiaoma sat on Jiang He's left, and Jian Shui sat on his right. The two of them were chatting across Jiang He. And Xiaoma asked, Shui, do you want to try this Donghai yellow croaker? Jian Shui also had a menu in her hand. She glanced at the price. 1,980 yuan per jean. It should be said that it deserves to be a Michelin restaurant, right? Chun Xiaoyu interjected. Sister Xiaoma, the yellow croaker here is quite small. Most are around 6 to 8 taels, and the edible part after cooking is even less. I suggest we each order one. Chapter 267. Can't we just not do it here? Jiang He mistakenly thought Jian Shui was in Xiaoma, and even after realizing the mistake, he had no intention of stopping. Jian Shui began to resist, albeit weakly. No, not here. Jiang He, please don't do it here. Jian Shui whispered, genuinely worried that Xiaoma would suddenly return, which would escalate into a real world war. Jiang He leaned close to Jian Shui's ear and whispered, So, does that mean it's fine if it's not here? Jian Shui's face immediately turned red and began to steam. Seeing Jian Shui's reaction, Jiang He snapped to attention, since they hadn't actually done anything. There was no need to rush, saying, By the way, what are you doing up here? Jiang He slowly sat up from the bed. Are you all on break? Jian Shui quietly began tidying up her clothes that had been messed up earlier, responding, We got our break early. She answered the second question directly, but skipped the first. Jiang He asked in confusion, So early? What about in Xiaoma? Chapter 268. Using money to smash. Jiang He was quite measured. He stopped short a home run. After all, Jiang He was a good man and wouldn't he take advantage of someone. He was someone who distanced himself from the low-level pleasure of using money to smash. Jiang He's restraint made Jian Shui breathe a slight sigh of relief. She was now quietly nestled in Jiang He's arms, and they both tacitly avoided mentioning in Xiaoma. Some things, when the time comes, there will be a way. Jiang He casually asked, Shui, where's your home? Did Xiaoma tell you? Jian Shui retorted. Jiang He sighed and didn't answer, just gently ruffling Jian Shui's hair. Jian Shui quickly replied, I live in Panlongli. That area is an agricultural protection zone in Wuching. I just don't know if Jian Shui's home is within the agricultural protection zone. Jiang He asked, So you don't want to go back for the new year? Jian Shui softly responded, Every time I go back, my mood is particularly bad. Jiang He replied, Then you might as well stay here. I'll look for an opportunity to talk to Xiaoma about our situation and see how to resolve it better. Chapter 269. Did it spill? Jian Shui heard Jiang He's way of addressing her and responded, You need to be careful. When they're around later, don't call me Shui, so they don't get suspicious. This means we have to keep it from Xiaoma for now. Sounds pretty good. It's quite thrilling. However, Jian Shui was right. Although it was just a matter of how to address each other, it was indeed a flaw. After all, calling each other so intimately would inevitably raise suspicions among others. That was close. Almost exposed. All right. Jiang He responded to Jian Shui, indicating that he understood not to use too intimate titles. Jian Shui then said, Xia Mo has already set off. She should arrive in about 20 minutes. Jiang He then asked, Can you check with Xiao Mo and see when she'll arrive? Jian Shui immediately started sending a message to Xiaoma. After a moment, Jian Shui replied, Xiao Mo said she needs a little more time, so we should go ahead and queue up for a good spot and order first. Then she can come over and the dishes will be ready. All right, Jiang He replied. Lu Dingji is very close to Zai Shui Yi Fong, and within 10 minutes. The two arrived at the Wanmin Plaza, where Lu Dingji is located. The wait time still felt a bit long. Chapter 270. Just squeeze together the meal was enjoyable. And then Xiaoma said contentedly, I feel so comfortable after eating. Xiaomo echoed. This flavor is really good. It feels like they've added condensed milk. I didn't expect such a combination. But Jian Shui said with a frown, You guys are fine. I'm the one suffering. After this meal, it will take me at least 2 hours to burn off these calories. I'll jump with you. And Xiaomo responded, Jump together? Ken and Xiaomo also do the splits? How about trying it tonight? I've heard there's a unique experience. Xiaomo said with a giggle. I don't mind. I don't have a boyfriend anyway. So if I gain weight, so be it. I'll think about it when someone comments on me. Jiang He interjected. If you get fat, it will be even harder to find a boyfriend. By the time someone comments on you, it might be too late. Xiao Mo immediately complained to Xiaomo. Xiao Mo, you don't control your Jiang He at all. He always bullies me. It's so tough for me. And Xiaomo shook Jiang He's arm and said, Jiang Ge, don't always bully Xiaomo. At least spread out a bit and bully Shui too. Chapter 271. Ultimately exposed, facing Jiang He's impressive maneuver. Jiang He and Xiaomo and Jian Shui squeezed onto a two-person bench, and everyone looked on in surprise. Dong Yuanbo silently gave Jiang He a thumbs up and glanced at Jian Shui and Xiaomo, wanting to see their reactions. To his surprise, neither Xiaomo nor Jian Shui showed any intention of rebuttal. Jiang He confidently sat in the middle of the bench, with Xiaomo on the left and Jian Shui on the right. This was just shy of a left and right embrace. Wu Jijia expressed his complete admiration. Dong Yuanbo was also quite impressed. Lu Run, however, looked suspiciously at Xiaomo and then asked, Jianggu, sister-in-law, can you check the menu? And Xiaomo quickly refused. You guys order, I just ate a lot. I can't eat anymore. Jiang He agreed. I think what's on the table is already enough. Jiang He then curiously asked Chen Xiaoyu and Wu Jijia, Jiegu, are you and Xiaoyu together? As soon as Jiang He finished asking, Wu Jijia shot him a death glare. Dong Yuanbo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 272. Living harmoniously. What shocked Wu Jijia, Lu Ren, and Dong Yuanbo even more was that after the revelation, Xiaomo and Jian Shui did not argue or create any sensational events. They now felt like they might have drunk fake alcohol that made them hallucinate. Wu Jijia looked at Chen Xiaoyu and said, Cough, Xiaoyu. Am I dreaming after drinking fake alcohol? Chen Xiaoyu pinched Wu Jijia's waist. Ouch, that hurts. Wu Jijia exclaimed. Dong Yuanbo responded. Looks like I'm not dreaming. Lu Ren complained. No, I feel like I am dreaming. Jiang He teased. What kind of money-making dreams are you all having? Take me along. Jianggu, you're toxic. Dong Yuanbo quipped. Wu Jijia chimed in. Yeah, this is just too much. Lu Ren nodded in agreement. Jianggu, really, this is just too much. Too much. Jiang He retorted. What am I doing that's too much? Wu Jijia complained. You're just bullying us. He knows Jiang He's background. Lu Ren continued. Professor Jiang, when are you going to arrange your training class? I want to be the first to sign up and be the senior brother. Chapter 273. This is Financial Power. Dong Yuanbo watched Jiang He walking home with Jian Shui and Xiaomo and sighed. Maybe this is what it means to be a winner in life. By the way, Imohan, do you have a best friend? Imohan confidently replied. Yes. From Wuching Foreign Language and Trade University. Are you interested? Yes, yes, yes. Dong Yuanbo happily replied. Lu Ren commented. Bro, I suggest you talk privately. Wu Jijia also chimed in. I think some people just don't know their limits. Let me calculate how much Jianggu has spent on Xiaomo. A fully equipped Cullinan. That's at least 10 million. A BMW M8, another 3 million. In our apartment in Zaishui, Yifeng, which he directly transferred to Xiaomo's name, with the piano and furniture inside. That's another 13 million. Oh, and the batch of pianos donated to Wuching Music Academy. Let us say that's 2 million. After finishing, Wu Jijia added, also, Jianggu keeps buying things for Xiaomo, and from what I know, Jianggu has recharged over 2 million in property fees under Xiaomo's name in Zaishui, Yifeng. Chapter 274. Step by step in the parking lot of Zaishui, Yifeng on the 88th floor, Jiang He released the two girls. He used his fingerprint to unlock the door, and Jian Shui and Xiaomo entered first, followed by Jiang He. At this moment, Jiang He saw a WeChat message from the company saying he had something to handle. So he said, I have something to take care of first. After Jiang He finished, he came out from the guest room and found that since Xiaomo and Jian Shui entered the master bedroom, they hadn't come out. Jiang He quietly approached, wanted to see what the two were looking at. As he reached the master bedroom door, he was surprised to find that Jian Shui and Xiaomo were lying on the bed playing on their phones. Is this suggesting something? Moreover, there was clearly space for another person in between them. Is it a spot left for him? Thinking about it, being in that middle position at this moment would be quite a nice experience. Ahem. Jiang He cleared his throat to remind Xiaomo and Jian Shui that he was coming. Jian Shui and Xiaomo both looked at Jiang He. Jiang He asked, Have you two taken a shower? And Xiaomo playfully said, What are you thinking? Chapter 275. Delicate Thoughts Facing Xiaomo's question. Jian Shui answered without hesitation. I choose room 8807. Upon hearing this answer, Xiaomo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This choice means that Jian Shui is indeed not competitive, not noisy, at least for now. In Xiaomo's view, if Jian Shui had chosen room 8908 upstairs, wouldn't that put her a level above? After all, it's the same layout but on a higher floor. Doesn't she have other thoughts? However, room 8807 across the way is much simpler, with a smaller number and a smaller area. Just right. It's like the hierarchy between emperors and ministers in ancient times. Only the emperor can wear the yellow robe. And Xiaoma currently has this kind of thought. Jian also considered this situation. So she directly chose room 8807 instead of 8908, which shows the tacit understanding between the two of them. One must say that this is either a delicate thought among girls, or they've watched too many palace dramas. Upon hearing Jian Shi's choice, Jiang He didn't think much of it. He directly assumed that Jian Shi chose the opposite room for the convenience of visiting. After all, boys don't have that many twists and turns in their thinking. Chapter 276. The behind-the-scenes winner Jiang He took Jian Shi's ID and went out. He had already arranged with Wu Jijia on WeChat to get room 8807, and Wu Jijia said it could be handed over to Jiang He at any time, as long as he went to find the lobby manager, Zhou Jie, to register. Jiang He went to the lobby and found the lobby manager, Zhou Jie. Jiang He asked, "Manager Zhou, you should know about room 8807, right?" Zhou Jie nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I have already received notice from Mr. Wu. Room 8809 can be processed at any time according to your instructions." Jiang He handed over Jian Shi's ID, saying, "Register this 8807 in her name. Her information should be in your system, currently registered under the owner of 8808. Please transfer her to the owner of 8807. Zhou Jie took Jian Shi's ID, and in fact, she was not surprised at all. When Jian Shi moved into 8808, she had already guessed that sooner or later, Jian Shi would fall into Jiang He's hands, and now it was indeed the case. Although the situation was like this, Zhou Jie felt a bit envious. Chapter 277. The rebellious speeding girl. When Xiaoma heard that Jiang He was going to let Jian Shi learn to drive, she immediately became interested, saying, "Shi, you must learn to drive. It's so much fun. Once you learn, I'll take you racing." Jiang He looked at Xiaoma speechlessly, thinking she was leading the girl astray. "I advise you not to learn to race like her." After saying this, Jiang He continued, "Ever since I taught her to race, I've been worried, afraid she would speed on the road." At this point, Jiang He looked at Xiaoma seriously and said, "And Xiaoma, I must tell you this. Absolutely do not speed on the road, understand?" Although Jiang He's warning made her feel a bit serious, she still felt happy inside and nodded obediently. I understand." Jiang He responded, "Well, since that's the case, let's go to the racetrack later. There's a driving school there. When Shi learns to drive, you can go race a couple of laps, and today you can also race a couple of laps." "Really?" And Xiaoma exclaimed excitedly. Jiang He reminded her, "It's definitely true, but I still have to remind you that you must pay attention to safety when racing." Chapter 278. Men like 18-year-olds. After the three of them arranged for Jian Shi to learn to drive, they drove away, and it was already 4 in the afternoon. This time, Jiang He was driving a Ghost, while Xiaoma was driving a BMW M8, taking Jian Shi to Tycoon. Jiang He's plans were once again dashed, and he began to doubt why he had gained a girlfriend while he was left to keep company with the heir. Inside Tycoon, Jian Shi and Xiaoma walked arm in arm in front, while Jiang He walked behind, checking the WeChat conversation with Dong Yuanbua and the others. Last night, the three of them had another night of fun, even competing over who could eat more, and in the end, there was no doubt that Dong Yuanbua won. He was quite the spirited guy, though still a bit lacking compared to Jiang He. After finishing reading, Jiang He put his phone away, only to find that there was only Jian Shi in front of him. Jiang He stepped forward and asked, "Where's Xiaoma?" As he spoke, he casually took Jian Shi's right hand. However, he didn't know that as soon as he took Jian Shi's right hand, an unexpected situation occurred. At that moment, Xiaoma was also shopping, positioned at a diagonal front to Jiang He and Jian Shi. She saw through the reflection in the shop window that Jian Shi and Jiang He were holding hands and secretly took out her phone to snap a picture. Chapter 279. Price gouging. At this moment, Xiaoma remembered that Jiang He and the others were out shopping, so she asked, "By the way, what do you all plan to buy today?" Jiang He casually replied, "Just browsing around, buying whatever. They can buy whatever they like." "Wow, I'm jealous," Xiaoma said pitifully, looking at Jiang He, and asked, "Excuse me, if you accompany your girlfriend shopping today, will you buy them bags?" "Of course." Jiang He replied affirmatively. "That's great, thank you." Xiaoma cheered, then walked in front of Xiaoma, taking her other hand, saying, "You just have to lend them to me quickly. I want to shop with them." Jiang he let go of his hand, saying, "All right, you shop, and I'll be your tool, responsible for carrying bags and paying." Xia Mo directly took Jiang He's place, holding in Xiaoma's hand in one hand and Jian Shi's in the other, and the three of them whispered to each other. Of course, mainly Xia Mo gossiped about the relationships among the three of them. After chatting for a while, Xia Mo exclaimed in envy, "No way." He also gifted Shui a set of apartments at Shui Yifang. Xia Mo was genuinely shocked. Chapter 280. Fighting together after Jiang, he made the payment, and Xiaoma directly registered the delivery address, having Louis Vuitton send the winter clothes they purchased to the Shui Yifang apartment. Once delivered, someone over there would help handle it. And they continued shopping. The four of them walked out of the Louis Vuitton store, and Xiaoma then took Jian Shui to Gucci. The sneakers from Gucci were very comfortable, and Xiaoma was quite satisfied, naturally recommending them to Jian Shui, resulting in the purchase of 7 pairs. At the same time, Xiaoma picked out a hoodie, thinking that if the three of them bought the same style, they could form an alternative couple's outfit. After selecting the hoodies, the three girls chose a bag, following the trend of friendship bags, and in the end, they spent over 100,000 at Gucci. Similarly, after Jiang he finished paying, and Xiaoma took charge of leaving the delivery address. She had now adapted to this lifestyle and was quite skilled at handling everything related to high-end stores, including post-purchase matters. After leaving the Gucci store, and Xiaoma took Jian Shui to Van Cleef Arpels. She misunderstood Jiang He's meaning. She had previously splurged over $1 million on jewelry and accessories at Van Cleef Arpels, so naturally, she wanted to bring Jian Shui to take a look. Chapter 281. Really not short of money. Chapter 281. Really not short of money. Jian Shui also checked the meanings of the Persian chrysanthemum and the marguerite flowers. But she chose the secret of marguerite, as its meaning resonated with her very well. There was nothing to hide. Jian Shui was indeed the silent third party who had a crush. Annie helped Jian Shui put on the secret of marguerite, praising, "This watch matches your skin tone perfectly." The secret of marguerite had a black silk strap, while Jian Shui's skin was as white as snow, and the black contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. Just like the secret of Persian chrysanthemum, the secret of marguerite also featured a brooch accessory, shaped like a flower branch, adorned with small diamonds in the form of a budding marguerite. And Xiaoma asked, "How much do they cost?" And Xiaoma guessed they wouldn't be cheap. After all, they already had their own names. Generally, jewelry names are unique rather than just model numbers, which usually means the price would be several times higher. And Xiaoma speculated that the price should reach 7 figures. In fact, it was exactly as Xiaoma thought. Chapter 282. Unparalleled. After the four continued to browse for a while, and Xiaoma said, "How about we head back together?" Jian Shui nodded in agreement. Xiaoma then said, "Can I go check out room 8807? Jiang he replied, "Of course, no problem. Actually, they haven't checked it out either. You three can go ahead, and I'll just have dinner at Shui Yifang tonight." Okay, and Xiaoma obediently nodded. On the way back, and Xiaoma sat in the passenger seat, and Jian Shui and Xia Mo sat in the back. Both Jian Shui and Xiaoma silently followed the unspoken rules. 10 minutes later, the four returned to Shui Yifang, wherein Xiaoma and the others went upstairs while Jiang he went to find Lu Ren and others for dinner. On the 88th floor, and Xiaoma first opened room 8808, tossed in a Van Cleef Arpels shopping bag, and then the three ordered dinner in the living room, mainly Xiaoma ordering, while Xiaoma and Jian Shui were used to it and didn't mind. After ordering dinner, seeing that the delivery would take over 40 minutes, the three prepared to visit the adjacent room 8807 first. Chapter 283. The company of Miss 5 the next day. Jiang he got up at 7, while Xiaoma was still fast asleep, blaming it on Jiang he being too vigorous the night before. With Jiang He's system, last night's exercise was merely a small case for him. Waking up this early, Jiang he felt a bit bored, so he sent a WeChat message to Lu Ren and the others to see if they had gotten up. Surprisingly, all three brothers were already awake. Upon further inquiry, Wu Jija had offended Chen Xiaoyu last time and was reported, so he was grounded at home. Lu Ren was also reported by Cheng Shui, proving that scumbags don't have a good ending. As for Dong Yuanbo, he lost 2 comrades alone and had no one to compare who had more girls, so naturally, he was in high spirits and got up early. Jiang he then arranged to go out for breakfast, and Lu Ren said, "Let us go to Yin Ji Chung Fun." Jiang he replied, "Sounds good. I've only heard of it, but never tried it." Wu Jija lamented, "Now I can only go out during the day. I can actually eat Chung Fun early in the morning. How frustrating." Jiang he consoled him, "Take it easy." Lu Ren added, I'll wait for you guys at In Ji Chung Fun. Jiang he then freshened up and drove to the old shop of In Ji Chung Fun at Shangxiaju. Only this one was the real In Ji Chung Fun. The other branches, though named the same, had inferior decorations and chefs. Chapter 284. Breaking defense. After Jiang he finished explaining, he said, during the new year, spend money where it's needed. For anything that can be solved with money. Just solve it directly, got it? Jian Shui silently accepted the bank card while curling her legs and snuggling into Jiang He's arms, softly saying, thank you. Jiang he mischievously leaned closer to Jian Shui's ear and said, I don't want your kind of thanks. Jian Shui's ears turned red instantly, and she whispered, wait until Xiaoma gets home. Wait for me a couple of days. Jiang he laughed heartily after hearing half of it, clearly breaking her defense. Just then, and Xiaoma walked out, first glancing at Jian Shui and Jiang He's arms and teasing, are you this bad man bullying Shui again? Jiang he huffed softly, reached out to pull Xiaoma over, making both Xiaoma and Jian Shui sit on either side. Not only do I want to bully Shui, but I also want to bully you. Do you think you can escape? Jiang he enjoyed the blessing of having both, and then had Xiaoma bind the bank card to her phone herself. Chapter 285. Leaving a perfect experience. Jiang he really wanted to know how Xiaoma discovered it. Jian Shui's face turned slightly red as she quietly replied, actually, it was the perfume. It was just a very faint scent. I thought she wouldn't notice, but she still found out. What Keen knows. After understanding the reason, Jiang he hugged Jian Shui and attacked her fair as Jade Neck, causing Jian Shui to emit a soft moan. Soon, the two engaged in a tongue battle. But that was all. Jiang he wanted to give her a perfect experience. After all, she was so understanding, not noisy, and didn't compete. Jiang he really didn't want to make her feel wronged. He just wanted to cherish Jian Shui well. In fact, Jian Shui had secretly searched for information online. She was also a bit looking forward to it, but her relatives had just left, and she was still a bit unaccustomed. The next day, at 4 in the afternoon, Jiang he decided to create a special atmosphere that night and give Jian Shui a perfect experience. Shui, are you ready? Jiang he called out while walking toward the master bedroom. Coming. Jian Shui, wearing a Louis Vuitton wool coat, paired with a winter miniskirt and Stuart Weitzman over-the-knee boots, looked very fashionable. Chapter 286. Enyang Dual. Jiang he smiled and said, because it's Patek Philippe. But among so many high-end brands, only Patek Philippe status is unshakable. Firstly, it's professional. Patek Philippe watches are known to be the most accurate among mechanical watches. Secondly, they are scarce. Once the annual quota is sold out, there won't be any more. Many people even wait in line for years just to get one watch. This is something that no brand can achieve, strictly controlling production volume. Especially in recent years, the Richard Mille brand has completely failed in this regard. As long as it can make money, the more the better. Jiang he bought a watch for Jian Shui and was holding her hand as they strolled around Taikoo. He planned to bring back a set of cosmetics for his mother on his way home. Jiang he casually asked, Shui, what cosmetics do you usually use? Jian Shui replied, mainly Sisley. Jiang he immediately teased, oh, I didn't expect you to be a little wealthy lady. Jian Shui playfully retorted, oh, it's all from saving and scrimping, plus various performance subsidies. Sigh, I've invested all of it into cosmetics, and I hardly use much anyway. I rely more on going to bed early and getting up early. Chapter 287. Any strategy is nonsense in the face of absolute strength. When Jian Shui mentioned a property worth over 10 million, both Zhou Shumin and Jian Shuning's expressions changed. Clearly shocked, Jiang he continued, hey, it's just one house. We are all family, so how can there be any misunderstandings? After that, Jiang he seized the opportunity and added, by the way, Annie, what Golan products do you like? I'll give you a set as a greeting gift. This sentence already had a hint of condescension, resembling a feeling of dismissing a beggar. Jian Shui secretly laughed. She understood Jiang he's meaning. Zhou Shumin also understood Jiang he's intent. She was originally prepared to retort, skeptical about these claims, but after suddenly looking at Jiang he, she immediately displayed her skill in changing expressions, transforming from a cold demeanor to a beaming smile as she approached. Hello, Director Zheng. Zhou Shumin greeted him with a bright smile. Zheng Chang looked at Zhou Shumin in confusion and asked, who are you? Zhou Shumin introduced herself. I am Zhou Shumin from the 70th Middle School. Zheng Chang remained puzzled. He didn't know any Zhou Shumin, but out of politeness he responded, oh, so it's Teacher Zhou. Chapter 288. The Most Beautiful Memories. Zheng Chong understood Jiang He's meaning and responded, "Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely help." Zhou Shumin's expression immediately darkened. She understood Jiang He's intent, which was to deliberately make things difficult for her. After all, it would be too easy to intentionally create trouble. In front of the leader, if they say you can do it, you must do it, and if they say you can't, then you can't even if you can. Jiang He immediately responded politely. "Thank you very much, Director Zheng." Zheng Chong replied courteously, "You are too polite, Mr. Jiang." The back and forth between the two completely sidelined Zhou Shumin, who was furious and pale-faced. However, facing Jiang He's powerful move, what could she do? In the face of absolute strength, any words were pale. Jiang He scored a complete victory, and Zhou Shumin and Jian Shuning fled in embarrassment. Jian Shui was now all smiles, but seeing her happy face, Jiang He felt a bit heartbroken, reflecting on how badly she was bullied by the mixed doubles in daily life. Jiang He looked at the blissfully happy Jian Shui and asked, "Are you happy?" "Yes." Jian Shui nodded vigorously. "Silly girl." Jiang He ruffled Jian Shui's hair. Chapter 289. It turns out to be well prepared. The two spent less than half an hour in the bathroom washing up. At this time, Jiang He was restraining his powerful combat ability, merely maintaining the intensity of a verbal spar with Jian Shui. However, even with just that, Jian Shui was already at a disadvantage. After washing up, Jian Shui was carried by Jiang He into the master bedroom. When he lifted the blanket, Jiang He discovered that there was actually a white bath towel underneath. So this was actually prepared in advance. Jiang He softly called, "Shui?" At this moment, Jian Shui had already closed her eyes, feeling shy since it was her first time, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang He. Seeing her adorable defensive posture, Jiang He took the initiative to attack. First, he engaged in a verbal spar, deciding to reason with her, as this would reflect the civilized demeanor of the 21st century. If it could be resolved peacefully, that would naturally be better than a bloody confrontation. However, it was clear that this time, the matter could not be resolved peacefully. It was destined to be bloody. The back-and-forth battle was quite complicated, but overall, Jian Shui slowly fell into a disadvantage. Half an hour later, Jiang He suddenly remembered the importance of peace and decided to end the battle. Although Jiang He paid the price of sacrificing several billion brothers, it also left Jian Shui with some blood. Chapter 290. Unlocking the split position. Xiaomo. Right, both of you have shared, so you don't mind if I join in, right? And Xiaomo, I don't mind. Jian Shui, I don't mind either. Xiaomo, is it true that those who have interacted with immortals all become extremely powerful? Xiaomo, I'm begging you both, don't make things difficult for me, a lowly one. Xiaomo, otherwise I have a good idea. You two drink with him first. Get him drunk, and then I'll come out. And Xiaomo, I advise you to give up. His alcohol tolerance is very good. I played at Walnut Bar with him before, and he had no problem carrying the whole place himself. And Xiaomo, do you think our alcohol tolerance can match his? Even with you, we have no chance. Jian Shui, I know his alcohol tolerance is impressive. Xiaomo, alcohol doesn't get people drunk. People get drunk. Xiaomo, you two should do a little wing double flying. Tempt him, and he'll be done for. Jian Shui. And Xiaomo. Xiaomo, I roll. Why are you both confused? Isn't this a done deal? Xiaomo, I'm just watching how long you two can hold out. Chapter 291. Living well is the best retaliation. Shui. Jian Guangning first greeted her, then continued. Are you coming back for the new year? Jian Shui replied. I'm going back at noon on New Year's Eve. Jian Guangning hesitated and asked, how many days will you stay at home? Jian Shui coldly responded, I'll leave after lunch. Shui. Jian Guangning started to speak, but was interrupted by Jian Shui. Dad, don't beat around the bush. You want to ask about yesterday's incident, right? Jian Shui directly jumped into the topic. Jian Guangning fell silent. Jian Shui continued asking, what did they say? Jian Guangning did not answer but asked, are you in a relationship? Jian Shui confidently replied, yes, I'm in a relationship now. I'm doing well, my boyfriend is excellent, and he treats me well. Is there anything else? Jian Guangning continued to ask. I heard he gave you a house? That's right, he gave me an apartment, and the property deed is in my name. He also gave me a lot of other things. Jian Shui said calmly. Chapter 292. How should I put this going out for lamb hot pot? Both of them started to dress up. This time, Jian Shui didn't wear the white wool coat from Louis Vuitton. She chose a trench coat instead. Jiang He also picked a trench coat. Neither of them wore particularly heavy clothing since Wucheng wasn't very cold. Wucheng was only a bit colder this year. Last year, there was a joke that a 50 yuan down jacket couldn't be sold in Wuching, and people were still wearing short sleeves in winter. As it approached 11 o'clock, they didn't choose their own ghost, but rented a Mercedes-Benz E300L. According to Jian Shui, the old alleys over there might not even accommodate a ghost due to its length. Before 11:30, they arrived in an old shop in the alley. Indeed, delicious food is found in the streets and alleys. It was clearly authentic Dongshan lamb hot pot, using traditional charcoal copper stoves instead of induction cookers, with a small chimney in the middle. 3 jin for 1, but Jiang He and Jian Shui couldn't eat that much. So they ordered 2 jin of lamb leg meat. Yes, the lamb for the hot pot was freshly cut, not the fatty lamb rolls. The butcher would cut the lamb according to where it was needed. If someone had weaker teeth, they could ask the shopkeeper to pressure cook it first. Chapter 293. Helped to the end, Jiang, he felt a bit troubled after hearing Jian Shui's response. He suggested, how about we send a U-shaped package to his workplace or his car? By the way, what does his dad do? Jiang he asked again. Jian Shui sighed and said, he is a Han opera actor at the Wuching Han Opera Theater, so he's a big shot. Jian Shui continued, my mother was also an actress at the Wuching Han Opera Theater, but she passed away in an accident when I was 4. I'm sorry. Jiang He quickly comforted her by pulling Jian Shui into his arms. No wonder Jian Shui was so beautiful. Her biological parents were both big shots. Jian Shui replied, it's okay. In fact, I have very few memories of my mother. Most of them come from photos. Jiang He didn't speak. He just held Jian Shui tightly. After a moment, they separated, and Jian Shui continued, if possible, let us put this document in his car. Jiang He nodded in response. Okay, I'll instruct someone to handle it. Chapter 294. Wealth in the mountains has distant relatives. Hearing this, Zhou Shumin was stunned. Are you crazy? Dad. Jian Shuning also looked at Jian Guangning in panic. I say we should get a divorce. Jian Guangning suddenly felt that all this was not worth it. He considered himself a responsible good man, but he never expected the ending to be like this. Jian Guangning, are you seeing someone else? Zhou Shumin shot back. Jian Guangning laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Xiaomin, I really don't understand why you would cheat. Before Zhou Shumin could respond, Jian Guangning continued, I think they can't compare to me. Why would you be interested in them? Zhou Shumin fell silent. She didn't really like the other person. It was just because it was fresh and she was bored. After all, teachers have a lot of free time after classes, and she was suddenly quite bored. Moreover, she was taking her current situation for granted. Zhou Shumin felt that everything she currently had was a given. She had no intention of cherishing it. After all, Jian Guangning was always accommodating, which had spoiled her to the point where she forgot her own worth. Jian Guangning questioned, Zhou Shumin, ask yourself, how much have I sacrificed for this family, for you? For Xiaoning. Chapter 295. How is this being stingy? This is being thrifty soon. The Lu Rin Sam brothers also sent messages in the WeChat group, and Jiang He opened them. Wu Jijia, Jiang He, Lu Run, Dong Yuanbua. Happy New Year. May you prosper. Bring on the red envelopes. Jiang He, Lu Run, Dong Yuanbua. You're toxic, Jiege. I beg you to be a decent person. Jiang He, this is really toxic. You've already made one. 2 billion, and you still want to cheat for red envelopes. Lu Run, indeed, they're only wrongly called names, not wrongly given nicknames. Wuching's #1 stingy. Wu Jijia, this is being thrifty. Jiang He, this is really toxic. Dong Yuanbua. How about this? Let me tell you a glorious story about Jiege. Dong Yuanbua. I previously took them to hang out in the motorcycle circle, and this guy actually tricked a female racer into buying him a motorcycle. Do you think this is something a person would do? Jiang He, Lu Run. If it were Jiege, I think it sounds pretty normal. Wu Jijia, both go. You don't understand. This is called charm. Dong Yuanbua, scumbag. Jiang He. Deceiving others' feelings is indeed a scumbag. Wu Jijia, scumbag calling scumbags? Lu Run, actually, I think Jiang Ge is a good man. After all, Jian Shui and Xiaoma haven't said anything, and you, who are both stingy and a scumbag. What are you talking about? Chapter 296. This is a meaningful thing on the second day of the new year at 8 in the morning. Jiang He sent a text message to Wu Jijia. During the new year, Wu Jijia indeed did not sleep in, as he didn't dare to eat at home. Soon, Wu Jijia replied, Wu Jijia, Jiang Ge, I've already contacted him. The New Year duty is the biggest. Call Meiji, I'll send you his WeChat. Add him. Wu Jijia. I've already explained the situation to him. He knows who you are. Jiang He good. As it approached 9 in the morning, Jiang He arrived at the Huayuan tea house. Meiji had already arrived first. Happy New Year, Director Mai. Jiang He extended his right hand for a handshake. Meiji held Jiang He's right hand with both hands, a gesture that surprised Zheng Wenya, who had come with Meiji. She curiously sized up Jiang He, secretly guessing what kind of identity Jiang He had that made Meiji value him so much. Jiang He naturally noticed Meiji's handshake, but he accepted it calmly. Now that people have money, their social status rises as well. In some places, it's not just about serving entrepreneurs well, but making entrepreneurs feel at home, not bothering them with unnecessary matters, and being responsive to their requests. After all, the taxes paid by the wealthy are essentially their wages. Chapter 297. Choices brought by money. Jiang He continued speaking. By the way, Lao Mai, I hope you can pass the message down so that everyone knows that if they obstruct or even withhold this consolation payment, we will definitely investigate it. And once it's uncovered, they will have to bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. Jiang He added, you should know that I'm not joking. Our company has the capability, and our abilities might exceed what your people have seen before. Jiang He continued. However, Mai Ji and Zheng Wenya seemed to not hear Jiang He's additional remarks. Instead, they were left in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. The Jiangshi group was actually going to give all the sanitation workers a consolation payment of 1,000 yuan. And it was real cash, with no tricks involved. They questioned whether they had not informed their family of the true situation. After all, there are over 50,000 people. And even if it's just 1,000 yuan per person, that adds up to a total of 50 million. Chapter 298. Did a great favor that backfired. Hearing Mai Ji say that there was no problem meant that the deal was settled. Jiang He continued speaking to Mai Ji and the others. Thank you for your efforts, and by the way, wish them a happy new year. Jiang He knew that these sanitation workers working on the front lines had no rest during this spring festival holiday, and they had to keep working while families were reuniting, dealing with even more tasks. Mai Ji continued to ask, by the way, General Jiang, can we leak this news in advance? Before Jiang He could respond, Mai Ji added, if this is announced early, your company can gain a very good social image. You know that this is a great opportunity for the overall image of the enterprise. And next year, it may even become a key focus for our city, with various favorable policies. You understand. Jiang He nodded upon hearing this, then thought for a moment before replying. Then, this matter will trouble you. By the way, if you face the media, make sure not to say that this was my idea. This is all my dad's idea. Don't mention me. You know how the media works? Once they report it, I'll be in the spotlight, and I don't want that trouble. Chapter 299. Easily settled. Jiang He naturally understood the situation Zhang Lu was referring to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on such a big matter and completely pushed the good things away from himself, choosing to pass the blame directly to his father, of course. To avoid this situation, Jiang He replied with a smile. Haha, then wouldn't you become famous? You should thank me a bit. Isn't that good? Just think about it. You'll be a great benefactor in our city, and it will be quite an impressive thing to walk down the street. When you go about your business, people will definitely look at you a bit more, and you should thank me more. Not act like I've done something wrong to you. Jiang Lu looked at Jiang He speechlessly. How did this kid make it sound like she owed him a huge favor? Jiang Lu complained, you really are a bit of a troublemaker. No, you are a troublemaker. Sigh, forget it. This matter can still bring our company a good social image. By the way, if they come to us again for some huge expenses, you must reimburse us. Chapter 300. Taking on a heavy burden, Jiang He followed Lin Miao's father, Lin Zhihai, into the living room, where a set of redwood tea utensils was placed on the coffee table. Jiang He took a quick look at the tea set and estimated that it shouldn't be cheap. Xiao Jiang, come over and see what tea you want to drink. Do you want black tea or green tea? Or should we try my 10-year-old pu'er? Oh, by the way, how about we drink to Hong Pao? Recently, a friend gave me some. They said it was auctioned at a collection event for 50,000 yuan per gram. Decided, let us drink this, try it, and evaluate how it is. After Lin Zhihai said this, he took out the tea utensils and carefully retrieved a small tea can, then carefully took out the tea leaves to brew. If it weren't for Jiang He coming over, he wouldn't have dared to drink such a small box at the Hong Pao. Don't underestimate this box, which only contains about 50 grams. That's worth 500,000 yuan. Lin Zhihai skillfully brewed the tea, and suddenly, fragrant tea smoke wafted through the air, with a rich aroma coming forth. It was indeed good tea, absolutely top quality. Just smelling the fragrance made one want to drink a few cups. Chapter 301. A surprise for Dad. Since that afternoon, Jiang had been staying at Lin Miao's house. He didn't want to go back early and face those distant relatives. After having dinner at the Lin family, Jiang stayed for a while, thinking it was about time and that those relatives would have gone home before he returned. As soon as Jiang got home, his father, Jiang Lu, looked at him with a bit of frustration. Finally, our great benefactor Jiang is willing to come home, Jiang Lu said sarcastically. Just because of his son's antics earlier that day, those relatives had already agreed to leave after dinner. However, after seeing the news about the cash-red envelopes for all the environmental workers, those who had planned to leave after dinner ended up sitting down in their respective spots with no intention of leaving. Their eyes were all fixed on Jiang Lu, and the meaning was clear. If they didn't each get a big red envelope, they likely wouldn't leave. Chapter 302. The most impressive low-key show-off Jiang. He was particularly surprised by Lin Miao's way of selecting gifts. It was even more extravagant than her. Jiang casually glanced at a bag that Lin Miao prepared to give to Jiang his mother, which looked ordinary but cost over 100,000 yuan. This was not gift selection. It was clearly a way to clear stock from the store. Originally, Lin Miao was not short on money, and after Jiang had taken her make a good amount of money in the stock market recently, she was completely unconcerned about prices when choosing gifts. After browsing the store, Lin Miao walked to the checkout counter, perhaps planning to check out other stores afterward, so she decided to settle the bill directly. However, even so, they still spent over 600,000 at checkout. After settling the bill, the store manager also gifted them small items like bracelets and wallets. Although these gifts were also quite valuable, they paled in comparison to what Lin Miao had purchased. After the payment, Lin Miao pulled Jiang to continue shopping in the mall. While walking, Lin Miao asked Jiang, "This car seems to be very smooth to drive." "It really suits you," Lin Miao remarked. Throughout the journey, she noticed that Jiang's driving skills were extraordinary. Driving at such high speeds on the highway, rather than on a professional track, he managed to control the car perfectly despite the complex road conditions. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to do it. Even if she drove a Maserati, she had never driven this fast. At most, she would only go about 80, and that was only on empty roads. During the spring festival travel period, with so many cars on the road heading home, she wouldn't dare drive that fast. If she were to drive, she would only be comfortable going about 60. Hearing Lin Miao's words, Jiang smiled and said, "Actually, I think the speed is just average. I believe if it weren't for these speed limits on the highway, I could drive even faster." Chapter 303. Shocking everyone back home, Jiang's mother, Luo Yujiao, was quite astonished as she looked at the two people before her. However, she still knew what to say and what not to say. Seeing the surprised expression on his mother's face, Jiang introduced Lin Miao, saying, "Mom and Dad, her name is Lin Miao." After introducing Lin Miao, he turned to her and said, "Miao, as I mentioned before, these two are my dad and mom." After Jiang finished, Lin Miao politely greeted Jiang's parents, saying, "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello, hello, come in and sit down." Jiang Lu welcomed Lin Miao in from the door, and they sat at the table. He then picked up the teapot to brew some kung fu tea, saying to Lin Miao and Jiang Lu, "You two must be thirsty after your journey, come. I've brewed some tea." "Thank you, uncle," Lin Miao said gratefully as she received the teacup with both hands. After Jiang had a few cups of tea, he stood up to bring in all the gifts he had left at the door, saying, "Mom and Dad, these are all gifts from Miao." Jiang's parents were very grateful when they saw the gifts. Chapter 305. The art of deceiving Dad is getting more skilled while Lin Miao and Jiang's mother, Luo Yujiao, were cooking dinner in the kitchen. Jiang and his father, Jiang Lu, were chatting while drinking tea. At that moment, Jiang Lu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, the last time you mentioned that watch, you were just fooling me, right? Thankfully, I said that watch was bought by you. Otherwise, your mom would definitely think I went and spent money recklessly on such an expensive watch. I see you're always thinking about how to trick your dad." Jiang Lu complained. "What are you worried about? Just say I bought it for you next time. Or when you buy something expensive outside, or even if you go to a KTV to find a girl, just say I arranged it. Haha." Jiang teased his father. "I see you've learned to trick your dad. You're getting good at it," Jiang Lu said, unable to help but glance into the kitchen before continuing. "Those are all business-related social engagements, you know? It's different from what you young people think. Don't go around saying that, especially when your mom is here. Understand?" Jiang Lu advised his son Jiang a bit nervously. Chapter 306. Nightlife back home after dinner. Luo Yujiao, took Lin Miao Miao outside to chat with a group of relatives and friends back home. Upon seeing Lin Miao Miao, these people kept expressing their envy to Jiang He's mother, Luo Yujiao, with smiles. Of course, Luo Yujiao knew in her heart that they were not just envious of her, but even more so of her son for finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Luo Yujiao proudly said, "This is for sure. Those stars on TV can't compare to our Miao Miao. Our Miao Miao is far ahead of them." Even disregarding looks, in terms of family background, Lin Miao Miao outshines at least 99 of them. Plus, with her beauty and great personality, she could be considered one in 10,000. Not to mention, she could even outdo those celebrities and nobles. At this moment, Luo Yujiao was warmly welcoming these relatives and friends, while Lin Miao Miao was facing so many Andes for the first time and felt a bit overwhelmed, not knowing what to do, and even felt a bit scared. Chapter 307. Welcoming the ancestors the next day, Jiang He's family got up early, even before 5 a.m. This day was the day to welcome the ancestors, and they couldn't eat breakfast. The four of them had to go to the temple early to burn incense and offer the sacred cup. One could say that nothing was more important than the sacred cup today. It should be noted that today was not the actual day of welcoming the ancestors, but merely the day to offer the sacred cup. The family took this very seriously, and it wasn't just Jiang He's family. All the villagers were rushing to the ancestral temple early in the morning to offer the sacred cup. The purpose of offering the sacred cup this morning was to select the group of people who would carry the statue of the ancestor. In terms used by Jiang He's hometown, it was to carry the ancestor's feet. This group would require about 20 people. In a few days, this group would be responsible for carrying the ancestor out of the ancestral temple and walking around the entire village, covering a distance of about 10 kilometers. It could be said to be a physically demanding and heavy task. Yet, this physically demanding work was something everyone in the village was eager to do. For the locals, being able to carry the ancestors' feet during the new year was considered a very lucky thing, even symbolizing that they would be blessed by the ancestor and have very good fortune in the coming year. Chapter 308. You Are My Lucky Goddess. Jiang He's family of four was busy with preparations, and after sincerely bowing 3 times, Luo Yujiao collected all the incense sticks from Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao and placed them in the incense burner under the statue in front of the ancestral hall. This task for the morning was now complete. Although it seemed like a simple task, it was actually quite tedious. They had come here at 5 a.m., and by the time everything was done, it was already 7 a.m. After finishing these tasks, Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao went outside to wash their hands and were ready to have breakfast. As for Jiang Lu and Luo Yujiao, they followed the old tradition of fasting on this day. So they only found some biscuits to stave off hunger and decided not to join Jiang He and the others for breakfast. Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao, being young, had their own ideas, and as older generations, Jiang Lu and Luo Yujiao felt they shouldn't interfere too much, thinking as long as the intentions were good, it was fine. They didn't want to be labeled as old-fashioned. Jiang He took Lin Miao Miao to find a breakfast shop first, and after having breakfast, they returned. By the time they got back, it was already close to 9 a.m. Chapter 309. Jealousy from the old father Jiang. He heard the abbot of the ancestral hall announce that he had drawn the luckiest number, number 10. He couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Miao Miao. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu and Luo Yujiao, who were standing outside the crowd, were even more shocked by this news. Jiang Lu never expected that an outsider like Lin Miao Miao could draw such a lucky number. He had specifically taken a shower this morning for the lottery and had followed the ancestral customs to bathe and change, fasting and not eating. But he only drew a very unfortunate number, over 2,000. This made him feel instantly disheartened, despite his efforts. He ended up with a result far worse than someone who had it easy. It felt like a poor student who worked hard to study, but only scored 50, while a top student who never did homework and slept in class ended up with full marks. This made Jiang Lu feel as if he had just eaten a dead fly. Those around them saw Jiang. He let Lin Miao Miao draw from the lottery box and get such a good number, and their eyes turned red with envy, wanting to emulate Jiang He's approach. They called their girlfriends over in hopes that they could help them draw lots as well. Chapter 310. This is the luckiest thing. Jiang He held Lin Miao Miao's hand and returned to Luo Yujiao and Jiang Lu's side. Luo Yujiao was thrilled to see her future daughter-in-law draw the luckiest number 10, and she held her hand, asking many questions, clearly very fond of her future daughter-in-law. At this moment, Jiang Lu's father looked at his son Jiang He with mixed feelings. He was somewhat displeased but also very pleased. His son was even more impressive than he was, truly a case of the student surpassing the teacher. Yet for some reason, he felt a deep sense of jealousy. Perhaps this is just a rivalry between men. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Jiang He's mind. Congratulations to the host for drawing the luckiest number 10. To celebrate the host's achievement, the system rewards the host with a formula for a cardiovascular disease miracle drug from the future. Jiang, he was momentarily stunned by this reward. His system had been silent for a long time, and he had even thought it had disappeared. But unexpectedly, Lin Miao Miao drawing this lucky number 10 had activated the dormant system. Chapter 311. New Year's Gift after bidding farewell to his parents. Jiang, he hurriedly set off on his return journey. However, it happened to be the peak time for returning, and traffic was extremely congested. Jiang, he saw that the highway was filled with cars, with a long line of vehicles. Even the emergency lane was packed. He felt utterly speechless. He regretted driving his sports car home. If he had known, he would have taken an SUV instead. At least with an SUV, he could have made tea or cooked a meal during the traffic jam. But now, in his sports car, he was cramped in the small driver's seat. Perhaps this is the trouble of the wealthy. The driver's seat in the sports car was simply too small. What should have been a journey of just over 4 hours ended up taking nearly 8 hours. After parking his sports car in the community, Jiang, he first went home to drop off his things, then went out for dinner before taking Lin Miao Miao home. After all, she had come out with him, and it was more polite to see her home. Moreover, during the traffic jam, Jiang, he had thought of something. Chapter 312. Unexpected value. Lin Jihai believed Jiang He's words, as he was aware of the rules regarding private biological laboratories. Were the new drugs you mentioned about? As the chairman of a listed pharmaceutical company, Lin Jihai had a keen sense for such matters and was instantly intrigued by what Jiang he was saying. There were several new types of drugs, the most important one being a miracle drug for cardiovascular diseases. Jiang, he replied. Has the miracle drug for cardiovascular diseases been tested? Has it undergone human clinical trials? And what is the efficacy? Upon hearing about this miracle drug for cardiovascular diseases, Lin Jihai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired. It hasn't undergone clinical trials or human live tests yet, but it has shown excellent results in some animal live tests. Much better than all similar drugs on the market. Jiang, he confidently told Lin Jihai. However, the animal testing part was something Jiang, he just casually mentioned. Nevertheless, he believed that the product from the system would be flawless. Chapter 313. There are always greater heights and better people. Jiang, he handed over the samples of the miracle drugs to Lin Jihai. Professor Liu, please take these drugs and test them, Lin Jihai said to the person in charge of the biological research laboratory before him. Lin, is this the miracle drug you mentioned? Professor Liu looked at Lin Jihai with a puzzled expression, clearly unable to believe that the miracle drug in the hands of this young man could be effective. The packaging looked so simple, it seemed like a product without any quality assurance. Was this the new experimental product developed by a high-tech biological research laboratory? Professor Liu, just try it out without asking so many questions, Lin Jihai said with righteous indignation. Although he also felt that the special medicine wrapped in toilet paper by Jiang, he was indeed too simple and didn't he look like a special medicine at all. He still chose to believe in Jiang He. Although Professor Liu was reluctant after hearing Lin Jihai's words, he still took the medicine from Lin Jihai's hands. He then turned around and began to gently follow the experimental process to produce a small amount of fine powder. Chapter 314. Under heavy rewards. There will be brave men faced with Liu Yuanshan's fiery gaze and his eager inquiries for knowledge. Jiang, he could only apologize in his heart. After all, the secret of the system could not be revealed to anyone. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. I have signed a confidentiality agreement with them. Moreover, this involves not only business secrets, but also the rules of private research institutes, which you should understand. After Jiang, he said this. Liu Yuanshan nodded and stopped asking further questions. He also knew what the rules of the private research institute that Jiang, he mentioned were. Most of these private research institutes were established by relatively crazy scientists, and many unethical experiments occurred within them. So they generally had to keep themselves hidden and would not dare to appear in public. However, these crazy scientists also needed money. They required wealthy investors to fund their research. As long as they had money, they would appear at the right time. He understood that Jiang, he must have met these crazy biological researchers in such a process and then invested in these private research institutes. Chapter 315. Men only affect the speed of my sword draw, Mr. Jiang, if we follow the normal process. This new type of special medicine certainly won't be on the market within 3 months. However, I think I can reach out to my former mentor, who is currently an authority in charge of medical reviews. I believe if we leverage his connections, we can get this new type of special medicine on the market sooner and benefit those suffering from cardiovascular diseases. Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's response, Jiang He already knew that his substantial reward was starting to take effect. Jiang He was very satisfied with this response, nodded, and then said, "I'll leave all of this in your hands to operate." After saying this, Jiang He turned to Lin Jihai, who was already dumbfounded, and slightly apologetically said, "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for stealing your thunder. You don't need to mind. Even if you don't say it, I will reward these researchers. Moreover, having you provide such a sum of money can save me a significant expense," Lin Jihai replied. Chapter 316. The Invisible War Smoke Between Women. Hui Yunshin, you're fine. The company responsible for that short video isn't that troublesome, you know? The mobile phone project is indeed led by our family. Although Hui Yunshin really wanted to get together with Jiang He, her workload was overwhelming. Hui Yunshin, originally, this matter wasn't supposed to involve our family. But because of this kid, we also gained the qualification to participate. Although Hui Yunshin hoped that the Hua family could stand on the world stage, when she truly reached the center of that stage, she found that everything was not as good as she had imagined. On this stage, it was not just about considering one's own interests, but also about considering the interests of the country. There would even be many temptations, which she had not anticipated before. Hui Yunshin. By the way, recently a woman named Ronia came to find me, saying she could provide necessary protection. Shun Anling. No need to guess. She must be one of our sisters. Shun Anling directly exposed Jiang He's thoughts. Chapter 317. Being your own confidence, since Hui Yunshin had already said that. Jiang He decided not to add pressure on her. Shun Anling. Actually, I don't need any protection. What I face are all situations in the business world, and there are still basic rules in the market. That is, no matter when, one must not endanger personal safety. Jiang He immediately understood what Shun Anling meant. Although all sorts of small tricks could happen in the business world, even framing someone could occur, as long as it endangered someone's life, no one would play along. Jiang He, are you both sure you don't need me to send people to protect you? Jiang He asked again, unsure. Sometimes women are this troublesome. If you don't ask a few more times, you won't understand whether they truly want it or not. Jiang He thought this, but didn't dare to express this thought directly. Hui Yunji, really don't need it. If it causes trouble, you come help me solve it. Shun Anling, if anything really happens, I will inform you in time. Jiang He. Chapter 318. What can't be obtained on the battlefield? Can't be obtained at the negotiation table. As soon as Jiang He opened the door, he heard the sound of piano music coming from the living room. It seemed that Xiaoma had already returned to in the water and was probably practicing the piano, since she was going to perform in a few days. This was naturally a tense time for practicing. Jiang He glanced around the room and found Jian Shui sitting on the sofa, playing with her phone. It seemed both of them had returned. Calculating the time, they should have also returned when school started. No wonder both were present. Due to family reasons, Jian Shui originally spent the New Year out in the water. After returning home for a New Year's Eve dinner on New Year's Eve, she came back to the apartment early. Jiang He remembered that Xiaoma had sent her a message saying she would return on the 8th day of the New Year. After all, the New Year was so late this year. By the end of the New Year, it was almost March, which was the normal school start time. Jian Shui, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, looked up and saw Jiang He. Jiang He noticed Jian Shui's action and put a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Chapter 319. This car is really fast. More than 2 hours later, and Xiaoma had already slumped into Jiang He's arms. Her right ear was pressed against Jiang He's chest, quietly listening to the strong and powerful heartbeat. Jiang He gently stroked her smooth hair. He broke the serene and beautiful moment by speaking. "Xiao Mo, would you like to eat something?" Jiang He asked, and Xiao Mo pouted and replied, "I don't want to eat anymore. My mouth is sore." Hearing this response, Jiang He was immediately confused. What a strange thought. Is she on the wrong bus today? He lightly tapped in Xiao Mo's arm, pretending to be slightly angry, and said, "I was asking if you want a late-night snack. It's been several hours since I ate before getting on the plane, and my stomach has been growling for a long time." And Xiao Mo's face turned slightly red upon hearing Jiang He's words. "I really don't know what you girls think about every day. You even say your mouth is sore from eating. Do you think I'm talking about something else?" Jiang He looked at Xiao Mo with a mischievous smile. Chapter 320. Too strong, Disliked by the girl, and Xiao Mo now had a sufficient understanding of Jiang He's combat abilities. This guy completely ignored all the common sense she knew about this matter. What saves time? Such things did not exist for Jiang He. The most appropriate term to describe him would be an endlessly running little electric motor. You should go accompany Shu Yi. I'm really scared with you here. It might lead to misunderstandings again, and I can't take it anymore, and Xiao Mo said, half complaining and half sarcastically. Jiang He felt somewhat helpless. How could Xiao Mo have changed so much in just a short span of 10 or 20 days? What did she experience at home? Why had she become so sarcastic? It was clear that she wanted him to spend more time with Jian Shu Yi to avoid making her feel neglected, but saying it like this gave a very strange feeling. It made Jiang He feel as if he was being disliked. Jiang He could only walk silently over to Jian Shu Yi's side. He patted Jian Shu Yi, indicating her to make some space on the sofa for him. Jian Shu Yi sat up straight, gave Jiang He a spot to sit, and then leaned on Jiang He's shoulder while continuing to play with her phone. Chapter 321. Strength. The next day, at just 6:30 in the morning, Jiang He was awakened by the ringing of his phone. His phone was originally set to Do Not Disturb mode at night. In Do Not Disturb mode, only contacts in the address book could activate the ringtone with 2 consecutive calls. Generally, if someone calls twice in a row, it must be urgent. Otherwise, if the first call was not answered, they should understand that the other party was still resting. Jiang He groggily picked up his phone and answered, "Hello, young master. Something big is happening," came a panicked voice from the other end. Ning Shu. Hearing this, Jiang He's brain immediately cleared. What happened? Speak slowly, don't panic. Jiang He comforted while lifting the blanket and heading toward the bathroom. After all, Jian Shu Yi was still lying in bed, and he was talking to Ning Shu about work matters. So he tried to avoid misunderstandings as much as possible. They notified us that the newly inaugurated president of Lighthouse Country is going to bomb Syria. I remember Wang Ye's security service company's training base is in that area. Chapter 322. A world manipulated by Wall Street. After finishing the call with Ning Shu early in the morning, Jiang He sent a message in the group chat with his friends. Hey, everyone, be aware that crude oil is going to rise significantly soon. But there should be a dip first. Is anyone interested in joining? After sending this message, Jiang He went straight back to bed. He believed that his friends were still asleep at this time. After all, last night Dong Yuanbua was still talking about discussing life philosophy with teacher Yu Yao on the mountain. As for Lu Ren and Wu Jijia, they didn't have the same energy as Dong Yuanbua, who was diligent and eager to learn, engaging with multiple teachers and studying until 3 or 4 in the morning. However, both of them likely had private tutors come over last night to help them study, so they probably studied late too. At this time, it was still 6 in the morning, which was too early for these 3 diligent students. Jiang He returned to bed and began browsing the international news from last night to see if there were any updates on what Ning Shu mentioned. Chapter 323. First the villain, then the gentleman Jian Shu Yi sat at the dining table in room 8808 and began to zone out. She felt that it was too difficult. The discussion about dance had gone on for too long, making her question her life. The physical activity this morning was even more exhausting than dancing all day, and by the end, she was rolling her eyes. Now Jian Shu Yi had an idea. If Jiang He wanted to continue, she would make sure to send him to room 8808 no matter what. When Jiang He and Jian Shu Yi arrived at room 8808, they found that Xiao Mo was still not awake. Jiang He let Jian Shu Yi order breakfast first while he went awake in Xiao Mo. When Jiang He walked into the bedroom and opened the door, he found in Xiao Mo's sleeping position to be somewhat bold, lying in a big character shape. Jiang He couldn't help but adjust his angle and take a photo before sitting on the edge of the bed to wake her up. He gently patted in Xiao Mo's shoulder and said, "Aren't you supposed to get up to practice the piano this morning? You have a performance tonight, right?" Jiang He knew that when waking someone up in the morning, he mustn't shake them. Otherwise, the morning grumpiness could be terrible. Chapter 324. In the Jianghu. One cannot control oneself. Aren't you performing on stage tonight? I'll take you to buy a set of jewelry, Jiang He replied. No. I already have jewelry and a watch. And Xiao Mo quickly refused. Don't say that. I've already made a reservation. You and Shu Yi each get a set. Just go try them on. Jiang He directly gave them no chance to refuse. Jiang He had his own plans. With a bombing in Lighthouse Country, his security company had to urgently withdraw from the training base overnight. This would definitely make people think he suffered significant losses. But if Jiang He went on a shopping spree today, it would make people believe he hadn't suffered any losses at all. And it would also instill trust in those paying attention to him. After all, Jiang he really hadn't suffered any losses. It was just that if he didn't spend money, how would others know? This is why some business owners take out loans to buy luxury cars, even when they are short on cash. They want to showcase themselves in the most direct way to make others feel they are reliable. After all, money sitting in a bank is invisible to others. But if they have a luxury car or other high-end items, it immediately gives the impression that the person has strength. Chapter 325. Sneaking into the village. Don't shoot. Chapter 325. Sneaking into the village. Don't shoot, let's buy you a set of gowns to wear tonight. Jiang he said to Xiaoma and Jian Shui in the VIP room of Van Cleef Arpels. While Jiang he was busy shopping, there was a closed-door meeting happening somewhere. Unexpectedly, I bombed the lighthouse again this time. It's not a big deal. Once they finish bombing, let's have the polar bears send a few planes to have some fun. I think this idea works. Anyway, besides the news media and the public, other organizations are well aware. Who told the polar bears to be so poor? But this is also good. We spend money and the polar bears do the work, which can also restrain them. Those Western countries don't involve the polar bears. If they aren't poor, who is? The lighthouse country and the Western world are always more afraid of the polar bears. This is no surprise. Back then, we even prepared a comprehensive plan to give up the North and go guerrilla in Sichuan and Chongqing. By the way, when the polar bears bomb, mark a few places in red. Don't let them bomb randomly. We have a private security company with a training base there. Chapter 326. Real-time management skills. Chapter 326. Real-time management skills. It was almost 7 p.m. Jiang He and Jian Shui arrived at the front desk, in the third row of the audience. This was quite impressive. After all, the first row was for the judges, and the second row was filled with some prominent figures from the violin and piano world, along with some officials. In fact, Jiang He and the others didn't need to come so early. This seat would be reserved for them anyway, and Xiaoma was scheduled to perform last. Normally, it would be around 8:30 before it was his turn to go on stage. However, Jiang he had already teased Xiaoma during lunch, so now he should perform well. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the bedroom at night. Before Xiaoma's performance, Jian Shui and Jiang he were whispering to each other below. This is the norm when watching performances, when the program you want to see hasn't started yet. It always feels boring, but in this dim light, it's not suitable to play on the phone, so they could only chat to pass the time. How about we go see Hi Mom tomorrow? This movie has been a hot topic online lately, and the ratings are very high. Jian Shui leaned closer to Jiang He's ear and said, Chapter 327. Self-cultivation is important. Jiang he had just finished telling Jian Shui that he would book a movie screening when he started contacting people on his phone. Jiang he typed in the input box, Run Gu. Do you know anyone at the cinema? Help us book a screening. At this moment, Jiang he deliberately positioned himself so that Jian Shui could see. Don't book a screening. We don't need to book one. If we do, I won't go watch it. Let's just choose a midday show. Jian Shui quickly refused, not wanting Jiang he to send that message. But he didn't expect that he was stepping into the trap that Jiang he had already prepared. No, since you want to see it so much, I will definitely let you see the best. Jiang he disagreed with Jian Shui's statement. Then we won't go watch it. I'll just go to school early tomorrow. Jian Shui replied. All right then, since you've said that, I won't contact them. I'll check what time of midday show still has tickets. Jiang he stopped insisting and began looking at the midday show times, at which point Jian Shui finally felt relieved. Jian Shui's every reaction was part of Jiang he's plan. This relates to the issue of human nature that Jiang he has been studying deeply. Chapter 328. The Smooth Moves of a Good Man. Chapter 328. The Smooth Moves of a Good Man. The next morning, Jiang he woke up feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He had originally planned to sleep until noon, then have lunch with Xiaoma and Jian Shui. After lunch, he would have someone call him with an urgent matter as an excuse to leave, and then go find Ning Shu. After that, he would go shopping with Ning Shu, have dinner, watch a late-night movie, and finally have a passionate night. Such an arrangement would make for a relaxing and fulfilling day, and he could control his time. However, after Jian Shui unexpectedly interrupted with the movie plan yesterday, the time arrangement became a bit tight. Jiang He's mindset also changed a bit. Originally, he wanted to enjoy the process, but now he had to adhere strictly to time management to complete the task. Once he adopted the mindset of completing a task, his attitude changed completely. So, when the alarm went off at 8:30 a.m., Jiang he hurriedly got up to wash up. After finishing his grooming, he first woke up Jian Shui and then rushed to wake up Xiaoma as well. Jian Shui, how about I just skip today? I want to sleep a little longer. Chapter 329. The correct way to open it's okay. Isn't he always good at taking care of people? Jian Shui had spent less time with Jiang, Heathen, and Xiaoma, and hadn't felt much about certain things yet. Really? But after you say that, it has seemed like it. He has always been running errands for me. And Xiaoma smiled and said, I mean, didn't he even go out to buy milk tea at the school gate before? Jian Shui laughed. When Jiang arrived at the second-floor cinema with a large bag of snacks, he found that the crowd had thinned out a lot. Checking his phone, he realized the movie had already started over 10 minutes ago. At that point, and Xiaoma and Jian Shui had already entered the cinema. Jiang, he simply took his movie ticket and went in as well. Once inside, he saw that the cinema was packed. But most of the audience was made up of students, since working people were still at work. Among these students, it was evident that most of them were couples, their eyes glued to the screen while snuggling up together, sipping from the same drink. They had been warned to prevent the spread of germs and use separate utensils. Yet they still dared to drink from the same straw. Jiang, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 330, Good Brothers. Covering for each other. Chapter 330, Good Brothers. Covering for each other, and Xiaoma heard that Wu Jijia had crashed his car again. Although this had become a common occurrence for him, the fact that he had to call 120 this time made her a bit worried and anxious. Should we hurry over now to see if he has hurt? He got into a car accident with someone, and we're heading over now. You two should stay back. You're not in a good mood already, so there's no need to see such a heartbreaking scene. Jiang, he replied, saying that even if you went, it wouldn't make much of a difference and would only make him feel more embarrassed and sad, letting you see him in an awkward situation. After hearing Jiang he say this, and Xiaoma thought for a moment and decided not to go. When they reached the parking lot, Jiang he watched as Xiaoma and Jian Shui got into the car. You don't need to see us off. I can speed off myself. You can absolutely trust my driving skills, and Xiaoma said. I'm just worried that your mood might affect your driving. Jiang he replied. Don't worry. You should go see how Jiege and the others are doing. And Xiaoma said. Chapter 331. Delicious food on the streets. After Jiang, he sent a text message. He took a stroll around a nearby mall. So at this moment, he had to bring a small gift, but it couldn't be too expensive. A significant misconception among many guys is that they think it's always right to give expensive gifts, but studies in psychology show that girls actually prefer receiving ordinary gifts. This is because girls worry that if they accept an expensive gift, they will lose power in the relationship. After all, taking someone's hand shortens the distance. Even if a gold digger receives an expensive gift, they still have to sleep with him. Of course, there are also cases of scams. But Jiang, he could never understand why those men would spend so much money without even meeting in person. However, he decided not to think about it and went directly to the mall to buy a set of Pony cosmetics. After about an hour, Jiang, he turned into the entrance of Yeshuan community, and indeed, Ning Shu was already waiting at the door. This is women. You should never believe what they say. Just like in a heaven sword and dragon saber, In Susu said, never trust women. The more beautiful they are, the more they deceive. Chapter 332. Jiang He. The clown is actually me. Jiang he watched Uncle Zhang mixing the secret sauce and didn't ask too many questions, even though he was quite curious. Aren't you afraid we'll learn the secret recipe just by watching you? Jiang he joked. If you could learn it just by watching for a moment or two, then it wouldn't be called a secret recipe. Uncle Zhang replied with a smile. Oh, now you've piqued my interest, Jiang he said. Let's put it this way. Take the simplest chili. Do you know how many types of chili we have in our country? Uncle Zhang asked. Not really, haha. I only know about millet chili. Jiang he replied. You guys are outsiders. You don't understand the intricacies here, Uncle Zhang continued as he mixed the ingredients. The millet chili you mentioned is a broad category. There are many types of millet chili, like the nail chili from Guizhou, the flower skin chili from Hunan, the three-cherry chili from Shandong, and so on. Uncle Zhang added. Basically, every variety has its distinct flavor, and even the same variety grown in different regions can taste quite different. You haven't delved into this field, so you don't understand the nuances. You just think chili is chili. But the flavors produced are different, Uncle Zhang explained. Chapter 333. Jiang he is sent to ICU. When Jiang he heard that he was admitted to the ICU, he was first surprised, then secretly delighted. This is what brothers are for. He couldn't help but complain. Why make up such a story? Why put me in the ICU? In fact, it wasn't even the ICU, just a regular observation room. Perhaps Run and the others were too excited and got it wrong. Jiang he replied. So how are you now? Which hospital are you in? Should I come over now? And Xiaoma said eagerly. No need to come over. I'll just go back directly later. I'll check on Jieji's situation first. Then I'll head back. He definitely couldn't let in Xiaoma come over, And besides, he didn't even know which hospital he was in yet. He had to wait for Lu Run and the others to wake up and ask about the specifics, then discuss with the four of them to align their stories and plug any remaining holes. Otherwise, it could lead to inconsistencies in their accounts, which would be troublesome. Are you really okay? And Xiaoma asked again, not reassured. Really, I'm fine. You see, I'm able to call you now. Jiang He reassured her. Chapter 334. Life depends on acting skills. Jiang He quickly arranged a meetup with Lu Run, Wu Jijia, and Dong Yuanbua in their WeChat group, and suggested that the three meet him at the tea room downstairs of Shui Yifang. At 10 a.m., they gather at the tea room on the first floor of Shui Yifang. After some light-hearted banter, the four began chatting. Brother Jiang, last night was truly thrilling. Lu Run exclaimed. You have to make it up to us. Wu Jijia chimed in. No problem. I'll take you to the stock exchange. Pick whatever you like. Jiang He said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three brothers understood that Jiang He must have some inside scoop to help them make money. Jiang He then added, looking a bit troubled, but I'm still in the ICU, so I can only take you to have fun after I leave here. Brother Jiang, you're in the ICU? How come we didn't know? Dong Yuanbua said, suppressing his laughter. In fact, they had a better way to tease Jiang He by pretending he was in the ICU. Chapter 335. This is the taste of home. Jiang He suggested taking Lu Run, Wu Jijia, and Dong Yuanbua to the stock exchange for some fun. The three were immediately excited. Being with Jiang He meant there would be good food. In fact, the stock had already dropped to rock-bottom prices. Now would be a perfect time to enter. Jiang He continued, the second phase of clinical trials has been arranged. Once the data comes out, they will hold a press conference immediately. Jiang He added, I'll find out the exact date for the press conference and let you know. It should be soon. Lu Run took a deep breath and said, so if we play our cards right this time, making a few million won't be a problem. Wow, wow, wow. Dong Yuanbua immediately cheered. They'll be buying all sorts of things. Actually, I think you should add another zero at the end. Jiang He replied calmly. Wow, brother Jiang, adding another zero means it's in the tens of millions. Wu Jijia responded. That's right. This can definitely earn a profit of tens of millions. But the key is that your principal needs to be substantial. This stock can definitely double without any problem, Jiang He said. Chapter 336. If you don't work hard, you'll have to go home and inherit the family fortune. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Ning Shu was snuggled up next to Jiang He, tightly holding his arm as if afraid he would leave without saying goodbye. When Jiang He woke up and moved his hand, Ning Shu also woke up. Good morning, young master, Ning Shu said with a charming greeting, her eyes still hazy. Jiang He suddenly understood why it was often said that emperors no longer held morning court. He didn't want to get out of bed either. With such a beauty by his side, he could play all day. Good morning. Jiang He pulled his arm out from Ning Shu's embrace and then pulled her closer. Young master, should we wash up first? Ning Shu asked softly. Okay, Jiang He agreed, carrying Ning Shu into the bathroom. About an hour later, Jiang He came out of the bathroom holding a now exhausted Ning Shu. When it was around 11 o'clock, Jiang He saw that Ning Shu was almost dressed and took her out for lunch. However, they had to drive out of Yushui Bay to do so. The two found a hot pot restaurant outside and casually started eating. Chapter 337. Women cannot enter construction tunnels. I'm anxious. I've been waiting for you. And you still haven't come, Zhang Anfu said with a hint of impatience. Didn't your dad tell you another thing? Zhang Anfu continued. Jiang He was puzzled. I won't be late. I arrived much earlier than what my dad said, Jiang He replied. All right, I know what's going on now. Hurry up and park your car and come with me, Zhang Anfu said urgently. Jiang He was completely baffled. How could he be late? Nevertheless, he quickly parked the car and followed Zhang Anfu. Before we start working, we must first pay respects to heaven and earth and all the gods, Zhang Anfu explained as they walked. But this must not be captured by reporters or the media. Otherwise, they will say we are engaging in feudal superstition. But how can we explain this? This is the faith of the construction workers. Zhang Anfu finished with a sly smile. Since they won't let us hold class tomorrow, we'll just do it secretly. We'll just move the scheduled time up a bit and perform the rituals in the morning before starting work. Then arrange a ceremony for the leaders when they arrive. Zhang Anfu explained to Jiang He. Chapter 338. Damn, I'm afraid to eat seafood. Damn it. This island nation is too disgusting. Jiang He was on the phone with his father, Jiang Lu, when he suddenly heard Zhang Anfu shout. He hurriedly said a few words and hung up the phone. He went back to the office and asked Zhang Anfu, Uncle Zhang, what's going on? Come and see for yourself. Zhang Anfu handed his phone to Jiang He. Jiang He saw the news just pushed by today's headlines. Fukushima nuclear power plant in the island nation has 41 cracks in the nuclear waste protection layer. Polar bears warn against secretly discharging it. The world is going down with them. Zhang Anfu continued to complain, these bastards. A while ago, they announced they wanted to discharge nuclear waste into the ocean, and the world opposed it vehemently, and now they want to do it secretly. Another responsible person in the office also complained otherwise. How can you explain that group of people's brains aren't quite normal? Only they can do such things. Jiang He listened while checking the related news updates. After the Fukushima nuclear power plant incident, nuclear waste cannot be purified in a short time, and the island nation has concentrated 24 million tons of nuclear waste for storage. Chapter 339, Dealing with the Island Nation. Jiang He expressed his desire to deal with the island nation to Zhao Jiaruan. Zhao Jiaruan neither opposed nor supported it. He just wanted to help Jiang He assess the plan. Jiang He said, there's no way I can do this myself. I'm planning to select a few more radical environmental organizations to make a move. Radical environmental organizations often do things that are not appropriate. For example, they are particularly radical and want to eliminate everything that harms the environment, including people. Zhao Jiaruan asked, do you need me to recommend a few? Jiang He replied, no need for that. If you recommend them, they'll easily trace it back to you, and in the end, I'll have to take the blame for you. Jiang He continued, we will contact them on the dark web using aliases, and for sponsorship, we'll use Bitcoin directly. Zhao Jiaruan said, in that case, sometimes we still need to learn from your methods. Jiang He responded, thanks for the compliment. Bitcoin is meant for such under-the-table transactions. Otherwise, how could a piece of code with no backing from any global central bank, which seems worthless, see such an astonishing price increase? After finishing the call with Zhao Jiaruan, Jiang He began contacting Wang Yi, asking him to search the dark web for corresponding environmental organizations and relevant environmental experts to form a specialized alliance targeting the island nation. Chapter 340, A Billion is Small Change. Jiang He had already left, so he naturally didn't know about the conversations Zhang Anfu had with his father. When he returned, he sent a message to Lin Miao Miao, saying that since he was back, he certainly couldn't be alone. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao was sweating it out in the gym and was a bit annoyed that Jiang He interrupted her workout. Why are you here at this time? Lin Miao Miao said with disdain. What, not welcome? Jiang He replied and continued. Don't forget, I'm a VIP member of your gym. I can come whenever I want. You can't just take the money and run. Jiang He added. Lin Miao Miao huffed softly, turned around, and ignored Jiang He, focusing on her own workout. Seeing this, Jiang He said nothing, changed into workout clothes, picked up some equipment, and started exercising. It had been a long time since he last worked out. Wow, this guy is really handsome. Just look at those lines. He's so manly. Jiang He casually posed a few times, immediately attracting a wave of screams. There's no helping it. The system is just that impressive. Chapter 341, Breaking the Foreign Pharmaceutical Monopoly. 2 days later, on Monday morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Jihai held a press conference at Lin's Pharmaceutical. As expected by Jiang He, Lao Lin announced at the press conference the news of a new cardiovascular special drug, declaring to everyone that the drug has entered the clinical trial stage. Lao Lin presented the experimental data, and when demonstrating the drug's efficacy, the entire audience was stunned for a few seconds. Is this really a domestically developed special drug? Its efficacy even surpasses that of global pharmaceutical giants Pfizer and AstraZeneca. After repeated confirmations from Lin Jihai, everyone finally believed it. Yes, you heard it right. Our drug is better than Pfizer's, and I guarantee that our price will only be lower than Pfizer's. Lin Jihai said loudly on stage. Applause erupted like thunder. Even the reporters forgot to take pictures. This is undoubtedly an exciting piece of news. Lin Jihai then slowly spoke. These foreign drugs are sold cheaply in their own countries, but when they enter our country, seeing that there are no competing drugs, they disregard the lives of our country's patients. Chapter 342, Red Flower Blooming in the Rainy Heart during the press conference. Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao were already on a plane to Sanya. 2 hours later, they landed. The Atlantis Hotel sent a Rolls-Royce Ghost to pick up Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao. When they returned to the hotel, it was lunchtime. Arriving in Sanya, they naturally had to eat seafood. Oysters go without saying, and lobsters and crabs were everywhere. There was no need for Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao to take out the menu to choose. It was just a seafood buffet. The quality of the seafood buffet here was even better than the freshly made quality in inland cities. After all, many seafood items in inland cities were sent from here, and by the time they arrived, the quality had already declined, with some even dying during transport. This significantly affected the taste. The seafood here in Sanya is taken directly from the sea, processed as soon as the boat docks, and the taste is simply exquisite. Mr. Jiang, we just received a stone fish today. Would you like to try it? The hotel manager inquired. For guests who booked the ultra-luxurious Poseidon suite at 100,000 a night. No level of service could be considered excessive. Chapter 343. Too much, spreading dog food late. At night, Jiang, he and Lin Miao Miao were enjoying a feast. And neither had tried the stone fish before, so they were truly savoring it. Excuse me for interrupting your meal. Your private beach is ready. The hotel manager said respectfully. We've cleared a 3-kilometer radius. The hotel manager added. Your hotel service is quite good. Jiang he nodded in satisfaction. This was something Jiang he had specifically arranged with the hotel manager beforehand. After all, this was a beach contracted by the hotel, and they could do as they pleased. Unlike public roads, where blocking off for private use might invite comments or require connections, a hotel-contracted beach only required payment. Jiang he specifically arranged for such a large beach area to prevent any unwanted exposure, as he and Lin Miao Miao would be wearing minimal clothing later. Such beautiful scenery could only be enjoyed by him alone, and even if someone wanted to use a long-focus 42x lens, they wouldn't be able to see clearly, at most just a silhouette. Chapter 344. Playing with pop rocks in the ocean view room, huh? You see, I've caught you. You have to keep your word. Jiang he said with a mischievous smile, looking at Lin Miao Miao in his arms. Since I, Lin Miao Miao, have said it, I will definitely keep my word. Now you can do whatever you want. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao had a rather heroic demeanor. Jiang he did not expect Lin Miao Miao to be so straightforward. He had thought she might play hard to get, but soon he had an idea and immediately put it into action, taking advantage of Lin Miao Miao's moment of surprise. He lifted her in a princess carry and quickly ran towards the sea. Lin Miao Miao squealed, not yet realizing what was happening. Before she could ask, she found herself flying through the air. Jiang he grinned at Lin Miao Miao, suspended in midair, then tossed her into the sea, knowing she could swim and that the water was perfectly suitable. Not too deep, not too shallow. Splash! Lin Miao Miao fell into the sea, sending up countless splashes. Chapter 345. Underwater scenery. After preparing, Jiang he and Lin Miao Miao rode a jet ski while the safety officer followed them on a yacht. With the safety officer trailing, they felt more at ease and carefree, especially since the hotel manager had specifically reminded them that this area of sea was contracted by their hotel, and there were no aquaculture operations nearby. All local fish farmers had been invited to work at the hotel as compensation. It could be said that it was hard to find such a pure, natural sea area without aquaculture. Additionally, the hotel had set up shark nets around the perimeter, and there were regular cleanup operations to ensure no large predatory fish were present, making safety highly guaranteed. After Jiang he and Lin Miao Miao arrived in this area on the jet ski, they stopped the jet ski, boarded the yacht, secured the ropes, and then entered the cabin to don their diving gear. Jiang he, thanks to the system's functions, was equipped like a special forces soldier. Wearing the diving gear was no problem for him. He could even dive alone without needing a buddy. Chapter 346. The right way to encounter the sale of protected animals. Although the diving time this time was a bit short, it was incredibly enjoyable. They not only saw coral reefs they had never seen before, but also experienced them up close. However, to protect the environment, they controlled their desire to collect. Although at that moment, if they did pick some, only they would know, and the safety officer would definitely not tell anyone. But protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. And leaving the coral reefs, there means they can see them again next time. While on the yacht, they reviewed the photos just taken and the videos recorded by the safety officer. In the video, Lin Miao Miao looked like a mermaid, constantly weaving among the colorful coral reefs. They lay on the beach chairs on the yacht for over an hour, allowing the nitrogen to dissipate. And Jiang he took the opportunity to drive the yacht back to experience the joy of operating a yacht. 2 jet skis were handed over to the safety officer, who drove them back. Soon, the 2 arrived at the yacht dock. They were going back tomorrow, and of course wanted to bring back some souvenirs. Jiang he and Lin Miao Miao decided to take a look around the dock to see if the local villagers had anything special to offer. Chapter 347. The only thing valuable in a woman's eyes is diamonds. During the few days of fun, they enjoyed themselves immensely and brought back quite a few souvenirs. After dropping Lin Miao Miao off at her home, Jiang, he took a share of the souvenirs back home. It was already past 9 in the evening when he returned, but only his father, Jiang Lu, was at home. Oh, our young master Jiang finally knows to come home, Jiang Lu teased as he saw his son enter. Of course, this young master has come back from the ends of the earth. Jiang he naturally had visited the scenic spot of Tinya Haijiao in Hainan. Look, I even brought you some local specialties, Jiang he said, taking out 2 bottles of coconut juice and handing them to Jiang Lu. This is your specialty? Jiang Lu looked at the 2 small tin bottles with a face full of disbelief. Yes, this is a specialty of Hainan, didn't you know? Jiang he asked playfully. Can't you buy something we can't get here? Jiang Lu was speechless. While others might take advantage of their children, in his case, it was his son taking advantage of him. With online shopping being so convenient, what can't you buy? Jiang he pretended to be clueless. Chapter 348. Wait. This taste is off after giving the souvenirs to his parents. Jiang he turned his room to get his clothes and wash up. I prepared your clothes for you, Jiang he's mother, Luo Yujiao said. Okay, Jiang he responded. Your dad heard you were coming back and even took them out to sunbathe a few days ago. Luo Yujiao continued. Clothes that have been in the wardrobe for too long are not good to wear. Jiang Lu replied somewhat shyly. You are the only son your dad has. He is counting on you in the future. Luo Yujiao murmured behind Jiang he. Okay, Jiang he replied, thinking to himself that it was indeed right to earn more money. His family status could be elevated. After washing up, Jiang he glanced at his phone and saw that WeChat was constantly popping up with messages. Taking out, he saw that Lu Run, Dong Yuanbua, and Wu Jijia, the 3 brothers, were sending messages nonstop. Lu Run, Jianggu, where have you been missing? Wu Jijia, just another day reminiscing about Jianggu. Dong Yuanbua, Jianggu, what spirit is this? A true warrior, truly selfless. The messages were flooding in. During his trip to Sanya, these 3 brothers had almost daily sent messages to check in. Chapter 349. This world is too crazy at the hotel's main entrance. Upon realizing something was off, Jiang he decisively loosened his grip and quickly took a few steps back, then looked at Shun Amling in front of him. Only now, seeing her up close, did Jiang he notice some issues. Although she looked very much like Shun Amling, even to the point of appearing as if cast from the same mold, this person's skin clearly looked older. From a distance, it was hard to tell, but up close, despite wearing makeup, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were still faintly visible. So, this must be Shun Amling's mother. This is considered a first meeting, but to mistake her for my girlfriend right off the bat, and the most crucial part is that I bit my future mother-in-law's ear. What a terrible first impression. What am I going to do? It was truly urgent, and Jiang he was standing there, his mind racing, not knowing what to do with his hands. After a long while, Jiang he finally managed to say something, ahem, Annie, I'm sorry But before Jiang he could finish, he was interrupted. Chapter 350. A huge problem. Jiang he followed Shun Amling to the front desk to order food. I have to say, the service staff was quite bold. They didn't really greet customers and just handed them a notebook to write their orders. Jiang he didn't understand how, in the year 1202, such a restaurant could still have this kind of attitude, yet the business was still thriving. Is this what they call being unafraid? Considering this was a restaurant suggested by Fan Jingmei, his future mother-in-law, who was still upstairs, Jiang he had no choice but to take the pen and start writing on the menu. A signature chicken bone sauce, which is a famous local dish, is not actually made by boiling chicken bones. Instead, it uses cut-up old hens, stir-fried with thick sauce. The chicken bone sauce from Lanting is thick enough to be mixed with rice. It's a perfect match. Plus, a dish of fermented tofu with hollow vegetables. And fresh soup. 3 people should be about done. And then add a yellow croaker. Now that the Yangtze River has a 10-year fishing ban, this yellow croaker is locally farmed. At this point, the woman at the front desk suddenly exclaimed, otherwise Jiang he would have thought she wouldn't speak at all. Is there a difference? Jiang he asked directly. There is. The woman answered straightforwardly. The price is different. Don't listen to her. The taste is different too. Shun Amling tugged at Jiang he's sleeve and whispered. Chapter 351. The truth always comes so suddenly after answering Fan Jingmei, his future mother-in-law's question. Jiang he began serving the dishes. He didn't expect the restaurant to be so busy that the dishes came out so quickly. Jiang he thought that this must have been due to Shun Amling speaking Wu dialect earlier, which prompted the front desk lady to give special instructions. Jiang he didn't know how to evaluate this sense of regional identity. he was starting to enjoy the benefits of it. This yellow croaker was classic. Although it wasn't the Yangtze River yellow croaker, the taste was still very authentic. Shun Amling reminded Jiang he to try the yellow croaker first. Jiang he tried to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. It was quite sweet. To be honest, Jiang he wasn't very fond of sweet flavors. And this level of sweetness was a bit overwhelming for him. However, the taste was indeed very good. It was okay, but not fresh enough. Jiang he, after all, often ate seafood, so he could discern the subtleties. Although the yellow croaker was freshwater fish, as long as it was from the water, it was pretty much the same. The key was to eat for freshness. Farm fish are all fed with feed and grow rapidly. This restaurant was doing well, choosing relatively good yellow croakers, as some places have fish that taste heavily of feed. Chapter 352. Some things are better left unknown. Shun Amling did not expect Fan Jingmei to ask her such a question. This question had always seemed strange to her. In her impression, her father seemed to be on business trips 365 days a year, or on the way to one. Every year, the only times the three of them would have a meal together or go out for fun would be during holidays. Most importantly, it had always been her father who attended parent-teacher meetings for her. She never thought there was anything wrong with her father. She always assumed he was just busy. What's wrong with Dad? Shen Amling asked in confusion. Don't you think it's strange that your dad has been on business trips all the time? Fan Jingmei hinted. This made Shun Amling quickly feel a sense of unease. She hurriedly walked out and looked at Fan Jingmei, a bit anxious, and said, Mom, what exactly do you want to say? Shun Amling looked at Fan Jingmei, feeling at a loss. I divorced your dad a long time ago. Back when you were in middle school. Fan Jingmei replied. Think about why he has been on business trips for so many years. Fan Jingmei asked again. Shun Amling had once thought about this question. Chapter 353. Is there a problem with the car? Not at all. Jiang he was unaware of the conversation between Shun Amling and Fan Jingmei. At this moment, he was checking the messages sent by the three brothers. This time, the three brothers had made a considerable profit. Although they wanted to share a bit of the benefits with Jiang he didn't want any of it. He only accepted the luxury car they gifted him. He knew that with this favor, next time, the three brothers would provide him with some conveniences in certain areas. While friends should first be honest with each other, having mutual benefits is what allows relationships to go further. Listening to the voice message, Jiang he switched the car to automatic driving mode. As a young person of the times, he was naturally interested in these novel things, especially the newly released automatic driving mode of Lasered. He was eager to try it out, having just dropped Shun Amling and Fan Jingmei home. He activated this mode to show off. Now, returning to the hotel and getting on the highway where the road conditions were not so complicated, Jiang he naturally activated the automatic driving mode and started a voice call with the three brothers. Luren, Brother Jiang, we have begun to withdraw according to your request. But it's a pity that Lin's pharmaceutical is definitely going to continue to rise. Chapter 354. Jiang he is angry. And the consequences are serious. Jiang he sat in the police car, trying to call customer service to understand the issue in detail, while also wanting to help Laser improve its automatic driving. After all, emotionally, he still felt that the automatic driving feature was quite comfortable, nearly achieving the sci-fi effect seen in previous sci-fi movies. However, a single remark from the customer service representative made all his good feelings vanish in an instant. Our cars absolutely have no issues. Every car is subjected to rigorous testing before leaving the factory, the customer service said. But today on the highway, it suddenly accelerated on its own, and the brakes failed. Jiang he explained. Sir, did you trigger any erroneous operations? The customer service immediately posed a trap question. I did nothing after activating the automatic driving function. Jiang he naturally wouldn't fall into their trap. Were you playing with your phone or not keeping your hands on the steering wheel? The customer service continued to ask. At this point, Jiang he was a bit annoyed. What did the customer service mean? It was as if they were trying to shift the blame for this incident entirely onto him. Chapter 355. Spray it with red paint. Hang up a banner and go for it this time. Jiang he, as an ordinary person, finally felt the difficulty of consumers protecting their rights. The customer service showed no sincerity in resolving the issue. They were simply trying to shift all responsibility. Moreover, their arguments were flawless, making it feel like a punch hitting cotton. Ding dong. Manufacturers that despise consumers must be punished. Ding dong. Task issued. Punish Laser and make them apologize. Reward. Designated stock future trend information card for 7 trading days. Hearing this notification sound and seeing the task issued by the system, Jiang He immediately became interested. He had already decided to go all out against Lasert. Now, seeing the system's task only further solidified his decision. Not only could this vent his frustrations, but he could also earn reward from the system. Why not? With this in mind, Jiang He immediately took action. However, considering Lasert's tendency to be unyielding, he decided he needed to be tough. Nonetheless, he needed someone else to take action. He couldn't get himself into trouble. Chapter 356. Make a big score. Jiang He heard Chen Yin asking where to hang the banner at the experience store entrance, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. Upon seeing Jiang He's charming smile, Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat, thinking he must never offend this guy in the future. Which experience store? You should ask about which area. Jiang He said. First of all, Lasert has built its factory in the Magic City. Its official influence there is massive, and any issues will surely be addressed. There's no way to avoid local protectionism. I know that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the so-called Nanshan Pizza Hut and Longong's unmatched reputation. As Jiang He spoke, he thought about whether he should find a place and create an unbeatable title for himself in the future. Secondly, in terms of influence, which place can compare to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen? Since the Magic City 1T work, then let us arrange the other 3 places. And the public security management departments in these places definitely 1T stand up for an outsider. So, the initial plan was for all experience stores in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Jiang He stated directly. Hearing this plan, Chen Yan's heart surged with excitement. This guy was truly talented. Chapter 357. Harvest the Americans' leaks. After agreeing with Jiang He, Chen Yan took his leave to prepare. Jiang He knew he needed to mobilize a significant number of people this time, and was quite busy, so he let him leave first. After he left, Jiang He was eating skewers alone while sending messages in the WeChat group of the 3 brothers. Jiang He, brothers. This time, let us do something big together. Let us make money from the foreigners. Lu Ren, brother Jiang, I knew you wouldn't forget us. Wu Jijiao, brother Jiang, making money from the foreigners? Jiang He, yeah, let's go harvest the American leeks. I've heard that the leeks there grow quite robustly. Dong Yuanbua, brother Jiang, how about we bring a little foreign horse along too? Lu Ren, brother Bo, it sounds like you've never ridden a foreign horse. Wu Jijia, exactly. You've even had Japanese tutoring lessons. Wu Jijia, I tell you, if it weren't for the pandemic, brother Bo would have gone to the island to find teacher Yuya for lessons. Dong Yuanbua, this is called bringing glory to the country, understand? Dong Yuanbua, conquering the hearts of people around the world spiritually, expanding our nation's territory. Jiang He, brother Bo, you're awesome. Dong Yuanbua, no, I can't compare to you. Brother Jiang, you're already preparing to harvest leeks abroad. Chapter 358. This way we won't be seen by the camera's young master. I've arrived at the airport pickup area. When will you come out? Ning Shu is waiting for Jiang He at the airport pickup area. Young master is going through security. I'll be there soon. Jiang He pulls out his phone and replies to the message. Ever since he returned from Sanya, he hasn't indulged himself, and now he is fully loaded, just waiting for the order to charge. As Jiang He walks out, he spots Ning Shu, who is gazing towards the airport exit. She didn't enter the airport because she really wanted to meet Jiang He at the pickup area, but he refused. After all, everywhere requires security checks now. Safety first. Young master. When Ning Shu sees Jiang He, she is so excited that she directly calls out their private nickname. As a result, a group of men cast envious glances at Jiang He. Our young master Jiang is that impressive. However, inside, Jiang He is panicking. Although it feels quite satisfying, if she calls him master, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself. In the 21st century, it feels like a return to feudal times. However, Jiang He must maintain that cool image of himself. Chapter 359. 1 second away from the abyss while Jiang He is battling with Ning Shu. Lu Ren and the 3 brothers are leveraging their connections and making arrangements. As for who they've brought in, Jiang He 1T ask, after all, a friend of a friend is still a friend. More importantly, Jiang He is almost deeply bound to these 3 brothers now and has borrowed a lot of strength from their families. Out of feelings and reason, he needs to repay these 3 families and the powers behind them. The next day, still the weekend, Jiang He invites the 3 brothers out for tea. The 4 finally decide to return to the tea room at Shuishifang. Not for any other reason, but because it's well guarded. How is that? Is everything okay? After sitting down and sipping a cup of tea to moisten his throat, Jiang He asks. Lu Ren seems a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Jiang he notices Lu Ren's demeanor and knows something is up. Lu Ren responds, Brother Jiang, we might have encountered a big problem. What big problem? Jiang he asks, puzzled. Could it be that the higher-ups want to stop us? After all, staying in the country means listening to the higher-ups. Chapter 360. We are professionals at scams. Jiang, he divides his people into two groups, one with Adams and the other with Shun Amling and Hui Yunxin. Shun Amling represents the international CMT capital, while Hui Yunxin is from the Hua family. The forces behind these two are giants in international capital. Jiang he quickly notifies these two, while Lu Ren and his three brothers are still notifying their share of the cake recipients. Jiang he quietly sips his tea, watching the three brothers notify their people, and about an hour later, they finish separately. How's it going? Does anyone want to withdraw? Jiang he inquires. No, Lu Ren responds. Of course not. These people are die-hard fans. Wu Jijia also states there are no issues. Dong Yuanbo nods. Jiang he responds, then good, you all create a WeChat group. Add your people in, and make sure to notify them. As for me, I only have 3 people. I'll just call them directly. Jiang he doesn't dare to put all 3 into the same group, as that could instantly spark a world war. Chapter 361. This car moves on its own. Ning Shu came to pick up Jiang he. After saying goodbye to Lu Ren and the 3 brothers, he heads towards the parking lot. On the way, Jiang he thinks about whether he can experience the car's vibrations with Ning Shu again. The last time was so thrilling that he's still savoring it. Jiang he walks straight to the Cullinan that Ning Shu drove, opens the passenger door, and gets in. Young master, am I on time? Ning Shu asks when she sees Jiang he speaking. Not bad. Why did you drive the Cullinan today? What happened to the Maserati? Jiang he asks. That Maserati is uncomfortable to drive and to sit in. Ning Shu complains. Jiang he laughs without thinking, saying, the Maserati is just to fool you girls. All for that Trident logo. The Maserati is just a car that gives away the Trident with the purchase. It really can't compare to the Lamborghini born from tractors. The Trident just got lucky entering the domestic market early and has a good-looking design, giving it a high-class feel, but in terms of quality, it might not even be as good as domestic cars, as domestic cars are really impressive now. Chapter 362. The calm before the storm. Today is Friday. On Friday evening, Jiang he just opened the U.S. stock market and casually browsed for a bit. His plan regarding lasters will start tomorrow, so he can have a good rest tonight. However, while Jiang he is resting, Chun Yin is busy and anxious as he has to coordinate multiple locations by himself. Moreover, Chun Yin has raised the standards. To increase authenticity, he selected all local people. This involves a public perception subtext that if someone is far away, they wouldn't travel that distance and would just solve it locally. Chun Yin hardly sleeps that night, instructing local managers in these 3 areas to manage their teams well and ensure they bring their people to the 3 Lasters experience stores by 8 a.m. the next day, ready with banners and small loudspeakers. The management of these 3 areas confirms Chun Yin's tasks and then releases information in their team groups to ensure the operation goes smoothly. Finally, Chun Yin finishes his work at 5 in the morning, but by 6, he boards the high-speed train, heading directly to the capital for inspection. At 10 o'clock, he finally arrived at the first Laster experience store in the capital, where a banner with black letters on a white background had long been raised. Chapter 363. Let's compare and see whose scythe is sharper. Chun Yin directly rejected the proposal from Laster staff member Wu Tzu, saying that no matter what, he couldn't take that kind of money. If he did, and someone accused him of extortion, it would be 100%. Wu Tzu, I'm different from you. I know I'm a citizen of Xia country, and I have a strong backbone that can't be bent. Today, I'm going to expose the issues with Laster. Chun Yin said with righteous indignation. Hee. Wu Tzu sneered. That's funny. If it weren't for the fact that this is the capital where things can easily reach the heavens, would he be afraid of these people? Laster has never been afraid of banners. This person must be living in the past. Laster has faced countless banners in various places. But has the news ever reported on it? Even if it appears on short video platforms, doesn't it disappear after a while? So now, a few banners want to make Laster retreat? That's just a pipe dream. Those with banners don't need to be taken seriously, and they don't even need to be paid. In a few days, they'll disappear on their own. How many ordinary people can afford to not work and stay here every day? At most, they can last 3 days before they have to go back to work. Chapter 364. Never compromise? Let's see how long you can last. Facing these tailing followers, Jiang he actually didn't feel much. After all, Wasn't he also using these followers to probe some matters? If they continue to mobilize people, it's actually a good thing for us. At least we don't need to deploy so many personnel. Anyway, we're all dealing with Laster together. Jiang He said. He also wanted to see what the higher-ups' attitude was towards this situation. After all, Laster was specifically brought in by the higher-ups and was given a large piece of land in the magic capital. It's impossible to say there are no privileges, but Jiang He wanted to know where the higher-ups' bottom line was. At least he could find out through these followers. The bigger the uproar, the clearer the official higher-ups' attitude would be. Brother Jiang, look, Wu Zhijie said anxiously while looking at his phone pop up. Brother Jiang, news just popped up that Laster banners have appeared in Hangzhou and Chengdu too. Wu Zhijie said as he handed his phone to Jiang He. Same banner content? Jiang He asked. Yes. Wu Zhijie nodded affirmatively. Look, Chapter 365, Flies Don't Buzz Around Seamless Eggs. Lin Tao didn't expect Zhang's assets to be bound to national strategy. Anyone could see what this meant. It even represented that within the country, as long as Jiang He was willing, he could obtain the highest level of security protection. So now she began to think about how to deal with such a person. If that's the case, have your after-sales department contact Jiang He again and say we can negotiate compensation privately. Lin Tao backed down this time. Since they couldn't beat him, they could just bribe him. It was just a matter of how much money. Li Xiang shook his head and said, we later tried to call the number we had, but it was unreachable and directly blacklisted. Moreover, I estimate we have no chance at all. He has brought in so much funding. If we calculate the cost of this funding, it's not a small amount. And even if he is willing to settle, his current interest group will push him to continue moving forward. Lin Tao naturally understood Li Xiang's meaning. This is how people are in the world. In fact, Jiang He was indeed in such a situation now. He couldn't stop and could only continue targeting Laster. Chapter 366, Transforming into a White Knight, Gaining Public Support. Laster spontaneously combusted? Jiang He was a bit suspicious. Was the quality of Laster really that bad? Is this Laster real? Jiang He asked in disbelief. The local fire department has already intervened. It seems it really happened. Luren added. Isn't this too intense? Luren also found it hard to believe. Fortunately, there was no one in the car at the time. Otherwise, looking at this fire, it's likely they would have perished. My goodness. I was also thinking of buying a Laster to experience the self-driving feature, but thankfully I held back. Dong Yuanbo shook his head. It seems Laster really has problems. Wu Zhijie said. There are definitely problems with Laster. Just didn't expect it to be this severe. Jiang He couldn't help but complain. Should we take the opportunity to fan the flames a bit? Luren asked. This is indeed a good opportunity. There's no need for that. Let's leave this matter to those followers. Jiang He denied. Otherwise, those followers will really think they can live worry-free just by following us. Jiang He continued. Chapter 367. If you're going to hammer, hammer to death. The battle between Zhang's assets and Laster can be said to be the most intense internet battle of the year. I can't say the whole nation is watching, but anyone with a smartphone has basically become a bystander. It's just too lively, with major apps pushing notifications constantly. However, Laster is clearly not innocent. With so many bizarre accidents, even a fool knows there are definitely issues with Laster. Now that Zhang's assets are attacking Laster, the onlookers are enjoying the show even more. In short, it's a divine battle, and they firmly refuse to join in or take sides. For the public's reactions, it's actually a good thing for Zhang's assets because they're already far removed from ordinary people and don't accept investments from them. The investment threshold is quite high. But for Laster, this is definitely falling into a pit. In this situation, anyone planning to buy a car knows there are problems with Laster. And those who still want to buy now are even more hesitant. Moreover, with such lively events, Laster even went so far as to reactivate its public relations department, deploying many internet trolls. Chapter 368. The White House wants to protect Laster. While watching the video, Jiang He felt completely bewildered. What? Is this an accident? Absolutely impossible. This video clearly underwent post-editing. There's no way a recording could leak, and even if it did, it would be cut out in post. This is absolutely a deliberate attempt to shift the blame to Zhang's assets. Haha, Jianggu, you're amazing. This tech guy's skills are impressive. Where did you find him? Dong Yuanbo joked with laughter. Jiang He shot him a glance, looking as if he wanted to eat him. Luren quickly changed the subject, saying, this video looks like it's from Fusition. It must have been created by those followers, but their equipment is quite advanced. Wu Zhijie nodded in agreement, saying besides them, there is no one else involved. Such a big fuss. maybe it doesn't matter to them. Even if there wasn't that incident behind them, people would likely still think our Jiang family assets are the hidden hand behind it all. Now it just makes it more credible. Jiang He sighed and said, in fact, just as Jiang He said, regardless of whether the final statement was made, everyone believed that the technical video of last uploaded data was produced by Jiang family assets. Chapter 369. Not afraid of godlike opponents, just afraid of pig-like teammates. Regarding the provocation from across the ocean, we must protect our domestic enterprises. President Bai Tong immediately ordered his subordinates to formulate a detailed strategy. He also called on Wall Street companies to rise up and jointly resist Jiang family assets. Bai Tong called out at the same time. Jiang He truly didn't expect that this would simultaneously draw the attention of Wall Street and the White House. Originally, Jiang He just wanted to probe the domestic high-level response to his actions and see how last S stock would react. He never expected that these followers would be so fierce. Aside from the actions in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, everything else was created by these followers. Even the analysis of the data regarding last privacy information upload was done by these followers. Jiang family assets were just scapegoats. Now, the last headquarters didn't even know about these followers and had analyzed so much, even directly believing this was a countermeasure against the trade war with the beautiful country. Jiang He wanted to say that he was also a victim. These followers completely disrupted Jiang He's plans. He originally just wanted to test the attitude of the domestic high level. Chapter 370. Internal struggles are skilled, external struggles are unskilled. When Jiang He heard Lu Rin's inquiry, he shook his head in denial, saying, just 100 million is definitely not a problem. And according to Ronya, the possibility of losses is relatively small, and plus these followers don't seem very smart. Maybe we can even make a small profit. Even without official support from the beautiful country, Jiang He could be 100% certain that last stock price would absolutely not plummet. This group of followers wanting to take action against last and shorting it is simply a joke. They are so blatant. The funds in their hands probably aren't even worth more than the value of Bitcoin held by last CEO, Mark. I just hope these followers don't suffer too badly. At 9:30, the U.S. stock market opened, and in the room, the 100-inch LCD TV immediately displayed the real-time situation of the U.S. stock market, with last's opening price at 60,171. However, as soon as it opened, last stock price began to plummet, undoubtedly facing a massive shorting. In just 5 minutes, it dropped to 58,831. Although it was only about a 2 drop, the U.S. stock market is different from domestic markets. Even a 1 drop is considered severe because of the large amount of leverage in the U.S. market. So this 2 drop is equivalent to a 20 drop in domestic markets. Chapter 371. If you're going to roll outward. Jiang He truly despised the methods of these people. They only thought about harvesting their own people and never considered rolling outward. Simply internal struggles are skilled. External struggles are unskilled. Jiang He calculated and said, I did a simple calculation. These followers might have harvested $1 billion in one go. Wow, that is even more intense than robbing a bank. Lu Rin exclaimed, look at which bank still has over 100 million in cash. They might not even have 10 million. Jiang He scoffed, $1 billion? Calculate how many banks you need to rob. Robbing one is already tough. And you're asking me how many? Lu Rin said, this is really more profitable than robbing a bank. Some small banks might not even have 1 million. What a joke. Jiang He sighed and said, so now you know why I want to unify the management of all funds, right? In the face of such a huge temptation of money, how many people can resist it? Although I can trust you, those people you found are really untrustworthy. In the face of the temptation of money, even brothers would fight, let alone those who have no blood relation and were brought in temporarily. Chapter 372. Jiang He's operation must be like this. So what time are you going back tomorrow? Jiang He asked Ning Shu. It should be tomorrow morning. It takes me 4 hours to drive back. Ning Shu replied. Then here is this for you. Jiang He took out a bank card that he had someone prepare in the morning. You could say that Ning Shu is the person Jiang He spends the least money on, which is certainly related to her being Jiang He's assistant. What is this? Ning Shu was a bit puzzled when she saw Jiang He handing her a bank card while driving. Aren't you going home tomorrow? I didn't prepare anything for your parents. This card has 2 million in it. You can buy some supplements for the elderly. Otherwise, your parents might say, I didn't give them any benefits. Jiang He said with a smile. I don't need this. I can manage myself, Ning Shu replied. But before Ning Shu could finish, Jiang He sealed her mouth with his own. Ning Shu quickly pulled over to the side of the road. I have to say, this self-driving feature is really necessary. Several minutes later, Jiang He finally released Ning Shu from the seal, and he didn't take further action, as there were many cameras nearby, and Jiang He didn't want to get involved in any scandals. Chapter 373. Did Jiang family assets fail this time? In the conference room of Last, everyone was astonished after Lin Tao introduced the methods of domestic speculators harvesting leaks, exclaiming that Jiang He is indeed full of tricks. But they didn't know they were completely in a battle of wits and courage with the followers. April, should we initiate the action we prepared? Asked John, the top trader invited by Last from Wall Street. From the current situation, it's still unclear. If we act now as Lin Tao said, we might end up being the opponent as helpers. Let us observe a bit more. April decided. Okay, then I'll go down and get others prepared. John continued. April did not believe that the Jiang family's assets would be so simple. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind it. Otherwise, with such a large layout that everyone in the world knows about, if it ends up being nothing significant, wouldn't that just make others laugh? In that case, the reputation of the Jiang family's assets would be completely ruined. Understood. We will definitely monitor the situation of the Jiang family's assets more closely this afternoon and wait for them to make a move. Lin Tao echoed. Chapter 374. The counterattack of Last at the headquarters of Last in the United States. It was currently 9 p.m. in San Francisco, which was 10 a.m. the next day in the domestic time zone. April was analyzing the situation of Last stock, and the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Everyone, what do you think about the Jiang family's operations on our Last stocks today? To be honest, April really couldn't understand the Jiang family's operations. Any discerning person could see that there were huge problems with the Jiang family's operations. The signs of moving funds from one hand to the other were too obvious to conceal from others. April was quietly pondering what the Jiang family was really trying to do. Is this a conspiracy? It seems a bit like it. But such a conspiracy is too obvious and somewhat ridiculous, as if everyone else were fools. Moreover, according to Lin Tao, this is a unique operational technique from Xia country. But the more he looked, the stranger it became. There were several significant losses that could be described as enormous. Could this also be their specialty? I think, according to Lin Tao's statement, this might be a deliberate attempt to confuse us and then deliver a heavy blow at a critical moment. The trader John responded. Chapter 375. Making money, business, not shameful. Lin Tao looked at April's eager gaze and spoke about his counterattack plan. April, now that the Jiang family's assets have left, they have dug a pit for their own people. Perhaps some of them will seek revenge on the Jiang family, which means they probably won't have the energy to deal with us for a while. This is a time when the Jiang family's assets are facing both internal and external troubles, making them the weakest. We could just turn around and deal with them. Lin Tao said, first, we will hold a press conference to publicly announce that the action of hanging the banner has been resolved by us, so that everyone knows that our Last has no quality issues at all. This is all the behavior of the Jiang family's assets. Lin Tao continued. Next, we will announce the situation of Last stocks, exposing the Jiang family's self-sabotaging actions, letting everyone know that the Jiang family is despicable and cunning, a treacherous little person. Lin Tao added, finally, and most importantly, we need to pay renewed attention to Xia country's self-media. The media in Xia country is not like here. Their self-media, such as public accounts, has a strong voice and is particularly influential. Chapter 376. Listen to Jiang He's advice. There's deep water here, Jiang. He wanted to see what impact the recent reports about Last would have on his people in the army, or what thoughts these followers of his might develop. Of course, the Lu Ren brothers posed no problem. They knew their plan. The key was that group of recruited investors. Jiang He did not want to help a group of people who did not trust him to make money, or have them pull the rug out from under him at a critical moment, so fishing now seemed very necessary. Jiang He opened WeChat to check the investment group established by Lu Ren, but there were no messages in the group. Did these recruited investors set up a small group of their own? Jiang He didn't care about that and directly sent a message in the group. Jiang He, all members, all friends, please pay attention. I have something very important to say. The situation outside is complex, and the water is deep. If any friends want to withdraw, our Jiang family assets will provide a full refund with no handling fees. Jiang He, all members, this is mainly because everyone is friends, and I don't want to create any misunderstandings for individual reasons. So if any friends really want to withdraw, we will fully accept and understand. Chapter 377. Scary operations. Jiang, he did not expect that there were still people buying Panasonic stock. However, he had already made arrangements. He wasn't just buying in the market. He had also signed agreements with some stockholders privately to borrow stocks from them. At this moment, the previously quiet Panasonic suddenly became exceptionally lively in the U.S. stock market. Besides Jiang family assets, there were also two other groups buying in, and the buying pressure was quite strong. Within just 1 hour, Panasonic's opening price of $13.38 had risen to $15.38, an increase of 15. This result was due to the combined efforts of three parties pushing the price. However, the Jiang family assets continued to buy Panasonic stocks, which was a routine operation before shorting. Before shorting, one must first go long, which is maliciously pushing the price up so that all the bulls cannot afford to buy, and then the stock price starts to fall. As the saying goes, if heaven wants to destroy someone, it will first make them crazy. So, Jiang he was both accumulating stocks and waiting for a turning point. By midnight, Panasonic stock price had risen by 20, reaching a recent high. Chapter 378. 24K, pure scumbag Jiang, he watched the three play cards without interrupting until Lu Rin shouted, "You two? Pay up? Hee brother Jiang. Let me treat you to a late-night snack." Lu Rin took the money from Wu Jijia and Dong Yuanhua, the two farmers. "That's still our money," Wu Jijia muttered. But Lu Rin completely ignored him and looked at Jiang He, saying, "Brother Jiang, how was tonight's performance?" Wu Jijia and Dong Yuanhua also looked at Jiang He. "According to my latest calculations, the data on the books shows that tonight we made a profit of 10%, but we haven't liquidated yet. It's still paper wealth, and we'll have to see tomorrow's situation." Jiang He replied. The three exchanged glances, a bit stunned, then cheered. "Wow, a 10% gain in one night." Dong Yuanhua was so excited he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Wu Jijia, however, was counting on his fingers and calculated, "We each invested 1.7 billion, now, at 10%, that's 170 million. Lu Rin thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, haha." Jiang He, however, did not wait for Lu Rin to finish and interrupted, "You guys calculated it wrong." Chapter 379. Fire all ammunition in an instant at any cost. The situation regarding the news released by Last and Matsushita had long been anticipated by Jiang He. He had already speculated that Matsushita's stock price would rise significantly. Otherwise, those two institutions wouldn't have desperately scrambled to acquire shares. It can only be said that the news was leaked in advance. Following these two pieces of news, Matsushita's stock price surged by 20% during the break, reaching 2006. Even in the U.S. stock market, trading is allowed before and after regular hours, meaning that apart from the break, trading can occur almost all day. Similarly, Last carefully considered Lin Tao's suggestion and publicly announced the establishment of a data center in Xia country, storing all data within the country, just like Apple. This meant that Last's so-called privacy security issues in Xia country were instantly resolved. Moreover, although most of the components used by Last in Xia country were domestic, the batteries were still supplied by Matsushita. As a result, Matsushita's stock price rose again by 10%, achieving a 30% increase, with the price suddenly reaching 2173. Chapter 380. One wave has not subsided. Another rises at Jiang He's command. The traders on Ronya's side quickly manipulated all accounts to sell off all stocks. However, in the face of Jiang's aggressive sell-off, the two large institutions continued to buy in. It was as if they were determined to acquire as many shares as Jiang He held. Other smaller institutions and retail investors, seeing the two large firms continuously buying, naturally followed suit. However, within just 10 minutes, Matsushita's stock price plummeted from $2710 USD to $2,500 US due to Jiang He's sell-off. At the $2,500 price level, it was clear that resistance had been encountered, and the stock began to consolidate. Fortunately, with the two large institutions leading the way, a group of investors continued to buy in, allowing Jiang He's shares to enter profit territory without any loss. Furthermore, each share of the stock Jiang he had borrowed in advance was already yielding a profit of $2. Short selling involves borrowing stocks from other sources, selling them, and then buying them back at the current price. The difference between the selling and buying price is the profit. For instance, Jiang's asset management sold at $2,700 US and could buy back at the current $2,500 US, resulting in a $2 profit. Chapter 381. Did you expect it? My backing is the state. While Jiang He and others were sleeping, a certain YouTuber was conducting a needle puncture test overnight. This YouTuber had taken a battery from a new car, and although he covered the car's brand and logo to avoid unnecessary trouble, everyone could guess it was a model from last, recognizable by its distinctive hidden door handles. He then placed the removed battery onto the testing device, secured it, completed all preliminary preparations, and placed a piece of pork thicker than 5 centimeters on top of the battery. He explained that according to GBT 31485-2015, safety requirements and test method for power batteries for electric vehicles, the battery must not explode or catch fire within 1 hour after being punctured to pass the test. This was a ternary lithium battery known for its high energy density and fast charging. The YouTuber continued, "Now let's see how long this hot-selling model's battery can withstand puncturing without igniting or exploding." As he operated the machine. Chapter 382, Fighting Against the Quantum Fund. Heroes appreciate heroes this time. Jiang He, in simple terms, acted as the state's white glove. Otherwise, how could he have moved out hundreds of billions of dollars in just a few days? With such strict foreign exchange controls, even Bitcoin has been banned. How could such a large sum of money leave in just a few days? It was merely a manifestation of some underlying will. And everyone thought they were relying on their connections, holding on to their small funds with the hope of not being monitored. Only Jiang He knew how many doors had been opened by that underlying will. However, he wouldn't reveal it. This was one of Jiang He's most important cards. Not to mention how many of the investors could be trusted. Although Lu Run, Dong Yuanbua, and Wu Jijia were trustworthy, they would still be influenced by their families, with many relatives and friends involved. In short, the key secret was something Jiang He kept to himself. Therefore, at this moment, facing the positive news released by Last and Matsushita, Jiang He felt unusually calm for this reason. Chapter 383. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? BlackRock did not expect that his plan would be thwarted by Jiang He, and he was surprised that he hadn't seen through Jiang's asset management plan from the beginning, giving him a sense of being matched with a worthy opponent. However, to him, Jiang's asset management was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He did not know the total assets of Jiang's asset management, but he guessed it was only a few hundred billion USD at most. In contrast, the Quantum Fund had over 1,000 billion USD in cash alone, not including the market value of the stocks held. It would not be an exaggeration to say the Quantum Fund was as wealthy as a nation, even richer than some medium-sized countries. Now it could be said that the Quantum Fund could directly buy out Jiang's asset management with money. BlackRock chuckled lightly. Any conspiracy was insignificant in the face of absolute strength. He said to his assistant, "Contact Paul from BlackRock Fund. I need to talk to him." BlackRock's assistant immediately got in touch, and soon the call was transferred to BlackRock's desk phone. BlackRock picked up the receiver and spoke first. Chapter 384. The East is not bright, the West is bright. Although the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund are giants in the financial market, they can easily manipulate the stock prices of any company if they wish, and they can even directly acquire a company under their name. However, no matter how powerful a financial company is, it cannot violate the laws of value. It cannot absolutely manipulate stock prices. Ultimately, any stock price will return to its true value level, which is an iron law of market economy that no one can violate, especially since the protection of consumer rights in the U.S. is almost harsh. Once a company experiences a major safety issue, its stock price will inevitably plummet because if compensation is involved, it will be enormous, even astronomical. In the afternoon, when Jiang He got up, many domestic short video platforms had already seen videos uploaded by users demonstrating battery puncture tests. Jiang He also noticed that it was being widely promoted online and was trending, almost guaranteed to be the headline if no one suppressed the heat. Jiang He clicked on the video. The explosion scene was truly shocking, and many comments flooded in, saying, "This is more explosive than Bo Ran." Chapter 385. Strategizing and Winning from Afar. Panasonic is indeed a very strong stock, and many financial institutions consider it a must-hold part of their portfolios. However, once such a serious incident affecting performance occurs, these financial institutions and large fund managers must clear out their positions in the shortest time possible to protect their own performance. In short, it's better you die than me. As long as they sell off their holdings, they don't care if the flood comes. This is the essence of all financial institutions. They borrow umbrellas on sunny days and take them back on rainy days. It is clear that Panasonic is currently in a rainy day. As for the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund, which were originally prepared to go all in, they are now facing a massive sell-off from almost all financial institutions, and it is exceptionally fierce, willing to do whatever it takes. Although the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund are large financial institutions known in the U.S., other even larger financial institutions are unloading without hesitation. And these are the real hidden monsters. In the eyes of these giants, the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund are just small fry. This has put the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund in a difficult position. Now both institutions combined hold around $10 billion in positions. Are they going to continue swallowing these institution stocks? Chapter 386. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Although today is Saturday, the big shots at the regulatory department are being urgently called in to work overtime, intensively studying this matter. For such high-level figures, there is no clear boundary between rest and work time. As the saying goes, one must bear the consequences of their actions. If you want to do something, you must be willing to face the various consequences. Why didn't your Ministry of Industry and Information Technology require these car companies to conduct such an important test? One big shot said, with a bit of morning grumpiness. Isn't it because you said that we should adopt a prudent regulatory attitude towards new things and not be too harsh? The senior official from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology directly responded. It's easy for you to say. In 2 hours, the internet will be able to tear you apart. The publicity big shot said with a bit of anger. Although it seems in the news that the big shots are all harmonious, chatting and laughing, behind closed doors during discussions and meetings, they are at each other's throats, fighting for their own department's interests. All right, everyone stop arguing. This time, your Ministry of Industry and Information Technology needs to take responsibility, and you should cooperate more with them. The elder responsible for domestic affairs said earnestly. Chapter 387. Yes, I did it on purpose. Originally, Panasonic had a good plan. As long as technology doesn't progress, these car companies will have to continue using their batteries. However, BYD's disruption was something none of them had anticipated. BYD released a video of their latest Blade-type lithium iron phosphate battery puncture test. The comparison of the Blade battery test was obvious. The steel needle pierced through the battery without any abnormalities, not even smoke, and the voltage did not change. This shocked everyone. Panasonic thought they could continue to profit without worry, but unexpectedly, a competitor emerged out of nowhere. BYD did this on purpose. BYD seemed to say yes. I did it on purpose, taking advantage of your crisis to attack you. Panasonic felt relieved that BYD's new Blade battery production was still too low, and their own models were not enough to supply externally for the time being. However, while Panasonic felt relieved, this situation was a disaster for the Quantum Fund and BlackRock Fund, the two financial giants. Paul, the vice president of BlackRock Fund, swept everything off his desk in frustration, scattering ashtrays and monitors everywhere. Chapter 388. Brother Jiang wants to take online language classes with the elegant teacher Mitsushima. Jiang, he was originally troubled about which girlfriend to spend time with during the holiday, but now the worry is gone. Yet he is left alone during the holiday. He initially thought the pandemic had its benefits. At least he didn't have to worry about certain things, but now he can't wait for the pandemic to end. Jiang, he could only play games with Lu Run and 3 others in this temporary command center. Playing games with 4 people is the most troublesome, with 1 less for a 5-player match and 1 more for a 3-player match. In the end, they decided to build the Great Wall. This round, don't fight me for it. I'm going to win. Jiang, he said. Hey, Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to have a time in the singles club too. Dong Yuanbo said cheerfully after being defeated. Get lost. What do you mean I have that kind of time? As if I always had many girlfriends. Jiang, he said while reaching out to the 3 for money. Each gave him $1. That's right, it's $1 per game, the standard for urban Andes. Just to pass the time. Hey, Brother Jiang, why don't we take you to experience the colorful world tonight while the sisters are out? Wu Jijia said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 389. Jiang, he is really bold, actually using backdoor methods. At 9:30 p.m., the U.S. stock market officially opened, and Panasonic's opening price was $205, showing no increase or decrease. Jiang, he had already anticipated that Panasonic stock would drop at the opening. However, as soon as the market opened, Panasonic stock price fell into an eerie silence, with not only low trading volume, but also very few sellers. Although the overall stock price was declining, the extent of the decline was quite limited. It barely dropped by 50 cents, and, at one point, it even experienced a slight increase. The anticipated frenzy of selling did not occur, which was indeed surprising. When Jiang He sold his short positions, the average selling price was $2,510, and if he were to buy back at this price now, the price difference would be less than $5. If you were to enter the market at this point, after deducting fees, it would only be a small gain. You would have to wait a little longer. Jiang, I have some unusual news to tell you. The voice of Ronia came through Jiang's headset. Ronia continued. After 2 days of investigation, they have found that Zhang's assets have shorted a large amount of Panasonic stock, and now they need to buy back a lot of shares. So they're locking in their positions and waiting for Zhang's assets to act. Chapter 390. Holding the beauty of the 5 mountains in one hand. Eating nonstop with the other, Paul was taken aback when he heard Shi Rui say that he and BlackRock would each give him 10 million. However, he was stopped by BlackRock. BlackRock agreed, saying, okay, 10 million each, but the bottom price must be 900. As long as we can break even. Not to mention 10 million, even 100 million, I can offer it up, but only to one person. There are 5 or 6 people present. So 10 million each would require 50 to 60 million. But if they could break even, it would be small money and the company wouldn't do anything to him. Otherwise, just thinking about that betting agreement is terrifying. Before BlackRock's operation this time, he signed a guarantee agreement and a betting agreement with the company, ensuring no losses this time. Otherwise, he would have to pay 10 times the penalty, which would amount to over $1 billion in penalties alone. All right, let's go with Shi Rui's suggestion. 10 million is fine, and the price is also 900. BlackRock recalled what happened on Saturday night, feeling as if he had been taken advantage of, which was not particularly pleasant, but it did not affect his current trading. Chapter 391. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Jiang He makes a huge profit after listening to BlackRock's words. Jiang He fell into silent contemplation. Although BlackRock did not state it explicitly, Jiang had already guessed what BlackRock's next words would be. BlackRock would likely be responsible if the price fell below that level. Moreover, BlackRock was not wrong. At a price of 600, Jiang He would still make a significant profit, and the key point was that there was no risk. Who knows if Panasonic will release any favorable news next? Securing profits is always the safest approach. However, even so, one still needs to strive for benefits. Jiang He countered, I want to ask, what benefits do you gain from doing this? BlackRock did not hide it and said directly, if Panasonic falls, other manufacturers will take the market share that opens up. Don't you Zhang's assets pay attention to your domestic BYD? BlackRock continued to inquire. After hearing this, Jiang He couldn't help but smile wryly and replied, all my funds are basically in the U.S. stock market, and I have another agreement with BYD. Chapter 392. One must have a vision and not just think about a few pieces of paper. There's a saying, if you're not a super refined egotist, you cannot engage in the financial industry. In Wall Street, everyone dresses in suits and looks impressive, but who isn't a demon that eats people without spitting out bones? Even consuming the dregs? Zhang's assets and quantum fund reach an agreement, and through a designated trading channel, nearly $10 billion of Panasonic stock under quantum fund was directly transferred to Zhang's assets. Such a massive trading volume ignited everyone's emotions in an instant and was immediately known to all. BlackRock's former allies looked dumbfounded at the outcome, unable to help but smile bitterly. In the end, they were still outsmarted by this kid, but they had also played a trick on BlackRock. They had actually been secretly selling shares from the beginning, but each time they sold, the amount was very small, disguising themselves as small retail investors. Strictly speaking, BlackRock did not violate their agreement. Now that the stock price had dropped below 900, they were free to sell. Chapter 393. A small amount. 10 million. Jiang He shared with Lu Ren and the others that the handling fee from Zhao Jiran's phone call was only 1%. Although a 1% fee is a significant discount, it still amounts to 2 to 300 million. What could 2 to 300 million be used for? Jiang He felt a bit of sting. Sometimes finance is like this. You think you are very capable, but the ones collecting fees are the most powerful. Regardless of whether you make money or not, you must pay the handling fee. Jiang He mentioned the actual funds that would be credited and then continued. Have you thought about how to spend this money? Lu Ren forced himself to calm down and said, I plan to donate 10 million for charity, first to accumulate some merit for myself. Wow, Ringu, your awareness is commendable. Wu Jijie sincerely admired. After Wu Jijie finished speaking, he continued, then I will also donate 10 million. How about we jointly establish a scholarship fund for impoverished areas? Jiang He suggested. If each of us contributes 10 million, that's 40 million. If we invest it in a fixed deposit for several decades and negotiate with the bank for a 5% annual interest rate, that would yield 2 million a year. allowing it to run continuously. Whenever we make money, we can also replenish it. Jiang He quickly explained. Chapter 394. Although expensive, it's impressive this time. Nearly everyone made a substantial profit, including Jiang He, who even gained recognition from the higher-ups. He secured a domestic immunity card for Ronia. As long as Ronia encounters any problems in other countries, she can come to seek refuge domestically, effectively adding another place for her safety. Jiang He continued. Our Jiang's assets are relatively straightforward. You invest money, and we help you make money. When we make money, Jiang's assets will take half as a reward. Although this handling fee is considered quite high in the entire market, we can make money. The most important thing is that we don't take your principal, unlike some others, where you focus on their returns, but they are more concerned about your principal. The phrase Jiang He subtly refers to that group of sycophants who are harvesting their own people. Now, those few individuals are almost on the domestic blacklist. Although those who are being harvested dare not do anything, they are all still in the country, and there will inevitably come a day when they will have to cooperate again. How many of them will dare to collaborate with that group in the future? One could say this is simply exhausting the resources. Chapter 395. Jiang He made a huge profit this time and won the beauty. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully punishing last. Beep. It is expected that last sales in Xia country will decrease by 80% this time. Beep. Last has been seriously monitored by regulatory authorities, and all electric vehicle batteries are now under supervision. Beep. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of last supply chain. Beep. Calculating the host's task completion rate. Beep. The host's task completion rate has reached 100%. Beep. Based on the host's 100% completion rate, the host is rewarded with 50 units of the latest graphene battery technology. Note, these patent documents will be directly transferred to the host Jiang Corporation in the country. The host can develop based on this 50% foundational patent and according to the current technological level in the country, as long as the host is willing to invest. The latest graphene battery research and mass production can be completed within a year. Immediately afterward, a stream of consciousness entered Jiang He's mind. Jiang He heard the system's prompt and knew that this action had finally come to an end. Moreover, hearing the system's rewards this time, the only expression he could use to describe his mood was wow. Chapter 396. This is the effect we want. Hee, bad men are loved by women. Jiang He said while gently wiping away the tears from Hui Yunshin's eyes. Jiang He continued. Is that all there is? Hui Yunshin nodded lightly. Only in front of Jiang He would the queen Hui Yunshin act like a good girl. Jiang He took the handle of the suitcase from Hui Yunshin and continued. Shall I take you home first? Hui Yunshin shook her head vigorously, showing a look of disdain, and said, take me to a crowded place first. Anywhere lively will do. After saying that, Hui Yunshin continued, you don't know, in these nearly 17 days, I felt like I was going to mold. The only thing I saw every day were four walls. If it weren't for seeing the epidemic prevention staff at meal times, I would have thought I was no longer in this world. All right, then let's take the subway directly to Wucheng Wanda Plaza. Jiang He thought that Hui Yunshin had already had enough quarantine time, and going to places like the subway and shopping mall with large crowds should be fine. Hui Yunshin nodded happily, just like a little child. Chapter 397. What could be more touching than this? After getting off the subway, Jiang He and Hui Yunshin strolled leisurely toward Wanda Plaza. Once they entered the plaza, Hui Yunshin immediately transformed, practically coming back to life, excitedly dragging Jiang He from one store to another. Shopping for women is truly the best remedy. Entering a clothing store, regardless of whether she buys anything, she tries on every piece of clothing. From time to time, she runs in front of Jiang He to ask if it looks good. This is truly a mental exercise. You can't just say it looks good or bad, otherwise she would think you were brushing her off. Each time, you must point out what looks good and in what way. This floral dress makes you look very young and vibrant. Not bad. Jiang He sincerely praised in his heart. Really? I knew I had good taste. Hui Yunshin said, while picking up another one to change. Jiang He was thinking about whether to go into the fitting room too, for some fitting room exercise when Hui Yunshin came out again, this time wearing a pink bow dress. Chapter 398. Holding the sun and moon and picking the stars. Let's go. Let's go to the top floor to enjoy the breeze and digest. Hui Yunshin also realized that her current state was not right. Jiang He nodded slightly, but he felt that it wasn't that the state was wrong, but rather the occasion was inappropriate. In a private space, he wouldn't mind having a ticketed live broadcast. Ahem. It's impossible to actually live broadcast, just saying. The two took the elevator directly to the top floor, the highest building in Wuching. Nowadays, the top floors of tall buildings like to have a Ferris wheel. Otherwise, since the sky is just sitting there, having a Ferris wheel can earn another profit. This place was no exception, but there weren't many people lining up here. After all, 300 yuan for an adult and 4 people per cabin is quite expensive. So many people basically come to play once for a photo opportunity, or it's just tourists from outside. As for locals, they probably prefer to stay home and watch TV. The private cabin costs 1,500 yuan, an extra 300. The private cabin is more expensive than sitting separately. And it has to be said that this is really a business that targets couples, knowing that many people want to enjoy a world for two. Walking on the rooftop, not feeling even a hint of heat, the summer breeze feels quite refreshing. Chapter 399. Have I really been possessed by a lucky spirit? Jiang He was stunned when he saw this prompt. An iPhone 12 Pro? Has he been possessed by a lucky spirit? The two promoters beside him saw Jiang He not speaking and anxiously asked, Sir, what did you win? If it's a Bluetooth headset or a power bank, I can give it to you right now. Jiang He, a bit incredulous, said this prize seems a bit big. The two promoters looked at Jiang He with confused expressions. What do you mean by a bit big? Hui Yunxin, hearing Jiang He's words, also curiously leaned in to take a look. Upon seeing the display on the screen, one iPhone 12 Pro, she was also stunned. Although she didn't lack this bit of money, winning in a lottery feels like getting something for free, and regardless of the outcome, getting something for free is always joyous. The two promoters looked anxiously at Jiang He. Jiang He saw their gaze and said directly, I want an iPhone 12 Pro. Is this for real? To be honest, Jiang He didn't believe in such good things at all. How could such a store possibly come up with so much money for promotions? Chapter 400. Going around and around just to make it all dizzy. Jiang He thought for a moment and replied, I used to buy chow a long time ago, but I haven't used it in recent years. The formal-dressed man immediately became interested and quickly asked, Sir, have you ever been overdue? Isn't that a stupid question? Of course not. Jiang He responded. The formal-dressed man continued. It's like this, sir. To claim the reward, you need to fill out this registration form, mainly to confirm that this is your first time participating in our event. After all, we have to prevent people from taking advantage of it. Jiang He felt that the fox's tail of this group of people had finally been exposed. The formal-dressed man took out a contract from under the table and placed it on the table, saying, Sir, you just need to fill in your name and your commonly used mobile number. After finishing, the formal-dressed man continued, Don't worry. There is no need to fill in any ID information or anything like that. We fully protect your privacy. You can rest assured. Jiang He took a quick look, and the contract said registration form, and the only information required was basic details like name, phone number, gender, and ethnicity, which indeed did not involve any personal privacy. Chapter 401. Can't afford it? If it weren't for Jiang He's keen eyes, he wouldn't have noticed this subtle difference. A few lines of small text read, 1. Must guarantee to reach the consumption quota of 100 points. 2. The mall quota is not a gift. It needs to be returned, and you can choose the way to return it. 1. Artificial monthly payment, fixed for 8 years. 2. Returning via methods like Alipay, JD.com, credit card, temporary quota, etc. for 13 years. 3. One-time return. Seeing this, Jiang He understood everything. What gift points? It was clearly a disguised loan scheme, making it sound as if the points were given away for free shopping, but in reality, you still had to pay for it. And they made it seem like you were getting a huge benefit from them. No wonder the previous agreement seemed to have no content. It was all scribbled over. The purpose was to cover up this new agreement. Moreover, this new agreement was almost identical to the previous simple version, just with a few more lines of small text that a regular person could easily overlook, thinking it was the same as before and signing their name. Everything was a trap. Sir, we have opened the online mall for you. You can check it on your phone. Huang Defa said with a flattering expression. Chapter 402. What is privilege? High taxpayers are privilege. The more Jiang He thought about it, the more he felt there were many tricks involved. Should we report this to the police? Hui Yunxin suddenly asked. Jiang He replied, I think we can, but I feel like the chances of success are low. Look at how many branches this store has opened. Someone must have noticed the tricks, yet this store is still able to exist here. Jiang He continued. This is too despicable. Are we just going to watch? Although Hui Yunxin wasn't vengeful, she felt frustrated after being unjustly criticized by this group of people. And what was more infuriating was that if they followed the rules, they couldn't do anything about it. No, I still have a try, Hui Yunxin said. and she took out her phone to call the police, explaining the situation. The other party asked for Hui Yunxin's address and instructed the two to wait in place, saying they would send someone over to understand the situation in detail. After 10 minutes, they heard a siren, and then two uniformed officers walked out, one of whom took out a phone to call, confirming that Hui Yunxin was the one who called. Chapter 403, Punishment. Days are getting more and more judgmental. At this moment, Hui Yunxin was walking outside the mall with Jiang He. Jiang He's car was parked in the parking lot of a quarantine hotel and had already been sent back. Hui Yunxin's luggage was also in the car, so the two of them hailed a taxi by the roadside to go back. Although it's popular to use a mobile app to call a cab now, it's actually more convenient to hail a taxi on the street during peak hours, and it's also cheaper. I have to say, the current car-hailing apps are really annoying. During peak times, you have to be a member to call a cab first, and you can only order luxury cars. Otherwise, you can just wait in line. As for how long the wait will be, don't expect it to be less than 20 minutes. It's basically forcing you to pay more for a ride. But that extra money doesn't go to the driver. It goes to the app company, while the driver's income remains the same. Moreover, drivers find this even more disgusting, as these higher-priced rides are directly assigned, and they can't refuse them. Otherwise, their ratings will drop. Jiang He and Hui Yunxin hailed a taxi and headed to Yushui Bay, where Hui Yunxin and Shun Amling had stayed for a while. Jiang He regretted that when the two of them stayed there, he didn't get to exercise or discuss life with them. Chapter 404, Curiosity Kills the Cat. Jiang He saw that Hui Yunxin didn't want to talk to him and realized she was angry. After thinking for a long time, he finally thought of something that would interest Hui Yunxin. Besides company matters, the only thing Hui Yunxin was concerned about now was that scam store. As a rich girl, Hui Yunxin had never encountered such a scam and had almost been fooled. It was a great humiliation. With this in mind, Jiang He spoke up. While you were washing up, those two police officers diligently went to investigate that store and even sent over the video of their visit. This piqued Hui Yunxin's interest. She opened her narrowed eyes and said, "So, will that store be dealt with?" The situation is quite complicated. Jiang He didn't go into detail with Hui Yunxin. If he told her about the staff slandering them, she would probably explode with rage immediately. It would be worse for her now. He needed to keep her hooked to maintain the initiative. Otherwise, she might ignore him again. "I'll tell you the specific situation tomorrow," Jiang He said. "Why wait until tomorrow? Why not say it now?" Sure enough, Hui Yunxin's curiosity was piqued. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. She was itching to know everything. Chapter 405, A Different World. Jiang He was welcomed into the villa by Hui Yunxin's mother, Sun Rumen. "Yunji, pour Mr. Jiang a glass of water." Sun Rumen instructed Hui Yunji. Hui Yunji felt that the entire world was filled with malice towards her today. She lazily said to Jiang He, "There are clean cups on the table, and there's a water dispenser over there. If you want hot water or room temperature, just pour it yourself. The kitchen is over there. If you want ice, the fridge is in the kitchen. Just go yourself." Hearing Hui Yunji's words, Sun Rumen, who was originally helping Hui Yunxin with her luggage, quickly stepped out and said to Hui Yunji, "What is wrong with you today? Mr. Jiang is a guest. How can you not let him serve himself water? You really need to be taught a lesson, don't you?" Hui Yunji almost exploded upon hearing Sun Rumen's reprimand. But thinking about how her sister had just returned home today, it wasn't appropriate to lose her temper, so she temporarily held it in and reluctantly picked up a cup. "Hey, do you want ice, hot, or room temperature?" Hui Yunji said disdainfully to Jiang He. "I want ice." Jiang He replied with a smile. Finding it amusing to boss around this sister-in-law, Hui Yunji went into the kitchen, took out ice cubes from the fridge, muttering under her breath. After that little episode, Hui Yunxin suppressed the urge to give her sister Hui Yunji a good beating and turned to brew tea for Jiang He. Since he was a guest, and they were back home, she had to treat him well. Otherwise, it would be too rude if there was nothing to drink. Not long after, Hui Yunxin's father, Hui Dongyan, rushed back home in a hurry. He had heard from his wife, Sun Rumen, that their eldest daughter had returned, and regardless of anything, they had to have lunch together at home today. He pushed all his work aside to handle tomorrow. There was no way around it, especially since his wife said that their daughter had brought her future son-in-law home. So he had to go back and meet him to assess the situation properly. "Dad, why are you back so early?" Hui Yunxin asked, puzzled to see Hui Dongyan. "Are you not welcoming your dad?" Hui Dongyan teased, pretending to be confused. "How could I dare?" Hui Yunxin replied. "Ha ha ha. My precious daughter is back, of course. I have to come back. If it weren't for you being abroad for so long and just returning, I would have already stepped back." Hui Dongyan continued. "Xiao Jiang, come look at this." This is my proudest collection, Hua Dongyan said, pointing at a glass display case. Inside was a yellowing and blackening tin cap bottle. Although the label had yellowed and some parts had corroded away, the words Guizhou Mutai were still clearly visible. In the lower right corner, there was a label from the state-owned Mutai distillery. Jiang took a careful look. This should be old Mutai, but he didn't know from what era. Hua Dongyan seemed to see through Jiang He's thoughts and said, "This is old Mutai from the 1960s. I had it appraised. It should be from around 1965. Jiang He couldn't help but marvel. This was sincere admiration for a 60-year-old wine. Although Jiang, he didn't say it out loud. His face still showed that kind of astonishment and disbelief. Hua Dongyan noticed this scene and felt very pleased. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, how could one say that men are just children who never grow up? Hua Dongyan said with a mix of regret and pride. It's a pity it's just this one bottle. I can't taste it. He continued, I bought this bottle for $1 million at an auction. But I wanted to find a few more bottles and was willing to pay double the price to buy them, but couldn't find any. Sigh. Why don't you let Yunji find old Han? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Sun Rumen said to Hua Dongyan as she saw Hui Yunji change her clothes and go out before finishing her meal. This is their kid's issue. Why find old Han? Hua Dongyan replied. The old Han they referred to was the head of the police in Wuching, Han Gang. Hui Yunxin explained to the puzzled Jiang He. I think I have an impression. Jiang He thought for a moment and said, You, what can I say about you? Hui Yunxin said to Jiang He with a smile. After speaking, Hui Yunxin continued, although you have connections with the upper echelons in the capital and are familiar with their representative Zhao Jiaran, have you heard that a county official is not as good as a current official? Holding the title of a major taxpayer in Wuching and not making good use of it, while others would have already thought of ways to get into these people's doors. Jiang He just smiled and replied, Isn't there still you here? Hui Yunxin expressed her satisfaction with this answer. In fact, Jiang He had his own considerations. He couldn't get too close to these people, nor could he stay too far away. I'm so mad. Hui Yunji returned home and jumped into the sofa, hugging herself. So did you get it back? Sun Rumen asked with concern, looking at Hui Yunji. I got it back. Hui Yunji said angrily. Then why are you still mad? Hui Yunxin peeled an apple for Jiang He and handed it to him. They had just finished eating not long ago and were drinking tea in the living room on the first floor when Hui Yunji returned. You don't know how arrogant those people are. Hui Yunji replied. Jiang He looked at Hui Yunji curiously, wanting to know what she had experienced. Hui Yunji began to recount slowly. You have no idea. Those people are clearly scammers, yet they are so arrogant. When it comes to refunds, they start cursing. One moment they say that the agreement is signed and can't be reversed. The next they say you have to go to the main store. Hui Yunji recounted what had just happened. Going back to that scam store. Hui Yunji was practically about to explode. Zhengge, Sunge. Let's smash that store. Hui Yunji ordered. Old Zeng and Old Sun exchanged glances. After hearing Hui Yunji's story, Sun Rumen was also intrigued and responded. What is the background of that store? Unlike Hua Dongyan, who had been in the business world for a long time and preferred to avoid trouble, she still knew some basic social etiquette. After I went back last night, I asked someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to check it out. This store opened in March this year, and the shareholding isn't complicated. The people behind it are just very ordinary. Hui Yunxin said. Who exactly are they? Hui Yunji couldn't help but ask. Sister, hurry and tell me. Some of these people were already caught in Shenzhen in Guangdong province for doing the same thing. Hui Yunxin elaborated. But I don't know why this group ran to Wuching, and the operation is even bigger. Hui Yunxin expressed her doubts. In any case, catching this group of people and then interrogating them will definitely yield results. Jiang, he said resolutely. What do you plan to do? It's obvious that some people don't want to deal with these matters. Hui Yunxin strongly supports Jiang He's actions. Jiang He already has an idea in mind. Since you said that this group of people was caught in Shun City before, let us send a gift to a certain lord in our Wu city. Jiang He said. Chapter 411. Clearly an old fox pretending to be innocent. Yunxin, how does it feel to be back in the country? Han Gang asked. I wanted to come back long ago. Abroad, those foreigners don't have as strong a sense of epidemic prevention as we do, and I'm always worried about being infected by them. How did you manage to trick our Yunxin into coming with you? Han Gang asked with a smile. It's mainly because of my charm. Jiang He replied. Shameless. Hui Yunxin laughed and scolded. Uncle Han, have you and Uncle Hua ever been on the battlefield? Jiang He asked. I wanted to, but by that time, the Vietnam War was already over. Han Gang replied somewhat dejectedly. Old soldiers have a sentiment. They all want to carry a gun and experience the battlefield. The three of them chatted casually to build rapport and extend their feelings. It's not possible to get straight to business at the first meeting, or else they might think of themselves as just tools. Only after enough casual conversation and emotional connection can they begin to discuss serious matters. Once the emotional connection is established, even if you don't speak up, the other party will take the initiative to ask, "By the way, Xiao Jiang, did you come to see me for something today?" Han Gang shifted the topic to inquire. "Is there a problem with your company that needs me to step in?" Chapter 412, Malicious Interest. After Han Gang left, Jiang he said to Hui Yunxin, "Why don't we have dinner here?" "Yeah, having dinner while watching the sunset is quite romantic." Hui Yunxin agreed. "Then I'll call the waiter to order." Jiang he said as he rang the bell on the table. "What do you think of this person?" After Han Gang left the hotel and got into the car, Zhou Tsong pondered. After thinking for a while, he replied, "This person is hard to deal with. Although he appears to be trying to punish this group of scammers, his real goal is clearly for the people behind the scenes." Zhou Tsong added, "But the current issue is whether we really need to send this group in. As it stands, they haven't caused any serious negative impact. If we send them in, then those staff members will definitely be accomplices. And the final number will exceed 50 people, which can be considered a major gang, with very significant repercussions. The impact Zhou Tsong referred to is, of course, negative repercussions. Bad news. If it were good news, he would definitely say it's a great achievement." "Not bad. You've made progress," Han Gang commented. "Then let's try to minimize the impact." After Han Gang said this, he closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 413, It's Only a Matter of Time. Hui Yunji felt that her luck had been exceptionally good recently, managing to get the upper hand over Jiang he repeatedly. Thinking of Jiang, he made her feel like he was her nemesis, completely restraining her. Now, she felt she must punish this big bad guy properly. It would be best if she could make this guy experience social death, so he could feel the embarrassment of not being able to show his face. While thinking this, Hui Yunji took out her phone and started taking pictures of Jiang He, then prepared to call the waiter over. Seeing this, Jiang He knew exactly what this little girl wanted to do. This little girl is truly a little devil. Jiang He warned in a low voice, "Don't make trouble. This is for your sister." Hui Yunji was instantly puzzled. "For my sister?" Jiang He continued, "If your sister gets anxious, she'll probably smash all your collectibles." "How do you know this?" "They say once a woman is married, she acts like spilled water, and it turns out you're siding with her. Even telling her about my collectibles." Hui Yunji mumbled, half believing, but confirmed that it might be true. Because aside from her sister, no one knew that she had many limited edition figurines stored in the villa, especially that limited edition of number 2 Zhou, which could be exchanged for a house. Chapter 414, Too Scary. With a sharp screech of brakes. "What is wrong with you?" Hui Yunji shouted while holding on the handle. "Is your driver's license fake? Or did a kindergarten teacher teach you?" "What did you just say?" Jiang He completely ignored Hui Yunji and instead let go of the steering wheel and grabbed Hui Yunji's arm. "What bad thing did you do again? Tell me quickly." Jiang He questioned sternly. Hui Yunji squirmed a bit. "Can you let go of me? You're hurting me. You better tell me quickly if you don't hurry up." "Do you believe I'll force you right here in this car?" Jiang He said while leaning in closer. "I'll tell you, is that enough?" Hui Yunji had never seen Jiang He like this, and she was completely stunned. "I just went to your villa last time, and I pulled out all your drawers to take a look, and then I saw those little umbrellas, so I pricked them all with a needle from outside the packaging." Hui Yunji quickly revealed everything. Jiang He felt like he was in deep trouble. This was no joke. If he was careful, he might really become a father. Chapter 415, A Delicate Tea Art. Jiang He had already felt awkward buying gynecological medicine as a man, but now he had to buy emergency medication, which was truly too embarrassing. Even someone as thick-skinned as Jiang He couldn't stand it. However, Jiang He knew too little about this kind of thing, but he thought that if he didn't speak up now, he'd be on maternity leave next year. Gritting his teeth, he asked the pharmacist behind the counter, "If this little umbrella is broken, does taking this help?" Jiang He asked, forcing himself to be brave. "Don't worry, in this situation, it generally won't be a problem, and the earlier you take it, the better the effect," the pharmacist replied. "Then I can rest assured." After Jiang He said this, he turned to leave, but just as he stepped out, he heard, however. This made Jiang He's footsteps stop. Everyone knows that the important part comes after however. The pharmacist earnestly advised, however, this type of medication contains a large amount of hormones, which poses a significant threat to girls' health. If used frequently, there is even a risk of cancer. Young man, you must not seek immediate gratification at the expense of your girlfriend's health. Moreover, long-term use may also affect your future children. Chapter 416. Being a good man is very busy, and Xiaoma was just saying this for the sake of it. She knew Jiang, he couldn't go to school right now. Everyone still needed to adhere to pandemic prevention measures. However, knowing was one thing, and she still needed to vent her little emotions. But Jiang He quickly comforted her and promised to pick her up as soon as the pandemic prevention measures were lifted. Only then did Xiaoma let Jiang He off the hook. Jiang He then checked Lin Miao Miao's latest moments. Lin Miao Miao's post was a bit gloomy due to pandemic restrictions. She couldn't travel to other provinces and could only train in her gym, while also sharing her light diet. Jiang He quietly liked the post and commented, "Let's go bungee jumping together next time." Before long, a little red dot appeared. Lin Miao Miao replied, waiting for you." Jiang He then scrolled to Shun Amling's moments. Shun Amling was busy in a magic city, looking very much like a strong woman. However, because she was with her mother, she had to return home for meals even when she was swamped. Photo. The dining table was set with 3 dishes and a soup. And opposite her was a glimpse of her mother, Fan Jingmei, indicating that her mother was right across from her, accompanied by text. Chapter 417. What's Sea Dog Pills? This is an electric motor originally. Lu Ren and the others thought that if the required investment amount wasn't high, they would symbolically invest a bit, especially since Jiang He had helped them earn so much money. However, upon hearing such a large figure, the 3 of them were somewhat discouraged. Lu Ren said, "Brother Jiang, this is a bit scary." Lu Ren continued, "And Brother Jiang, if this were an internet project, I would definitely invest without hesitation. But this is a real industry. And to be honest, I'm a bit panicked." Jiang He understood Lu Ren's concerns, and even so, Lu Ren was still willing to invest his own money, which was already quite good. After all, in the current domestic situation, internet projects were mindlessly invested in, and there was a rush to offer funding. "Here's 100 million. No, you don't need the money, but just take it." When it came to real industries, it was embarrassing. There was really not a penny to spare. Now even VCs were broke. Jiang He asked, "Are you sure you don't want to continue listening?" Dong Yuanbo said, I knew Brother Jiang must have more to say." Jiang He replied, "This graphene battery will still require several hundred billion for investment, but my researchers have already completed 60 of the study." Chapter 418. Brother, is this melon ripe? At noon, after Jiang He and Huiyanxin got up and had a little something to eat, they planned to invite Han Gang out for lunch. However, Han Gang, to avoid any suspicion, told them to eat in their canteen, having a work meal. Moreover, Han Gang said he would invite them to his home for dinner, as a thank you for providing important information in a timely manner. This was Jiang He's first time dining in the Bureau's canteen. Well, it was not the kind of food Wu Qian had, just regular meals. The canteen looked no different from a university canteen. It was a self-service buffet. The only difference was that the lady serving the food was steady-handed, and the dishes had plenty of meat. After Jiang He and Huiyanxin got their meals, they followed Han Gang into a private room, with Zhou Tsong closing the door behind them. This time, Han Gang, as the host, treated Jiang He and Huiyanxin, smiling as he said, "As an ordinary person, I can't treat you 2 CEOs like this. I can only let you eat this canteen food." "Uncle Han, you're joking," Huiyanxin responded. Han Gang smiled and asked, "How is the food? Can you get used to it?" Jiang He replied, "If university canteens had this level, I would eat in the canteen every day." Zhou Tsong next to him chuckled as well. University life, although everyone was different, seemed to be quite similar in that the most complaints were about the canteen. Chapter 419. Infernal Affairs. The final madness. After Jiang He walked out, he detailed the situation inside to Zhou Tsong and the others. "President Jiang, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to ask such a crucial question." Zhou Tsong praised. He originally thought Jiang He was just a wealthy person looking for excitement and didn't hold any hope. However, he didn't expect Jiang He to gain the other party's initial trust. "But President Jiang, this is a bit difficult now. Lin Jiat is the currency of Malaysia," Zhou Tsong said with concern. Huiyanxin looked at Zhou Tsong with confusion and asked, "Can't you go to Malaysia to catch people?" Zhou Tsong smiled bitterly and said, "We don't have an extradition treaty with Malaysia, and we don't have the right to arrest people there. However, Malaysia has an extradition treaty with Hong Kong. If we encounter special circumstances, we will let the Hong Kong side handle it. But this time, don't hold too much hope." After Zhou Tsong finished speaking, he continued, This kind of scam activity has even become an industry chain in Malaysia. You could say Malaysia implicitly allows their existence and even secretly protects them. Chapter 420. Dancing on the edge of a knife. Taking risks. Jiang, he said he wanted to convey a message on behalf of Ruan Jurong, which was actually to create psychological pressure on Ruan Jurong in the shortest time possible, making it impossible for him to think and reveal key information. I have no family. My family has long been sent abroad. Ruan Jurong responded. This left Jiang he stunned. If that was the case, he was ready to slip away. What about the money the boss wants? Jiang he casually yet thoughtfully asked. Although the people being scammed were through loans, the money the bank gave them was real cash. However, according to Zhou Tsong, not much cash was found in their accounts, and undoubtedly all this cash had been transferred away. I knew the boss would definitely make you ask this question. Ruan Jurong smiled slyly. Tell the boss not to worry. I have arranged for someone to send this USB drive out, but only I know the password to the wallet. Ruan Jurong smiled. After Ruan Jurong finished speaking, worried Jiang he wouldn't understand, he continued to explain, because remittances in the country are very troublesome now and strictly regulated. I personally went to the Bitcoin mines in Sichuan and other places to convert all the cash into Bitcoin. Chapter 421. If one were a giant, one would control the rise and fall of a nation. Chapter 421. If one were a giant, one would control the rise and fall of a nation. Malaysia is a country with a Westminster system. In simple terms, the Westminster system is a constitutional monarchy and federal system, but in modern society, the national monarch is referred to as the head of state. Under the Westminster system, the head of state serves as a symbol, holding various powers, and the head of state in Malaysia is not a lifelong position, but is elected by the Conference of Rulers, which consists of the hereditary royal families of the federal states. Simply put, they take turns being the emperor. However, in practice, the head of state transfers significant powers to the prime minister elected by the parliament. It can be said that it is a very peculiar country. This also explains why this peculiar country has become a preferred gathering place for some fraudsters. As long as one establishes a good relationship with the candidates in the Conference of Rulers, they can receive protection and stay here. After the leaders of these fraudsters establish good relations with the local elite, they remain in Malaysia, set up so-called customer service companies, and remotely command their subordinates in other places to take action. Ultimately, these subordinates continuously funnel the funds they obtain into the customer service companies. Chapter 422. Deeply infiltrating the Malaysian military, driving in one stake. Chapter 422. Deeply infiltrating the Malaysian military, driving in one stake. Although Ronya did not know anyone locally, she provided Jiang He with important intelligence. Malaysia's military equipment is stuck in the 1990s, and they only have 90,000 personnel. Even more amusing is that Malaysia's Air Force, although the surface numbers look good, in reality, out of 18 Su-30 fighter jets, only 4 can take off, and out of 14 MiG-29s, only 2 can take off. Jiang He thought that since they're so weak, it's better not to waste money. He could just send someone to kill them directly. Moreover, Malaysia is even more ridiculous than Thailand. At least the Thai troops have to listen to the king, but Malaysia operates entirely on its own system, where the head of state has to listen to the commander-in-chief, Mahathir. Since this is the case, Jiang He believes that as long as he grasps Mahathir, he can walk all over Malaysia. After all, their head of state and those high-ranking officials in Malaysia have to listen to the military's opinions. Previously, he thought it was too complicated. With this in mind, Jiang He immediately contacted Wang Yi, who was still in the Middle East, and asked him to bring people directly to Malaysia. Chapter 423. A power more terrifying than guns and cannons. Chapter 423. A power more terrifying than guns and cannons. To agree or not to agree to Jiang He's request. Mahathir had only 2 choices, agree or refuse. But Mahathir knew very well that there was really only one choice. I agree. Without thinking too much, Mahathir nodded vigorously, regardless of his image. Is this really an agreement? When Wang Yi walked into the tent and saw this scene, he looked down on it. He couldn't believe that such a cowardly person could be a general. With such a general, it's no wonder the soldiers look so weak. Good, very good. It's rare for our general to be so easy to talk to. So let's applaud for our future friendship. Jiang He clapped his hands. Mahathir had no choice. His face dark enough to squeeze out water, and he hated Jiang He in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything. This was not being easy to talk to at all. In any previous time, as long as Jiang He dared to appear on Malaysian territory, he would have killed him without hesitation, which would have been considered merciful. But now, Chapter 424. From today on, Jiang He calls the shots in Malaysia. In just 3 days, these 10 people were arranged to enter the Malaysian parliament, becoming part of the 200 members. Additionally, Jiang He agreed to let them unconditionally support Mahathir's faction on issues that did not involve Jiang He's interests or their own. These people were then assigned a series of tasks. Although Malaysia has a rule prioritizing the Malay people, their laziness and lack of intelligence made many affairs handled by them truly unbearable. Therefore, in Malaysia, the Chinese are wealthy but lack power because the Malays simply cannot compete. There is no way around it. The Chinese are indeed the smartest ethnic group in the world, no exceptions, and even the Jews cannot match us. These 10 people can be said to have truly established a foundation in Malaysia. Although their power is still very small, Jiang He is very clear that given time, he will eventually sweep Malaysia under his control. Of course, the vaccines that Jiang He promised to provide through Zhao Jiaran's coordination are being transported to Malaysia in an orderly manner. However, the use of the vaccines must prioritize the locals and the Chinese. Chapter 425. Everything is determined by supply and demand. Jiang He stated that he was stunned for a minute when he saw Fan Jingmei's WeChat contact card. He did not understand what Shun Amling meant by sending this contact card, and he speculated for a long time. He thought of countless possibilities, but then negated them one by one. In the end, he replied to Shun Amling with a question mark. Jiang He. Shun Amling, you should have my mom's WeChat. Jiang He. No, this is different. If it were Lin Miao Miao's mother, Jiang He might have added her directly, but Fan Jingmei is different. He had previously had close contact with her. Shun Amling, I don't know the specifics either. I asked her, but she didn't say. She just said to let you add her WeChat. Shun Amling, but don't worry, my mom shouldn't make things difficult for you. Jiang He still felt perplexed. He did not know what trick Fan Jingmei was playing, and he thought that he could just respond to changes with no change. At most, it would be that way. After all, he would have to face it sooner or later. The sooner he faced it, the sooner he could move on. Shun Amling, just go directly to Boli Jun Ting. It's a bit expensive, but it's better. Shun Amling, and absolutely, do not go to Jing'anju. Chapter 426. This is an obvious hint. Chapter 426. This is an obvious hint. Fan Jingmei looked at Jiang He's reply and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, frowning. Jiang He's question is not simple. Especially this, what can be offered? This is simply an obvious hint. If it really is an inquiry, shouldn't the questions be about the purchase quantity, the price, and how much rebate can be given? But what can be offered? The key is, what do you want? Only then can the situation be assessed. In summary, Fan Jingmei is now not only feeling complicated emotions, but her thoughts are also in a tangle. Fan Jingmei, we could discuss the sincerity of our magic ball automobile face to face. Fan Jingmei, General Jiang, when are you free? Let's have a meal together and discuss this issue in detail. How can we talk about conditions on WeChat? Everyone knows that WeChat chat records are stored somewhere and are subject to monitoring. Jiang He, although I am very free tomorrow, and I would love to have a meal with you. Annie, I have to go into hotel quarantine right now. Fan Jingmei, that's really a reason one can't even refuse. Jiang He, I will be quarantined in a hotel in Magic City, and after 14 days, I will treat you to a meal. Chapter 427. He is the man who makes the whole world tremble. Chapter 427. He is the man who makes the whole world tremble. Jiang He closed his eyes for 3 hours on the plane and then landed. Following the instructions, he hurried to handle the quarantine procedures and checked into the hotel. When choosing a hotel, Jiang He picked the Boli Jun Ting that Shun Amling mentioned. He had no time to pay attention to the news or trending topics online. He didn't know that the Jiang family's assets were now being heatedly discussed, first trending on Weibo and then going viral across the internet. Kai Hongyi and others also didn't expect this. They only bought a small trending spot and didn't anticipate it would become so popular. However, the subsequent developments were completely beyond their expectations. Is there really such a powerful company in our country? But I don't know why. I just really like these companies that target foreigners. How could such companies that specifically target foreigners be traitors? Exactly. Just to ask. Why can I find this company's official website, right? Does anyone have relatives who can answer what this company actually sells? I plan to buy something to support it. Chapter 428. You're so bad, but I really like it. Chapter 428. You're so bad, but I really like it. Jiang He looked at the one-bedroom apartment quarantine room, took out his luggage, and sat on the sofa in the living room. Finally, He had time to take out his phone and check the situation. On his phone, he found that many people had sent him messages telling him about these events, his 3 partners, not to mention, and also Chun Xiaoyu and the WeChat group that had previously targeted Laster. Jiang He silently noted these names. Those who could notify him immediately, rather than just watch the excitement, were trustworthy people, and Jiang He remembered this kindness. Then, Jiang He opened Weibo to take a look, and then looked at other media reports, enjoying his own gossip. Although Zhao Jiran didn't say it explicitly, Jiang He also knew that Kai Hongyi was just a superficial pawn, and the real masterminds were the high-level officials from the Baosheng province. However, there was one thing Jiang He could never understand: why these people from Baosheng province were so jumpy. After all, times are changing, the country is becoming stronger and stronger. And now even those Southeast Asian countries that were more jumpy than them are becoming more docile than before, yet Baosheng is getting even more jumpy. Chapter 429, Life and Death Are Trivial. If you're not convinced, just fight. Chapter 429, Life and Death Are Trivial. If you're not convinced, just fight. A few hours after the frozen squid incident broke out, Kai family trade was in chaos. An internal meeting was urgently called within Kai family trade. Although it was called an internal meeting, it was really just the members of the Kai family and a professional manager. What's going on with the other side? Why did they suddenly seal all our squids? Kai Jiaoxian, the father of Kai Hongyi and head of the Kai family, and also the founder of Kai family trade, inquired. The squids we sell to the other side, although not as good as the local ones, nor as high quality as those sold to the island country, have always met their inspection standards. Kai Zhongyi, the eldest in the family responsible for quality, responded, as long as it meets the inspection standards. Why sell such good squids to them? Selling such good squids to them is like giving a cow to chew on peonies. Kai Hongwei, the second son, disdainfully said, our high-quality squids can only truly show their value in the sushi of the island country. Kai Zhongyi agreed wholeheartedly. Those people are simply ungrateful. They should be grateful that we can sell our squids to them. I don't believe that without our frozen squids. Kai Hongyi said disdainfully. Chapter 430. There's nothing you can't do to nourish the kidneys. Chapter 430. There's nothing you can't do to nourish the kidneys. Anjing Sanyi was certainly envious of the person on the other end of the phone who could sell seafood to the summer country. And he also knew what the question meant. It definitely had to do with an argument with the other side. But one must understand that the island country doesn't have such good fortune if they dared to act so jumpy. The dual aircraft carriers would probably conduct exercises around the island country, and the American station there would likely flee immediately. So without the permission of the summer country, the island country wouldn't dare to get too close to the person on the other end of the phone, and naturally, they couldn't buy the squids. Besides, does the island country not have squids? But is the person on the other end of the phone out of their mind or something? Actually wanting to sell squids to our big island country? Are they really brain dead? One phone call after another connected all the leaders of Southeast Asian countries. But not a single person dared to accept their squids, not even wanting to deliver them. They all knew that the dual aircraft carriers of the summer country were not to be taken lightly if they acted too jumpy. Even their American daddy wouldn't be able to help. This left them speechless, and Kai Hongyi asked, these people must have been instructed by the summer country and dare not offend them. What should we do? Chapter 431. Official business is handled officially, although the internet on the other side was very lively at this moment. Jiang He didn't pay much attention. It must be said that the chips Fan Jingmei needed were indeed challenging. After several days of coordination, Jiang He finally secured this batch of chips, which had now boarded a cargo ship heading to the summer country. Jiang He calculated the time. They should arrive after he returns to the country, likely in 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this, Jiang He sent a message to Fan Jingmei. Auntie, the chips you wanted have all been secured. Now it depends on your sincerity over there. At this moment, Fan Jingmei was sitting in her office in professional attire, feeling quite bored. Without the chips, they were basically just resting. Suddenly, her phone dinged, and when she picked it up and saw Jiang He's message, her heart became mixed with emotions. Sincerity? Everything according to business principles? Fan Jingmei held her phone as a mirror, looking at her face. If one didn't examine closely, her complexion was still comparable to the delicate and tender looks of Shun Anling, who was in her 20s. Chapter 432. What are these wolfish words? Jiang He looked at the message sent by Fan Jingmei, asking if he was interested in the restaurant. Isn't that obvious? When the mother-in-law invites you to a meal, does it matter what to eat? Even just sitting together and drinking water is fine. So Jiang He naturally replied directly, of course I'm interested. Fan Jingmei, then I'll make a reservation. Don't be fooled by its small size. If you don't book a few days in advance, you want to get a table. Jiang He, is it that amazing? It's not one of those internet-famous restaurants, is it? Jiang He's concern was not unfounded. Nowadays, internet-famous restaurants have become synonymous with poor service and foolish customers with too much money. No matter how good or historic a restaurant is, once it becomes internet-famous, the quality declines sharply. Fan Jingmei, don't worry. This restaurant mainly serves regular customers, and it has built up a considerable number of them over the past 20 years. Jiang He, now you've piqued my interest. Fan Jingmei, how about noon 2 days from now 11? Is that time okay? Jiang He, no problem. Jiang He, so what is the location? Fan Jingmei, location, Jiang He. See you then. Fan Jingmei, yes, see you then. Chapter 433. ISNT, this obviously a seduction? Jiang He was bored in the hotel and found some interesting shows from Bao's province, which often came up with new tricks and jokes. However, at that moment, a more important piece of information caught Jiang He's attention. The first batch of individuals suspected of telecom fraud has been repatriated from Malaysia, and both parties have signed a legal mutual assistance agreement to continue cracking down on telecom fraud. Global announcement. Overseas is not a paradise for avoiding crimes. Our police hope that individuals engaged in illegal activities abroad recognize the situation and return to the country as soon as possible for lenient treatment. Jiang He realized that he had completed his system task this time. It should be considered an overachievement. He was just waiting for the system's notification sound. But why hadn't the system's task completion notification sound appeared yet? Jiang He couldn't help but wonder. At that moment, Jiang He's phone rang. It was a call from a relatively unfamiliar number in Wuching, and Jiang He answered it with some confusion. Mr. Jiang, this is Zhou Tsong, the logistics director for Director Han. Do you remember me? Zhou Tsong said. Jiang He remembered. This was Han Gang's secretary. But Han Gang's rank wasn't enough to have a secretary, so he was given a logistics director position instead. Chapter 434. They are anxious. They are anxious following the address provided by Fan Jingmei. Jiang He slowly parked his Porsche 911 within the marked lines at the entrance of the restaurant. Look, isn't that Jiang He just getting out? Yan Ryu nudged Shi Jinxiang beside her and asked. Yes, that's him. Shi Jinxiang confirmed after comparing the photo on her phone. After confirming, Shi Jinxiang continued. Don't rush. Let's wait for Mr. Jiang to talk first. Then we can suddenly appear after they finalize the details. Saying this, Shi Jinxiang made an explosive gesture. Just like that, bang. We suddenly appear. And when Mr. Jiang is surprised and angry, we can successfully intercept and sign our names on that contract. Shi Jinxiang had already envisioned herself getting promoted and receiving a raise. While these two were fantasizing, Jiang He walked directly into the local cuisine restaurant. As soon as he entered, he could smell the aroma of cooking oil, a scent ingrained in the restaurant's environment. Similar to the smell of a home kitchen after cooking for a long time. There is no doubt that this place must be an old establishment. Chapter 435. This lie is becoming more absurd. Jiang He looked at Shi Jinxiang and Yan Ryu in front of him, listening to their conversation, and could roughly guess what was going on. In the current company, with all the open and covert struggles, although their interception was a bit underhanded, this was a society that laughs at the poor, but not at the prostitutes, right? Mr. Jiang, you must not fall for this old woman's tricks. Shi Jinxiang said sweetly as she sat on Jiang He's left. That's right, Mr. Jiang, you don't know that Fan Jingmei is an old woman. Yan Ryu also sweetly chimed in as she sat on Jiang He's right and leaned closer. However, Jiang He, who had seen his fair share of storms, was not intimidated at all. Instead, he watched the two with great interest, wanting to see what they could come up with. But upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but move his chair back a bit. He just wanted to stay away from them. He noticed both of them had a cold sore at the corners of their mouths, which was quite unsettling. Moreover, both appeared on the right side of their mouths, which was a dangerous sign. Given their conspiratorial demeanor, Jiang He could conclude that they surely carried the same virus. Chapter 436. Turning against each other faster than flipping a book. Fan Jingmei's words were more effective than 1,000 explanations. Shen Anling felt even guiltier now. Why did it seem like she was being unreasonable? Jiang He saw that his objective had been achieved and comforted her. Honey, how about it? Do you believe me now? But now it was Yin Ruyu and Shi Jinxiang's turn to be surprised. What's going on? When did I ever not believe you? Hearing this, Jiang he was covered in black lines on his forehead. This was indeed a woman. If it weren't for the questioning tone earlier, he would absolutely believe what Shun Anling said. They turned against each other faster than flipping a book. Moreover, this directly posed a survival question. Could he say he didn't believe her? Would he be kicked off the bed tonight if he did? I believe what you said. Jiang he finally managed to squeeze out those few words. That is more like it. Shun Anling felt a bit smug. However, she thought, her boyfriend could only be bullied by her. No one else could, not even her own mother. Thinking of this, Shun Anling decided to call Jiang he after finishing her call, making sure to explain things to Fan Jingmei in person to prevent her mother from bullying Jiang he. But little did she know, at that moment, Fan Jingmei was already being controlled by Jiang he. It wasn't he certain who would end up bullying whom. Chapter 437. It's a simply mind-boggling, I have to say, the thought processes of Shi Jinxiang and Yin Ruyu are truly unique. When Shi Jinxiang mentioned that her husband was on a business trip tonight, Yin Ruyu immediately had an idea, saying, but recently, my husband has been home. However, Shi Jinxiang encouraged her. But you know, once this village is gone, there won't be this store anymore. Yin Ruyu responded, but no matter what, I don't think General Jiang will accept us. She added, I've seen Fan Jingmei's daughter. She is even more exquisite than Fan Jingmei. Before Yin Ruyu could finish, Shi Jinxiang interrupted. I wasn't talking about General Jiang. I was talking about Wang Hao, old Wang. Yin Ruyu continued, don't forget, every expenditure and procurement plan of Fan Jingmei needs to be approved by Wang Hao, the chief financial officer. Without old Wang's approval, no matter how capable Fan Jingmei is, as long as old Wang doesn't approve, she has nothing. After Shi Jinxiang's prompting, Yin Ruyu quickly realized, right, we can get old Wang to make arrangements. As long as old Wang gives the word, Fan Jingmei has to agree and let us get involved. Chapter 438. Office Activities, Subtle Hints after sending Fan Jingmei back. Jiang he went directly to the CMT headquarters in Magic City to find Shun Anling. Even though Shun Anling was still at work, Jiang he didn't mind engaging in some office activities. Shun Anling felt a mix of emotions looking at the man before her. It was hard to believe that just a year ago, he was merely a small millionaire in need of her help. Now, after being abroad for just a year, he had become immensely wealthy. Jiang he, unaware of Shun Anling's complex thoughts about him, sat quietly on the sofa, watching her in the president's chair, and then poured himself a cup of tea. Hey, this is the most authentic West Lake Longjing of this year. As Jiang he poured an entire small jar of West Lake Longjing tea, Shun Anling finally became a bit anxious. That's just a little, Jiang he complained. Shun Anling couldn't understand where Jiang he learned this. It was like he was wasting tea leaves, as if drinking kung fu tea. Indeed, Jiang he believed that tea should be strong enough to taste sweet and bitter in the mouth. Chapter 439. True high-end is private transactions after finishing a phone call. Jiang he went with Shun Anling to the old Jing'an New World. On the way, Jiang he became increasingly familiar with Magic City. No wonder people in Magic City say that living in Tangshan Yiping is a sign of nouveau riche. It's just too noisy. The closer they got to old Jing'an New World, the quieter it became, and the traffic was noticeably less congested, even smooth. It was truly a suitable place to live. Upon arriving at old Jing'an New World, Jiang he noticed that the sales office was surprisingly empty, making it seem a bit desolate. That is strange. Should there be at least a dozen salespeople here? It was concerning that it was so quiet. Didn't they worry about not selling anything? Just as Jiang he entered the sales office, a saleswoman with a score of about 80 approached him. Hello, you must be Mr. Jiang? She asked. Yes, Jiang he replied. Hello, I'm your exclusive sales manager, Qing Jingru. The chairman has specifically instructed us to serve you wholeheartedly. Qing Jingru introduced herself. Please this way. As she spoke, she guided Jiang he through an inconspicuous small door into another hall. Chapter 440. A billion as a stepping stone in the VIP room. While Qing Jingru went to get the keys, Jiang he's left thumb kept rubbing against Shun Anling's fair skin. Although it was affectionate, the slightly ticklish action made Shun Anling uncomfortable, and she lightly brushed Jiang he's hand away. Jiang he paid no mind and took out his phone to send a message. Ringu, the graphene batteries on my side can now be sampled. How are you preparing over there? Lu Run. Dong Yuanbo, what? Jianggu, your batteries can really be sampled? Wu Jijia. Jianggu, I didn't team this here, right? Jiang he. You didn't team miss here. I can now provide samples, and I'm in Magic City. Once I get back, I can bring the samples to you. Wu Jijia. Woo-woo. Jianggu, you've moved me too much. Wu Jijia. Although we contacted many people before, they all thought we were just a PPT project. Like some big car manufacturers. Dong Yuanbua. Yeah, but at least those big car manufacturers have a prototype. We don't even have that. It's really tough. Lu Run. But fortunately, we have still managed to contact some people, though we still lack a bit. Chapter 441. This is not investment. This is robbing money. Hearing that Lu Xianhe wanted to join, Jiang He roughly guessed Zhao Jiran's intention. Lu Xianhe was able to acquire such a large and high-end piece of land in Magic City. His backing must be quite impressive. In this way, as long as Jiang He could get through Lu Xianhe, he could establish himself in Magic City. And some situations that were inconvenient for Zhao Jiran to handle could also be directly blocked by Lu Xianhe. It could be said to be beneficial without any harm. This was mainly due to Jiang He's extraordinary ability to make money, creating profits that were large enough that Jiang He and those around him might not even be able to consume it all. This echoed the old saying that a little bit leaking from a wealthy household can fill others up. Therefore, as long as there was enough profit to share, Jiang He absolutely didn't mind gathering more people around him to form a larger force. Although Jiang He had already agreed in his heart, he still wanted to discuss it with Lu Ren and the others to respect their opinions. Jiang He looked at Lu Xianhe and said, Uncle Lu, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this with my friends. That is a must. Lu Xianhe nodded in agreement. Chapter 442. Mistake. Lu Xianhe looked at Jiang He and gave him a thumbs up, saying, I won't say much, but I can mobilize 100 billion in funds. Even though Jiang He was accustomed to seeing hundreds of billions in funds, Lu Xianhe was the first person to offer to invest 100 billion right upon meeting him. Uncle Lu, do you really trust me? Jiang He asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid I'll take your money and run? Lu Xianhe laughed boldly and then said, To be honest, I don't quite believe you. After all, this is our first meeting. However, I trust Uncle Zhao. If you run away, I'll go find old Zhao. After hearing Lu Xianhe's words, Jiang He calmed down instead. This is more like a normal person. Otherwise, Jiang He really wouldn't dare to accept this 100 billion. Jiang He settled down and said, Uncle Lu, if you really give me 100 billion, I can't even eat it. If you throw 100 billion at me, it will definitely harm the interests of others, and they certainly won't agree. As for the specific share I can offer, that still needs to be discussed with others later. Lu Xianhe responded, Then you should consider Uncle Zhao's face and give me a bigger piece of the cake. Chapter 443. Battle of Wits and Courage. Since Jiang He had already understood Shun Anling's hint, he naturally needed to check on Shun Anling to see if she had cleaned up properly and transformed back into a fragrant little fairy. This inspection was very meticulous, and Jiang He even personally checked. After Jiang He's detailed examination, everything was normal, there were no lumps, and the skin had good elasticity, very healthy. Although Shun Anling was somewhat resistant to these checks, after all, she had a fear of examinations and was afraid of being found with problems. Jiang He used verbal therapy to alleviate Shun Anling's resistance as she tried to push him away while hugging herself. There was no way around it. Health is the most important thing. Even if one is unwilling or scared, a checkup is necessary. However, suddenly, there was the sound of the anti-theft door key turning. Don't ask why Jiang He had such good hearing. It was mainly trained during his childhood, especially when he returned home from school before his parents came back. Little Jiang He could still hear his parents' footsteps from a floor away, even while watching TV. He was already so impressive as a child. Now, even if he had regressed a bit, hearing the sound of a door opening was completely no problem. Chapter 444. I apologize, but I will dare next time. Shun Anling kept introducing the new properties of Jing'an New World to Fan Jingmei. Seeing that this should be enough, Jiang He said, I need to handle some matters. Jiang He casually found a rather clumsy excuse. Shun Anling nodded, and Fan Jingmei responded, Well, it's better to go back early. She also hoped Jiang He would leave first, so she could talk privately with Shun Anling. Shun Anling continued, By the way, I made plans to go shopping with someone tomorrow. Are you free the day after tomorrow for the Mid-Autumn Festival? We're all free. Do you need me to be your driver tomorrow? Jiang He asked. Although Jiang He knew Shun Anling was saying this to indicate she didn't need him, as she wanted to be with her friends. However, girls are a mysterious thing. If you don't ask, they will say you don't care about them. Shun Anling replied, No need. They specifically told me that I can't bring you. They don't want to eat dog food. Jiang He pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I was just inviting them to dinner, not feeding them dog food. Oh, why do you care about this? They said this, and I can't help it. Although Shun Amling said this, she was secretly laughing inside. Chapter 445. How lonely is invincibility after Jiang He agreed with Xiao Mo on when to return to Wuching. He went to sleep. The next day, Jiang He brought a password box containing the graphene battery samples to the Battery Research Institute in Modu, which is a laboratory jointly established by a company and a university. Gong Jianlong is the head of this research institute and a big name in the domestic battery industry. Professor Gong, hello. Jiang He looked at the professor in front of him, who was no more than 50 but had very white hair. Gong Jianlong coldly said, Mr. Jiang. Hello, did you bring the items? Gong Jianlong had already been informed of this matter in detail last night. However, when he heard this news, he was somewhat skeptical. Graphene can be said to be a future technological material. Once graphene batteries are developed, the entire world's energy landscape will undergo tremendous changes. Moreover, with the technology for graphene batteries, graphene chips won't be far behind. So developing graphene batteries would mean that other products made from graphene are also on the way. Others may not know this, but as a researcher, he is very clear about it, which is why he harbored significant doubts and mistrust regarding this news. Chapter 446. It's just that impressive Gong Jianlong recalled his previous attitude towards Jiang He, and fortunately, he had only conducted business without showing any dissatisfaction. Then Gong Jianlong addressed all the people present, stating that this matter is to be kept confidential for the time being. If anyone leaks it, don't blame me for not showing teacher-student loyalty. Although when there is a new discovery, new research results, or research news, Gong Jianlong has the obligation to inform the companies or relevant personnel that invested in the laboratory. This time is different, even if he informed other companies. What could they do? What if this matter offended Jiang He, and he sought cooperation with other research institutions? Wouldn't that be a loss? The most urgent thing now is to quickly become a collaborative research institution of Zhang's assets. Moreover, this research opportunity must be secured, as long as his team can participate. Even if it's just a small project, they will leave their name in the history of energy battery research. This is a dream for many researchers, to leave their name in their field of research or have something named after them. Chapter 447. Moving towards a billionaire fortune at the Moda Battery Research Institute. A temporary press conference was set up for Jiang He. With Gong Jianlong's invitations, almost the top battery-using companies in the country were present, including BYD, CATL, and other professional battery manufacturers, as well as numerous phone manufacturers like Xiaomi, Huawei, and others. Even the Meizu Group from Zhuhai took the fastest flight to Modu. In the conference room, Gong Jianlong introduced Jiang He to the industry leaders one by one. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. No need to introduce. I am an old acquaintance of General Jiang, said Ningda's president, Zheng Yuqian. Yes, I knew General Jiang before. Wang Chuanfu from BYD also echoed. The two had previously intersected when Jiang He targeted Tesla and collaborated with Panasonic, and some of the Panasonic battery data was provided by the two of them. They saw Jiang He here and vaguely recognized the protagonist's figure, knowing that this graphene battery must be related to Jiang He. So these two people took the lead in establishing connection, and there was even a hint of spark between them. Chapter 448. The true big boss is cursing inside. Smiling on the outside, Mr. Jiang, there's no doubt about it. We at BYD have the largest battery production base in the country. You must let us produce for you. We can work on a patent licensing model. Wang Chuanfu, seeing the situation, knew he couldn't compete, so he thought of another approach. Old Wang, who do you say is the largest battery manufacturer in the country? Our company is the real deal. After confronting Wang Chuanfu, Zheng Yuqian flattered Jiang He, saying, Mr. Jiang, we can produce for you absolutely high quality and low price. Seeing that these people had calmed down after making a fuss, Jiang He said, don't rush. This graphene battery still needs hundreds of billions in research funding to successfully research and mass produce. If all goes well, it should take another 3 to 4 months. What's 3 or 4 months? Even if it takes 1 to 2 years, we still want a reserve. Lei Jun said indifferently. Which company in the world has this technology? Let alone 1 to 2 years. There might not be any company that can do this in 10 years. Our Blue Factory will invest 10 billion in research, and we can also prepay 50 billion for goods. The representative from Blue Factory said. Chapter 449. The Great Hero. For the country and the people, although securing investment from Guojia is a very good thing, there is one very important issue with any investment. the issue of control, and the nauseating betting agreements. In short, if not careful, one day when the company grows, it could end up being taken over by someone else. Therefore, Jiang He has always been avoiding this situation. Even when taking investments, he treats them as financial investors, firmly refusing to let these investors touch voting rights and control, just to prevent being tricked in the future. Many internet celebrities nowadays lack culture and think that capital is all good, believing that as long as they can become famous, they can sign any agreement. Little do they know how sharp the fangs of capital are. It eats people without spitting out bones. Many internet celebrities, after becoming famous, find that even their accounts and names no longer belong to them. Then there are conditional investments. As the saying goes, investments from a certain internet giant in Jiangsu and Zhejiang eventually turn into acquisitions. So Jiang He would never accept such investments. After thinking about all this, Jiang He said, "My conditions are actually very simple. You cannot touch the company's control. Everything in the company must listen to me." Chapter 450. Next step. Entering the capital's circle. To be honest, Jiang He had imagined 1,000 scenarios, but he never expected this one. Zhao Jiaruan would let him start working ahead of schedule, and it seemed like Zhao Jiaruan would definitely strive for the company's independence. Jiang He hadn't really thought about wanting the company's independence. After all, it's 2021. Who still personally manages a company? Isn't it better to hire a professional manager? Jiang He's bottom line was actually a veto power. But proposing company independence at the start was just a way to ask for an exorbitant price. Is a negotiation like this? First, throw out an astronomical figure, then slowly negotiate. But this time, Zhao Jiaruan seemed to agree, which made Jiang He feel a bit embarrassed, because this could put Zhao Jiaruan in a lot of trouble, such as illegal operations or improper procedures. If not handled well, it would directly affect Zhao Jiaruan's future. Jiang He uncertainly asked, "Are you sure you wanted to start early? Are you afraid of being investigated by the disciplinary committee and others?" Zhao Jiaruan did not answer Jiang He's question, but instead asked, "How old do you think I am this year?" Jiang He was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Jiaruan to ask him his question. He really didn't know how old Zhao Jiaruan was. Chapter 451. The Versailles Conference. Jiang He carefully considered Zhao Jiaruan's suggestion to enter the capital and said, "I need to discuss this matter with my friends. You should know my circle. The three of them invested a lot in the early stages, and I need to respect their opinions." Zhao Jiaruan nodded in approval and said, "It's okay. Stay here for a few more days, get familiar with it, and call me whenever you've made a decision." If Jiang He had the chance, he wouldn't consult Lu Ren and others. Zhao Jiaruan would not look favorably upon that, indicating that this person is ungrateful and forgets old relationships for profit. But Jiang He wanting to respect their opinions means that in the future, Jiang He would also consider Zhao Jiaruan's interests. Before leaving, Zhao Jiaruan added, "By the way, the National Security Department will review those people you previously brought in, so don't worry. It's just to see if their funds come from unfriendly countries." Jiang He agreed. Even if Zhao Jiaruan didn't mention it, Jiang He wanted to entrust them to investigate. Just like many public figures in the past claimed they had no income, but were actually receiving subsidies from unfriendly countries, their words were somewhat twisted. Chapter 452. Securing another business territory. Jiang He felt that he had been truly impressive recently. He had personally done so many things and had been running around so much without even taking a break. No, after this graphene battery plan is over, he must take a good vacation for himself. If a scenic spot requires isolation and he can't enter, then he would just buy out the scenic spot and play by himself. Jiang He also thought that it had been a long time since he saw Lin Miao Miao, so it would be perfect to go out and play with her during this holiday. And he sent a message to Lin Miao Miao. 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 Lin Miao Miao. Jiang He, want to go out and play together in a few days? After sending it, Jiang He realized the problem. Lin Miao Miao hadn't replied to him in a long time. Based on Jiang He's reading comprehension skills, he quickly understood. She's angry. Jiang He had to explain himself properly first. Jiang He, I just got back from Malaysia, and as soon as the quarantine ends, I came out to work in the capital. Poor Jiang He. Location info, Capital International Hotel. Lin Miao Miao. As expected, she replied in seconds this time. This woman was just waiting for him to explain. They both want to show their presence, but don't want to seem unreasonable. Chapter 453. Having a background means you can do whatever you want the next day. Jiang He was surprised to find several Toyota coasters parked outside the hotel, when he went downstairs for breakfast to experience the capital's specialty doji. It was clearly high-ranking officials' vehicles, and there were 3 parked there. This immediately aroused the curiosity of the onlookers around Jiang He, wanting to see what was happening that could cause so many coasters to stop here at the same time. The hotel manager probably had just received the notification and was flustered upon seeing so many coasters. Urgently arranging staff to coordinate and isolating onlookers like Jiang He who were unaware of the truth. At this moment, Zhao Jiran got off one of the coasters and waved to Jiang He, signaling him to come over. Jiang He was a bit flattered. This was his first time enjoying the treatment of riding in a coaster, although this coaster was just an ordinary minibus. Possibly not worth as much as one of Jiang He's car wheels. Those truly familiar with our country know what a coaster represents and who rides in it. It is definitely a vehicle for leaders, where a whole team, including secretaries and all accompanying personnel, can be found. Chapter 454. This is Speed. Jiang He experienced the feeling of being surrounded by big shots for the first time and truly understood what speed meant. Just as Jiang He was riding the coaster back, he saw a batch of construction vehicles starting to enter. There was originally a piece of land that had been requisitioned to be used as an emergency site, which was now given to Jiang He ahead of schedule. When the land was all prepared, it would be swapped back. On the coaster, Dan Peng inquired, "Mr. Jiang, has your company decided on a name yet?" Jiang He replied, "It's called Jiang's Graphene Technology Company, Limited." Upon hearing this, the people on the coaster felt speechless. The name was a bit too simple. After thinking for a while, Dan Peng said, "Mr. Jiang, this name has a strong personal touch. I think you need to change it." After all, Dan Peng was from the system, and these people had an important characteristic. They tried to minimize personal color. Dan Peng continued, "Moreover, if the personal touch is too strong, if any problems arise in the future, it can easily fall back on you." Jiang He thought about it and found it quite reasonable. Just like a certain Guiyuan real estate company. If it weren't for intentional inquiries, who would know that its owner is Ms. Yang? Chapter 455. Jiang He makes a huge profit after Fan Jingmei hung up the phone with Jiang He. She stared blankly at the clothes in her wardrobe, pondering what to wear tonight. Normally, at her age, she would have developed a unique and fixed style of dressing, not needing to think about it. She could just take out a set of clothes from the wardrobe. However, at this moment, she hesitated, looking at the clothes in the entire cupboard. She couldn't help but realize that she might really be getting older. Would Jiang He think she looked a bit old if she wore these out? Then another thought crossed her mind. Why was she having such thoughts? Sighing heavily, Fan Jingmei then walked towards Shun Anling's room. She remembered that Shun Anling had a loose, hollow-sleeve sweatshirt that Shun Anling wanted to give to her because it was a bit small for her. However, Fan Jingmei thought the sweatshirt didn't look formal enough and didn't want it, leaving it in Shun Anling's wardrobe. But now she suddenly felt that wearing this sweatshirt would make her look younger. Fan Jingmei entered Shun Anling's room, took out the garment from the wardrobe, and then returned to her own room to put it away before heading to the kitchen to prepare some food. Chapter 456. Wine doesn't intoxicate. People get drunk. Jiang He knew that according to the payment method of a monthly interest rate of 1% given by Fan Jingmei, the actual interest rate was not low. Although many people thought a monthly interest rate of 1% seemed low, the interest was not calculated that way because it was based on the entire loan period. For example, if 1,000 yuan was borrowed for 10 months at a monthly interest rate of 1%, the nominal annual interest rate would be 12%. This means borrowing 1,000 yuan for 10 months plus interest totals 1,100 yuan, averaging 101 yuan to be repaid each month. After repaying 110 yuan in the first month, only a little over 900 yuan remained for the next 9 months. However, the 110 yuan repaid in the first month actually overcalculated 10 months of interest. In the second month, the repayment overcalculated 9 months of interest. So in fact, all this money was overcalculated. With a monthly interest rate of 1%, the actual annual interest rate reached 23.7%. This could already be considered usury. Otherwise, why would so many companies prefer to engage in loan businesses like Huabei? It's simply very profitable. A group of people who didn't understand finance were fooled by these people and thought they had a great deal. Chapter 457. Seems a bit drunk. Jiang He led Fan Jingmei ahead and said, "There is a new Chinese-style tavern that has recently opened nearby. Although it is also a bar, the decoration follows a Chinese style, and there isn't even a bar counter." Jiang He continued, "Moreover, this tavern doesn't serve beer or red wine. It offers only traditional Chinese drinks, like yellow wine and rice wine. Saying this, Jiang he walked into a tavern called Humble and Unintoxicated, which looked like the entrance of an inn from the outside. Although it was already 11 o'clock, customers were still coming in and out, making it seem a bit different on this bar street. "Dear guest, please come in." A waitress dressed in Hanfu greeted at the door. The waitress then added, "Dear guest, we have no private rooms left, only a few seats in the main hall. The so-called headroom is the best private room. The slightly room is a bit less good, and the main hall has tables for 3 or 4 people." Jiang he responded, "I have a reservation. Surname Jiang, last 4 digits of my phone number are XXXX. Okay, please wait a moment." The waitress checked on her iPad and said, "Dear guest, you have reserved the long phone residence. Please follow me." Chapter 458. Aftermath of getting drunk, basically. This batch of chips was sold to Fan Jingmei's company, but there were still related agreements to be drafted and verified. And both companies' legal departments had to negotiate in detail before finally signing the agreement. After midnight, there were 2 bottles of Fizzy Tears Lychee Brew on the table, along with a bottle of Peach Blossom Brew and a bottle of black glutinous rice wine. It must be said that these traditional Chinese rice wines are really delicious. One can hardly feel that they are drinking alcohol. They are not inferior to cocktails like Rio and are particularly suitable for female customers. However, these traditional drinks have gradually fallen out of consumer sight due to the influx of Western industrial liquor and cultural invasion. In recent years, the rise of national culture has gradually returned to the consumer's attention. "Isn't it a bit late? Should we go back?" Fan Jingmei said, trying to suppress her drowsiness. She didn't expect the fruit wine to taste so good, just like drinking juice, and she ended up drinking too much. However, it was still alcohol, and now her head was spinning. Chapter 459. Responsible for thousands of families after Jiang, he took care of everything. He saw that Fan Jingmei was already lying in bed. It seemed that there wouldn't be any issues tonight, so he turned around and left with peace of mind. Jiang, he was not a saint. He just didn't want to get into trouble. Many people think that being drunk is a good opportunity to take advantage of someone. But that's only true for some lower-end individuals. People like Fan Jingmei, who have reached this level, are not simple. If the other party wakes up the next morning and feels something is off, they could just turn around and accuse him of rape. At that point, it would be impossible to clear his name. When drunk, unless the other party initiates it, Jiang he would never take the initiative to flirt. This is also a sign of respect. After all, if you think about it, who would want to be manipulated while in a drunken state? With a click, Jiang he closed the door and went downstairs. What a good man. Fan Jingmei's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. However, an unusual feeling also arose in her heart. For some reason, she suddenly became very interested in Jiang he. Chapter 460. Being hounded by a female T. Jiang, he was a bit stunned by Lin Miao's description. Is this person male or female? Unable to hold back, Jiang he called Lin Miao directly. "Jiang he, have you arrived?" Lin Miao said with a crying tone. Jiang he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't panic. I'm at the pickup area." Lin Miao continued. "The person behind me is like a census officer. They keep following me. I'm so scared." Jiang he quickly reassured her. "Okay. Then walk a bit faster. I'm right outside." As Jiang he spoke, he anxiously looked towards the pickup area. Although Lin Miao appeared normal, her condition had only improved a bit compared to before. If she were to be stimulated, it could relapse. If anything happened, not only would Lin's parents not forgive him, but even Jiang he couldn't forgive himself. After all, it was Jiang he who personally asked Lin Miao to come. Lin Miao hadn't appeared alone in front of so many people for a long time, and she had just sat on a plane for so long by herself. Jiang he continued, "So, just walk faster. Just get there." Lin Miao, with a crying tone, felt like she was about to burst into tears. Chapter 461. These female TS deserve a beating. The airport security personnel finally managed to persuade the buzzcut girl to calm down. And then Officer Wong said to Jiang he and the buzzcut girl, "You both need to come to my office to take a statement." The buzzcut girl immediately became displeased and said, "Why should I go take a statement if he touched me?" Officer Wong turned around sharply and glared at her, saying, "If you don't behave, I'll immediately detain you for disturbing public order." After saying this, Officer Wong looked at the female airport security personnel and said, "Xiao Li, keep an eye on her. If she doesn't want to go willingly, just take her." Only then did the buzzcut girl reluctantly follow behind. Jiang he hugged Lin Miao and walked ahead with Officer Wong. Seeing that not many people were following, Officer Wong said, "Brother, you didn't touch her?" Jiang, he was speechless. Lin Miao Miao had left the crowd, and her mood had obviously improved as she said, I was in the middle, so even if he wanted to touch me, he couldn't. That woman had been harassing her on the plane. Officer Wang replied, I can only say, brother, we didn't check the calendar before going out today. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. Officer Wang continued, brother, how do you want to resolve this? Chapter 462. Beg for mercy? Not possible, Jiang. He looked at the few innocent-looking little fairies in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. Just now, Wang Renfeng's colleague had returned from the monitoring room, and several surveillance cameras had captured that Jiang he did not touch the buzzcut girl. On the contrary, it looked like she had approached Jiang he on her own. The buzzcut girl was stunned when she saw the surveillance footage. She didn't expect the cameras to be so clear. The Skynet project promoted in the country in recent years was no joke. Cameras at highway exits could clearly capture everything happening inside vehicles, let alone the cameras at important locations like airports. Moreover, these airport cameras were equipped with AI real-time facial recognition, so the buzzcut girl and her companions were now dumbfounded at the clarity of the video. After watching the video, the buzzcut girl said, I told you, a gentleman dressed so well, with such a beautiful woman by his side. How could he possibly touch me? Jiang, he didn't even want to roll his eyes at her. She turned on him faster than flipping a book. Wang Renfeng was also stunned. She was so aggressive just now. How did she suddenly change? The buzzcut girl continued. Now that it's clear, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Chapter 463. Setting sail, Jiang, he looked at Lin Miao Miao in the car and asked, Miao Miao, should we go directly to the yacht? Or stay at a hotel for a night and go tomorrow? Lin Miao Miao thought for a moment and said, let's go directly to the yacht. We came here for yacht fishing anyway, and I'm a bit eager. Jiang, he replied, okay then, let's go now. In fact, the yacht industry in the country is just starting out. The main reason is that yacht taxes are too high. For a yacht worth 10 million, over 3 million in taxes must be paid. Additionally, obtaining the 3 necessary certificates for yachts, ship inspection certificate, ownership certificate, and nationality certificate, is quite difficult. It's also very troublesome to use. If a yacht wants to leave its registered port area and head to another location, it must carry a ship visa booklet to the Maritime Regulatory Authority for visa procedures. Private yacht licenses are even more complicated. A yacht license can be divided into river licenses, river and lake licenses, and offshore licenses. The offshore license can be used in rivers, lakes, and offshore. But the most troublesome part is that each area manages its own licenses. For example, a Shanghai license can only be used in Shanghai to operate a yacht, unlike regular driver S licenses that are valid nationwide. This is because there are no unified national regulations on this matter yet. Chapter 464. Human nature is self-destructive. Jiang, he has been sailing along the route with Lin Miao Miao for 2 days. Once the autopilot mode is activated, it's definitely more fun than being on land. No wonder those wealthy foreigners are so keen on playing with yachts. Right now, Jiang, he feels like there's no difference between being at sea and on land. The only difference might be that every meal has to be cooked by Lin Miao Miao and Jiang he together. However, the ingredients are fresh, so that's not too much of a difference. After this experience, Jiang, he thinks he should get a bigger yacht next time and bring along a few chefs and service staff, so they won't have to cook every day. Of course, if they get close to the shore, they can have a helicopter airlift some gourmet food over, but now they've been away from the dock for 2 days. And even to get a helicopter out here takes over an hour, almost 2. Thinking about 2 hours for takeout, it's basically going to be stale. Meanwhile, the crew cut woman is puzzled by a call from EMS about a package. She hasn't bought anything online in the past few days, so why is there a delivery? However, the caller clearly mentioned Ms. Hu and insisted on personal receipt, not even allowing someone else to sign for it. Chapter 465. The crazy self-destructive crew cut woman. After finishing her call with Liang Li, the crew cut woman Hu Xiaorong hurriedly asked her sisters for advice. She said she didn't take care, but inside she was panicking, especially when she searched and found out that her actions were indeed infringing and illegal. Hu Xiaorong sent a message in WeChat. Sisters, what should I do? Photo. She uploaded a picture of the court summons. Little fairy. Sister. How could that person really sue you? Such a despicable person. Nidus. Yeah. Old Hu is just a weak woman. And these people don't know to be a bit magnanimous. They just go ahead and sue. Hu Xiaorong. Enough of that. What should I do? Little fairy. Old Hu. Don't panic. I'll ask my master to see if there's any way out. Hu Xiaorong, master? What master? Little fairy. A Taoist master I know who can see things. Although we all have 9 years of compulsory education and don't believe in superstitions, many people turn to luck and seek out a master when they encounter trouble. Of course, sometimes traditional culture can be surprisingly accurate. Hu Xiaorong, is it really that powerful? Chapter 466. Ordering helicopter takeout, Liang Li already knew that mediation was impossible. He sighed softly and shook his head in his heart, given Hu Xiaorong's attitude. It was certain she would lose in court, and there would definitely be compensation plus penalties. In contrast, Ren Sanxiang was also arguing reasonably, but felt more relaxed. If Hu Xiaorong really agreed to mediation, it would be difficult for him. He knew Jiang, he genuinely wanted to teach Hu Xiaorong a lesson. But if she agreed to mediation, it would only be a few thousand yuan in compensation and a simple apology. Seeing the significant disagreement between both parties, Liang Li organized the materials and said, Ms. Hu, don't get too agitated. Let us call it a day. Court will start at 9:30 tomorrow. So remember to show up. After saying this, Liang Li left the mediation room without looking back. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. Seeing Liang Li leave, Hu Xiaorong realized that talking to Ren Sanxiang was useless. Although she wasn't a professional, she knew who was really in charge. After leaving the mediation room, Hu Xiaorong thought about the so-called master that little fairy had found, who said she would suffer financial losses. Haha, this scammer thinks they can fool me. Chapter 467. Playing in the atmosphere an hour later, Jiang he heard the deafening roar of the helicopter. He received radio communication from the helicopter pilot and activated the yacht's helicopter landing guidance system. Lin Miao Miao, who had been sleeping in the bedroom, was also awakened by the noise. She rubbed her hair and knew this was the takeout Jiang he ordered. After putting on her gauzy dress, she went to the dining room to set the table for dinner. With a jolt and tremor, the helicopter landed steadily on the yacht's helipad at the stern. Jiang he walked over to the helipad and saw a formally dressed young man walking out of the light helicopter with a thermal box. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm your exclusive delivery person, Wu Yida. Here, that's your takeout. Wu Yida said as he handed the thermal box to Jiang he. Jiang he accepted the thermal box and said, Thank you. Don't mention it, Mr. Jiang. Just wait a moment. After saying that, Wu Yida ran back to the helicopter, and shortly after, he came out carrying another large box. This is our extra gift of fruit and drinking water, Wu Yida said. Big clients always get a lot of extra little gifts. Jiang he was already used to it. He spoke up. Chapter 468. Reeling in big treasures from America at this moment, after taking care of Lin Miao Miao, Jiang he's phone in his pocket vibrated. Many times, there's signal near the coast, which is worth praising the telecommunications company for. Although there are many pitfalls, the signal truly covers the entire country. Near the coast, as long as there's an island, there's usually a base station. Plus, the yacht is equipped with a signal enhancement system. So making calls near the coast isn't a problem. If one wants to go online, satellite communication is required, but the cost is super high. If it weren't for the domestic ban on Musk's Starlink, with a $500 installation fee and a $99 monthly service fee, going online at sea wouldn't be too expensive, and the quality wouldn't be too bad. After all, it works on fighter jets. And yachts are much slower than fighter jets. Jiang he picked up the phone and saw it was Ren Sanxiang calling. Ren Sanxiang briefly reported today's mediation situation to Jiang he. Jiang he didn't expect this crew-cut woman to be so arrogant, even in the mediation room. At this moment, lawyer Ren Sanxiang asked, Mr. Jiang, should we just make her pay or send her to jail? Jiang he didn't think twice before replying, of course. Send her to jail. Chapter 469. American warship is coming in a coastal area of the East China Sea. Aboard a U.S. warship, the captain said, our unmanned submersible has suddenly lost control for some reason. An operator, First Officer Robert, reported to Captain Smith. Smith squinted and responded, Can you still see its position? Robert replied, We can see its position. The current GPS shows it's at east longitude XXX, north latitude XXX, about 200 nautical miles away from us. Smith looked at the map and realized that they were already inside the national border. If they went in, it would become a diplomatic incident, and he had not received authorization. However, this unmanned submersible was the latest weapon, known only to a few within the Navy. Losing it would be bad, but the worst-case scenario would be if that damn group of fishermen captured it. They had already lost countless sonars to those fishermen. Damn it, in these waters, the biggest threat was not the warships on the opposite side, but the fishermen. The key issue was that during peacetime, you couldn't use weapons against these fishermen. You could only shout at them, and even using a water gun was risky, as it could easily escalate into an act of war. Chapter 470, Lessons from a Moldy Marine Corps. Shirley immediately said, "No matter what the other side intends to do, we cannot let them succeed. The warships can't reach them, but the planes should have no problem. Have the early warning aircraft take off immediately and monitor the situation." Within a minute, an early warning aircraft took off from the airport, accompanied by 2 fighter jets. Meanwhile, Smith ordered a Marine Corps speedboat to be deployed, carrying 6 Marines straight to the location of the river. Although the unmanned submersible had been retrieved by the river, the GPS on it was continuously sending and receiving messages, updating its latest position. Based on this information, they had basically confirmed that the unmanned submersible had been retrieved by someone. On the speedboat, Marine Captain Bob shouted, "We must seize back this submersible under the cover of night. If necessary, we can use weapons. It's normal for 1 or 2 people to go missing at sea. From now on, everyone maintains silence." After Bob finished speaking, he immediately activated the stealth speedboat, which used a silent propulsion system and would hardly be detected in the night. Even on radar, it appeared as just a small dot, easily overlooked. However, they were unaware that in front of the early warning aircraft. Chapter 471. Jiang He drives the Moldy Marine Corps crazy in the military command room, when Shirley confirmed that the Moldy Marine Corps was heading towards the domestic yacht. His gaze sharpened, his eyes filled with determination. If it were a regular tourist outing, he could ignore it, but if the lives of Chinese people were at risk, he could not let it go. An emergency order was issued to activate combat readiness. He ordered all vessels in the nearby waters, whether in training or on alert, to immediately head to the area where the yacht was located, ensuring the safety of Chinese lives. Yes, the signalman immediately picked up the headset and began typing on the keyboard, issuing orders to all vessels in the combat zone through a secure channel. In the waters, an 055 class ship conducting stealth training suddenly had alarms ringing throughout the vessel. Level 1 combat readiness. Level 1 combat readiness. Level 1 combat readiness. Captain Su Lin, who had been gazing out, quickly ran into the command room. As soon as he entered, he heard the deputy say, "Captain, we've just received orders from the combat zone. The Moldy Marine Corps may attack our personnel. We need to head to the designated coordinates immediately." Damn it, these moldy people were becoming increasingly audacious. Thinking we wouldn't dare to confront them? How dare they target our people? Order the entire ship to proceed at full speed to the designated coordinates and prepare for battle. Chapter 472. Don't shoot, they are friendly. Jiang He looked at the 13 U.S. Marines lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and he really wanted to finish them off. "You can't kill us." One of the Marines, Tom, gasped in pain. "Why can't I kill you?" Jiang He raised his spear, hovering it in the air, and asked with interest, "As a soldier, you should know the consequences of killing us. You wouldn't want a war between our 2 countries, would you?" Tom had just experienced Jiang He's strength and thought of him as a soldier from China. "So what? I think your boss would report that you died due to training accidents for his re-election." Jiang He raised the spear higher, intending to finish off these 13 Americans and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. "Hang in there, we're coming." At that moment, Jiang He heard shouting from a distance, and he felt sounds coming from all directions. This is China. China has sovereignty over these waters. Personnel on the small boat ahead, please immediately report your nationality and identity to avoid any misjudgment. Chapter 473. 500,000 in the sea. Are you Chinese? Ma Hualin finally couldn't help but ask. "Isn't that obvious? Do you want me to sing the national anthem for you?" Jiang He shouted, fed up with the weapons pointed at him. "Well, maybe you should sing a few lines first. Just the opening lines will do." Ma Hualin felt a bit awkward, realizing he might have misunderstood the situation. But for safety's sake, he still needed to ensure everything was foolproof. Jiang He rummaged through his memory, having not sung in a long time. But he remembered the opening lines and sang a few of them. All right, you don't need to sing anymore." Ma Hualin interrupted, then used his other hand to pat Jiang He down from head to toe, confirming he really had no weapons before lowering the gun he had pointed at Jiang He. He then signaled his team to aim their guns at the lying Marines and search them. "What on earth is going on?" Ma Hualin stepped in front of Jiang He. "Did you take these people down?" Ma Hualin continued to ask. "I don't know what happened. I was fishing on the deck when they suddenly boarded my yacht." Jiang He certainly couldn't reveal the early warning system's prior alerts. Chapter 474. Jiang He becomes the militia captain in the waters of the South China Sea. Aboard the moldy Amelt warship, Captain Smith was pacing back and forth in the control room, having not received any communication from the dispatch Marine Corps for 2 hours. The last 2 communications included one where they reported finding a suspected captured new type unmanned submersible on a Chinese militia yacht. The other, and last communication, was that they boarded the yacht and reported there was only one crew member, asking the ship's personnel to wait for their good news. Then they lost contact. Since it was a covert operation, they hadn't brought any individual combat recording equipment, leaving the ship's personnel completely unaware of what had happened. But it was certain that the longer they went without news, the more likely it was that Tom and the others had encountered an accident. Moreover, the most important thing was that the signal from the unmanned submersible had also disappeared an hour and a half ago. I really hope Tom and the others managed to retrieve the submersible and encountered an accident on their way back. That way, I could explain it. The worst-case scenario would be that not only was the unmanned submersible taken by China, but Tom and the others were also captured. In that case, I would definitely lose my position as captain and might even end up in military court. Chapter 475. This person is really obedient on the Amalt ship. Were the Marines dead? Smith shouted loudly after receiving a hotline call from the Pentagon, then realized that there were ears on the other side of the wall and quickly covered the microphone, whispering, "How could they all be captured?" "Yes, we just received a call from Huagua, and photos have confirmed that this squad has been entirely captured. General, what should we do?" "You need to help me out," Smith said, but in his heart, he was cursing, thinking how these Marines still had the face to be alive. Wouldn't it be better if they were dead? Why didn't those people from Huagua kill them? Don't worry about this for now. Huagua doesn't want to hype this matter either. The key thing is that we absolutely must not leak this news, and we cannot let the media know about it. Are the personnel on your ship reliable? After hearing this, Smith quickly went over the personnel above the rank of lieutenant on the ship and then said, "The third officer is not one of us, and his desire for promotion is very strong. That's completely fine. We don't fear his ambition for promotion. We just fear that he doesn't want anything at all." Chapter 476. Classmate Xiao Jiang is amazing. Brother Jiang, you went a bit too hard this time, didn't you? Ma Hualin stared at the Marines lying on the deck, groaning, their faces bruised and swollen, unable to speak. Next to them, he could see blood mixed with teeth. "Captain Ma, you heard it too. They cursed at me first." "Jiang," he said, and the Marines who understood Chinese stared at him with wide eyes, struggling to respond. "You scum, didn't you ask us to curse at you?" "Jiang," he continued, "and I endured them for a long time, but this group, as you heard and saw, cursed loudly and viciously. I was really pushed to the breaking point." Ma Hualin indeed heard the cursing from the Marines, and he also knew that they were not being honest. However, he couldn't understand what had happened in the short time he was away that made them curse Jiang so fiercely. But it was still clear that Jiang he had held back. They looked severely injured but weren't in life-threatening danger, just hurt physically. This was enough to accomplish his mission, and given the significant contributions, the injuries were inconsequential. Chapter 477. Accompanying the Americans in a play Jiang, he took a bite of the military fast food and immediately understood why Ma Hualin said not to eat it. The taste really couldn't be considered good. It was even a bit bad. The noodles were very hard, and soaking them felt like they hadn't tea-soaked at all. Plus, they were very salty. Jiang he also tried the fried rice he prepared for Lin Miao Miao, and the taste was even less commendable. The rice grains looked undercooked. Finally, Jiang he looked at the package labeled yellow peach, which should be the fruit. He opened it and poured it onto a plate. But now he hesitated to take a bite. The smell seemed fine, but it looked soft and mushy, resembling something from the cycle of grains. "Forget it. I want to try this." It was at this moment that Jiang he saw Lin Miao Miao's head peek out, looking around, her hands gripping the edge of the hatch. This posture and action were simply too cute. "Don't worry, they're all on the deck." Jiang he knew Lin Miao Miao's thoughts. "Come over and eat." Lin Miao Miao's head immediately shrank back. Then she swaggered in and sat down at the dining table. "What?" Lin Miao Miao saw the poured-out yellow peach at first glance, her face showing disgust and embarrassment. Then she pointed at the yellow peach with her chopsticks and said, "Are we eating this?" Chapter 478. This level is a bit high in the morning. Jiang he successfully returned to the nearest military port, and on the deck, he saw the military band lined up at the shore. As the yacht docked, the military band immediately began to play. At this moment, Jiang he just wanted to take out his phone to snap a picture and post it on social media. But as soon as he pulled out his phone, Ma Hualin said beside him, "Brother Jiang, you can't take photos here. I hope you can cooperate. This is our secret base." All right then. Jiang, he could only put his phone back in his pocket upon hearing this. Let's go, brother Jiang. Let's disembark. Okay. Jiang, he held Lin Miao Miao's hand as they walked down, with Lin Miao Miao leaning against Jiang his shoulder. It's okay, Miao Miao. Jiang, he comforted her while stroking her hair. Hello, General Jiang. I'm Staff Officer Shirley Tai. As soon as Shirley Tai saw Jiang, he come down. He immediately stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, Staff Officer Shir. Jiang, he reached out to shake hands with Shirley Tai, then turned to introduce Lin Miao Miao. This is Lin Miao Miao. Oh, Miao Miao, hello. Shirley Tai nodded gently instead of extending his hand. General Jiang, you truly have become a national hero this time, Shirley Tai said. Chapter 479. Passing notes. Hearing Jiang, he comparing ranks and resumes with him. Ma Hualin instinctively said, I currently hold the rank of major. Although I'm just a captain of the Marines, I belong to the regular regiment level. Although in terms of position, we are equal, I belong to the enlisted personnel. So in case of an emergency, I can lead you. Jiang, he didn't expect Ma Hualin to be so direct. Jiang, he then retorted, then if you drive for me now, wouldn't that mean I'm enjoying privileges beyond my rank? All right. According to military seniority, it should indeed be you driving. But you are a hero. Driving for a hero, even if it's just a private, I would be willing. Damn it. Ma Hualin's words made Jiang, he feel nothing but admiration. All right, outside I'll still call you General Jiang. Who knows, maybe when I retire, I'll have to work for your company. Ma Hualin continued. As long as you don't commit serious mistakes, even if you retire, you'll still be an official. Jiang, he couldn't help but think of his idiot friend Wang Yi, who disregarded such good treatment to avenge his brother, only to end up with a punishment and no benefits. Jiang, he mentioned Wang Yi's situation. After that, Ma Hualin asked, so, General Jiang, how is your brother Wang Yi doing now? Chapter 480. Human Relationships and Worldly Affairs. General Jiang, good. I will immediately arrange for the experts. As soon as the patient arrives, we will conduct an expert consultation. After receiving Jiang He's call and hearing the description of the patient's condition, Dinhua immediately gave orders. A few security guards from the security department heard the communication and moved the ice cream bucket to temporarily block the entrance, leaving a passage for emergency treatment. Normally, this emergency passage is always clear, but some private car drivers, having passed their driving tests without moral training, would rather stop right at the outpatient entrance for convenience. They rush every day. But these drivers refuse to spend a few extra minutes to go to the temporary parking area. So if it weren't for the ambulance coming, they would just turn a blind eye. Quickly. This is the emergency passage. You need to leave. A few security guards stepped forward to drive away these temporarily parked vehicles. Okay, I'll move it right away. The driver inside responded. Xiao Wang, these medical records will be handed over to you tonight. You all know these patients, so learn more. Professor Chun from the gynecology department said. When you're on night shift tonight, pay attention to observing more and also keep warm. Look at me. This is what happened when I was on night shift before. I got frozen and now I can hardly walk. Chapter 481. Layout of Rose's National Grain Warehouse in Europe. President Jiang, you are too polite. Director Chao said with a big smile to Jiang He. It's nothing. Jiang He replied. How about having a cup of tea in my office? Director Chao continued. It's already after work hours, so I won't trouble you, Director. I want to go in and see Miao Miao. I want to see what her decision is. Actually, you can directly arrange for a hospital bed, Director Chao said. And Professor Chen elbowed Director Chao and blinked several times. Director Chao ignored it and continued. This way, even if something urgent comes up at home, you can come directly to the hospital. Then I'll listen to Director Chao. Jiang, he said, turning to Qiao Yu, you go help me with that later. Then he said to Director Chao and the others, I won't trouble you. I'll go in and take a look. Professor Chun, what was going on just now? You are an elder. How could you be so undisciplined in that situation? Director Chao whispered, fearing someone would overhear. Director, the beds are tight lately, and the medical insurance department is checking rigorously. There are often people coming to inspect. What if this bed arrangement gets discovered? What are you afraid of? Don't you see who the other person is? Feel how much money is in your red envelope. Are you still worried about this? Chapter 482. Asking to Mao for a sou. 35 isn't too much. Jiang, he was stunned by the system reward. Mao and Air Mao are going to fight? What the heck? Although these two have been arguing and having various small conflicts, the big shots online all said it was just a trivial matter and wouldn't escalate to actual fighting. And recently, they even said Mao was withdrawing troops. I didn't expect it to really escalate to fighting. The system's reward is absolutely correct, since Demao and Air Mao are going to fight. It's a great opportunity for wealth and expansion of power. As the saying goes, when the cannon fires, gold comes pouring in. I need to lay out a good plan, and the key is that if Demao and Air Mao fight, a lot of arms will flow out. If I can collect some, wouldn't that be a good way to arm my security forces? Right? Speaking of which, my oil field does indeed have weak security forces. Just a few sticks to stir the fire. I need to take this opportunity to strengthen it. After all, if Demao and Air Mao fight, what if those Russians get lost and come to my oil field? A few T-99 tanks wouldn't be a problem, right? If not, a few F-35s or Su-35s will be fine too. If I could even get a few of Demao's fireworks, that would be even better. I don't need ones with radiation, just ones with enough range to hit America would be good. It might be a bit expensive to maintain. A few $1,000,000 a day might not even be enough, but I have to rely on my layout in this conflict between Demao and Air Mao. When Demao and Air Mao fight, the Americans will definitely sanction Demao. After all, everyone knows the Americans are secretly supporting Air Mao to fight against Demao. Demao's currency will definitely plummet, and those resources Demao relies on for profit will also be unable to be shipped out. If they can't be shipped out, those resources will increase in price internationally. Those Russians are really good people. Jiang He couldn't help but sigh at this thought. The things Demao sells are just what Jiang He has in hand. Demao sells energy, and Air Mao sells food. And the unfortunate Europe. While Demao and Air Mao fight, it's Europe that will bleed, and the euro will also plummet. Jiang He was almost unable to calculate how many chain reactions this would cause. Missing one would be a loss. Each one is money. Jiang He thought it was necessary to let the professional team in the company calculate it well. If Demao and Air Mao fight, what chain reactions will occur? This task has to be assigned to Ronia. She is definitely an expert in arms trade. However, Ronia has been saying she wants to come to the country. And even now that she can freely enter and exit the country, she still hasn't come. I'll ask her specifically tomorrow. After all, the current task is still to take good care of Lin Miao Miao and help her recover her health. I don't want her to have any bad associations. Soon, Jiang He's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Yu. He brought the cooking Andy over, but didn't know the room number. So the security wouldn't let him in. Jiang He told him the room number and then got up to open the door. Before long, Xiao Yu let in an Andy who looked to be around 50 years old, both hands carrying large plastic bags of vegetables. Xiao Yu said, "Aunt Lu, sorry to trouble you." Then he said to Jiang He, "President Jiang, this Aunt Lu can do everything, and she is a local, so her taste should be suitable. Just see what you want to make. Nothing much, just something light will do." "Okay, President Jiang, I'll go back now to get the chicken soup. It should be ready," Jiang He said, looking through the plastic bags Xiao Yu brought over. One bag contained vegetables, pork belly, lean meat, pig heart, and pig liver. Basically, all parts of the pig were bought. The other bag contained precious seafood like flower crabs, lobsters, and king crabs. Jiang He then continued, "By the way, you can take these seafood back to eat yourself. Consider it my treat. I just came back from the sea, and I'm tired of these. Just want some home-cooked dishes." Jiang He continued to take out the pork and pig heart from the other bag, saying, "And take these back for your mother to supplement. Tell her I appreciate her." How could that be, President Jiang? Chapter 483. Global Arms Trade. Xiao Yu brought back the chicken soup. A whole large pot, placed among the several dishes on the table. After chatting a bit with Jiang he pulled the cooking Aunt Lu back. Leaving Jiang He and Lin Miao Miao alone, Jiang He carried Lin Miao Miao out from the bedroom and placed her on a chair, then said, "Miao Miao, sit tight. I'll serve you a bowl of chicken soup first." Lin Miao Miao gently replied. Jiang He opened the outer lid of the pot, then opened the inner lid, and a puff of steam surged out, releasing a rich chicken soup aroma. At first glance, Jiang He could tell this was definitely free-range chicken, without any fishy smell. The fresh sweetness carried a strong fragrance, but wasn't greasy at all. Upon closer inspection, the chicken soup was particularly yellow and completely transparent, with a layer of oil floating on top, which didn't look thick, making the chicken soup appear hearty. Jiang He first used a spoon to gently skim off the chicken fat on top, then scooped out a bowl of soup, finally adding a chicken leg on top. "Come on, Miao Miao, eat a bit." Jiang He placed a bowl in front of Lin Miao Miao. Then he served himself a bowl, adding a chicken wing. Jiang He preferred chicken wings over chicken legs. Taking a sip of the soup, Jiang He didn't even know what words to use to describe it. He could only say it was the taste from his childhood memories, without a hint of the strange taste that market-bought chicken meat has. Holding the bowl directly, Jiang, he took a bite of the chicken wing. The skin of the chicken wing was particularly tough, and Jiang, he had to put down his chopsticks to poke at it, only to find that the chopsticks couldn't penetrate it. Usually, Jiang, he would pick up chicken wings with chopsticks, but this time he had to use his hands to pull it apart, really struggling with his teeth. No matter how hard he pulled, he thought about just biting through the bone of the chicken wing. When he bit down, it hurt his teeth. The chicken bone felt as hard as a pig's big bone. Jiang, he thought to himself, this chicken must have been raised for at least 6 months. Such a delicacy is really something that money might not even be able to buy unless you raise it yourself. No wonder Ding Sanshur wanted to raise pigs himself. A pig raised for a year must taste incredibly delicious. He thought about asking Ding Sanshur to get him a pig to try sometime. After a hard struggle, Jiang, he finally finished the chicken wing. He felt his hands sticky and looked up at Lin Miao Miao's face. Noticing that her cheeks had turned a bit rosy, she was indeed exhausted and hungry from all the running around. The two of them quickly finished the table full of dishes. Jiang, he directly took the bowls and chopsticks to the sink and said, Aunt Lu will come tomorrow to wash these dishes. Then he added, Miao Miao, how about hiring an auntie? No, Lin Miao Miao rejected him outright. All right, Jiang, he didn't insist. After all, for Lin Miao Miao, she definitely didn't lack this money. And if she needed it, she would have hired someone long ago. I'm a bit sleepy, but I don't want to rest. What should I do? Lin Miao Miao said softly. You're not feeling well. You should rest early. I'll sit here in the living room for a while, and later I'll accompany you to sleep. I haven't dealt with company matters for a long time. I need to finish them first. Then carry me back to the bedroom. Lin Miao Miao said, opening her arms. Jiang, he immediately picked her up in a princess carry, took her into the bedroom, laid her down, and helped her cover with a blanket, saying, rest well. Jiang, he walked out of the bedroom and sat on the sofa, thinking about the earlier message from the system about De Mao and Air Mao getting into a fight. Using Ronya's Chinese name that she had chosen herself, he sent Ronya a message. Ronya, why haven't you come to our country yet? Chapter 484. The Pain of a Good Man. Wow, Jiang. How long has it been since you last messaged me? Seeing Ronya's questioning text, Jiang, he knew she just wanted to know what he had been up to lately and wanted to read more messages. But why didn't many people understand this? They would just reply with, I've been busy. Jiang, he replied, recently, I've been cut off from communication. I recently fished out a big treasure from the US. And then the country found out and took me to the military port where there's no signal. What? You fished out that US unmanned submersible? And those moldy Marines were also captured by you? How do you know? Jiang, he was surprised that Ronya knew so much. Weren't you asking me why I haven't set off for Huawei yet? Ronya countered. Is that related? It's not related. Jiang, he was a bit stunned by this reply. Not related? What does that mean? Jiang, he didn't know how to respond. And since he didn't know how to reply, he decided not to reply at all. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Ronya sent another message herself. Recently, there have been quite a few things going on. I received a big business deal, a super big deal, bigger than Afghanistan. Can you guess where this business is from?